Chapter 001. Between the sheets, he is indeed the king of hell. A throbbing headache threatened to split her skull. Zheng Yuwan slowly lifted her eyelids, revealing a room adorned with intricately carved beams and resplendent gold. This was not right. She had stoked a fire and should now be engulfed in flames. Surely, she could not have been saved. Xie Xun would rather she had perished far away, sparing her the chance of rescue. As consciousness returned, the warmth at her neck intensified, a sensation too potent to ignore. Xie Xun. He appeared to be in agony, beads of sweat clinging to his cold, aloof brow. His palm felt like a coal ember. Memories surged like a tempest within Zheng Yuwan. She realized she had been reborn. Reborn to the day she had drugged Xie Xun, robbing him of his innocence. The nightmare of her life began at that moment. In her previous life, their passionate encounter was interrupted by the Xie family, forcing the noble Xie Xun to marry her. After half a year of cold treatment towards Zheng Yuwan, a drunken night led Xie Xun to abandon pretense and to embark on a frenzied conquest of her. Countless nights of agonizing pain made it clear to Zheng Yuwan that the world regarded Xie Xun as a paragon of virtue, akin to the gentle sun rising over the mountains. But he was merely a fod, beguiled by his lineage and appearance. Between the sheets, he was unequivocally the king of hell, tormenting Zheng Yuwan to the brink of despair. On the anniversary of Fu Yingshu's death, he would descend into madness, his malevolence reaching its zenith. Henceforth, the very sound of Xie Xun's voice or mention of his name would send her into uncontrollable tremors. Initially, she harbored an intense hatred for Xie Xun, a loathing that consumed her. Yet upon discovering that her mother had gone to such lengths to ensure Xie Xun's unwavering, love-destroying Fu Yingshu's beauty and coercing her to marry a libertine, resulting in Fu Yingshu's demise from a disease born of debauchery, Zheng Yuwan found herself unable to sustain her hatred for Xie Xun. All along, it was her animosity towards Xie Xun that had sustained her through the humiliation he inflicted. She fantasized about escaping the abyss, exposing Xie Xun's true nature, bringing about his ruin, trampling him underfoot, seeking vengeance, and achieving catharsis. This hatred, akin to a taut string, snapped the moment Zheng Yuwan learned the truth, extinguishing her will to live. Thus, she set a fire, hoping that Xie Xun would spare her mother, Xie Lanqing, in light of her demise. Her mother had resorted to unscrupulous methods for her sake. Aware of the vile tactics employed, Zheng Yuwan still yielded to her mother's wishes, crossing the threshold and ascending to Xie Xun's Xie Lanqing's beneficiary of her relentless schemes. Enduring Xie Xun's torment and the backlash of her mother's malevolence was her due. Consequently, she felt no grievance or death was unworthy of tears or sympathy. Yet, unexpectedly, fate granted her a second chance. What merit did she possess to deserve this? Without time for further contemplation, she rose, intending to step over Xie Xun. Xie Lanqing and Princess Huayang, Xie Xun's mother, must be on their way here. Zheng Yuwan had to flee swiftly. However, her ankle was suddenly grasped by a searing hand, causing her to lose balance and fall onto Xie Xun's abdomen. Her mind buzzed in a suffocating blankness as she stiffly turned her head, colliding with his dark, ink-like gaze. "Get off!" His voice was as cold as the ice of a harsh winter. Zheng Yuwan trembled uncontrollably, her entire body feeling weak. In a fluster, she rose, inadvertently stepping on the flowing sleeves of her garment, and tragically fell headlong into Xie Xun's sturdy chest, his bare torso, exposed due to the heat. "Get away," Xie Xun said, gripping Zheng Yuwan's face and forcefully pushing her toward the side of the bed. He himself sprang up from the bed, struggling to suppress a familiar reaction. Zheng Yuwan bumped her head against the bedpost, tears welling in her eyes. When she looked up, she saw Xie Xun regarding her with the disdain one would reserve for a viper. "Despicable," he spat before hastily jumping out of the window. The sound of the wind whipping through the window echoed ominously, and the tears streaming down Zheng Yuwan's face were not merely from pain. Xie Xun must have undergone a rebirth, as well. She pondered how the heavens could be so cruelly mocking. After he departed from the waterside pavilion, he climbed into a nearby pleasure boat based solely on memory. Inside the boat, Lu Wansheng, engaged in painting, heard an unusual sound of labored breathing and lifted the beaded curtain with his folding fan. Xie Xun stripped his robe, was soaking in a bath barrel, his muscular form flushed and taut, veins prominently visible. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. I warned you to take care of yourself when out and about, to refrain from consuming anything offered by others. Yet you chose not to heed my advice, and now look, your reputation is nearly compromised." Xie Xun still possessed a shred of rationality. "Bring ice, as much as possible," he ordered. Yuwan turned to instruct the maidservants before leaning against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow. Who possesses such audacity? It wouldn't be that Zheng Yuwan again, would it? Xie Xun offered no denial. Lu Wensheng shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, like mother, like daughter. The infamous reputation of Xie Lanqing in the capital could hardly be described as anything less than spectacular. Dissatisfied with the family's arranged marriage, she had audaciously eloped with her lover, thus making a name for herself. The Xie family had considered hiding this scandal, but it was simply impossible to conceal. The object of her elopement was none other than Zheng Rong, the son of the Duke of Dingan, whom the late emperor intended to betroth to Huayan. The late emperor's wrath was immeasurable, leading to Zheng Rong's removal from the family registry. Following Zheng Rong's untimely demise, Xie Lanqing was compelled to return to the Xie family with her daughter, Zheng Yuwan. Though her dignity was tarnished, Xie Lanqing maintained an extraordinary composure, indulging in pleasures and even adeptly flattering the grand princess of Huayan. Anyone who dared to provoke her would surely face a torrent of scorn, making for a life of unrest. In summary, she was a paragon of audacity. As for her daughter, words fell short. Zheng Yuwan had been rendered indecisive and timid due to her mother's domineering nature. Not only was she easily frightened, but she also often found herself being manipulated by others. She was notoriously delicate, known for her inability to care for herself, fearful of pain, exhaustion, and dirt. Even the mere sound of others speaking loudly could drain the color from her face. Besides her breathtaking beauty, she offered little else of merit. As for Xie Xun, his mother was the grand princess, the late emperor's own sister. His father had served under 3 different reigns, holding the title of prime minister twice, with remarkable achievements to his name. Though now retired, his influence remained undiminished, with numerous disciples and admirers across the realm. With such a prestigious lineage, Xie Xun had been regarded as a prodigy from a young age, idolized by his peers. His character was both astute and gentle, and his striking looks captivated all. It was astonishing that Xie Lanqing and Zheng Yuwan would dare to harbor ambitions towards such an illustrious figure. Desire should remain unspoken, yet the commotion surrounding them has become widely known, revealing a complete lack of self-awareness, meriting the scorn of many. Yuwan felt a sense of fatigue on behalf of Xie Xun, who was entangled with Zheng Yuwan. Half an hour later, as the poison of infatuation dissipated from Xie Xun's system, the two made their way to the wisteria garden for the banquet hosted by the esteemed princess. Huayan. The air was infused with an intoxicating floral fragrance, as noble ladies adorned themselves like constellations, their hair arranged with the elegance of dense clouds. It resembled a blooming garden, even more resplendent than a rose-tinted twilight sky. Yuwan patted Xie Xun's shoulder and remarked, "It is indeed your cousin who has orchestrated this event, inviting more than half of the eligible ladies from prominent families for your matrimonial prospects. Had it not been for your influence, I would never have had the fortune to witness such a spectacle in my lifetime." Xie Xun remained unresponsive. "However, speaking of which, you stubborn mule, having set your sights on Fu Yinxue, it seems no one else could possibly capture your attention. Am I right?" Chapter 002. Can I no longer harbor affection for Brother Xie? Fu Yinxue is the sole daughter of the esteemed General Fu Hui and the late Grand Princess of Jiayang. Following the untimely demise of her mother, she was raised under the robust guidance of Fu Hui, developing a character marked by decisiveness and an unrestrained spirit. Before reaching maturity, she spent nearly all her time at the stables, and after her coming-of-age ceremony, she entered the military camp. Although her interactions with Xie Xun were minimal, he has composed verses celebrating only 2 women, aside from the Grand Princess of Huayan, one of whom is Fu Yinxue. Though Xie Xun has never openly acknowledged his feelings for Fu Yinxue, his reticent nature suggests that his poetic tribute speaks volumes. He is undoubtedly waiting for her to respond to his subtle hints with an expression of affection. Such is the nature of a proud individual, often so convoluted in their emotions. The mere thought of Fu Yinxue caused Lu Wensheng to find Zheng Yuwan increasingly amusing. Confused, Xie Xun inquired about her laughter, only to be met with silence. Upon raising his eyes, he caught sight of Zheng Yuwan, who was entwined with Xie Lanqing's arm, and immediately found humor in the situation. Whenever Zheng Yuwan was near Xie Xun, it was as if the world around them was treated to a spectacle. One wondered what delightful chaos she would conjure this evening. Lu Wensheng found himself oddly anticipating it. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuwan dutifully followed Xie Lanqing's side, behaving like a well-trained pet. Do not assume that your feigned innocence will earn my forgiveness. Such a rare opportunity, handed to you on a silver platter, would still elude your grasp. It is fortunate you did not capture it. Otherwise, Xie Xun would not be a commendable individual. Host, please regulate your thoughts. Any dialogue that contradicts your character will result in an electric shock warning. After 3 warnings, your existence in the universe will be erased. Zheng Yuwan quietly absorbed this, contemplating her own mental state, as she seemed to hear the discordant voices of 2 tiny figures arguing within Xie Lanqing's mind. Yet, she found it unsurprising, considering she had experienced reincarnation herself. It merely affirmed the world's boundless wonders. Throughout, she refrained from explaining her decision to release Xie Xun, instead clinging tightly to Xie Lanqing. Only in his presence could she momentarily alleviate the discomfort of being the subject of others' amusement. However, this relief was fleeting, as they soon transitioned to the performance segment. The 10 young gentlemen, including Xie Xun, selected 10 pieces for ensemble play. The maidservants announced the names of the young ladies, who then chose the pieces they wished to perform. After all selections were made, the gentlemen would choose a partner to play alongside them. Of the 10 ladies, 5 affixed their nameplates beneath Xie Xun's chosen piece. Ah, Lu Wensheng mused, observing the scene with a sigh. How lamentable that even a piece as formidable as white snow could not deter their eager pursuit of you. Noticing Xie Xun's cold disregard for him, Lu Wensheng leaned closer, playfully suggesting, why not choose Zheng Yuwan? Choosing anyone else would offend, but selecting her would at least provide amusement. Zheng Yuwan, lacking musical talent and having been compelled by Xie Lanqing to practice for 3 years, still produced a cacophony that was challenging to endure. Yet, despite such evident shortcomings, she dared to place her name on the performance list. Lu Wensheng found it amusing, yet could not help but admire Zheng Yuwan. If he possessed her audacity, he would likely succeed in any endeavor. Soon, they reached the end of the list. To his astonishment, 2 names appeared under the title Yan Ke, both belonging to daughters of the Xie family. It was evident that Huayang had arranged this to spare the Yan Wang's face. Although labeled a duet, it was merely a ruse to facilitate matchmaking. Who would dare to provoke the frivolous Yan Wang? Zheng Yuwan paid little heed to the whispers beside her. Perhaps yet another instance of someone's inner thoughts drifting into the air. She couldn't believe anyone would dare to openly insult the Yan Wang in such a setting. When she heard the matron call her name, Zheng Yuwan involuntarily shuddered, gripping the wooden plaque as she approached the Grand Princess Huayang. How laughable! How could someone like her have the audacity to attend a soiree, let alone perform? Truly mad. Does she even need to think? Everyone in Chengdu knows she covets the young Master Xie, nearly to the point of obsession. Wasn't she the one who brazenly halted young Master Xie's carriage in the street, only to be rejected by him? How can she lack even a shred of shame? Ha ha! Please stop. Zheng Yuwan, overwhelmed, covered her ears before the intricately carved screen of purple sandalwood and marble dragon patterns. By the time she realized her own indiscretion, it was too late. The mocking whispers from her mind had manifested into reality. My poor daughter, what has happened? Amidst countless low chuckles, the voice of Xie Lanqing suddenly pierced through, and Zheng Yuwan could no longer contain her tears, which fell in heavy drops. The fervent devotion she once held for Xie Xun felt like a tidal wave. Though the wave had receded, she was left drenched and disoriented, unsure how long it would take to emerge from this dampness. The melody of Yan Ke was simple, and Zheng Yuwan, feeling detached, delicately raised her hand to place her wooden plaque. Oh, how peculiar! Lu Wensheng cast a green-eyed glance at Xie Xun, who had not spared a single moment of attention for Zheng Yuwan since the beginning. Truly, He was as unyielding as an ancient iron tree. The sun must have risen in the west. He not clinging to young Master Xie anymore. Of course, Bai Shui is too challenging to perform. Young Master Xie must have chosen this piece to dissuade her. Still trying to play hard to get. What good will it do? It's all in vain. Young Master Xie hasn't even glanced her way. Zheng Yuwan tightly grasped her delicate fingers, drawing blood with her grip. Xie Lanqing, receiving her lines from the system, numbly remarked, Yuan, why not choose your cousin? Did I not tell you that, regardless of the time, place, or circumstance, the most important thing is to be courageous? You burn with fiery passion. Even if your cousin is as unyielding as a rock, one day you will melt him. Mother, I am so tired and frightened. Zheng Yuan's voice was soft, like the mist hovering over a tranquil lake. Can I not harbor feelings for brother-son? In her doe-like eyes, which should have sparkled with vitality, only caution and yearning remained, a stagnant pool of despair. Xie Lanqing's heart ached for her. Though she could have uttered the comforting words, a sudden alarm rang in her mind. Warning! Warning! In desperate need to stifle the mindless autonomy of the female antagonist. The host must respond swiftly. Failure to execute the task will result in the obliteration of all traces of the host within the universe. She took a deep breath, suppressing her compassion for Zheng Yuwan, and retrieved her familiar emotional suppression rhetoric. You must understand that everything your mother does is for your own good. Your cousin is the finest man in the world. Only by winning his affection can you lead a good life. Otherwise, I shall never find peace, even in death. Can you bear to let your mother leave this world with her eyes unclosed? How could it be that a daughter as beautiful, obedient, and enchanting as I am is not deserving of anyone? I am worthy of him, even 10 of Xie Xun. The host, Xie Lanqing, was too inconsistent in her demeanor. Zheng Yuwan, resembling a mouse that had pilfered rice, let out a small chuckle. Noticing the suspicious expression on Xie Lanqing's face, Zheng Yuwan cooperated. Dear mother, I understand your heartfelt intentions. Rest assured, I will continue to bravely cherish my feelings for brother-son. Upon hearing this, Xie Lanqing felt a sense of relief, though her eyes brimmed with sorrow. Silly girl. Congratulations, host. The crisis has been averted. Chapter 003. Daring not to disdain His Highness, the Prince of Yan. On yet another drizzly day, Zheng Yuwan, under the command of Xie Lanqing, set out to deliver an umbrella to Xie Xun. Miss, the day is drawing to a close. The heir should have already finished his duties. If we delay further, we may miss him on the road. Zheng Yuwan, while selecting rouge, chose to ignore the words of her maid, Lian Ra. From a young age, she had been Xie Lanqing's doll, often adorned to appear as if she had descended from celestial realms. Thanks to Xie Lanqing, Zheng Yuwan developed a keen interest in cosmetics. She vividly remembered the various shades of rouge that had been in vogue during the first half of her marriage to Xie Xun. If she could leverage this advantage in this lifetime, perhaps she could amass considerable wealth. With enough earnings, her mother could terminate the binding contract with the troublesome system, freeing her from the obligation to feign affection for Xie Xun and from committing cruel acts against Fu Yinxue. Shopkeeper, may we discuss a business proposition? Upon hearing this, the round-faced shopkeeper's expression turned wary. What sort of business does the young lady wish to discuss? I would like to sell rouge in your establishment. I will provide an upfront payment and share the profits from the sales with you. Jiyu was the most renowned rouge shop in the capital. Even the Princess of Huayang sourced her cosmetics from this shop. Zheng Yuwan had set her sights on the shop's esteemed reputation. Unfortunately, that type of business is precisely what I dread. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. Running a shop is no easy task. Who can say what might be mixed into the rouge you supply? If a valued customer were to encounter a mishap, how many heads would I lose? Besides, my shop is thriving. I have no need to jeopardize my reputation for a trifling profit. Zheng Yuwan, upon hearing this, felt utterly foolish and brainless. Hastily retreating from the rouge shop, she bumped into a sturdy chest, her head spinning. What are you staring at for so long? A clear voice cascaded from above. Zheng Yuwan, covering her nose, slowly looked up to find Prince Yan, Xiaohuai, smiling warmly like spring, his exquisite phoenix eyes curving gently as he gazed down at her. Your Highness, forgive me. I seem to lack the sense to walk properly. Zheng Yuwan was momentarily taken aback when Lian Ruan nudged her, prompting her to acknowledge the presence of others. The guard behind Xiao Huaiji could not help but smirk. Not only do you lack common sense while walking, but it seems you have never possessed any intelligence at all. Xiao Huaiji, however, appeared unfazed. After all, had they not just shared a melodious duet in the wisteria garden a few days prior? Why should Miss Zheng treat him so coldly? In truth, Zheng Yuan was quite astonished that Xiao Huaiji had chosen her. Despite her inevitable blunder on stage, he did not scold or belittle her. Instead, the first thing he did after their performance was to offer her comfort. Even Xie Lanqing internally praised him. A true protagonist, his character is undoubtedly commendable. Seeing you linger in the shop for quite some time, how is it that you emerged empty-handed? Did you not bring enough silver? If it is not too much trouble, might I offer Miss Zheng a gift? Zheng Yuan instinctively waved her hands in denial, not daring to reject His Highness, the Prince of Yan. Xiao Huaiji was thoroughly amused by her reaction. The guard, in disbelief, thought to himself, is this woman genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Not rejecting is sufficient, Xiao Huaiji remarked, taking the umbrella from the guard and sending him to procure 2 jars of rouge. Lian Ruan, astonished, accepted the neatly packaged items from the guard. Is our young lady about to ascend to great heights? Since she had accepted his gift, might I entreat Miss Zheng to accompany me for a brief respite within the Yuzhao Tower? Lian Rua's previously uplifted lips instantly drooped. Oh no, I almost forgot that the Prince of Yan is an absolute libertine, indulging in all sorts of debauchery. This is disastrous for the young lady. Zheng Yuan gazed into Xiao Huaiji's inscrutable eyes, questioning whether she truly had to go. The guard rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yet, Xiao Huaiji remained patient, expressing, I sincerely wish for Miss Zheng's presence. Should you decline, you must consider the consequences of offending me. This was the first time the guard had heard Xiao Huaiji speak so plainly. Zheng Yuan shivered involuntarily. How could she dare to offend the Prince of Yan? Reluctantly, she followed Xiao Huaiji into the Yuzhao Tower, situated opposite Jinziyuan. As the intricately carved doors depicting dragons and phoenixes slowly opened, her eyes were met with an imposing black screen backdrop adorned with the image of phoenixes amidst wudong trees. Behind the screen sat Xie Xun, composed at a Zetan table inlaid with black jade. Adorned with a jade crown and half-unbound hair, he wore a moon-white garment and an ink-blue robe patterned with snowflakes, his waist embellished with white jade. At the moment the door swung open, Xie Xun's previously heavy-lidded gaze suddenly flickered to life, unleashing a regal and commanding aura that left Zheng Yuan momentarily breathless. Your Highness, dear cousin, there is no need for such formalities, Xiao Huaiji replied as he approached the wine table, while Zheng Yuan stood frozen in place. Miss Zheng? Xiao Huaiji raised an eyebrow, signaling for her to pour the wine. With a heavy head, Zheng Yuan reluctantly moved toward him, unable to bear the thought of making eye contact with Xie Xun. The very notion that Xie Xun had also returned from a past life made her feel profoundly uneasy. If there is something to be said, dear cousin, do not hesitate. Miss Zheng is not an outsider, Xiao Huaiji remarked, directly grasping Zheng Yuan's wrist and guiding her hand with the wine cup, draining the contents in one swift motion. Lian Ruan was utterly shocked, considering Xiao Huaiji's blatant disrespect towards their lady. Zheng Yuan, however, felt numb, her gaze lowered to avoid Xie Xun's penetrating stare. Regarding Yinxue, I wish to avoid any errors. Upon hearing the name Fu Yinxue, the nonchalant glimmer in Xiao Huaiji's eyes swiftly vanished like a slippery eel. He waved his hand, prompting the guards to escort Zheng Yuan and Lian Ruan out of the elegant chamber. As Zheng Yuan prepared to leave, a guard blocked her path, stating that the prince had not yet spoken, and requested that she wait until the prince and the heir concluded their discussion before deciding her departure. Lian Ruan, unable to express her frustration, was forced to endure the situation. The bustling hall of Yuzhao building was filled with people, and a few occasionally glanced over with curiosity. Zheng Yuan, even the heir to the Duke of Gua, has come here after her? How utterly shameless. Zheng Yuan irritably covered her ears. After what felt like an eternity, the door to the chamber finally opened, revealing Xiao Huaiji and Xie Xun stepping out side by side. Upon catching sight of Zheng Yuan, A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Huaiji's gaze, clearly taken aback that Zheng Yuwan would wait so long. He then added, "It is rather late. It is unsafe for Miss Zheng to return home alone. Allow me to escort you." "There's no need. I will return to the Xie residence," Zheng Yuwan replied. Xie Xun, feeling helpless, thought it inappropriate to trouble Xiao Huaiji to escort her. "Indeed, I had forgotten," Xiao Huaiji acknowledged. As he departed, he paused momentarily beside Zheng Yuwan and whispered in her ear, "Seize the opportunity." Zheng Yuwan felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. Xiao Huaiji's kindness was genuine yet intrusive. Xie Xun, unable to bear the awkwardness, stepped away a little and urged, "Keep up." Zheng Yuwan felt as though her feet were weighed down by lead. Upon leaving the residence, Xie Lanqing had purposely arranged for her not to have a carriage, intending for her to have an excuse to share Xie Xun's. Zheng Yuwan had deliberately lingered at Jinziyuan, calculating that the distance to the Xie residence was short enough not to tire her too much. Gathering her courage, she hurried to catch up with Xie Xun, saying, "Cousin, you may return first. I wish to buy a box of rouge." Chapter 004. "I could never marry you again." Xie Xun did not respond to Zheng Yuwan and strode out of Yuzhou building with purpose, his aloof demeanor leaving a distant impression. Zheng Yuwan forced a smile and eventually stepped outside, only to find that Xie Xun's carriage remained stationary at the entrance. Panic washed over her. She bit her lip, realizing she might not have expressed herself clearly. Xie Xun likely misunderstood her intentions, thinking she was not only being troublesome by wanting to buy rouge, but also shamelessly making him wait. With this in mind, she bravely tapped on the carriage window, saying, "Cousin, I will return on my own after purchasing the rouge. You may go ahead." The curtain was lifted, revealing a slender hand holding a scroll, the tone impatient. "If you're not buying, then get in." Xie Xun seemed to see right through Zheng Yuan's unease and deceit. Was he blind? What was Lian Ruo holding? Awakening in this new life, felt as if she were still engulfed in that inferno, the lingering bitterness and dull ache in her heart remaining unrelieved. Xie Xun's icy gaze and tone only deepened the turmoil of guilt and shame within her. This Miss Zheng, what is she so overly dramatic about? Following the guard's whispers, Zheng Yuan noticed that Xiao Huaiji's carriage had not yet departed. No wonder Xie Xun insisted she get in. Had it not been for Xiao Huaiji's watchful eye, Xie Xun would likely have wished to distance himself from her at once. Suddenly, a sense of balance returned to her. If Xie Xun could endure his discomfort, what did her own fear amount to? With a sense of propriety, she boarded the carriage, leaning against the side near the door, while Pity sat beside the coachman. The carriage moved slowly, and within its confines, the only sound was the rustling of pages from a book. "How did you know I was meeting with Prince Yan?" Xie Xun suddenly inquired, causing Zheng Yuan's heart to race uncontrollably. Suppressing her overwhelming fear, she cautiously replied, "I am unaware. I happened to encounter His Highness by chance." Xie Xun dismissed such coincidences with skepticism. In both past and present, Zheng Yuwan had often braved the rain to deliver an umbrella to him. He had expected that in this lifetime, she would at least learn to be wise. He had grossly overestimated her. "You need not exert yourself. There is absolutely no possibility of my remarrying you, even if you were to climb into my bed." His words were blunt, raw, and akin to a bucket of ice water poured over her, leaving Zheng Yuwan feeling so flustered that she contemplated leaping from a carriage. Xie Xun observed her distress. While he could have chosen more gentle words, he feared that Zheng Yuwan might find reasons to persist in her affections for him amidst them. Zheng Yuwan turned her head, stifling her tears. There was no reason to cry. Xie Xun had uttered far more hurtful things during their intimate moments. She had long since grown numb to it all. The carriage soon arrived at the entrance of the Xie residence, and the doorman was taken aback to see Zheng Yuwan disembarking from Xie Xun's carriage, nearly losing his composure. The news spread like wildfire among the servants of the Xie household. Upon hearing it, Xie Lanqing was not particularly pleased. Her foolish daughter was likely unaware that her own mother was pushing her towards a path of despair. With each increment in Xie Lanqing's mission, Zheng Yuwan edged closer to the abyss. The following day, Zheng Yuwan was in the courtyard, preparing rouge with the young maidens, when the third young lady of the Xie family sent someone to invite her. The invitation was to join in swinging on the swings. Zheng Yuwan wore a sullen expression, Reluctant to accept, Xie Lanqing, fanning herself gracefully against the doorframe, instructed the maid who had come to fetch her, "Please wait. Yuan will change her attire and join you shortly." The maid responsible for the rouge promptly washed her hands and assisted Zheng Yuwan in changing her clothes. "Mother, I do not wish to go." Zheng Yuwan had endured far too many comments and disdainful glances within the Xie household to avoid being subservient. Xie Lanqing selected a jeweled flower ornament to adorn her beloved daughter's hair, questioning, "Why not go? Be bold and confident. Should anyone dare to bully you, retaliate with words. If you cannot match them in wit, remember their taunts, and I shall avenge you in due time. You must understand, the more you shy away from bullying, the more relentless they become. They must realize that there are consequences for their actions against you." Zheng Yuwan felt as though her ears might develop calluses from hearing this. In the copper mirror, she appeared beautiful, yet devoid of any formidable strength. The ornate flower ornament accentuated her appearance, making her seem even more ostentatious, much like a massive peony threatening to break its branch. "Mother," Zheng Yuwan wished to whine in order to evade her predicament. "Sit up straight," Xie Lanqing admonished. "No matter what others say, you must maintain a fade." Unable to resist, Zheng Yuwan steeled herself and made her way to the Xie garden. As spring waned into summer, the courtyard blossomed with a riot of dianthus, jasmine, and calamus, each competing for attention in a harmonious blend of colors and textures. Two grand swings swayed gently, surrounded by girls and young maidens like butterflies, their laughter and joy filling the air. How could Zheng Yuwan not yearn for the carefree delight of playing with her cousins? As she approached, the smiles around her suddenly froze. "Yuwan, come sit for a while," called the third young lady, Xie, gesturing for Zheng Yuwan to enter the pavilion and offering her a bowl of sweet pastry. "Thank you," Zheng Yuwan replied with a slight smile. The sweet pastry, adorned with delicate white locust flowers, exuded a fragrant sweetness. "Sisters, there's no need for such formalities." Xie observed Zheng Yuwan's radiant and stunning appearance, feeling a pang of discomfort. She was already a captivating presence, always the center of attention, and her penchant for adornment was evident, even at home, where she seemed to perpetually strive to outshine others. "You don't enjoy playing with us. What do you usually ponder in your courtyard?" Zheng Yuwan, sensitive to malice, felt her fingers stiffen slightly as she softly replied, "I don't ponder much. Just reading and doing needlework." The conversation came to a halt. Xie exchanged glances with her cousin Jiayue and rolled her eyes. "Yuan, was the piece Snow White played by the eldest brother at Aunt's banquet pleasing to the ear?" Zheng Yuwan, unconsciously trembling her fingers around the porcelain bowl, replied, "Yes, it was lovely." "Then what do you think it signifies that he chose my cousin to play alongside him amidst so many others?" Zheng Yuwan shyly glanced at Xie, answering, "It means cousin Jiayue plays well." Xie's face paled instantly, her tone turning frigidly harsh. "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending to be?" Zheng Yuan's heart sank, a desire to flee overwhelming her. "Can't you see my brother has his eyes on my cousin? What purpose does it serve to shamelessly cling to him?" Jiayue added. "At the Wisteria Garden banquet, everyone knows it was the Grand Princess's intention to select a bride for the heir, inviting numerous witnesses. The heir has already chosen me. If you still possess any sense of shame, cease your pursuit of him. Do you understand?" As the swing halted, the gazes of those in the garden converged on the pavilion. Their unspoken thoughts were too loud for Zheng Yuwan to grasp a single coherent sentence, anxiety causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. "Yuwan, don't be afraid. We don't intend to speak so harshly. But if we don't break it down for you, you might not comprehend it all." At this, even Xie chuckled. Zheng Yuwan's navette was a well-known fact. Conversing with her was exhausting for anyone. "Be good, and do not cling to my brother any longer. Understand?" Xie suppressed a laugh, affectionately ruffling Zheng Yuwan's hair. "Don't touch me." Zheng Yuwan bristled, suddenly swatting Xie's hand away. Her reaction appeared excessively extreme to onlookers. As she stood up and moved away, the sweet pastry spilled all over Xie's skirt. Xie shrieked, "Zheng Yuwan, have you lost your mind? Zheng Yuwan, why are you bullying Xie?" Jiayue crouched down to wipe the ice cream off Xie's skirt. Zheng Yuwan glanced at the empty bowl in her hands and met the piercing gazes of those around her. She stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to soil your skirt. I'll help you clean it. Xie, infuriated, huffed, no need. Just don't let me see you clinging to my brother again. Zheng Yuwan tightened her grip on the porcelain bowl, her ears resonating with Xie Lanqing's words, gradually summoning the courage to straighten her back. My entanglements are my concern. You have no right to interfere, nor to chastise me. Both Xie and Yu Jiayue were taken aback. What did you say? Zheng Yuan's hand, hanging at her side, crumpled her soft, smoke-colored skirt into ripples. Whom I favor, for whom I might bring shame, and how I may lack shame. These are matters that bear no relevance to you. Yu Jiayue scoffed. Indeed, a harlot raised by a harlot, shameless yet so audacious. Zheng Yuan's chest heaved with indignation as she stepped closer, fixing her gaze on Yu Jiayue. Has Xie Xun betrothed himself to you? Have you exchanged marriage tokens? Has the Duke of Dingwa sent a matchmaker to your door? Since none of this is true, how dare you pose as a future noble consort here? Does that make you virtuous? If you were truly noble, why did you rush to attach your name to the prince's song in the wisteria garden that night? We are all eager to marry into the Duke's household. So who is more esteemed? What do you say, cousin the harlot? Yu Jiayue, stung by the retort, felt a surge of discomfort and forcefully shoved Zheng Yuwan away. Miss Lianru, quick-witted and agile, steadied Zheng Yuwan, spreading her arms protectively in front of her mistress. You family cousin, while disputes are permissible, insulting elders and laying hands on Our Lady is utterly excessive. When my mistress speaks, what audacity do you, a lowly servant, possess to interject? Yu Jiayue, frustrated that she had not vented her anger sufficiently on Zheng Yuwan, found herself with an unexpected target in Lianru. She seized Lianru and dealt her 2 resounding slaps. Zheng Yuwan tried to intervene, but was jostled by a swarm of maidservants and unexpectedly pushed into the lotus pond by the pavilion. Miss, someone come save my lady. Lianru watched Zheng Yuwan flounder in the water, desperate to leap in, but she could not swim, and jumping in would be futile. Third miss, save my lady. Xie was momentarily stunned, about to call for the maidservants to rescue her, only to be halted by Yu Jiayue, leaning against the railing of the pavilion. She coldly regarded Zheng Yuwan, flailing and choking, savoring the lesson she was receiving, hoping to teach her a lesson about pursuing Xie Xun in the future. Third miss, Lianru continued to bow, her forehead bleeding from the impact. My lady cannot swim. Please, save her. Cousin, pull her up. Xie fretted at the thought of Zheng Yuwan drowning. Yu Jiayue, having just moved into the Xie residence, was yet unfamiliar with Xie Lanqing's influence, while Xie, having grown up with lingering fears, dared not escalate the situation. What is there to fear? Is she not thrashing with vigor? Let her struggle for a while longer. Yu Jiayue chuckled as she tossed pebbles one by one onto Zheng Yuwan's head. Daring to insult me as a harlot. How shameless to audaciously covet Xie Xun. Godi. Seeing that Xie was indecisive, Lianru bolted, determined to seek Xie Lanqing and have her tear apart the heartless scoundrels. As Lianru ran off, Xie became even more anxious and hastily called for maidservants to rescue Zheng Yuwan. Yu Jiayue grasped Xie's hand, smiling as she wiped the cold sweat from her brow. What is there to fear? When the time comes, we can have these servants testify that Zheng Yuwan fell in accidentally. Furthermore, if we hadn't discovered it in time, she might have drowned. What words could that exceptional aunt possibly utter, assuredly regarding you as the savior of her daughter's life? Xie nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the only recourse was to resolutely deny any involvement. Alas, the young lady has perished. The maid who pulled Zheng Yuwan ashore, witnessing her stillness, collapsed in terror, exclaiming in panic. Xie Lanqing hurriedly approached, her heart sinking upon hearing the maid's frantic cries. She rushed to the edge of the pool, forcing herself to remain calm as she promptly administered CPR to Zheng Yuwan. Tears, like pearls strung from a broken necklace, cascaded down her hands. When Zheng Yuwan finally expelled the water, Xie Lanqing felt a slight alleviation of the suffocating weight on her chest. Mother, mother, Zheng Yuwan wept, burrowing into Xie Lanqing's embrace. The child's feeble cries stoked the flames of Xie Lanqing's pent-up fury. It's all right, mother is here. Xie Lanqing fixed her piercing gaze upon the retreating figures of Xie and Yu Jiayue. Halt! The command, laced with authority, sent a tremor through Xie He's heart. Aunt Xie Lanqing instructed Lian Ruo to support the weakened Zheng Yuwan while she advanced menacingly towards Xie He and Yu Jiayue, demanding, "Why would you harm Yuan?" Trembling in fear, Xie He stammered that it was but an accident, that Yuan had slipped into the lotus pond. Yu Jiayue half-shielded Xie He, unperturbed by Xie Lanqing's imposing presence, and with a hint of disdain asserted, "Xie He is your daughter's lifesaver. Without her, your daughter would have drowned long ago. Do not feign gratitude while casting blame." "Is that so?" Xie Lanqing narrowed her phoenix eyes, scrutinizing Xie He, seemingly composed as she awaited her response. Overwhelmed, Xie He wept, too fearful to confess the truth, yet equally terrified to fabricate a lie. "Of course it's true. We respect you as an elder, but do not presume upon your age." Yu Jiayue rolled her eyes, linking arms with Xie He, preparing to leave. "Did I permit your departure? Come back." At those words, Xie He froze in her tracks. Annoyed, Yu Jiayue turned back, stating, "I will reiterate, we do not wish to quarrel with you, out of respect for your status as an elder. However, should you continue to be rude, I cannot guarantee I will refrain from uttering unpleasant words." Xie He desperately tugged at the gauzy sleeve of Yu Jiayue's garment, pleading, "Cousin, please don't say anything more." Unpleasant words? More offensive than that of a harlot? Xie Lanqing began to stretch her limbs. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Yu Jiayue's eyes. "I'm unaware of what you speak. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire with the servants about the events that transpired. I am quite busy and cannot indulge you further." With that, she turned haughtily, but had barely taken 2 steps when a powerful hand seized her hair, dragging her back to the pool's edge. "Let go of me! Unhand me! You shameless harpy!" Yu Jiayue clawed at Xie Lanqing's arms, leaving countless crimson marks, yet Xie Lanqing remained unfazed. "It has been years since I encountered someone brave enough to provoke me. I must admit, my hands are itching." Fueled by fury, Xie Lanqing gripped Yu Jiayue's head, effortlessly submerging it in the water. As she pulled her up, Xie Lanqing's face loomed inches from Yu Jiayue's, a cold smile curling her lips. "You dare to insult my precious daughter?" With that, she plunged Yu Jiayue back into the water once more, holding her there for an agonizing moment. With a forceful grip, she demanded, "Do you still dare to deliberately arrange for that lowly maid to push her into the water? Drown her again? Do you still have the audacity to strike her with stones?" After pulling her up, Xie Lanqing forcefully slammed Yu Jiayue's head against the Taihu stone by the edge of the water pool. "Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Do you realize the repercussions of your own deeds? I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother." Yu Jiayue sobbed uncontrollably, flailing in desperation, her arms weak and trembling, each collision with the Taihu stone sending stars flashing before her eyes, causing her entire body to quiver. Meeting Xie Lanqing's gaze felt akin to plunging into the ferocious jaws of a beast, inevitably stirring the deepest, most primal fears within her. "Xie Lanqing!" Xie Xun rushed in a panic, only to witness a scene resembling dumplings floating in the lotus pond, filled with maidservants and his precious daughter. Fearing Xie Lanqing's grip, they all obediently lined up by the water's edge. Chapter 006. She truly was relentless. In the Xian hall of the Xie residence, Xie Xun's wife, Yu Shi, wept uncontrollably. Her daughter-in-law's only child, Jiayue, had been cherished and pampered since childhood, never having endured such humiliation. How could her daughter-in-law explain this to her elder brother? "Please, mother, you must stand up for your daughter-in-law." Xie Lanqing rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted loudly, "Whose daughter isn't cherished? Is your Yu family daughter so precious?" "Child!" Xie Mu, infuriated, struck her Zeton cane against the ground. Yu Shi gasped, nearly unable to catch her breath. "Xie Lanqing, what enmity or grudge do I hold against you? Why do you target me at every turn? Stop crying for a moment. Crying all day long is unbecoming." Xie Mu was tormented by a headache, having to intervene for her daughter-in-law at such an advanced age. What a calamity! Xie Xun, already intimidated by Xie Lanqing, chose to remain silent beside Yu Shi, allowing Xie Mu to take charge. "Child, what madness have you committed again? Jia is a distinguished guest in the Xie residence. Instead of treating her with courtesy, you have reduced a young lady to this state. How could you?" Xiamu pinched her own acupuncture point in frustration. Calm down, calm down. Engaging with this wicked child will only shorten your lifespan. Mother, Yuan is your only granddaughter, and she nearly drowned due to this Yu Jiayue. She even struck your dear granddaughter with stones, leaving bruises on her forehead and arms. Here is Yuan's medical report. Please take a look. A senior maid retrieved the report from Lianruo and presented it to Xiamu. Xiamu sensed that there must be hidden truths. Jiayue, how do you explain this? Yu Jiayue shot a venomous glance at Xie Lanqing. Grandmother, this is all a misunderstanding. Zheng Yuwan accidentally fell into the lotus pond, and after Xiao He and I discovered it, we immediately had the maid dive in to save her. As for those bruises, they resulted from Zheng Yuwan hitting the Taihu stone when she fell and have nothing to do with me. Xiamu fell into contemplation, as the conflicting accounts made it difficult to reach a conclusion. Xiao He, you were present. Did my precious child accidentally fall into the water? Or was she intentionally pushed by Yu Jiayue's maid during your quarrel? Upon hearing Xie Lanqing's question, everyone's gaze turned towards Xie He, whose complexion paled as she was pressured once more. Yu Jiayue hinted, Xiao He, do not fear. Both your uncle and aunt are present, and she would not dare to harm you. Xie Lanqing swiftly drew the soft sword from her waist, the implications of which were uncertain. Child. Xiamu shot a disapproving glance at Xie Lanqing. Terrified, Xie He curled up in Yu's embrace, sobbing. It was indeed her cousin Yuan who had fallen. Upon hearing this, Xie Lanqing strode forward with the ferocity of a mother tiger, confronting Xie He directly. Do you still dare to lie? Xie He, cradling her head in anguish, cried out, but after Yuan fell, cousin Zheng not only struck her with stones but also prevented me from rescuing her, nearly causing her death. This is the truth. A torrent of words escaped Xie He in a flash. Yu Jiayue, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Xiao He, you must not slander me out of fear of your aunt. I did not, Xie He responded, clutching herself in despair. What I said is true. They can all attest to it. She pointed at the maids who had witnessed the entire incident. Lianruo, kneeling, declared, this servant can also testify. The third miss speaks not a word of falsehood. Yu and Xie Tsongjian gazed incredulously at the seemingly innocent Yu Jiayue. How could such a girl possess a heart so malevolent? Yu Jie, disappointed, shot a glare at Xie He. Her neck stiffened, still convinced that Zheng Yuwan deserved her fate. Xie Lanqing's soft sword slithered towards Yu Jiayue like a serpent, prompting Yu to hurriedly step in front of her daughter. Xie Lanqing, the truth is revealed. Yuan is unharmed. Out of consideration for your protective instincts toward your daughter, I shall no longer pursue the matter of your assault on her. But if you dare to harm her, I will not let you escape unscathed. I merely wish for her to learn a lesson. Should she ever lay a finger on my daughter again, I will skin her alive. Xie Lanqing's gaze held no hint of intimidation, but rather a primal warning that promised to be carried out. Yu Jiayue's heart sank, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Xie Lanqing's chilling stare shifted to Yu. And you, if you continue to allow the Yu family to flaunt their power within my Xie household and dare to harm a single finger of my family, I will eradicate your entire clan. Yu was left speechless, seeking support from Xie Tsongjian, but he smoothly turned away, refusing to meet her gaze. Disappointed, Xiamu said, since the truth is clear, let us disperse. The second daughter-in-law should write a letter back to the Yu family, as Jiayue longs for her parents and wishes to return home soon. This was a clear dismissal. Yu's teeth ground together in frustration, yet she complied. Zheng Yuwan, having taken a calming potion, awoke to find it was already evening. Lianruo assisted her to sit up, massaging her shoulders while vividly recounting Xie Lanqing's formidable display that day. Zheng Yuwan felt a sense of relief, but silently shed small pearls of sorrow. My lady, did I press too hard? Lianruo inquired. Zheng Yuwan shook her head. I wish to sleep a little longer. Thus, Lianruo helped her lie back down, tucked the blanket around her, lowered the white jade beaded curtain, and quietly exited. Moments later, soft, suppressed sobs emanated from behind the curtain. After her father's death, her mother chose to return her to the Xie family. From that point on, Xie Lanqing gradually became the target of public scorn and derision. Initially, she had thrown tantrums to persuade their grandmother to keep them, followed by wielding blades to seize courtyards and silver. Before reaching her coming-of-age ceremony, Zheng Yuwan harbored a profound resentment towards Xie Lanqing. She despised her for lacking dignity and loathed the fact that she was a product of her mother's elopement. However, upon reflection, it became apparent that all of Xie Lanqing's actions were driven by a fervent desire to provide her daughter with the best love and material comforts possible. It was through their struggles that the mother and daughter duo were not relegated to the dilapidated outskirts by the Yu family. Their contention ensured that every attempt by the Yu family to diminish their monthly allowances met with failure. Did the opinions of others truly matter? Surely, they were of far less importance than the stability of residing in an elegant and comfortable estate or receiving a monthly stipend of 20 taels of silver. In the past, her mother had shielded her. Henceforth, it was her turn to embody true courage, even if it meant sacrificing her own dignity to protect her mother. She would never allow Xie Xun to imprison and torment her mother again. Outside the study, 2 rows of verdant bamboo flanked the path, with a gentle breeze rustling through. The vibrant banana plants, resembling jade, reflected the hues of the sunset. Xie Yin stood by the window, head bowed, displaying no sign of defiance despite Xie Xun's scathing remarks. If you find writing exhausting, I shall grant you a few days' leave, lest you attempt to deceive me, Xie Xun declared. In a desperate bid, Xie Yin pleaded, "Brother, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Punish me as you will, but please do not disregard me." Then what is the purpose of this nonsensical piece of writing you have submitted? Xie Yin steeled himself. His aunt had unleashed her wrath within the estate today, a rare spectacle in recent years. Distracted by the commotion, he had lost track of time, and by the time he gathered himself, it was already evening. Xie Xun's voice, reminiscent of jade submerged in an icy lake, was crisp and chilling yet melodiously clear. Xie Yin lowered his head further, murmuring, "I was in the wrong. Return to me in 3 days with a revised piece." Yes. Overcome with excitement, Xie Yin took a few quick steps, glancing back to find Xie Xun gazing at him with penetrating eyes. He promptly adjusted his posture and gracefully exited the study. "Your Grace," upon Xie Yin's departure, Xie Xun's personal maid, Ling Zhou, appeared at the door. Xie Xun cast a glance at the banana leaves glowing in the sunset and casually inquired, "What transpired next door today?" "Your Grace." The 2 Zheng cousins had a fierce altercation, and Miss Zheng nearly drowned. The aunt was furious and took it upon herself to discipline Miss Yu. This incident reached the matriarch, who subsequently issued an order for Miss Yu to vacate. Xie Xun pressed his fingers to his temples in irritation, dismissing Ling Zhou with a wave. Zheng Yuwan was indeed relentless in her pursuits. Chapter 007. Does His Grace truly feel no remorse? Xie Xun had indeed chosen Yu Jiayue that night in the wisteria garden. Yet, at its core, theirs was merely a sheer performance, which somehow led Zheng Yuwan to harbor bitterness towards Yu Jiayue. Once again, it had become a public spectacle of disgrace. Xie Xun found himself utterly exasperated, consumed by a profound weariness. "What did you say?" Xie Lanqing could no longer contain her anger, clenching her fists tightly. Ling Zhou had arrived at Xie Xun's behest, holding a gilded tray, unwavering even in the face of Xie Lanqing's glaring fury. "By the order of His Grace, Miss Zheng, in her disrespect towards her neighbors and refusal to repent, has allowed jealousy to corrupt her virtues, and thus she is to transcribe the Xie family teachings 100 times. Xie Lanqing seethed with rage. That insolent boy. Does he truly comprehend the circumstances? How can he possibly side with the Yu family? Has he lost his mind? Host, please maintain a basic reverence for the social status of the antagonist." Ling Zhou perceptively caught the fleeting hint of guilt on Xie Lanqing's face and meaningfully remarked, "Rest assured, my lady, I did not hear a single word of your scolding towards the young master." Xie Lanqing scoffed, thinking that her proximity to Xie Xun allowed her to threaten Ling Zhou. "How difficult it must have been for you to make such a long journey, just for me to copy and amend this." Zheng Yuwan gracefully stepped forward, signaling to Lien Ruo to fetch the paper and ink from the study. Xie Lanqing obstructed her, insisting, "What need is there for copying? Silly girl, you have done nothing wrong." Zheng Yuan's voice was soft and ethereal, almost dissipating before it reached Xie Lanqing's ears. "Mother, if my cousin says I am wrong, then I must be wrong. Otherwise, he will only grow more displeased. Xie Xun felt a pang of sorrow. She could always sense that Zheng Yuwan was undergoing some subtle transformation. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Congratulations, host. Your task completion has increased by 1. The family code of the Xie clan extended over 1,000 words, and by the 5th copy, Zheng Yuwan's wrist had begun to ache. Miss, it is late. You should rest. Continuing like this will strain your eyes. Lien Ruo, having risen in the night, noticed a faint light still glowing in the room, although it was clearly past midnight. It's nothing. You go to sleep. Don't worry about me. Fu Yinxue will soon return to court, and I must finish preparing a batch of cosmetics before then, which is why I must devote the day to working with the maids en rouge. Copying the family precepts must occur during these tired nights. Suddenly raising her gaze, she found Lien Ruo silently shedding tears. What troubles you? Zheng Yuwan asked helplessly, beckoning Lien Ruo closer and gently wiping away her tear-streaked face. Lien Ruo pouted, tears spilling as she said, I feel wrong for you, miss. I find it unworthy that you have feelings for the young master. Clearly, it is the daughter of the Yu family who is excessive, yet he punishes you so harshly. Is this not a clear indication that he favors the Yu girl and seeks to avenge her? However, Our Lady nearly drowned. Does the young master truly feel no pity? By the end of her lament, Lien Ruo's own confidence faltered. He will not feel pity. Zheng Yuwan laughed self-deprecatingly. Is my just deserts? I once resorted to unscrupulous means to win Xie Xun's affection, and now I deserve this fate. Xie Xun still harbored remnants of prejudice from their past life. Yet, this was to be expected. Zheng Yuwan was merely reborn, not dispossessed. How could a person so easily reinvent themselves? Lien Ruo rejoiced. If you have come to this realization, then we need not copy the family code. If the young master is displeased, let him be. Despite Xie Xun's myriad advantages and noble stature, he was certainly not a suitable match for Zheng Yuwan. Lien Ruo only wished for her to quickly let go and embrace a life of clarity. Zheng Yuwan pinched Lien Ruo's delicate face and patiently said, if he becomes excessively displeased, he might expel my mother and me from the Xie family. For a moment's indignation, losing the shelter from the storm is not worth it. The reason Zheng Yuwan and Xie Xun were able to remain in the Xie residence was fundamentally due to the intervention of the Grand Princess Huayang and Xie Xun. If he could keep them with a word, he could just as easily cast them out with another. Lien Ruo pursed her lips and rested her head on the desk. Fine, then I will stay with you. You indeed. After a hurried 10 days, a batch of cosmetics was prepared and the family instructions were copied. What a young lady. Ling Zhou cast a cold glance at the thick stack of family instructions resting in the Dutching pan, which was presented by Lien Ruo. Lien Ruo, with drooping brows and eyes, seemed to be catching up on sleep. Noticing Lien Ruo's resentment, Ling Zhou took the Dutching pan and remarked that after so many days, would the young master be pleased? Does your young lady wish to continue being punished? Lien Ruo instinctively defended her mistress, asserting that her young lady did not intend to be negligent, as she diligently copied the family rules by candlelight every night. And my young lady has done nothing wrong. If anyone in this courtyard hears your words, you will be expelled from the Xie family tomorrow. Lien Ruo's face turned pale in an instant. Ling Zhou scrutinized her sternly, stating, whether right or wrong is not for a mere maid to decide. That is for the master to determine. If the master deems your young lady to be in the wrong, then she is indeed at fault. No matter how aggrieved you feel, keep it to yourself. Should you dare to show a hint of discontent in front of the master, the lightest punishment would be to be thrown out of the Xie estate. Lien Ruo held back tears, her nose tinged with bitterness, murmuring, I understand. Thank you. Sister Ling Zhou, not too stubborn, it seems. Since you understand, go summon your young lady to personally explain to the young master. Yes. As the items were set down, Xie Xun had just finished his shift, still adorned with a jade hairpin. His outer robe was removed, leaving him in a thin moon-white long shirt, accentuating his broad shoulders and slender waist, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Zheng Yuwan approached in response, gently placing the Dutching pan on the phoenix-carved table. Xie Xun casually flipped through 2 pages of the family instructions, all in Zheng Yuwan's handwriting. Even if given 10 more chances, She would not resort to trickery to deceive him. Do you understand why you are being punished? I have stated that I will not marry you again. Even if you drive away the women around me, I will not spare you a glance. How far must you push me before you relent and let go? To kill you? To kill your mother? Zheng Yuwan, who had been despondent, reacted immediately to the last words, exclaiming, "No." Suddenly meeting Xie Xun's piercing gaze filled with relentless severity, her voice softened with fear. I did not fight with you, Xie Yuwan, because of my cousin. I will no longer harbor any feelings for him, nor will I let him target anyone, and I will not allow my mother to harm General Fu. I implore my cousin not to imprison my mother again. Each word fell like shattered jade, sorrowful yet imbued with a chilling clarity. Her charming peach blossom-like eyes brimmed with poignant tears, their redness radiating a sorrowful beauty. Just then, the resplendent rays of the setting sun poured through the window, cascading over her delicate figure. Such stunning beauty! She stood where Ling Zhou and Xie Yan had once stood. Yet never had Xie Xun realized that the evening glow could be so breathtaking. He averted his gaze, his tone chillingly harsh. You had better keep your word. If there is a next time, I will ensure your mother disappears. Thank you, cousin, for believing me one last time. Zheng Yuwan bowed in gratitude. At that moment, the tears that had been welling up finally spilled over, landing with a crisp sound on the bluestone floor. As Xie Xun returned his attention to the study, Zheng Yuwan had already disappeared into the verdant bamboo grove, her blue skirt blooming like a lotus amidst the lush greenery. He suppressed the strange sensations in his heart and the swirling memories of his past life within his mind, proceeding as usual to handle the letters delivered to the Duke of Dinggua's residence. He could not love her. He must never fall for a woman who merely possessed an alluring exterior, a viper in disguise. He cautioned himself repeatedly. Chapter 008. She is no virtuous lady. Miss, I have already mentioned before, your business proposal cannot be entertained. My shop only sells our own cosmetics. Why does she still linger around? Zheng Yuwan wished to try once more, reluctant to give up the lucrative opportunity that was so close at hand. Shopkeeper, I understand your concerns regarding the quality of my cosmetics, but rest assured, they are all handmade by me and entirely harmless. Saying this, she applied a layer of her own-made lip balm before licking it off and swallowing it. I also understand your worries about potential mishaps. How about this? I will write a military letter of guarantee, stating that if any customer suffers from a reaction to my rouge, I will take full responsibility, even if it leads to imprisonment or execution. You will not be implicated in the slightest. Does that sound agreeable? The shopkeeper's gaze softened slightly as he regarded Zheng Yuwan. He remembered her timid demeanor during her last visit. After half a month apart, she had grown bolder and sharper-witted. My dear, you hardly appear to be in need of money. Why stoop to such a negotiation? Zheng Yuwan replied with a bitter smile. I am but a guest under another's roof. Should my grandmother's family choose to offer assistance, I would have provisions for food and clothing. Yet, who can guarantee that I will never be cast out? Understanding dawned upon the shopkeeper. He sighed. Indeed, you are a woman of unfortunate awareness. However, you must grasp that while I may sympathize with your plight and lend you a few dozen taels, I would never risk my reputation over a trifling profit. You may leave. Zheng Yuwan pleaded earnestly. Shopkeeper, this is not a trifling matter. Let's negotiate thus. I will pay 100 taels up front, and you allow me to sell my rouge in your shop for 10 days. I will write a letter of guarantee stating that if I fail to sell 3,000 taels within that period, I shall compensate you with another 100 taels and leave your establishment immediately. What do you say? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 days, 3,000 taels? Zheng Yuwan, filled with confidence, affirmed, indeed. After 10 days, should I sell the 3,000 taels, you can then decide whether to continue sourcing for me. The shopkeeper scrutinized Zheng Yuwan, ensuring she was not a rival cosmetic shop sent to undermine him. Zheng Yuwan was almost ready to lay her heart bare for the shopkeeper's assurance. Ultimately, the shopkeeper could not resist the allure of extraordinary profits. Very well, let us see what you can do. Zheng Yuwan was nearly brought to tears with excitement. Thank you. Shopkeeper, may you enjoy a long and prosperous life. The shopkeeper observed her reaction with satisfaction, as if witnessing his own past self who, after risking everything, found a path to success. In the following days, Zheng Yuwan stood diligently in the shop. On the first day, she timidly pretended to be a customer. But by the third day, she was comfortably welcoming each noble lady who entered. Yet, as the fifth day approached, her cosmetics had not sold well. The hue of her products resembled that of General Fu's complexion. Zheng Yuan's cosmetics were notably duller than those stocked by other prominent shops. The pursuit is not for the extreme, pearlescent whiteness achieved by adding pearl powder, but rather for a closer alignment with the natural skin tone, even if it appears darker or more yellow. In a century of national glory, only General Fu stands as a singular female general, embodying remarkable grace and honor. While we may never become female generals in this lifetime, we can certainly attain a makeup style akin to that of a female general. And therein lies the significance of this box of rouge. Fu Yinxue has returned triumphantly to the court for 2 days. Upon her return, the Empress Dowager, accompanied by His Majesty, welcomed her at the city gate. Such honor is seldom bestowed even upon the male generals of this dynasty. The Empress Dowager generously praised her, issuing a decree to regard her as a paragon for all women, encouraging the ladies of the capital to emulate her success. This was the opportunity that Zheng Yuwan was determined to seize, even at the cost of her life. In her previous life, she witnessed the frenzied pursuit of dark-toned rouge by the noble women of the capital. After hearing Zheng Yuan's words, spurred on by the Empress Dowager's decree, the noblewoman waved her hand decisively. Wrap it up. Add 5 more boxes. I shall gift them. On the 6th day, Zheng Yuwan received 37 orders. On the 7th day, she received 53 orders. On the 8th day, 94 orders. On the 9th day, 247 orders. A box of rouge was priced at 5 taels. And by noon of the 10th day, over 100 boxes had been sold, already surpassing the grand total of 3,000 taels. Under such circumstances, even the shopkeeper would be foolish to let Zheng Yuwan leave his store without continuing to sell rouge. 5 days prior, the esteemed guests were enamored with the dark-toned rouge from the golden branch and jade countenance. From that moment on, the only item sought after would be the dark-toned rouge. Wherever Zheng Yuwan chose to sell, that shop would reap immense profits. The shopkeeper was acutely aware that this trend would last no more than half a month. When his shop finally produced the dark-toned rouge, it would face only price reductions and unsold inventory. In the Jade Invitation Building, young Master Yi reclined on a Zeton rattan sofa, enjoying the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo. With a jade vessel in hand, he sipped fine wine, swaying gently in delight. Occasionally, he would lift his lashes to cast a glance at the rouge shop across the street, a smile deepening upon his lips. Xie Xun was ushered in by a servant, catching sight of the flamboyantly dressed peacock, Xiao Huaiji, and greeted him. Your Highness. Cousin, please take a seat. Did I not mention that between brothers, there is no need for such formality? In a light-hearted exchange, he signaled to a guard. The wine girls were promptly dismissed from the elegant chamber, leaving only Xie Xun seated across from him. Clad in a long robe with a bamboo pattern on a white background, Xie Xun appeared as pristine and proud as a bright moon over a cold mountain. His demeanor was solemn, exuding an air of natural elegance and refinement. There was an indescribable, striking handsomeness about him, calm and unpretentious. Xiao Huaiji instinctively straightened his posture. A man of audacious character, he was unafraid of challenges. Yet, in Xie Xun's presence, he found himself unconsciously moderating his unruly behavior. Your Highness, if you have something to say, please do so directly, Xie Xun remarked, lifting his gaze slightly. Xiao Huaiji chuckled awkwardly. Cousin, you have bestowed upon me a great merit without any effort. I'm contemplating how to repay your kindness. Previously, at the Jade Invitation Building, Xie Xun had hinted that there might be an assassination attempt on Fu Yinxue's Day of Triumph, guiding Xiao Huaiji on how to preemptively assist Fu Yinxue's troops. Indeed, Xiao Huaiji had stumbled upon a rare opportunity, although the assassins were all dead servants, and he was unable to capture any living witnesses. Nevertheless, having effectively protected a distinguished figure, he still earned considerable merit in front of the Empress Dowager. Xie Xun, unfazed, remarked, just as your Highness has said, there is no need for gratitude between brothers. Nevertheless, Xiao Huai felt a gnawing discomfort and, abandoning all pretense, inquired, "I simply do not understand why, given this fortuitous opportunity, my cousin does not take the initiative to safeguard General Fu himself. This would also afford General Fu a chance to remember my cousin's kindness. With time, perhaps the marriage would come to fruition, rather than placing him in a position of awkwardness." Fu Inxue, a flower atop a high peak, elicited Xiao Huai's deep admiration. Yet, when he considered courting her, he felt a pang of guilt towards Xie Xun. Refraining from pursuing her left him restless. Xie Xun, discerning Xiao Huai's inner turmoil and hesitations, stated, "I have never contemplated marrying General Fu. I hold her in high esteem and hope that your highness refrains from frivolously stirring her affections." Xiao Huai, taken aback, countered, "And what of Miss Zheng? I am close to her. Surely my cousin has no objections?" A vision of Xiao Huai's infatuated gaze upon Zheng Yuwan and her bashful demeanor flashed through Xie Xun's mind. A sudden heaviness settled in his chest, and his tone turned frigid. "That is not my concern. However, I must caution you, she is not a suitable match." Xiao Huai patted his chest, relieved. "Then I can rest easy, for I am hardly a paragon of virtue myself." Chapter 009. You wish to bully me. As long as your highness is content. Xie Xun replied, raising his cup and downing its contents. A surging aura of unintentional hostility enveloped him. Choosing to ignore the palpable tension, Xiao Huai caught sight of Zheng Yuwan emerging from the Jinjiyuyan shop, her face aglow with delight. "Cousin, do stay a while longer. I shall escort Miss Zheng back to her residence." As dusk approached, the remnants of the sunset painted the sky, while the lanterns throughout the city gradually illuminated the streets, casting a brilliant glow akin to a celestial river. The throngs of people flowed like a relentless tide. Yet amidst this, Zheng Yuwan, adorned in a delicate, ethereal gown, stood out remarkably. Unlike her usual demure self within the confines of her home, she clutched a bulging purse, radiating joy as she frolicked like a fawn born from the vibrant meadows, drawing gazes filled with admiration. Suddenly, the fawn turned, her almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment, her smile faltering as she recognized the presence of Prince Yan and her cousin. Xiao Huai approached, inquiring, "Did Miss Zheng find a satisfactory rouge?" "Yes, indeed," she replied, her voice stiff as she cast a fleeting glance at Xie Xun. The moment their eyes met, a shiver ran through her, unsettling her heart. "May I accompany Miss Zheng back?" Xiao Huai suggested, deliberately positioning himself to obstruct the silent exchange between Zheng Yuwan and Xie Xun. Zheng Yuwan tightened her fingers, hesitantly responding, "I wouldn't want to trouble His Highness. I can reach home with just a turn down the street." Feigning ignorance, Xiao Huai pressed on, "If you prefer not to ride in a carriage, then I shall walk with you." Zheng Yuwan waved her hands repeatedly, realizing how many curious eyes would be upon them. "I would prefer to ride in your highness's carriage." Xiao Huai's smile was indulgent as he personally lifted the carriage curtain for her. Zheng Yuwan felt both astonished by the attention and anxious at the prospect. As the carriage began to move, Xiao Huai hummed a tune, asking, "Does Miss Zheng know that young Master Xie harbors affections for General Fu?" Zheng Yuan's heart stuttered. Her initial response was a rigid shake of her head, but then she cautiously nodded, "I am aware." Just as Xiao Huai had anticipated, Xie Xun, that dullard, clearly harbors a deep affection, yet stubbornly maintains an air of indifference. Consequently, Xiao Huaiji finds himself utterly perplexed by the assassination attempt outside the city, questioning Xie Xun's true intentions. Does Ms. Zheng still hold feelings for young Master Xie? Zheng Yuwan, feeling quite embarrassed, shakes her head vehemently, her delicate cheeks blooming with a charming blush. Xiao Huaiji smirks subtly, choosing not to expose the girl's inner turmoil. Soon they arrive at the Xie residence, where Xiao Huaiji absent-mindedly acknowledges Zheng Yuan's gratitude. Xie Xun's carriage arrives closely behind, yet Zheng Yuwan pretends not to notice, hastily making her way home. "Stop!" A deep voice from Xie Xun halts. Zheng Yuwan steps abruptly beneath the elegant moon gate framed by nanmu and ice plum trees. The sky has darkened, casting a muted blue hue. The pavilions and corridors beyond the moon gate are shrouded in a misty haze, save for the nearby willows swaying gracefully. "Cousin," Zheng Yuwan bows respectfully. Xie Xun, lacking patience, directly presses her. What did the Prince of Yin ask you? Zheng Yuwan, uncertain of how to respond, stammers, in nothing. Xie Xun, already fraught with inner turmoil, feels an unprovoked fury surging within him, darkening his gaze like frosted jade. Speak. Zheng Yuwan trembles at his tone. Memories of Xie Xun's relentless torment flooding her mind, his expression now mirroring that dark, menacing demeanor. Speak. He presses impatiently, stepping closer. In a panic, Zheng Yuwan turns to flee. Cry, mother. Xie Xun swiftly covers her mouth, pinning her against the moon gate. Where do you think you're running to? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. In a desperate attempt to escape, she bites his hand and bends to slip under his arm, but he swiftly restrains her against the wall. Do not provoke me. A moment of silence ensues as they both freeze. Xie Xun mutters under his breath, feeling as if scorched by fire, abruptly releasing her from his grasp. They both understand the unspoken tension between them. After a brief pause, his tone softens. The Prince of Yin is not as benevolent as he appears. Be wary of being manipulated. People respond better to gentleness than to force. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, Zheng Yuwan recalls his question about whether she knows of her affection for General Fu. Xie Xun frowns. What did you say? I know, she replies, emboldened. Everyone in the capital knows. Xie Xun nearly laughs in frustration. Then why did you run? Because you were going to bully me. She retorts. Xie Xun is momentarily taken aback. Am I not allowed to worry about you? The dark night imbues a poetic haze over Zheng Yuan's flushed cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. I should return now. I haven't had dinner, and my mother must be worried. Xie Xun is left speechless, realizing she is preoccupied with her meal even amidst chaos. He gestures dismissively, and Zheng Yuwan, feeling as if granted a reprieve, cautiously steps away from him and the white wall. Tentatively at first, she gains confidence and soon breaks into a joyful run. Oh dear, she exclaims, inevitably tripping. Xie Xun turns his gaze away, bemused by her lack of caution. At Wentong residence, Xie Lanqing grows anxious, fanning herself and pacing restlessly, occasionally peering out over the railing. That wretched girl has taken to wandering as well. Mother. As Zheng Yuwan approached the courtyard, her voice preceded her arrival. She announced her return, and the lanterns of various designs hung along the corridors on either side of the courtyard cast a warm glow upon the white stone path and the flowering plants lining it. Stepping lightly on the white stones, Zheng Yuwan cradled a pouch filled with golden nuggets, presenting it to Xie Lanqing with a sense of pride. Mother, this is all for you. The little imp, Xie Lanqing, brandished a feather duster that had magically appeared from behind her back. How dare you sneak out? Just wait until I give you a sound thrashing. Zheng Yuwan narrowly evaded the impending punishment, exclaiming, Mother, I was wrong. Yet Xie Lanqing was not done. You little rascal. Stand still. Please, Annie, don't strike her. The girl hasn't had a chance to eat. Let her have a bite before you punish her. Added another voice. Yes, Annie, it's not a problem if she gets a light beating, but let us not allow her to go hungry. Zheng Yuwan thought to herself, truly, that was a devoted maid. She darted around the room and skillfully hid among the antiques that Xie Lanqing held dear. Come out, Xie Lanqing demanded, hands on her hips. Zheng Yuwan peered out with her enchanting, glistening eyes from between the ears of Celadon vase, pleading, then put down the feather duster. Xie Lanqing, both exasperated and amused, ordered Lingraw to take away the feather duster. Come out and eat. You've grown so thin. You won't have the strength to fight if you continue like this. Zheng Yuwan shamelessly flung herself into Xie Lanqing's embrace. But I have my mother. You are the mightiest. One can stand against two. Indeed, Xie Lanqing said with pride, suddenly dazzled by the gold in Zheng Yuwan's grasp. Where did you acquire such a fortune? She reached out to take it, nearly dislocating her shoulder from the weight. At least 10 caddies. Zheng Yuwan chuckled quietly. I earned it. All for you, mother. Xie Lanqing beamed with joy, unable to contain her delight. You earn all this? You didn't rob a moneylender, did you? Lingraw interjected. This all comes from a young lady selling cosmetics. The owner of the Golden Beauty praised her business acumen and sharp insight. Is that so? Xie Lanqing marveled. My daughter is becoming quite clever? How remarkable. Yet a moment later, she sensed something amiss. Have you been working yourself to the bone just to earn this gold for me? I don't lack for food or clothing. You don't need to exhaust yourself like this. Zheng Yuwan stifled her tears, envisioning a future where her mother would no longer be bound by others. With this gold, mother will no longer be at anyone's mercy. I wish for you to live freely. Xie Xun scratched her head in confusion. What had gotten into this child? Why couldn't she comprehend? Chapter 10. If I had a tavern, my lady, a letter from His Highness, the Prince of Yin, announced Ling Ruo. Recently, Zheng Yuan's appetite had increased significantly. She was eating and sleeping well, her face rounder than before. However, the news Ling Ruo brought was far from pleasant, rendering the fish soup in her mouth tasteless. Who? The Prince of Yin? Xie Xun took the letter, casting a glance at the innocent Zheng Yuwan. The letter mentioned that the Liu family had opened a new tavern, and that Xiao Huaiji had specifically invited Zheng Yuwan to the opening banquet. For some reason, Zheng Yuwan felt that Xiao Huaiji's words were insincere. This is a must-attend event. The Liu family is your maternal uncle's family, Xie Xun emphasized, instructing Ling Ruo to prepare a glass lotus heart bowl as a gift for Zheng Yuwan to take along. Be generous once you are there. The banquet will surely be filled with influential figures, but there is no need to worry. The Prince of Yin is a trustworthy person. As she spoke, she delicately placed a turquoise lotus hairpin in Zheng Yuan's cloud-like coif. With the comfort and encouragement from Xie Xun, the flicker of worry in Zheng Yuan's heart dissipated like mist. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her smile bloomed like a flower. Host, it has been detected that Xie Xun will also attend the grand opening banquet of the Zuyu building. Please entrust the mindless female supporting character to Xie Xun. The smiles on Xie Xun and Zheng Yuan's faces froze. It is merely an opening banquet. If my Yuer does not cling to Xie Xun for this one evening, will he then steal away the female lead? Is the male lead truly a fool? Host, please do not underestimate the villain's fortune. The male lead's persona is unappealing in the early stages. The villain must be relentlessly entangled by the mindless female supporting character, and it is best to hasten the consummation of their relationship. Xie Xun's greatest aversion was the phrase to consummate a relationship hastily. A type of plant beep. Host, please conduct your tasks with civility. If you cannot immediately control your emotions, I do not mind using electric shocks to help you calm down. With a darkened expression, Xie Xun pondered for a long moment before conceding. Yuer, since it is the Liu family's restaurant, your cousin Xie Xun will surely be present. If you see him, do not cling to Prince Yin. You must discern the closeness of your relationships. Understand? Tears swirled in Zheng Yuan's eyes as she replied, I understand. The mother and daughter reluctantly parted ways, and Zheng Yuwan suddenly grasped her mother's calloused hand tightly. Mother, do not hesitate to use that gold. If it is insufficient, I can earn more. I will learn to stand on my own. I can be your support. Xie Xun gently caressed Zheng Yuan's delicate face. Good. I shall await that day. What has happened to this girl lately? The carriage of Xiao Huaiji came to a halt before the Xie residence, the curtain drawn back. After a moment, Zheng Yuwan emerged from the Xie household, adorned in a flowing, snow-colored gown with wide sleeves that resembled the grace of a celestial being. As she approached, Xiao Huaiji was entranced by the embroidered begonia blossoms adorning her pale collar, unable to tear his gaze away. This attire accentuated Zheng Yuwan's exquisite figure, slender yet full, akin to the snow gathered in the moonlight, radiating beauty to the utmost. Why are you crying? As the carriage began to move, Xiao Huaiji thoughtfully offered her a handkerchief. Zheng Yuwan, with her eyes shimmering like drunken red, replied without reservation, I have my own handkerchief. She never used others' handkerchiefs. She had an aversion to sharing. Are you afraid I will bully you? Xiao Huaiji, sensing her disdain, remained unperturbed, his temperament far too gentle for a prince. Zheng Yuwan shook her head, the hairpin swaying gently against her cheek. I am concerned for my mother. She is in dire need of money, a great deal of it. Your Highness, how much can a restaurant earn in a day? Xiao Huaiji, caught off guard, responded, quite a lot, I suppose. As a spoiled heir, his only concern was squandering wealth. He had little interest in such matters. I think so too, Zheng Yuwan sighed. If only I could have a restaurant of my own. Xiao Huaiji pondered. Is she hinting at something? I have one. I could give you a building. Zheng Yuwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Xiao Huaiji felt a wave of dread wash over him. She truly dared to ask. The hurtful words nearly escaped his lips, but suddenly, he found himself captivated by Zheng Yuan's clear, vibrant gaze. He could not bear to let her down. Really, Zheng Yuwan was so moved that tears streamed down her cheeks. Your Highness, you are a truly good person. Xiao Huaiji felt a surge of emotions, expressing his sorrow in 3 phrases, lamenting the loss of an entire building for a mere phrase that scarcely resembled a compliment. He soon arrived at the vicinity of the Drunken Moon Tower. As soon as they disembarked, Zheng Yuwan was unreasonably captivated by the ethereal beauty of the tower, which resembled a celestial palace. Standing at the base of the 7-story edifice, an overwhelming sense of insignificance washed over her. Nearby, the formidable leader of the guards, who had long awaited their arrival, approached with an air of solemnity, evidently bearing important news. Understanding the unspoken cue, Zheng Yuwan remarked, I shall wait for His Highness at the entrance. Xiao Huaiji nodded in assent. Inside the grand hall of the Drunken Moon Tower, the atmosphere was alive with the sound of music and laughter, exquisite delicacies laid out in abundance, and distinguished guests mingling freely. Truly, it echoed the saying, Gongsun dismounts to savor the fragrance, spending lavishly for a single drink. As Zheng Yuwan sighed in admiration, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure draped in hues of misty clouds approaching her with an air of confidence. How dare you show your face here? Did the Liu family send you an invitation? Yu Jue scrutinized her, fully aware of her motives. You've chased after the Duke's heir all the way here. Haven't you? Zheng Yuwan chose to ignore her. With a mocking laugh, Yu Jue leaned in closer, linking her arm with Zheng Yuan's. Zheng Yuwan felt as though she were ensnared by a serpent, her spine stiffening with an icy dread. What if you expelled me from the Xie residence? The heir would go to great lengths to avenge me, even imposing 100 copies of the Xie family rules upon you. I strongly advise you to recognize your position and cease your pursuit of the heir, or I possess 100 ways to bring about your demise. Zheng Yuwan stared at Yu Jie in disbelief. Her smile was sweet, yet her words were venomous. To outsiders, the two appeared to be engaged in a friendly exchange, as if sharing secrets. Release me. Holding the red lacquered box containing her gifts, Zheng Yuwan found herself unable to push Yu Jie away with just one hand. Yu Jie secretly dug her nails into Zheng Yuan's arm, leaving marks of blood. Let go. Zheng Yuwan cried out in pain. Recalling the day when Xie Lanqing had forcefully thrust her head against the Taihu stone, Yu Jie felt an internal fury swell, her concealed hand tightening its grip on Zheng Yuan's flesh. Zheng Yuwan, in a desperate fit of strength, pushed Yu Jie to the ground. In that moment of weightlessness, Yu Jie intentionally knocked over the box in Zheng Yuan's arms. The glass bowl shattered upon impact, breaking into 2 pieces. You shall compensate the heir. Yu Jie feigned vulnerability as she lay on the ground, gazing up with a pitiful expression as Xie Xun approached. The man stood tall and elegant, exuding an air of nobility, akin to a bamboo, standing resolute beneath the winter snow. Zheng Yuwan, alone, felt tears welling up in her eyes. How fortunate that Xie Xun had arrived. No matter how many explanations she could offer, he would never believe a word she said. Xie Xun glanced at the broken bowl, and for a fleeting moment, his gaze lingered on Zheng Yuwan. You've put on weight, he remarked coldly. What is the commotion about? After kneeling for some time without any indication that Xie Xun would assist her, Yu Jue reluctantly stood up and said, Sister Yuan did not possess an invitation. I kindly brought her inside, yet she accused me of boasting, attempting to seize my invitation and expel me. Zheng Yuwan exclaimed in disbelief. How treacherous and deceitful people can be. In that moment, she yearned to transform into a fearless and ferocious dog, ready to pounce and silence Yu Jie once and for all. Zheng Yuwan could no longer endure the humiliation. She resolved to stand her ground and declared vehemently, You are utterly ridiculous. Chapter 011. Is this royal authority? Zheng Yuwan felt a cold warning from Xie Xun. As a daughter of a prominent family, how could she utter such coarse language? She lied. Zheng Yuan's tears cascaded down her cheeks in desperation. She pinched me and even threatened to kill me. I never claimed she was ostentatious, nor did I covet her invitation. I had no interest in it. Xie Xun frowned, inquiring, then what of your invitation? Zheng Yuwan was momentarily taken aback. Did she truly seem like the sort of person who would resort to violence over an invitation? Even the former version of herself would not have been so lowly and foolish. She weakly replied, I do not possess an invitation. Xie Xun's gaze held no softness. As he habitually asked, without an invitation, how do you intend to present this glass bowl? Zheng Yuan's heart felt as though it were bleeding. She found it peculiar how he could so casually belittle her. How foolish and wicked did he perceive her to be? Even in her past life, she had merely drugged him, never wishing harm upon anyone else. Her silent acceptance of Xie Lanqing's malevolence did not imply she should endure Xie Xun's contempt for her character. Miss Zheng is brought by this prince, announced Xiao Huaiji, who had been watching the commotion from outside the door for quite some time. Your Highness. Xie Xun and Yu Jiayue both bowed respectfully. Miss Yu just claimed that Miss Zheng intended to steal your invitation. Is your invitation more desirable than this prince's? Yu Jiayue trembled. I would not dare. Xiao Huaiji lifted her chin with his folding fan, savoring the panic reflected in her eyes. How can you not dare? Your lie has already been spoken, and it cannot be taken back. Do you understand? Yu Jiayue knelt in supplication. I was merely jesting with Sister Yuan and did not expect her to take it so seriously. I acknowledge my mistake and assure your Highness I will never repeat it. I beg for your forgiveness. Xiao Huaiji kicked her arm lightly. You have not offended me. You ought to apologize to your Sister Yuan. Yu Jiayue shot a venomous glare at Zheng Yuwan, wishing she could see her crushed to dust. Sister Yuan, please forgive me this once. All eyes were upon them. Zheng Yuwan regarded Yu Jiayue, who was bowing before her, swallowing hard. Is this what royal authority entails? Utterly unreasonable, yet strangely exhilarating. You shatter my glass bowl. You must compensate me. Yu Jiayue scoffed. What could it possibly be worth? Zheng Yuwan declared emphatically, I demand you find me an identical glass bowl. If you cannot, I shall report you to the authorities and ensure your imprisonment. She was not lacking the few hundred taels of silver. She simply wished for Yu Jiayue to learn a lesson about the consequences of offending her. Yu Jiayue's teeth ground together. Fine, I shall find one. At last, a resolution seemed to emerge. Lu Wensheng hurried to attend to Xiao Huaiji and invited Zheng Yuwan to a lavish private room on the third floor. Did I not assist you in venting your anger? Why do you still weep? Xiao Huaiji gently tapped Zheng Yuwan's head with his fan. If you were the legendary mermaid, the pearls you shed from your tears could have already purchased a building. Zheng Yuwan was entirely unaware of her tears until Xiao Huaiji pointed it out. She hastily wiped her eyes clean. Such childishness. Xiao Huaiji was amused by her untidiness, remarking that it was no surprise she did not use his handkerchief, which at least showed some conscience. Other beauties would use his cloth, soaking it with fragrant tears, leaving behind a lingering tenderness. Zheng Yuwan, in summary, was the only remarkable woman whose beauty was unparalleled yet failed to evoke any wicked thoughts in Xiao Huaiji. Was there a purpose for her presence? Zheng Yuwan was equally perplexed by Xiao Huaiji's intentions. Unable to fathom it, she decided to dismiss the thought entirely, willingly succumbing to the enticing aroma of pastries laid out on the table. Shall I feed you, my lord? Xiao Huaiji reclined comfortably on the couch, raising an eyebrow. Zheng Yuwan, understanding the unspoken cue, began to savor the delicacies, choosing not to disturb him further. The lotus root flour cake, fluffy goose oil rolls, hibiscus red bean pastries, and crispy fried cheese were all delectable. Observing her devour the treats with fervor, Xiao Huaiji thoughtfully poured her a glass of grape wine, pushing the luminous cup towards her with the handle of his fan. A smile danced in his eyes. Take your time. I won't compete with you. Your Highness, the guests have arrived. A steady voice from the guard announced as the door to the elegant chamber was knocked upon. Please enter. Instantly, Xiao Huaiji straightened himself, his breath visibly becoming heavier. This transformation was no less startling to Zheng Yuwan than encountering a ghost. Someone could actually make Xiao Huaiji nervous. Surely, it could not be the Empress Dowager or the Emperor. As the intricately carved door opened, revealing a breathtaking visage, the newcomer, though of a slightly sallow complexion, could not conceal her exquisitely striking features and ethereal beauty. Especially her piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the darkest evils of the world. As the door opened fully, she knelt gracefully, proclaiming, "I am Fu Yinxue, here to pay respects to His Highness, the Prince of Yan." Her resonant voice echoed like the morning bell of an ancient temple, stirring Zheng Yuwan's soul. No need for formalities. Xiao Huaiji's fist remained poised before him, his demeanor unexpectedly serious. "General Fu, please be seated." With that, Xiao Huaiji settled himself, his posture upright and dignified. Zheng Yuwan shot him a curious glance, surprised by his ability to feign such gravity. Fu Yinxue, adorned with a single spiral bun and dressed in a flowing skirt, exuded an elegance that belied her commanding presence. However, with each stride, she unmistakably embodied the aura of a general clad in armor and wielding a spear, fierce and imposing. After a couple of steps, she oddly synchronized her movements, finally adopting a more ladylike gait. "I have chosen this place for the gratitude banquet. Does General Fu mind?" Xiao Huaiji inquired, gesturing for Zheng Yuwan to pour the wine. Zheng Yuwan was captivated, having never encountered Fu Yinxue in her previous life and unaware of her remarkable allure. Her strength and confidence were enough to instill a sense of inadequacy. It was no wonder Xie Xun held her in such high esteem. The faint pang of unfulfilled longing that lingered in Zheng Yuwan's heart shattered in that moment, dissipating like dust in the wind. It is the duty of a subject to express gratitude to your highness, and foremost, it is essential that your highness is satisfied. Fu Yinxue glanced at Zheng Yuwan, who was fixated on her, but did not take it to heart. Moreover, this place is refined and elegant, with a beautiful view of the lake at night. I find it quite delightful. Xiao Huaiji smiled slightly. "I am pleased that General Fu enjoys it. The purpose of inviting you today is to convey something that must be disclosed." Fu Yinxue's expression was solemn as she listened attentively. "On the day General Fu returned to the court, the reason I went to greet him was indeed at the special behest of the heir of the Duke of Dinghua. If General Fu insists on expressing gratitude, he may as well thank the Duke's heir. I would feel uneasy if I were to claim General Fu's kindness solely for myself." Fu Yinxue murmured, "So it is. Hence, both His Highness the Yin Wang and the heir of the Duke of Dinghua have saved my life. I should express my gratitude." Xiao Huai replied, "As for my share, it is unnecessary. General Fu should personally convey his thanks to the Duke's heir." After speaking, he waved his hand. The guards promptly opened the door to the elegant chamber. Xie Xun had already been invited and was waiting at the entrance. The moment their eyes met, Fu Yinxue smiled helplessly, her brilliance stunning. "Cousin, I hope you have been well." Chapter 012. General Fu, be cautious. After exchanging greetings, Xie Xun sat beside Fu Yinxue opposite Xiao Huai. Zheng Yuwan stood quietly by Xiao Huai's side. "Cousin, how could you be so ungrateful? Given your close acquaintance with General Fu, why send me to rescue a damsel in distress, deliberately seeking amusement at my expense?" Although Xiao Huai wore a smile, even Zheng Yuwan could sense the underlying anger in his words, sending a chill down her spine. Xie Xun replied nonchalantly, "Your Highness, forgive me. As I mentioned that day, I had my unavoidable reasons." Xiao Huai chuckled lightly, such a dismissive excuse. He possessed a peculiar inclination. The more others concealed the truth, the more he was compelled to pierce through the fog and uncover the reality. That was where the amusement lay. Now that both benefactors have gathered, allow me to propose a toast to your Highness and my cousin. Fu Yinxue raised her glass boldly. "If there is any way I can be of assistance in the future, your Highness and my cousin need only speak, and I shall do my utmost to repay today's kindness." Xiao Huai's expression turned cold, realizing that she was merely helping Xie Xun smooth things over. After the toast, Xiao Huai, lacking enthusiasm, remarked, "You two have not seen each other for years. I imagine you have much to discuss. I shall not intrude on your reunion. Miss Zheng, accompany me for a stroll by the lake." Zheng Yuwan was abruptly roused from her thoughts. "Yes." As they reached the stairway, Xiao Huai suddenly turned and said, "If my cousin and General Fu have finished reminiscing, you may board the boat to enjoy the lake. The night view of Ming Lake is truly delightful." Xie Xun and Fu Yinxue echoed in unison, understood. Zheng Yuwan stumbled along, perplexed as to why he was suddenly angered at Fu Yinxue. The level of her confusion rivaled that of Xie Xun. The Drunken Moon Pavilion was built by Ming Lake, featuring exquisite painted boats for esteemed guests to navigate the waters. The moonlight was faint, diffusing the heavy twilight, flowing over the shimmering lake surface and the distant, verdant mountains. Numerous pavilions dotted the lakeside, varying in height, their lights resembling scattered stars. Zheng Yuwan sat, with Xiao Huai on the second floor of the painted boat when she suddenly heard him say, "What do you think they are discussing? Perhaps the local customs and cultures." One hails from the bustling Chengdu, while the other is from the cold and desolate northwest. Surely they have countless interesting tales to share. Xiao Huai leaned against the railing, enveloped in a sense of dejection. Noticing Zheng Yuan's indifferent tone, he turned to her. "Aren't you curious? Not even a hint of jealousy?" Zheng Yuwan shook her head earnestly. They were a naturally fitting pair. Why would she harbor any ill feelings? "But you, Your Highness, are you feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Xiao Huaiji's indifference prompted Zheng Yuwan to pursue the inquiry. "Do you fancy General Fu?" Xiao Huaiji's gaze darkened as he made a gesture to silence her. Zheng Yuwan, understanding the cue, promptly closed her mouth. Men were truly perplexing. Despite being clearly smitten at first sight, they feigned nonchalance and distanced themselves from the object of their affection, opting instead to drift about the lake with her. It was both awkward and absurd. "Your Highness, General Fu has disembarked. Shall we turn back to greet her?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Huaiji turned to look, only to inadvertently catch sight of the elegantly composed Xie Xun following closely behind Fu Yinxue. Jealousy surged within him. No need. She is undoubtedly contemplating sharing a boat with Xie Xun. Zheng Yuwan rolled her eyes. This man was simply hopeless. The night's scenery was nothing extraordinary, and in her boredom, she had peeled an entire plate of lotus seeds. Were it not for her excessive indulgence in the treats, she would have been reluctant to share with Xiao Huaiji. "Your Highness, lotus seeds are good for reducing heat." Leaning against the ornate railing, Xiao Huaiji casually draped his arm over it. The night breeze delicately tousled his dark hair, adding an air of allure to his demeanor. "Are you mocking me?" His voice suddenly mirrored the lake's surface, unpredictably cold. Zheng Yuwan shivered in fear, though she did not comprehend. She hastily knelt to apologize. "I dare not, Your Highness." Xiao Huaiji leaned down, grasping her chin. What a pity, on the verge of tears. With a resigned gesture, he brushed away the crumbs from her lips, refraining from saying that she should not jest. "Aside from you, even if I granted others tenfold courage, they would not dare to mock me, only to flatter and comply." Zheng Yuan gasped in disbelief. He could have simply chastised her for being foolish. "Your Highness, the hibiscus wine from Ziyu Tower is a specialty, and young Master Lu specifically requested me to bring you a flask to savor amidst the moonlit lake." Unbeknownst to her, Fu Yinxue and Xie Xun's boat had drawn closer. Standing at the bow, Fu Yinxue beamed as she raised a wine jug. "Then I must thank General Fu." As Xiao Huaiji spoke, he released Zheng Yuan's face, signaling her to retrieve the wine. When Zheng Yuwan extended her arm to accept the jug, Fu Yinxue gently patted her hand. Warmth radiated from Fu Yinxue's palm. Zheng Yuwan was taken aback, and upon raising her gaze, she perceived a comforting light in Fu Yinxue's eyes. Returning to Xiao Huaiji's side with her head lowered, tears flowed uncontrollably. The thought of Xie Lanqing's past misdeeds towards Fu Yinxue caused her heart to bleed. "Stop crying. I was merely teasing you." Noticing Zheng Yuwan's tears cascading down, Xiao Huaiji quickly murmured to console her. "Not only shall I treat you to a tavern, but I can also arrange for another boat. It is my own frustration that I should not take out on you. If you continue to cry, I shall find it difficult to explain myself." As he spoke, he disdainfully wiped away the tears sliding down Zheng Yuwan's cheek with his fingertip. Zheng Yuwan turned her head away, raising her arm to cover her eyes, sobbing. "I'm not angry with you, Your Highness. I just want to cry for a moment." Xiao Huaiji was at a loss. Turning around, he met Fu Yinxue's concerned gaze, which only deepened his sense of guilt. Thus, he opted to drown his sorrows in wine. "Cousin, your hand." Fu Yinxue entered the pavilion, finding Xie Xun methodically wiping the blood from his palm. On the octagonal table, shards of the wine cup lay scattered, stained with crimson. "It matters not." Xie Xun's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet her eyes were so dark they seemed on the verge of spilling ink. An inexplicable rage simmered within, bubbling and growling. Zheng Yuwan wept for a moment, her ears filled with a cacophony of curses. With so many boats here, which one carries her? Why hasn't a signal been sent from the shore? I can hardly breathe. Zheng Yuwan leaned over, gazing at the lake's shimmering surface, tranquil and undisturbed. Could the sounds be emanating from the water itself? Damn it, hurry, to the center of the lake. Following the voices, Zheng Yuwan dashed towards the painted boat of Fu Yinxue, where she indeed spotted a shadow resembling a large fish lurking beneath. General Fu, beware, there is someone in the water. The shadow immediately sank deeper. Fu Yinxue's ears perked up as she waved her arm, her silk sleeves transforming into a lance that plunged straight into the water, swiftly dragging the shadow out. The figure landed heavily on the deck. It was indeed an assassin clad in dark garb. At that very moment, Xie Xun flung 4 shards of porcelain, which sliced through the assassin's tendons like daggers. Fu Yinxue then struck down with a clenched fist, shattering the assassin's teeth and extracting the poison from his mouth. Just as she prepared to bind him, the lake suddenly erupted like a torrential downpour, unleashing a multitude of assassins wielding silver blades. Take this. If anyone harms you, strike here. Xiao Huaiji thrust a folding fan into Zheng Yuan's hands, instructing her on how to use the concealed weapon before leaping onto the deck of Fu Yinxue's boat to assist her and Xie Xun in fending off the attackers. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan's boat had managed to evade the assault and was desperately rowing towards the shore. Trembling with fear, Zheng Yuwan huddled in a corner of the pavilion. In her view, blades flashed and blood splattered. Chapter 013. Why aren't you the one to die? Fu Yinxue and her companions fought fiercely, each taking on 10 foes. The guards stationed on the shore, sensing their masters were in peril, surged towards the center of the lake. The assassins could not maintain their assault for long, and soon, under the leader's command, several of them dove into the water to escape. As the tide turned, Zheng Yuwan silently wiped her tears away. Just as she stood up, a shadow leapt from the lake, lunging at her with a blade aimed at her throat. In her panic, Zheng Yuwan missed the assassin's heart, striking instead at his arm with the concealed weapon. The boatman, witnessing this, bared his teeth and brought the oar down heavily upon the assassin's head, sending him crashing into the water. The immense splash drew the gaze of Fu Yinxue and the others from afar. Zheng Yuan's heart raced, still lodged in her throat, when suddenly a large hand from behind clutched her throat. The boatman was taken by surprise. In an instant, Zheng Yuwan was pulled beneath the water. You wretched woman ruined my plans. Today, death is inevitable for us both. You shall accompany me to the grave. Zheng Yuwan could not swim, her throat gripped by the assassin. Just as she was on the brink of suffocation, she aimed for the assassin's heart and pressed the concealed weapon. The assassin's strength dissipated instantly. With her dwindling willpower, she desperately swam towards the light. Yet her ankle was seized once more. Zheng Yuwan struggled with all her might, but she was utterly spent. Just when her will to survive was nearly extinguished, a warm, powerful hand grasped her wrist, swiftly encircling her waist and lifting her above the water surface. Zheng Yuwan gasped for air, coughing out the water that had invaded her lungs. Fortunately, Fu Yinxue swam towards the painted boat, her concern for Zheng Yuwan evident. Zheng Yuwan clung tightly to Fu Yinxue's neck, shaking her head vigorously, insisting she was unharmed. Suddenly, both women sensed movement beneath the water. Fu Yinxue pivoted abruptly, emitting a muffled grunt as she forcefully kicked the assailant in the chest. The guards, following closely, plunged into the water to apprehend all the attackers. With Fu Yinxue's support, Zheng Yuwan scrambled onto the boat, only to wipe her face and discover her hands stained with blood. Glancing at Fu Yinxue, she noticed her lips were stark white. A knife was embedded in her back. General Fu Yinxue swayed, and as she attempted to comfort Zheng Yuwan, it was merely a routine for her. Yet, when she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. Her body could no longer sustain her, and she collapsed into Zheng Yuwan's embrace. As the boat reached the shore, Zheng Yuwan wept inconsolably, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Xiao Huaiji gently patted her head, lifting Fu Yinxue in his arms and addressing Xie Xun. The assailants, and Miss Zheng require your assistance, cousin. I must take General Fu to the Imperial Hospital immediately. With that, he swiftly departed from Zuyu Tower. Lu Wensheng hurried over, cradling 2 thick cloaks. Seeing Fu Yinxue being carried away, he offered only 1 cloak. Xie Xun's dark, piercing gaze radiated an unsettling chill, akin to an abyss. The sharpness in his eyes made Zheng Yuwan feel as though she had been cast into a frigid void where no one could survive. Bowing her head, she cried helplessly. Everything felt wrong. Her very existence in his eyes seemed a mistake. Xie Xun casually snatched the cloak from Lu Wensheng's hands, discarding it at Zheng Yuwan's feet like refuse. Why aren't you the one who is dead? Zheng Yuwan felt her blood run cold in an instant. She incredulously raised her tear-streaked eyes, only to see Xie Xun striding away, his silhouette resolute and merciless. Surrounding them were murmurs of discontent. Some criticized Xie Xun's cruelty, while others whispered that Zheng Yuwan deserved her fate for her previous self-neglect. Zheng Yuwan stepped over the discarded cloak and made her way back to the Xie residence alone. Lu Wensheng, concerned for her well-being, dispatched 4 young servants from Zuyu Tower to escort her. The night wind rustled softly, the only sound being the droplets from Zheng Yuwan's wet skirt. Uncertain of how long she walked, the Xie residence finally came into view. The doorman announced her arrival at Wentong Courtyard, rousing Xie Lanqing from her slumber. She rushed to her daughter, who returned in a disheveled state, her heart aching with concern. What has happened? Xie Lanqing removed her cloak and wrapped it tightly around Zheng Yuwan, instructing Lien Ruo to prepare warm water swiftly. Mother, it hurts so much, Zheng Yuwan, with her hair disheveled and eyes once vibrant now dull, spoke softly. Hearing this, Xie Lanqing examined her daughter from head to toe, but found no visible wounds. My dear, what does it hurt? Zheng Yuwan pointed to her constricted chest, whispering here. Xie Lanqing felt as if her heart had taken a heavy blow. She embraced Zheng Yuwan tightly, overwhelmed with guilt and unable to utter a word. Zheng Yuwan, attended by her maidservants, had just finished her bath when a sudden fever struck her in the dead of night, causing her to babble incessantly, uttering nothing but despairing words. Her devoted maidens, including Xie Lanqing, stood vigil by her side for an entire day and night. Eventually, in desperation, Xie Lanqing sought the aid of Princess Huayang to summon a physician, and at last, signs of the fever abating began to emerge. My lord, a guard knelt under the banana leaves, his voice deep and resonant. The secret line from the Dali Temple reports that all 3 assassins have committed suicide in prison, yielding no clues. Xie Xun acknowledged with an utterance, prompting the guard to withdraw. Moments later, Ling Zhou entered the study to refresh the tea, only to hear the master inquire, "How is she faring?" In response to your grace, Ling Zhou replied, Miss Zheng's condition remains precarious. She has been in a state of deep lethargy, her low fever persisting. For 3 days, she has only been able to consume rice soup, barely clinging to life. Ling Zhou hesitated for a moment before adding, I heard from maid at Wentong that Miss Zheng is trapped in a nightmare, desperately yearning for death, and it may be beyond hope. Xie Xun's hand abruptly stilled, the brush pausing on the paper, creating a dark, indistinct blot. Ling Zhou, feeling a twinge of anxiety for having spoken so freely, nervously held onto the cool tea delivered half an hour prior, contemplating her departure. In the storeroom, there existed a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Shall I fetch it for Miss Zheng? Ling Zhou inquired tentatively. Xie Xun replied leisurely, Prepare a broth. I shall nourish her. Could you not finish your thoughts in one breath? She retorted. Indeed. The study gradually fell silent, save for the soft rustle of the brush against the rice paper. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, sending a stack of the Xie family precepts fluttering to Xie Xun's side. The elegant, youthful script, much like her, irresistibly drew one's gaze. Xie Xun caressed the beautiful characters for a fleeting moment before crumpling the paper and discarding it. Desiring death. How dare she, if she were to truly perish? Fu Yinxue would not endure the same torturous fate as in the past life. Would he then find true liberation? Perhaps not. At times, he genuinely loathed himself, despising his inability to strike down a woman as venomous as Zheng Yuwan, despite his resolve. This had been the case in his previous life, and it remained so in this one. Lien Ruo awoke to a painful stiffness in her neck, as if she had been struck by a blade. The first thing she did was to feel Zheng Yuwan's forehead. It was cool to the touch. Overcome with joy, she called for Xie Xun. Zheng Yuwan, groggy, lifted her eyelids, only to be met with a tide of tears. "Mother," Lien Ruo, she murmured, having just emerged from a long dream. In that dream, Xie Xun had forced her to climb onto Xie Xun's bed, only to be exposed by Princess Huayang. She dreamt of Xie Xun attempting to assassinate Fu Yinxue, only to be slain by Xie Xun. Strangely, in the end, it was Xie Xun who fed her ginseng, and when she resisted, he insisted on feeding her with his own mouth. How peculiar, she thought. "Mother." Wiping her tears, Xie Xun managed a smile, gently holding Zheng Yuwan's hand as she asked, "I am here, how do you feel? Is there any pain?" Zheng Yuwan lazily shook her head. "Mother, I am hungry. I wish to have the sesame oil egg soup you make. In my childhood, I often implored my grandfather to make that dish for me. I dreamt of him, and he expressed his longing for me. He urged me to have an extra bowl on his behalf, to consume the portion he could not. After finishing his share, I would take on the responsibility of caring for my mother in his stead." Xie Xun suddenly froze, turning away in tears. Chapter 014. She could only pick up the butcher's knife time and time again. In the era Xie Xun inhabited, wicked women reigned supreme, green tea bitches ascended, and villains eliminated the protagonists. Coincidentally, burdened with insurmountable debt, she noticed that the rewards for completing tasks related to the malicious female antagonist devoted henchmen were the highest. Without hesitation, she signed a contract with the system to sell her soul. If Huayang plotted against others, she must devise schemes. If Huayang committed murder, she must hand over the knife. Initially, she managed to remain an outsider, actively executing the most malicious tasks and calmly enduring the attacks and criticisms of mere paper characters, until she was tasked with seducing Zheng Rong, a male character with minimal screen time and a simplistic persona. The system's objective was straightforward. The wicked female antagonist Huayang must be bound to the grand villain Xie Zimu. Thus the union between Huayang and Zheng Rong must yield no results. Everything initially proceeded smoothly. Xie Xun deceived Zheng Rong into willingly abandoning the superficial splendor and honor bestowed by his title to elope with her. Huayang also married Xie Zimu. However, when the system issued a command to abandon Zheng Rong and return to the Xie residence to continue aiding Huayang in her malevolence, Xie Xun hesitated. She had fallen in love with Zheng Rong. She was not a competent strategist. She unwittingly violated the cardinal rule of her mission, naively believing that as long as she let go of her obsession with returning to her original world, she could remain with Zheng Rong forever. Thus, she recklessly disregarded the system's warnings time and again, until the system, unable to endure any longer, obliterated Zheng Rong from existence and threatened Xie Xun with the life of Zheng Yuwan to compel her return to the main storyline. Perhaps the fates of Xie Zimu and Huayang were far too formidable, no matter how the system attempted to rectify matters. The original female protagonist Jiayang could not escape her tragic fate. The protagonist's halo transferred through the umbilical cord to Jiayang's daughter, and thus Fu Yinxue became the new, unfortunate target of the villainous ensemble. There were certain actions Xie Xun had no choice but to undertake. Zheng Yuwan was her beloved daughter. The sole remnant Zheng Rong had left her. She could never bear to watch Zheng Yuwan vanish. She had no alternative. She could only pick up the butcher's knife time and time again. "Mother, what troubles you?" Zheng Yuwan insisted she could take her medicine. Yet Xie Xun insisted on feeding her. If she was to feed her, she would dispense it generously, 2/3 of the medicine aimed directly at her nostrils. Regaining her composure, Xie Xun absent-mindedly replied, "Mother is fine." Zheng Yuwan took the bowl of medicine, gulping it down in one go, shivering from the bitterness. "Mother, I'm stepping out for a moment. Don't worry about me." Xie Xun, uneasy, protested, "You've just recovered from an illness. Where do you think you're going?" "I'll accompany you." Zheng Yuwan repeatedly waved her hands. "No, I can manage on my own. I made plans to meet Brother Sun at the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Please don't disturb us." Fu Yinxue had endured a grievous wound to save her. She had every reason to visit her. Yet, she could not voice it directly. fearing the system in Xie Lanqing's mind would stir again, insisting that she act swiftly to resolve the crisis, even threatening with electric shocks. Are you really going to see Xie Xun? Return early. Xie Lanqing sighed in resignation. Rest assured, Xie Lanqing gazed at the retreating figure of Zheng Yuwan, her eyes clearing to reveal a resolute determination. The voice of her host echoed in her mind, warning her of the mindless female antagonist who had gained absolute autonomy. She must act swiftly to prevent her annihilation. As Xie looked up, she noticed a bird's nest that had mysteriously appeared beneath the eaves. The fledglings cried out for nourishment, while the adult birds tirelessly traversed the sky, all in hopes of one day soaring through the heavens. In the general's residence, which had remained vacant for years, the Empress Dowager had sent people to renovate it and had added many servants, yet the atmosphere still reeked of desolation. Fu Yinxue could not bear it. It felt akin to awakening amidst an endless sea of corpses. Resolute, she grasped her spear and plunged into the fray, training from dawn until the sun blazed overhead. As Xiao Huaiji turned the corner, he was taken aback to find Fu Yinxue, boldly clad in nothing but a few strips of gauze. Her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, her forehead glistening with sweat, and her long, muscular arms were adorned with beads of perspiration, shining brightly under the fierce sun. Just one glance sent Zhao's blood racing, nearly causing a nosebleed. "Please wait a moment, Your Highness," she calmly stated, splashing her face in a large basin filled with lotus flowers before casually drying off and donning her attire. "You may turn around now." Xiao hesitated, the crimson hue of his face still lingering as he stammered. "Is your injury serious, General Fu? Aren't you afraid it might reopen?" Fu Yinxue poured a cup of tea for him, expressing her gratitude for his concern. "It is nothing of consequence. Ever since I came of age, I have stood by Fu Hui's side, enduring injuries while charging into battle. The greatest taboo is to lie idle. Even when wounded, I cannot remain still." Xiao sipped his tea, calming his thoughts. "A token of my appreciation, General Fu," he offered. The guards responded by placing a selection of nourishing supplements on the stone table before her. "Thank you, Your Highness," Fu Yinxue replied coolly, meeting Zhao's gaze. "Yet your visit must hold more significance than this." Xiao did not deny it. With a wave of his hand, the guards retreated behind the shadow wall, leaving only the two of them in the courtyard. The wind carried a warm gust, stirring an uncomfortable restlessness within them. Xiao spoke leisurely during this morning's court session. The junior official of the Supreme Court reported that the assassins who attempted to murder General Fu at Ziyu Tower have all committed suicide in prison. Upon hearing this, Fu Yinxue fell silent, her demeanor grave. Zhao's gaze lingered for an extra moment on her crimson lips. "What does General Fu think?" he inquired. The junior official of the Supreme Court, Du Guohua, is a trusted disciple of the Duke of Dinghua, Fu Yinxue replied, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Is it that His Highness wishes to hear such matters from the lips of the subject?" Xiao was taken aback. "General Fu is aware of this?" It was only at that moment that Fu Yinxue firmly solidified her thoughts. "You, Your Highness, inadvertently revealed to Xie Xun that an assassination plot was planned outside the city, and then intentionally orchestrated an assassination attempt to test him. Was it not your intention to drive a wedge between us? That night, at Ziyu Tower, Xiao had brought an unusually large entourage of guards and had positioned them early by the Ming Lake. Such irregularities hinted at deeper machinations. Sensing Fu Yinxue's anger and rejection, he softly replied, "My intention was never to sow discord between General Fu and Xie Xun, but rather to confirm my suspicions that Xie Xun is the shadowy figure behind the threat to your safety." The inexplicable self-destruction of the three assassins within the Dali Temple serves as the most compelling evidence. Xie Xun finds himself torn between safeguarding Fu Yinxue and ensuring that those who threaten her remain concealed. This is the dilemma he refers to as his burden. Xiao Huaiji, however, cannot accept this. To validate his thoughts, Fu Yinxue scoffs coldly, questioning whether one can so carelessly disregard the lives of the innocent. Xiao Huaiji, burdened by unspoken anguish, reflects on the incident of Zheng Yuwan's fall as an accident. Fu Yinxue's expression grows increasingly frigid. Had she delayed even a moment longer, Miss Zheng would have perished. Yet in the words of His Highness the Prince of Yan, It is merely dismissed as a trivial accident. Xiao Huaiji parts his lips, rendered speechless. The edict to dismiss him is laid bare before Fu Yinxue, prompting Xiao Huaiji to rise awkwardly, intending to depart. With each step, his frustration mounts, and he turns to retort. Aside from the error of allowing the Zheng family girl aboard, what other faults have I committed? Xie Xun's burdens are of no concern to me. My only focus is to unearth those who harbor ill intentions towards you and render them to pieces. Even if they hide behind Xie Xun and the Duke of Dinghua, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. With that, he sweeps away, his pace so brisk that he nearly collides with the shadow wall, thoroughly incensed. Fu Yinxue stands stunned for a moment. Is this man unhinged? Anger intertwines with a puzzling emotion that lingers, prompting Fu Yinxue to prepare for another bout of sparring when the doorkeeper announces the arrival of Miss Zheng from the Xie residence. Chapter 015. Come down. Zheng Yuwan arrives bearing 2 large bundles of delicacies. Her doe-like eyes sparkle brightly upon seeing Fu Yinxue. General Fu, I cannot repay your life-saving grace, but I can bow to you 3 times. Before Fu Yinxue can react, she has already knelt down. Fu Yinxue hastily assists her up, chuckling softly. Your sentiment is appreciated. As she speaks, she brushes off the dust from Zheng Yuwan's knees. With genuine concern, Zheng Yuwan inquires, General Fu, how is your injury? Fu Yinxue shakes her head. It is nothing to worry about. I can withstand it. But you, on the other hand, might lose your life, which is precisely why I took the blow for you. Understanding dawns upon Zheng Yuwan. Perhaps she has inadvertently interrupted Fu Yinxue, or perhaps Xiao Huaiji has caused her ire, leading to Zheng Yuwan bearing the brunt of that anger. Regardless, General Fu saved my life. Though my usefulness is limited, please do not hesitate to remember me if you ever require assistance in the future. Zheng Yuwan's words reflect her innocent heart, and Fu Yinxue cannot help but smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Then I shall refrain from being a bother to General Fu. Would Miss Zheng care to join me for a meal? Zheng Yuwan can hardly contain her excitement. May I? Uncertain of the dining arrangements at the general's residence, Fu Yinxue, with a mix of exasperation and fondness, replies, of course. She indeed does not hold back. The meal consists of 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, barely rivaling the lunch at the Xie residence. Yet, Zheng Yuwan is not picky. She is simply grateful for the opportunity to share a meal. In no time, she has filled herself to the brim, bombarding Fu Yinxue with a myriad of trivial questions, to which Fu Yinxue responds patiently. Having returned to the capital for over half a month, this is the first time she feels the vast general's residence has been infused with vibrant life, and the shadows in her heart have been somewhat dispelled. General, I sense that you carry a burden. Would you share it with me? The moment Zheng Yuwan utters these words, Fu Yinxue feels an offense. Yet she could sincerely add, if I cannot hear, you may consider that I have not asked. Her gaze remained as clear as a gemstone. Fu Yinxue could discern no trace of scheming or pretense, only a heart yearning to comfort her. Gradually, she opened her heart, saying, I miss the Northwest, my war horses and armor, the comrades who lived and died together, and I also miss my father. Her voice was pure and melodious, akin to jade hidden beneath an icy lake enveloped in mist. An indescribable tranquility, restraint, and determination emanated from her, as if a distant echo carried a captivating strength. Zheng Yuwan felt a wave of overwhelming sorrow surge within her chest. They would meet again, surely. She articulated each syllable with great emphasis, as if her words might manifest into reality. Fu Yinxue nodded, her smile radiant. Yet, deep down, she understood all too well that she could never return to the Northwest. At that moment, a maid entered to announce that the heir of the Duke of Dinghua sought an audience. Zheng Yuwan nearly choked, pounding her chest before swallowing her distress. Fu Yinxue remarked, Please, let him in, and instructed the maid to set an extra pair of chopsticks. Miss Zheng, are you well? Zheng Yuwan, feeling an intense sense of guilt, replied, I am fine. There was no time to flee now. Why should she run? She owed nothing to that ice-cold visage. Why should his mere words compel her to despair? Why should his presence instill such fear? Ignore him. Yet, despite her efforts to fortify her resolve, when Xie Xun's tall and dignified figure appeared, her defenses crumbled like a house of cards. Cousin, have you had lunch? Shall we eat together? Fu Yinxue was in high spirits, as the household buzzed with unprecedented liveliness. The three of them shared a camaraderie reminiscent of soldiers gathered around a communal pot. Xie Xun replied nonchalantly, "No need, you may eat." Yet, as he spoke those words, he took a seat beside Zheng Yuwan without ceremony. Before his arrival, she had been as nimble as a burrowing mole, but upon his entrance, she felt like a timid turtle, sluggishly chewing on her fish paste. Internally, she lamented her misfortune. "Cousin, if you have something to say, please speak directly. Ms. Zheng is not an outsider." Xie Xun found this statement familiar and replied, "No worries. I'm not in a hurry." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuwan cast a furtive glance at Xie Xun, only to inadvertently collide with his indifferent gaze. Was he hinting at something? She stubbornly decided to eat slowly, hoping to incite his frustration. Fu Yinxue observed their subtle exchanges, understanding, yet choosing not to intervene. After a period of silence that felt like the duration of a tea brew, Xie Xun inquired, "Has the Prince of Yin visited?" Fu Yinxue understood. Perhaps her cousin's informants were everywhere, or was he deliberately keeping an eye on her? Xie Xun showed no signs of concealment, even responding candidly, "I am indeed keeping watch." Fu Yinxue set down her chopsticks, feeling both resigned and compliant. The Zuyu Tower was a trap set by the Prince of Yin. He was testing her cousin, and those three survivors were intentionally spared. Xie Xun acknowledged her with a sound of agreement. He had considered this possibility, but dared not take the risk. Even now, with the knowledge that the previous evening had indeed been a scheme orchestrated by Xiao Huaiji, Xie Xun remained adept at navigating the situation. If true assassins existed, and if the Dali Temple were to uncover something, it would slip from his grasp. This farcical drama had reached a temporary conclusion. Could her cousin withdraw those informants now? Fu Yinxue detested the sensation of being surveilled, as if she were a wild beast and this mansion her cage. Xie Xun resolutely stated that some matters might elude her understanding, yet acceptance was imperative for her own good. Clearly, Fu Yinxue was unwilling to comprehend or acquiesce. However, Xie Xun's oppressive aura was undeniably chilling, particularly those eyes, reminiscent of a frigid abyss. Even when compared to the seasoned warrior Fu Hui, his chilling authority was unparalleled. Even Fu Yinxue found it difficult to remain unperturbed. The bloodline suppression was indeed not to be trifled with. "Have you eaten well?" Xie Xun inquired, directing his question at Zheng Yuwan. Suddenly caught in his shadowed, menacing gaze, Zheng Yuwan felt an involuntary chill race down her neck, despite the sweltering heat of a June noon. "Yes," she replied, straightforward and honest. "Then let us depart," he commanded, his demeanor fierce and unyielding. Zheng Yuwan assumed Xie Xun merely intended to expel her, but to her surprise, he rose alongside her. She immediately returned to her seat, declaring, "I wish to accompany General Fu for a while longer." Xie Xun offered no room for negotiation, unceremoniously pulling her arm to lead her away. Only after they exited the Grand General's residence did Zheng Yuwan manage to free herself from Xie Xun's grip, fierce yet unable to act out. She stomped her foot in frustration and retreated into her carriage. Xie Xun's low voice called from outside, "Come down." Zheng Yuwan, on the verge of exasperation, retorted, "I refuse." The moment those words escaped her lips, she felt both audacious and despondent about her uncertain fate. To her astonishment, Xie Xun did not press further. Yet, in the next instant, the tall, imposing figure of the man squeezed into the somewhat cramped carriage. Zheng Yuan's breath hitched. Sandalwood, typically a warm and refined scent, emanated from Xie Xun. It was laced with an aura of predation and coldness that sent shivers down Zheng Yuan's spine. Countless days and nights, she had wrestled with the chilling woodsy fragrance and Xie Xun's searing presence, pleading for mercy. Chapter 16. I have died once. What brings you here? Zheng Yuwan instinctively sought to explain, but abruptly changed her tone, coldly retorting, "That's none of your business." She would no longer exert any effort to earn Xie Xun's trust. The opinions of others were irrelevant to her. Zheng Yuan's demeanor evidently infuriated Xie Xun, his voice turning as frigid as frost. "I warn you, should you dare to harm Fu Yinxue again, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime." Zheng Yuwan felt as if she were frozen, trembling pitifully. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Nevertheless, she held on to her fragmented emotions and retorted intermittently, "If you can alter General Fu's fate of being assassinated in the outskirts, must I then be foolish enough to sit idly by? I have long lost interest in marrying you, nor would I ever harm General Fu to gain your favor. Besides, what gives you the right to control me?" Xie Xun, incensed, seized Zheng Yuwan's wrist and pulled her down to him, demanding, "Tell me, Zheng Yuwan, why should I care about you?" Suspended between Xie Xun's legs and the carriage seat, she arched her delicate neck, as fragile as cream. She felt she could scarcely hold on any longer, too afraid to grasp Xie Xun's shoulder, and could only strive to support herself against the carriage window. Tears as clear as jade pearls slipped from the corners of her rosy eyes, their mournful hues echoing her sorrow. "I do not require your concern," she declared. Xie Xun felt as if that single tear had seared his heart, a sudden pang of pain coursing through him. "What did you say?" Zheng Yuwan met Xie Xun's gaze, which brimmed with unrestrained hostility, her teeth clenched. "I shall bear the consequences of my actions. You need not feign concern for me." "Feign concern? Zheng Yuwan, do you possess even a shred of conscience? Even now, you display no hint of remorse." Xie Xun abruptly tightened his grip on Zheng Yuwan's wrist, nearly crushing it, causing her to wince in pain. "How else do you wish me to express remorse? I have already faced death once. What more do you desire from me?" A complex, unspoken emotion flickered between their eyes, mere inches apart. Xie Xun turned his head away first. He released her delicate wrist, disappointment lacing his voice. "As you wish. I shall no longer concern myself with you. May you seek your own fortune." For reasons unknown, Zheng Yuwan suddenly recalled her first year in the Xie residence. Together with Xie He and Xie Yan, she had studied in Xie Xun's study. During their lessons, Xie Xun was summoned by Xie Zimu, and upon his return, he found Zheng Yuwan transformed into a little cat by the antics of Xie He and Xie Yan. The little rice dumpling cried inconsolably, her words tumbling over each other in distress. Faced with the feigned innocence of Xie He and Xie Yan, Xie Xun gently wiped Zheng Yuwan's face while sternly reprimanding the two mischief-makers. To this day, she vividly remembered the feeling of security and support when she nestled in his embrace, her height barely reaching his waist. At that time, Xie Xun was one of the two individuals, alongside Xie Lanqing, who would willingly offer her refuge. But now, alas, everything had changed. Had she known how things would transpire, Zheng Yuwan would have preferred that Xie Xun had never shown her kindness. "I am fortunate indeed. You had better keep your word and not make me look down on you," she called out defiantly, lifting the carriage curtain to chase after Xie Xun's retreating figure. He paused momentarily. Zheng Yuwan promptly dropped the curtain and instructed the coachman, "Hurry along." As she journeyed home, the more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. Without shedding many tears, she found herself laughing. The Qiqiao festival was approaching, and Zheng Yuwan felt an unusual anxiety in the days leading up to it. In her previous life, Fu Yinxue had met with misfortune on the very day of the festival. At that time, Zheng Yuwan had been trapped in the secluded quarters of the Duke of Dingwa's residence. Learning the details long after the event from Xie He, the Empress Dowager had intended to arrange a marriage between the heir of the Duke of Town and Fu Yinxue, choosing the Qiqiao festival for their meeting in the apricot orchard. It was there that Fu Yinxue narrowly escaped an assassination attempt but was left disfigured. Zheng Yuwan had only sighed in sympathy back then, unaware that it was all orchestrated by Xie Lanqing. It was not until after Fu Yinxue's demise, when Xie Xun imprisoned Xie Lanqing, that Zheng Yuwan heard firsthand from Xie Lanqing about all the crimes she had committed against Fu Yinxue. The scene from that day remained etched in her memory. Xie Lanqing, missing for many days, had been confined in a dark chamber within the Duke of Dingwa's residence. Living in squalor and despair, she repeatedly bowed to Xie Xun, taking all the blame upon herself, even foolishly hoping for kindness towards her daughter. To this day, when Zheng Yuwan recalls Xie Lanqing's heart-wrenching cries as she clung to the iron cage, her heart aches as if pierced by a knife, drenched in cold sweat. She vowed never to let her mother fall into such dire straits again. 3 days prior, she had devised a plan to casually converse with her mother about Fu Yinxue. hoping to glean insights into her mother's intentions regarding the scheme her mind was contemplating. She intended to dismantle this scheme and relay its components separately to both Fu Yinxue and Xiao Huaiji, enabling them to mount a dual response. Perhaps even a third response from Xie Xun could be orchestrated. In this manner, her mother would avoid any electric shocks, and Fu Yinxue would remain unscathed. Alas, the plan faltered at the very first step. Xie Lanqing was unwilling to discuss Fu Yinxue. Zheng Yuwan gleaned nothing, and as days passed, her anxiety grew, akin to an ant on a hot pan. She was unable to eat or sleep properly, and upon awakening today, she was alarmed to realize that tomorrow marked the Qiqiao festival. She could not afford to remain idle. She needed to send a message to Fu Yinxue. Even a mere warning about the impending assassination would be preferable to Fu Yinxue being completely unprepared. But where to go? Xie Lanqing, stationed in the garden pavilion, caught sight of Zheng Yuwan hurrying by and ordered Lu Mama to intercept her. Mother? Zheng Yuwan, in her haste, had not noticed Xie Lanqing. On such a sweltering day, why are you not inside keeping cool? Xie Lanqing merely inquired. Where are you headed? Zheng Yuwan felt a surge of anxiety under her mother's scrutinizing gaze. I'm looking for Brother Sun, she stammered, fabricating a lie. Zheng Yuwan attempted to rush into Xie Lanqing's embrace, pleading, Mother, please don't be so fierce. However, Xie Lanqing unceremoniously pushed her away, stating, You intend to betray me, do you not? Zheng Yuwan, striving to maintain her composure, retorted, What do you mean by betrayal? Xie Lanqing's gaze was cold as she replied softly, You are aware that tomorrow will not be peaceful. Clearly, her recent contradictory behaviors had not escaped the system's notice. Zheng Yuwan clutched her mother's leg tightly and candidly declared, Mother, do not engage in actions that would harm General Fu. You will be imprisoned by Xie Sun. Xie Lanqing regarded her calmly and said, I am not foolish. Good and evil are met with consequences. If imprisonment is to be my fate, then so be it. Zheng Yuwan was taken aback, bewildered by her mother's acceptance of such a grim fate. Thus, regardless of how many times they might begin anew, Xie Lanqing, even with the knowledge that she would ultimately reap the bitter fruits of her choices, found herself with no alternative. Mother, please. Zheng Yuwan sobbed uncontrollably, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Xie Lanqing march willingly into a trap. How much more do you need to sever ties with the system? I can earn it for you. Please do not heed its words. Xie Lanqing's heart ached. Silly child, it is futile. If the currencies of two worlds could be exchanged seamlessly, every adventurer bound to a system would have simply raided underground banks. She found herself ensnared in the emotional bond between herself and her daughter, Zheng Yuwan. Yet, she was willingly ensnared, savoring the entanglement. Mother is a wicked woman. Do not emulate me, nor grieve for me. In the days to come, live well with Xie Sun. Do you understand? Tears glistening like peach blossoms in the rain. Zheng Yuwan suddenly recalled a startling revelation. Mother, is this all for my sake? Are you compelled to undertake these actions against your conscience for my benefit? Xie Lanqing, while adjusting the loosened jade hairpin in Zheng Yuwan's coiffure, faltered for a moment, her heart gripped by guilt. Zheng Yuwan continued, Mother, the system deceives you. Xie Sun does not truly love me. Only you love me in this world. Without you, even Xie Sun would bully and torment me. I cannot bear to be without you. Chapter 017, Assassination. Host, please do not question my professionalism. Our system never deceives. Xie Sun simply has a penchant for mindless female antagonists. Zheng Yuwan wept inconsolably. I am not a mindless female antagonist. She is deceiving you. Xie Lanqing swiftly incapacitated Zheng Yuwan with a single blow. She held her tear-streaked daughter tightly, gently patting her back as she had done countless times before, softly coaxing. You will feel better upon waking. I wish to amend the task's reward. Xie Sun is utterly unreliable. My daughter cannot marry him. I will send my daughter back to Yishui, and in exchange, I desire the reward of residing in that room with Zheng Rong. Are you certain? This is a fictional feudal era. Without Xie Sun's protection, do you truly believe a mindless female antagonist can survive? Enough. Xie Lanqing tenderly wiped away the tears clinging to Zheng Yuan's nose. Her voice is gentle as the spring breeze in March. My dear Yuer has long grown up. She is more than capable of standing on her own. By the end, her voice trembled with emotion. The apricot orchard sat atop a high terrain, especially from a moon-picking terrace, offering a panoramic view of the towering structures of the capital and the expansive avenues stretching far and wide. As dusk approached, the sky resembled overbrewed red tea, its hue rich yet murky, exuding a fragrant aroma tinged with an indescribable bitterness. Zhang Jingdu had yet to arrive. Fu Yinxue could only wait in frustration. She had visited the Empress Dowager the previous day with a simple purpose. She was unwilling to marry into the inner chambers and be confined within high walls. Born a woman of the saddle, she was meant to gallop between the blue skies and prairie fields. But the Empress Dowager would not tolerate her defiance, even threatening to cut off provisions to the Northwest Army. Her gaze swept over the vast cityscape and grand palaces. Yet despite the myriad of opulence and wealth, it could never be her Northwest. Where was Zhang Jingdu? In the distance, within the pavilion, Xiao Huaiji watched Fu Yinxue, who sat alone in a state of desolation, pouring cup after cup of wine, his heart aching. The guard remarked, "Your Highness, please calm your anger. I have dispatched someone to the brothel to summon the heir of the Duke of Zhenghua." As soon as he finished speaking, a grand carriage drawn by 2 horses slowly approached the garden entrance. Clad in splendid attire, Zhang Jingdu, intoxicated, stepped down from the carriage, flanked by 5 or 6 attendants. Upon entering the garden, a contingent of the Imperial Guards suddenly surrounded the apricot orchard, sealing it off completely. Xiao Huaiji furrowed his brow. What were the Imperial Guards doing here? The guard expressed concern. The Imperial Guards are so ostentatious. Even if there were an assassin with their presence, they would not dare to show themselves. Xiao Huaiji had already guessed who was behind it all. Nevertheless, this ensured Fu Yinxue's safety. Zhang Jingdu ascended the steps and slumped down across from Fu Yinxue, appearing almost boneless. Is General Fu angry? Zhang Jingdu scoffed, finding amusement in the situation. Be magnanimous, a distinguished heir of the Duke of Zhenghua, with my charm and noble status. Do you know how many gentlewomen would vie to marry me? I am simply unfortunate to be coerced into marrying a fierce tigress. If you were in my shoes, would you fare any better? It is only natural for me to have my grievances. As for you, exercise patience. If you cannot bear it, then endure. You. Fu Yinxue had never encountered someone so shameless. What do you mean? If I am willing to marry you, you should consider yourself fortunate. Her complexion is even fairer than mine, yet she brandishes weapons all day. Which man would dare to claim her? Zhang Jingdu's mind was filled with images of courtesans with ample bosoms, slender waists, and long legs, and he regarded Fu Yinxue with disdain. Were it not for your somewhat acceptable appearance, I wouldn't have graced this occasion with my presence. You fail to appreciate the favor bestowed upon you. Slap. Zhang Jingdu's head buzzed, and his face burned with pain. You. Fu Yinxue looked down at him, her gaze piercing. You spoke a truth. I am indeed a fierce tigress. If you believe your life to be resilient enough, come to propose tomorrow. I shall see how long a wretch like you can endure under my grasp. You dare strike me? Zhang Jingdu covered his face in disbelief. You dare strike me? Not even my father has ever laid a finger on me. How dare you? You all, seize her and bind this woman. The attendants surged towards Fu Yinxue like a swarm. Inside the pavilion, the guards momentarily thought they had misjudged the situation. How could a mere exchange of words escalate into a brawl so quickly? Xiao Huaiji chuckled softly. Well done. His eyes suddenly sharpened. Those 2 maidens were not behaving as they should. The guards followed his pointed finger to the 2 maidens dressed as attendants, poised like crouching beasts. Upon noticing this, the guards immediately sounded the alert. The guards from the Yin Wangfu, hidden in the apricot grove, rushed out in response. The 2 assassins showed no inclination to linger, swiftly darting out of the encirclement. Capture them alive. Xiao Huaiji commanded coldly. I wish to see the true identity of the one whom Xie Xun goes to such lengths to protect. Yes, on the Jiayue platform. Fu Yinxue swiftly bound the 8 attendants who had been beaten to a pulp. Zhang Jingdu had already hidden behind a lacquered palace lantern in the northwest corner of the platform, trembling with fear. Had Fu Yinxue not been in haste to pursue the assassins, she would have relished the opportunity to slap him again. Following the flickering light, She arrived at the front of an elegant courtyard at the north end of the apricot garden. She saw the guards of the Yin Wangfu in a standoff with the Yulin guards. My men witnessed the two assassins flee into this courtyard. Yet my cousin forbids a search. Xiao Huaiji advanced a step, a cold smile gracing his lips. Must you shield him so overtly? In contrast to Xiao Huaiji's aggressive demeanor, Xie Xun remained composed and unperturbed, understanding the prince's eagerness for justice. Unfortunately, His Majesty has issued a decree prohibiting any disturbances tonight. Xiao Huaiji ground his teeth. Those were assassins. If my imperial brother is harmed, Xie Xun, can you bear the responsibility? Xie Xun's gaze softened slightly, yet no warmth emerged, only an icy chill. I can only offer my life as atonement. Very well, excellent. Xiao Huaiji settled into an armchair. Well then, I have plenty of leisure to wait for my imperial brother's emergence. Xie Xun met Xiao Huaiji's furious and provocative gaze with an understanding expression. The summer night is sweltering, and the mosquitoes are plentiful. Would you require ice, fans, or incense to ward them off? I shall have someone fetch them. Xiao Huaiji's handsome face flushed in anger, akin to a boiled crab. No need. Then I shall not disturb your refined enjoyment any longer. With that, he turned and entered the courtyard, unceremoniously ordering the Yulin guards to slam the courtyard door shut. In the fleeting moment of his turn, Xie Xun was enveloped in an aura of chilling darkness, his eyes swirling with malevolence akin to a bottomless abyss capable of tearing asunder all that lay before it. Search, spare no corner of the courtyard, and do not disturb His Majesty, commanded the captain of the Imperial Guards as he took his leave. No matter how expansive the courtyard or how towering the buildings, they could not escape the piercing gaze of the elite guards, akin to hawks. The assassins struggled desperately, caught between the jaws of fate. Upon catching sight of the apprehended female assassin, Xie Xun did not hesitate. Execute her. Another female assassin, though pierced by several arrows, managed to scale the wall and escape, not having wasted the efforts of Xiao Huai, who had waited for her for what felt like an eternity. The guards, following the trail of blood, pursued her to the apricot grove, where the blood trail abruptly ceased. Just as despair loomed over them, a carriage slowly approached along the green mountain path outside the grove. Halt! Bellowed a guard, startling the coachman, who hurriedly reined in the horses. Torches encircled the carriage, and a leading guard from the Yin Wangfu advanced menacingly towards the coachman. Keenly noticing a drop of blood on the yoke, he promptly drew his blade, pressing it against the coachman's throat. Dare you harbor an assassin? Whom does your master serve? The curtain of the carriage was gradually lifted by the guard's sword, revealing Xie Lanqing seated within, calmly meeting the astonished gaze of Xiao Huai as he entered. Chapter 018. What do you seek from me? I have long ceased to covet a union with you, nor would I ever harm General Fu to attain you. Zheng Yuwan's fervent promises echoed in his ears, yet upon turning away, Xie Lanqing had dispatched assassins against Fu Yinxue and brazenly delivered her into Xiao Huai's embrace. Xie Xun could only manage a bitter smile. He felt foolishly naive, repeatedly believing Zheng Yuwan's deceitful words. Once again, he found himself compelled to clean up the aftermath for her and her daughter. This time, however, the paper could no longer contain the fire. It would inevitably draw the attention of the Empress Dowager. The accusations of 3 consecutive assassination attempts on Fu Yinxue would resurface, and Xie Lanqing would bear the brunt of the blame. Xie Xun was uncertain whether he could safeguard her. With a heavy heart, he resolved to take the risk, despite the potential for impeachment. Young master, Ling Zhou stood outside the study, incredulous as he beheld the disarray of scrolls and ink scattered across the floor, struggling to suppress the fear that glimmered in his eyes. It was rare for the young master to exhibit such fury. Xie Xun had quelled the overwhelming anger that threatened to engulf him, lowering his gaze as he delicately wiped the ink from his fingers with a silk handkerchief. Speak. His fingers, long and distinctly knuckled, moved with deliberate grace, his brow and demeanor exuding a cool detachment. He stood like an ice pine blossoming amid the scattered ink scrolls, his profile radiating the charm of a celestial being. Ling Zhou hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure. Young master, Ms. Zheng is not at Wentong residence. The steward reported that she was taken out of the Xie Manor early yesterday by Granny Lu and her maid, Lian Ruo, and has yet to return. Yet to return? Yes. The steward mentioned that it was the young lady herself who personally escorted Miss Zheng out of the manor. The two servants, one old and one young, carried numerous packages and took only one carriage from the manor, without utilizing the house's coachman. Xie Xun chuckled self-deprecatingly. She had finally attained her long-desired freedom. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. Why would Xie Lanqing seek death? If it were merely to provoke him, why did she not leave alongside Zheng Yuwan? Unless, of course, Xie Lanqing had compelling reasons to remain behind, and it was likely that Zheng Yuwan had been forcibly sent away by Xie Lanqing. She may be malicious, yet she remains an inept girl utterly reliant on her mother. Xie Xun initially commanded the guards of the Duke's residence to disperse in 4 directions to search for Zheng Yuwan's whereabouts. He himself hastened to the Dali Temple overnight. Upon meeting Xie Lanqing, he sought clarity on her intentions and the fate of Zheng Yuwan. She is dead. What? Du Guohai gazed intently into Xie Xun's eyes, which betrayed a hint of disbelief. Xie Lanqing has poisoned herself to death in prison. This is the hairpin she clutched in her hand before her demise. Du Guohai opened the red lacquered box containing the evidence. Xie Xun maintained an expression of calm, revealing no signs of distress, yet internally, he felt as if the ground had given way beneath him. We must report to His Majesty at once. A death is of utmost gravity. Let her rest in peace. Zheng Yuwan dreamt of her father again. Both Xie Lanqing and everyone else claimed that Zheng Rong had died of illness. Only Zheng Yuwan knew otherwise. It was an unremarkable morning when she awoke to find her father had vanished. Just the night before, the 3 of them had shared dinner, laughing and discussing the brewing of locust flower wine for the following day. More terrifying was the fact that her mother had accepted the brutal reality within a day and promptly taken her back to the Xie family. She sometimes pondered whether her father had fled due to her mother's tyrannical nature. Upon her rebirth, she often heard the system threatening her mother with annihilation. If her mother could be erased, then she and her father were not beyond reach either. Her mother had endured alone under this relentless threat for many years. Mother! Zheng Yuan's heart ached as she abruptly awakened from a nightmarish abyss, feeling as if she had fled from some dire fate, breathless and exhausted. Miss, you are awake? Lian Ruo gently patted Zheng Yuan's back, carefully offering her a water flask. A sense of disorientation washed over Zheng Yuwan as she raised her weary arm to part the carriage curtain. The verdant hills and fields came into view. How had they arrived in the countryside? Lian Ruo unscrewed the flask lid and said, "The young lady instructed me and Granny Lu to take you back to Yishui. We must not return to the capital for now." Why? Zheng Yuwan sipped water to soothe her throat and lips, gesturing for Lian Ruo to drink as well. Lian Ruo could not provide an answer, holding the flask innocently. Zheng Yuwan felt a sense of unease as fragmented memories from before her unconsciousness invaded her mind. What circumstances could have compelled Xie Lanqing to resolutely send her away? She dared not contemplate further. Granny Lu returned to the capital. Granny Lu hesitated, saying, "That won't do, miss. The young lady has commanded that you be safely escorted to Yishui, no matter what." Zheng Yuwan chose not to engage in further discussion with the old woman and directly leapt from the carriage. The speed was slow enough that she would only sustain minor injuries at worst. Alarmed, Granny Lu quickly halted the carriage, muttering prayers while examining Zheng Yuwan's wounds. A long, bloody gash extended from her palm to her arm, causing both Granny Lu and Lian Ruo great distress. Yet, Zheng Yuwan seemed unperturbed, insisting on returning to the capital. Granny Lu had no choice but to acquiesce. They traveled for approximately 10 miles before encountering the pursuing guards from the Duke's residence. After spending a night in the countryside, they returned to the Xie residence the following evening. Your mother hired an assassin and was captured on the spot by His Highness, the Prince of Yan. Although General Fu did not lose his life, according to the laws of the Dachan, your mother must endure a minimum of 3 years of exile. When he stood before Zheng Yuwan to deliver this statement, her demeanor radiated vitality, her face aglow with the warmth of spring. The fierce and unyielding Xie Lanqing had finally faced justice. Did your mother not send you away? How dare you return, given the current circumstances? Do you truly believe the Xie residents would still welcome you? Could it be that you have grown too comfortable in Wentong's abode, reluctant to depart? In truth, one must pity Zheng Yuwan. If she had been more sensible and ceased to occupy Wentong's dwelling, the various quarters of the Xie estate would have offered her refuge. What troubles me is that she may be just as oblivious as her mother, aware that she would likely be expelled from the Xie residence. Zheng Yuwan sought to meet Xie Xun while her grandmother had yet to reach a decision, taking advantage of the proximity between the Xie estate and the Duke of Dinghui's residence. Ling Zhou nodded in agreement, and Zheng Yuwan expressed her gratitude as she entered the study. Xie Lanqing's exile was a relief, for it meant the system could no longer compel her to commit further atrocities. However, Zheng Yuwan feared that Lanqing's repeated assassination attempts might provoke the Empress Dowager's wrath, leading to an inevitable death. Thus, before the execution was announced, she needed to persuade Xie Xun to intervene on Lanqing's behalf. As long as Lanqing remained alive, Zheng Yuwan would endure any punishment, ready to accompany her through the protracted process of healing. Adversity and the trampling of many cannot extinguish hope. As long as there is breath, life retains its promise. What do you seek from me? If I recall correctly, you once declared that you no longer wanted my involvement. Xie Xun's gaze was partially veiled, the daylight streaming through the window casting a serene glow upon his ethereal visage, resembling a divine being cloaked in celestial light, exalted, distant, and devoid of warmth. I was foolish and reckless, speaking in anger. I hope, my lord, that you will not hold my words against me. Zheng Yuwan, now stripped of her earlier defiance, presented herself with humility and grace. One must learn to be adaptable in life. Xie Xun remained noncommittal. Zheng Yuwan, momentarily enchanted by a glimmer of hope, questioned cautiously. You can say my mother, correct? Xie Xun met her gaze, and she felt a tremor in her heart beneath the chill of his sharp eyes. Aware that her words bordered on disrespect and questioned his authority, she pressed on, desperately seeking a definitive answer. You can say my mother, can't you? Indeed. Xie Xun lowered his gaze. Chapter 19, A Willing Heart. The Empress Dowager's decree sealed the news of Xie Lanqing's alleged suicide in the Dali Temple prison. Naturally, this was intended to disarray the true culprits behind her plight, to prevent Zheng Yuwan from losing control or revealing any vulnerabilities. Xie Xun chose to keep this from her for the time being. With a reassuring confirmation, the weight that had burdened Zheng Yuwan's heart finally lifted. If you are willing to save my mother's life, I will depart from the capital during her exile, ensuring I no longer trouble your sight. Upon hearing this, Xie Xun raised his chin slightly, regarding Zheng Yuwan with an air of inscrutable curiosity. Furthermore, before my mother's execution is announced, I will do my utmost to entice Prince Yan. Zheng Yuwan discreetly tightened her delicate fingers, striving to mask her trepidation. With one less rival, Xie Xun would undoubtedly have a greater chance of securing victory for General Fu. The pen, resting between Xie Xun's fingers, snapped sharply in two. His gaze upon Zheng Yuwan was as frigid as the howling winds of a harsh winter. Zheng Yuwan ultimately faltered, yet she could not discern any value within herself that would warrant Xie Xun's attention. If the heir deems it despicable, I possess 100 taels of gold. Xie Xun chuckled coldly. If it is not despicable, how could it be so? Pray, enlighten me on your plan to entice Prince Yan. Zheng Yuwan hesitated. My mother was imprisoned in the Dali Temple by him. It is only reasonable for me to seek his favor, and at that time, I shall offer myself in exchange. With a resounding crash, the teacup beside Xie Xun was hurled against the window frame, shattering into fragments and splattering tea everywhere. This commotion summoned Ling Zhou, who hurriedly entered. Leave. As Ling Zhou bent to clean the tea stains from Xie Xun's robe, he was met with a sharp rebuke, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he quickly bowed and retreated. Zheng Yuwan was already frozen in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Zheng Yuwan, apart from these vile tactics, what else can you offer? For the sake of saving my mother, I would relinquish my life. What is shameful in that? Zheng Yuwan met Xie Xun's inexplicable fury with cold defiance, tears streaming down her face like a shattered string, yet her gaze remained stubborn and resolute. What a remarkable perspective on shame, Xie Xun, filled with surging wrath, approached, grasping the collar of Zheng Yuan's garment and pulling her close. I have taught you so many principles of propriety. Have you absorbed even a single lesson? You possess power and influence. Propriety is your prerogative. I am alone and defenseless. To remain well-mannered only invites further bullying. Xie Xun retorted with disdain. Who has bullied you? At this point, who has ever wronged you? Is it not you and your mother who have repeatedly targeted Fu Yinxue? Zheng Yuwan, struggling to support her weakening legs, felt utterly drained. If the heir was unwilling to assist, he should simply say so. Did he expect her to weep and repent with just a few words? Xie Xun's expression momentarily reflected profound disappointment. He released her collar and laughed bitterly. What was he truly anticipating? What do you expect me to promise you? To allow you to seduce Prince Yin? And if I refuse, you can still seek him. He has long since planned his escape. The heir need not feel guilty. This is my own decision. Feel guilty? Xie Xun's eyes brimmed with mockery. I am not so lofty. He exhaled a heavy sigh, casually picking up a book and flipping through its pages. What makes you think you can surely entice Prince Yin? Do you believe that after a few encounters, he will regard you with favor? Do you think he is some simpleton, swayed merely by your looks? Zheng Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. How can I know without trying? Try? How would one attempt that? What if you fail? Will you betray me to absolve yourself? Zheng Yuwan replied earnestly. I would never betray the heir. I have stated this as my own choice. Xie Xun, content to watch his prey ensnared, remarked, You claim you would surrender your life. How can I trust you won't use me as a shield? Zheng Yuwan was momentarily speechless. Xie Xun's gaze lingered upon the book, and he casually suggested, To ensure absolute certainty, why not use me as a test? Zheng Yuwan, momentarily bewildered, questioned what? How? Shall I announce it loudly in the courtyard? How glorious! The incessant trio of inquiries struck Zheng Yuwan like three dull hammers, resonating in her ears. Attempting to charm Xie Xun felt akin to a lamb voluntarily entering the jaws of a wolf. Very well, I shall comply. Zheng Yuwan interjected before Xie Xun could utter another word, fearing he might voice something even more scandalous. My lord, may I see my mother first? Xie Xun lightly tapped the surface of the rosewood desk, his dimmed gaze returning to its former haughty demeanor as he regarded Zheng Yuwan, exuding an air of superiority that compelled her to acquiesce. A jolt of apprehension coursed through her. It felt as though she were stepping into a fiery abyss. I will return tonight. Xie Xun remained fixated on the scroll before him, his eyes glued to the first line of the second page, entirely unyielding. Very well. He conceded with a half-hearted agreement, his voice emerging from the depths of his throat, accompanied by a slight bob of his Adam's apple, stirring a tempest of vexation within him. Zheng Yuwan staggered away from Xie Xun's study, her mind a tangled web of confusion. At what point should she make her move? With Xie Lanqing captured, the matriarch and Xie Zongyin would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. After her encounter with Xie Xun, she veered towards the Xian hall of the matriarch. Instead of languishing for the old lady to declare her fate, she preferred to take the initiative. The second wife, Yu Baoxing, was also present, and Zheng Yuwan greeted them both. Grandmother, second aunt. The matriarch's eyes shimmered with tears as she opened her arms, saying, Poor Yuer. A remark from Xie Lanqing had pierced the old lady's heart, for this child was her sole granddaughter. The matriarch had witnessed her transformation from a 4-year-old infant into a graceful young lady, and how could she be devoid of feelings? Xie Lanqing's elopement had nearly brought down the wrath of the emperor upon the Xie family, yet the innocent child was blameless, especially having lost her father at such a tender age. In the past, Xie Lanqing had shielded her, but from now on, who knew how much suffering awaited her? The incessant shifting between residences was both troublesome and inappropriate. It was best for her to remain settled in her current arrangement. The old lady's gaze towards Zheng Yuwan was filled with compassion and love, yet her words to the second wife were cold and imperious. Zheng Yuwan threw herself into her grandmother's embrace, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Baoxing. Mother, how can you be so biased? Is it suitable for Zheng Yuwan to reside alone in Wentong Courtyard? Lanqi Courtyard is far inferior to Wentong, and with Wei'er soon coming of age, are we to squeeze into the cramped Lanqi together? Silence. The old lady retorted, her displeasure apparent. What do you mean by you are living alone? The matter concerning the child is not yet settled. Do not curse her in my presence. If you wish to be happy, return to your own quarters and do so out of my sight. Baoxing, momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly bowed and retreated. The old lady shook her head as she watched Baoxing's departing figure. While Wentong Courtyard was not the finest in the Xie residence, the grandest estates, Song and Lutang, had already been allocated to the two sons of the Yu family, Xie Yin and Xie Ping. Lanxi, though small, boasted 5 or 6 rooms. Truly, the Yu family was far too petty, insisting on claiming all the advantages. Grandmother, do not be too vexed. It is not worth compromising your health. Zheng Yuwan gently patted the matriarch's back, and only then did the old lady's cough begin to subside. I am old. My body no longer serves me well. The old lady grasped Zheng Yuwan's hand, reassuring her, do not worry. Your second uncle is already on the move and will soon clarify the matter regarding your mother. Until the dust settles, you may find solace in the Wengtong residence. Should anyone dare to bully you, your grandmother will stand up for you. Chapter 020. Where we now? The heavens darkened, as if painted with ink, while the crescent moon ascended higher into the sky. A dim palace lantern flickered against the blue stone slabs, illuminating a woman who walked gracefully, her azure skirt adorned with bamboo patterns resembling a blanket of snow. Ling Zhou had intentionally left the door ajar. Xie Xun's study was merely a wall away from the Xie residence. Originally intended for the younger generation of the Xie family to receive guidance from Xie Xun, yet it had unexpectedly found purpose today. The study remained lit, enveloped in tranquility. Zheng Yuwan, filled with trepidation, knocked on the door. After a moment's pause, a cool voice beckoned from within, enter. A delicate hand emerged from her moon-white sleeve, soft as spring's tender shoots, gently pushing the door open. It creaked shut behind her. Xie Xun, clad in a robe of deep ink, sat poised like a bell. When his gaze met Zheng Yuwan's fragile, enchanting eyes, the long-standing severity of his brow softened ever so slightly. Perhaps it was the dimness of the lantern that melted the unyielding frost in his gaze, revealing a rare warmth shrouded in mist. Zheng Yuwan's petal-like, soft pink lips quivered, and a tear, as lustrous as a pearl, escaped her eye. Regret? Surely, Xie Xun had lost his mind to entertain the thought of rising to embrace her for a fleeting moment. Thankfully, reason prevailed. He lowered his gaze and coldly remarked, it is not too late for regrets at this moment. The notion of seduction is not as simple as you may think. Zheng Yuwan stood at the door, using the back of her hand to wipe away her tears, still bearing the innocence of youth. No, I do not regret it. I simply... Xie Xun awaited her words. Simply what? Zheng Yuwan's eyes glistened with a heart-wrenching redness, her gaze timid. I just recalled the first time I came to Brother Xie Xun's study. The desk was taller than I was. I was so preoccupied with thoughts of snowflake pastries that I absorbed not a single word. Xie Xun fell silent, his hand paused mid-stroke, as memories transported him back a decade. Brother Xie Xun was as strict with his second cousin as a father, yet because of my fear, he would not raise his voice as long as I was present, regardless of how poorly his cousin performed. Thus, in later years, whenever his cousin had responsibilities to attend to, he would pull me along. Both he and I found joy in this arrangement. His cousin relished in avoiding punishment, while I delighted in the opportunity to see Brother Xie Xun. The sharpness that surrounded Xie Xun began to dissipate in response to Zheng Yuwan's gentle voice. He gazed longingly at the desk, as if anticipating a small head to emerge, with bright, round, watery eyes pleadingly looking up at him. Every recollection of those moments tugged painfully at his heart. He had taught Zheng Yuwan every stroke of her writing. He played an indispensable role in her enlightenment and understanding of propriety. She was the beloved he had nurtured with care for his future. Why then had her love for him spiraled into such chaos, leading her to commit grievous acts against the innocent? Or had he misjudged his feelings from the very beginning? To speak of such matters now seems rather belated. Zheng Yuwan sobbed. The matters of the past cannot be redeemed. However, in this lifetime, my mother has already faced justice. What do you wish to convey? You claim your mother has no reason to target Fu Yinxue, yet you have been oblivious to it all along? Zheng Yuwan, you know better than anyone why your mother is imprisoned. Xie Xun silently resumed the cold and detached demeanor that seemed ingrained in his very being. Each word was akin to a steel blade, glinting with a cold light. Zheng Yuan's tears flowed more abundantly. My mother is my mother, and I am myself. I cannot prevent her from harming others, and she could even hurt me. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing a shocking bruise on her arm. Xie Xun frowned deeply. Did your mother inflict this injury? Zheng Yuwan choked on her words, nodding in a state of distress. I tried to stop her from hurting General Fu, fearing that you, Brother Sun, would despise me for life. Yet, she deemed me weak and obstructive, not only injuring me, but also sending me away for a while to teach me a lesson. Xie Sun stepped closer to Zheng Yuwan, lifting her sleeve to examine her wounds. The lacerations spanned approximately 6 or 7 inches, varying in depth. The shallower ones had already scabbed over, while the deeper ones still bled. Without a hint of doubt, he guided her to a cabinet adorned with purple sandalwood, retrieving ointment to apply to her wounds. Why don't you bandage it? Zheng Yuan murmured. The gauze got wet while bathing, but I wanted to see you as soon as possible, so I didn't let the maid tend to it. Xie Sun remained silent. The dim light cast a shadow over him, his dark eyelashes creating a veil over his deep-set eyes. Occasionally, he would glance at her, his gaze profound and tender, carefully observing for any signs of pain on her face. Zheng Yuan felt entranced, as if slipping into a beautiful dream, her heart racing wildly. Xie Sun sensed her pulse quickening beneath his palm and softly inquired, "What are you thinking? Why are you so tense?" Zheng Yuan felt as though she might drown in the sound of her own heartbeat, desperately inching closer to him, their breaths mingling. The intoxicating scent of sandalwood enveloped her. Xie Sun gazed at the girl whose breath came in quick gasps, his throat tightening with an alluring depth. He neither recoiled nor pushed her away. "What are you doing?" His voice was low and magnetic. Zheng Yuan suddenly stepped back, gasping as if she had just surfaced from water. "Is this a trial?" Xie Sun chuckled, a mixture of amusement and irritation. He approached her with the deliberate grace of a predator stalking its prey, suppressing his annoyance until he cornered Zheng Yuwan between his arms and the ornately carved screen. "Is this all it takes to dishearten you?" Zheng Yuwan turned her head in embarrassment, her skirt crumpling under her grasp. There is no need to retreat further. Xie Sun held her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. The softness of his touch sent a shiver through him. "What do you mean there's no need? If you cannot maintain your composure in front of me, how can you expect to act differently before Xiaowai?" His tone was unexpectedly frigid. Zheng Yuan twisted the hem of her garment, unwilling to concede easily, mustering the courage to utter, "May I continue to try?" Xie Sun chuckled, a sharp edge to his laughter. "You truly are relentless." Zheng Yuan's courage had been utterly depleted. At this moment, all she desired was to find a crevice to hide away. Her bashful and delicate visage resembled a frostbitten begonia. The suppressed emotions within her began to surface, and a shadowy darkness enveloped Xie Sun's gaze as he leaned closer, gently coaxing, "Shall we continue?" Zheng Yuan bit her lip, hesitating for merely a breath. But Xie Sun's kiss descended upon her unrelentingly. His hand, gripping her cheek, assertively traveled to the nape of her neck, his fingertips gliding along the soft flesh of her neck to her jawline and earlobe, skillfully caressing her most ticklish spots, sending shivers coursing through her. Shared memories surged forth like a tempest. His familiarity and brazen dominance were difficult to resist, rekindling her fears. Fully aware of the abyss that awaited her, Zheng Yuan stared wide-eyed for a brief moment before she began to struggle violently. Yet, Xie Sun would not permit her to resist. He had barely begun to savor her. He seized her flailing wrist and effortlessly pressed it against the embroidered spring blossoms of the screen, prying open her soft fists and intertwining their fingers, forcing her teeth apart with reckless abandon. Zheng Yuan endured the man's invasion, her lips parting in cries of fear and pleas for mercy. At last, Xie Sun relented, tears already streaming down Zheng Yuan's face. "Are you still trying to entice someone else?" His gaze was perilously intense, as if he could consume her whole at any moment. Zheng Yuan shook her head vigorously. She had mentioned enticing Xiao Huaiji, but her thoughts were only of dining, drinking, and boating, nothing flirtatious. Merely a means to provoke Fu Yinshua's ire, which was indeed overly naive. Xie Xun swallowed hard, his fingers gently rubbing the swollen lips he had bitten. Your injury? Zheng Yuwan replied simply. I fell from the carriage. Xie Xun nearly believed her. Or rather, he secretly wished her words to be true. The reality was that Xie Lanqing cherished Zheng Yuwan more than life itself. He would never allow her to be harmed, nor permit anyone else to inflict even the slightest injury upon her. You are not foolish at all. In fact, you are quite astute, aware of what I desire. Yet, you refuse to yield. Chapter 21. His love had run dry. Zheng Yuwan longed to see Xie Lanqing, but Xie Xun remained unyielding. It was not difficult for him to bring her to the Dali Temple, yet he had persistently denied her for 3 consecutive days. Xie Xun could glean no useful information either, and the old matriarch urged Zheng Yuwan to be patient, but she found it impossible. Thus, she sought out the Yin Wangfu once more. The Yin Wang was not present, leaving Zheng Yuwan to wait outside in the sweltering heat, yearning for a flicker of hope. As dusk approached, the Yin Wang finally returned home. Noticing Zheng Yuwan's anxious gaze, he did not pause, but continued into the residence. Zheng Yuwan felt a profound sense of disappointment, yet it mattered not. As long as the guards did not drive her away, she would continue to wait the following day. She understood that seeking was always better than not seeking at all, even if the hope was faint. Miss Zheng, please follow me. Xiao Huaiji, moved by compassion, instructed the guards to admit Zheng Yuwan into the estate. Your Highness, I do not dare harbor any extravagant hopes. I merely seek to see my mother and humbly implore your Highness for mercy. Upon entering the hall, Zheng Yuwan knelt on the ground, her head bowed. Unwilling to lift it, Xiao Huaiji, feeling helpless, crouched down to raise her chin. Are you still unaware of the truth? Though Zheng Yuwan may be slow-witted, she discerned the compassion and evasive guilt in Xiao Huaiji's gaze. What should I be informed of? Xiao Huaiji inquired again. Do you wish to see your mother? Zheng Yuwan nodded fervently, imploring his Highness for mercy. Xiao Huaiji rested his arm on his knee, his eyes cast downward. It appeared he was unaware of the circumstances. 5 days had elapsed since Xie Lanqing's suicide, and today Zheng Yuwan sought him out, indicating she had previously approached Xie Xun. Clearly, Xie Xun had not revealed the truth to her, whether it was to spare her heartache or due to other considerations, or perhaps a combination of both. Xiao Huaiji could not fathom. Your mother has passed away. She took her own life in prison. What? Zheng Yuwan's eyes brimmed with crimson, tears cascading like a torrential flood. In her distress, she grasped Xiao Huaiji's collar, exclaiming, How could this be? My mother would never take her own life. Was she coerced by the system? Is that possible? But wasn't Xie Lanqing's mission to eliminate Fu Yinxue? Hadn't it gone unfulfilled? She feared Zheng Yuwan would be erased, always complying with the system's commands. If the system forbade her death, she would not perish. Why has it come to this? Where did the error lie? Calm yourself. I understand this is difficult to accept, but your mother indeed succumbed to poison, Xiao Huaiji said, taking hold of Zheng Yuwan's hand, the coldness sending a jolt through him. This cannot be true. Zheng Yuwan withdrew her hand, the immense blow threatening to drive her to madness, struggling to maintain her composure while frequently collapsing. How could this happen? In an instant, the world spun chaotically, encasing her in a prison of despair and phantoms. She stood up in terror, swaying unsteadily, her head light and her feet heavy. Xiao Huaiji, concerned, grasped her wrist, but she recoiled as if bitten by a venomous snake, dashing out in a frenzy and colliding with a beam. Where is the physician? Zheng Yuwan experienced an exceedingly heavy dream, populated by those who tormented her. Yu Baoxing, Yu Jieyue, Xie He, Xie Lian, and Xie Xun. Initially, she knelt in supplication, then wagged her tail in desperation, and ultimately, in despair, cried out, yet received not an ounce of pity from her tormentors, only intensified cruelty. Her mother, who once protected her, failed to appear, no matter how she wept and called out. She would not return, now or ever. Eventually, Xiao Huaiji did indeed impeach Xie Xun for sheltering Xie Lanqing. It had not been easy to endure until this day. Xie Xun possessed a silver tongue. Despite Xiao Huaiji turning as pale as liver in the court, he could not argue against him. Furthermore, the emperor already favored Xie Xun, thus he faced no repercussions. Will she still insist on going to the Dali temple? The moment Xie Xun returned home, the first words out of his mouth were thus: "To drag her along like this is cruel, yet unavoidable." The guard replied, returning to the young master, "Miss Zheng went to the Yin Wang's residence early today." "She is yet to return?" "Not yet." Xie Xun halted, without hesitation, turned, mounted the horse's stool, his tone frosty, to the Yin Wang's residence. Zheng Yuwan slowly lifted her eyelids, a dull pain at her left temple surging to her heart, causing her to want to weep. Awake now? A strong arm encircled her back, lifting her gently, placing a supportive pillow behind her. "Do you wish to perish in my residence, so that I may bear the guilt for a lifetime?" Xiao Huaiji teased, while offering the medicinal soup to her lips. Zheng Yuwan weakly cradled the bowl of medicine, her eyes glistening with tears as she apologized. "I am truly sorry. I do not know what has come over me." Xiao Huaiji felt a subtle ache in his heart. "Do you not despise me for having captured your mother?" Zheng Yuwan took a sip of the slightly bitter broth, forcing a wry smile as she shook her head. "Good and evil are repaid in kind. Had I not taken her, General Fu would eventually have suffered harm. Her choice to take her own life was hers alone. I cannot blame anyone else." Xiao Huaiji interjected, "But have you considered why she chose to end her own life? Hiring an assassin and failing does not warrant death." Zheng Yuwan gazed at Xiao Huaiji in confusion, as if to ask whether he sought to know the hidden truths. He did not deny it, in fact. He appeared hopeful that she might possess an answer. Unfortunately, she had to disappoint him, as she was unaware of any concealed matters. Xiao Huaiji, unable to contain his impatience, pressed on. Did she ever reveal why she harbored such animosity towards Fu Yinxue? Zheng Yuwan felt a discomfort in her heart and silently set the bowl down. At that moment, a maid entered to announce that the heir of the Duke of Dinghua sought an audience. Without uttering a word, Xiao Huaiji observed Zheng Yuwan's eyes, which reflected a hint of exasperation, and she slowly replied, "My mother never mentioned any grievances with General Fu. Your Highness may wish to pursue your inquiries from another angle." Realizing that he could glean no further information, Xiao Huaiji chose to release her. Outside, the sky had darkened, enveloped in clouds and mist, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the rain that fell like threads. Zheng Yuwan, clad in Xiao Huaiji's cloak, appeared disheveled from her earlier fainting spell. Xie Xun, still in his official robe, stood resolutely amidst the thunderstorm, his demeanor becoming increasingly formidable. Zheng Yuwan pretended not to notice him as she gracefully walked beneath the sheltering umbrella, silently making her way to her carriage. "Stop!" Xie Xun's voice was as harsh as winter's icicles. Lien Ruo, taken aback, cautiously glanced at her young mistress. Noticing that Zheng Yuwan intended to disregard him, Lien Ruo steeled herself and pressed forward. In a flash, Xie Xun had closed the distance, seizing her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. In that instant, the hem of Zheng Yuwan's skirt flared like a cold plum blossom. The oil paper umbrella above them jostled, leaving them both drenched. "Who permitted your arrival? What do you think you are?" Xie Xun's voice surged with a tempest of anger, his dark eyes reflecting an unfathomable abyss, an innate authority that left those around them gasping for breath. The skies were heavy with gloom. "My mother is gone," Zheng Yuwan replied, numbly confronting Xie Xun's fury, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet somehow it seemed they would never spill over. "You knew full well. Why did you not tell me?" Xie Xun's voice faltered, the Empress Dowager's decree. "Is it so difficult to confide in me? Do you find amusement in seeing me plead like a fool?" Xie Xun's lips pressed into a thin line, the coldness in his gaze silently warning Zheng Yuwan to recognize the gravity of the situation. "Return home." With all her strength, Zheng Yuwan forcefully shook off Xie Xun's grip, her emotions finally erupting. "That is not my home. With my mother gone, the Xie residence is merely the Xie residence, and Wentangju is nothing more than Wentangju. It is not a home. In this vast world, there is no place for her anymore." A sudden flash of lightning streaked across the sky, tearing a gaping chasm in the inky blackness above. The thunder rolled ominously, resonating throughout the heavens. Xie Xun quietly regarded the woman before him, who now seemed somewhat unfamiliar. A thin veil of incredulity dissipated from his gaze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of disdain and fatigue. His love had been expended, and his heart was utterly drained. He turned away, devoid of any lingering warmth. Zheng Yuwan did not hesitate either, resolutely ascending to the carriage. A profound rift had long since formed between her and Xie Xun, one that would be irreparable in this lifetime. Yet it mattered little now. Chapter 022. No further ties with the Xie family. The next day, the Dali Temple issued a proclamation regarding Xie Lanqing's suicide. The Xie family retrieved her body for burial. The matriarch of the Xie family fell ill due to the incident, bedridden and unable to rise. Zheng Yuwan wished to attend to her bedside, but was thwarted by Yu Baoxing, who feigned concern to keep her outside. Your mother's illness is the result of your family's insistence on bringing you back to the Xie household. If you have any conscience, do not persist in this shameless display to garner sympathy. After several futile attempts, Zheng Yuwan retreated once more to the altar dedicated to her mother. In a fervent endeavor to secure a place for Xie Lanqing's tablet in the Xie ancestral hall, she unleashed a torrent of fury, wielding her knife and sword with a wild ferocity that seemed to channel Xie Lanqing's spirit. Fearing her wrath, Xie Xun acquiesced to her demands. Though Zheng Yuwan achieved her goal, it did not bring her the anticipated satisfaction. Instead, it felt as though a gaping wound had been carved into her chest, continuously howling with the chill of ice and wind. While madness could serve her purposes and protect her rights, must she truly rely on such frenzy for her survival in the days to come? If brandishing weapons were the only means to see her grandmother, she could hardly discern whether she was fulfilling her filial duty or hastening the elderly lady's demise. For 7 days, she remained stagnant before Xie Lanqing's tablet. When the first rays of August sunlight graced the sparse branches of the ancestral hall, Zheng Yuwan finally opened the door. Her cheeks had sunken to the point of near hollowness, and dark circles shadowed her eyes. Clutching Xie Lanqing's tablet, she reached out to touch the warm sunlight, feeling its gentle embrace. At last, she emerged from her depths of sorrow and disdain for the world, resolving to take her mother's tablet back to Yishui. Were it not for the so-called system, their small family would have surely thrived in Yishui. Perhaps she would have even attracted a suitor. What did you say? Xie Xun blinked in disbelief, unsure if he had misheard. You heard correctly, uncle. I wish to return to Yishui. I am immensely grateful to you and Annie for your kindness in taking me in over these past 12 years. Zheng Yuwan, with heartfelt sincerity, knelt and bowed 3 times. My grandmother is ill, and Annie does not permit me to disturb her. I kindly request uncle to deliver these medicinal herbs and supplements to her bedside. Upon hearing this, Xie Xun cast a glance at Yu Baoxing. Yu Baoxing rolled her eyes, muttering, "This wretched girl is retreating only to advance, is she?" Xie Xun pondered. Do you have acquaintances in Yishui? Is there safety in your journey? How will you manage your sustenance in the days to come? Zheng Yuwan lowered her gaze, her voice hoarse like a withered leaf. I can take care of myself and will not trouble the Xie family again. Xie Xun sighed deeply. I understand that my harsh words regarding your mother's tablet have wounded you. You cannot fathom the precariousness of my position. I tread lightly, fearful of any misstep that could bring calamity upon our family. As fate would have it, I find myself ensnared by matters pertaining to your mother. Do you truly believe I should remain devoid of temper? You now resort to threats of leaving home, attempting to coerce an apology from me, I presume? Zheng Yuwan bowed once more, her words imbued with sincerity. I dare not, for it is merely my mother's dream that has compelled me. Only the waters of Yishui can grant her soul peace. I implore you, uncle, to grant me this wish. Xie Xun hesitated. Yu Baoxing exchanged a glance with Xie Xun, and promptly, Mama Su led Zheng Yuwan to the adjoining room, leaving the couple alone in the hall. Zheng Yatu cannot leave, Yu Baoxing stated firmly. Xie Xun, feeling reassured, remarked, I knew it. Your sharp tongue conceals a tender heart. You still hold concern for this child. Yu Baoxing rolled her eyes. You and your mother indeed care for her, having willingly supported this little troublemaker for 12 years. But what of her? Has she ever acknowledged your kindness? I have heard that she recently earned at least 5,000 taels from the Golden Branch and Jade Countenance. She clearly intends to retreat to Yixue and squander it all, fearing that not a single coin should fall to your family. Now, she feigns reluctance to burden you. But should she, like her mother, return with a child, begging for your support, could you truly turn a blind eye? In my view, she is of age. Marrying her off would be the most prudent course. A bastard cannot rise in status. The position of a legitimate wife is unattainable, yet that of a concubine is within reach. Do you not see the logic in this? Xie Xun's countenance darkened. As a dignified deputy minister of revenue, how could he allow his niece to become a concubine? What face would he have left? Yu Baoxing scrutinized him, well aware of his true character after years of service. What if it were the concubine of a noble? Do you not yearn for further advancement? To secure a title and enjoy a life of ease? Xie Xun fell silent, his expression softening slightly. My primary concern is that girl journeying all the way to Yixue. It is not that we cannot support her at home. A cold smile graced Yu Baoxing's lips. Then it is settled. She cannot be allowed to leave. Before her words faded, Zheng Yuwan disregarded Mama Su's attempts to restrain her and boldly entered the hall, having overheard everything. So, my second uncle believes it's suitable for me to marry those decrepit dukes as a concubine. Does he? In this world, families with any semblance of dignity would never take a concubine lightly. Otherwise, they risk public disgrace, scorn, and political ruin. A household that takes concubines harbors untold sordidness unless the matriarch has borne no children for a decade. Apart from those desperate and morally bankrupt, any family with a shred of decency would never entertain the thought of sending their daughter to become a concubine. Zheng Yuwan had previously thought Yu Baoxing merely bore her a grudge for living off the Xie family, but now she discovered the depth of her malice. Upon hearing her words, Yu Baoxing retorted furiously, "Your second uncle has raised you all these years. Is a minor sacrifice in marriage too much to ask? Do you realize it has all been in vain? You are nothing more than a thankless wolf, just like your mother." Zheng Yuwan could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her mother, her resentment palpable. If the kindness of raising her could be wielded as a pretext to cast her into the flames for your ambitions, then why did the second aunt not send Xie he to become a noble's concubine? Why would my two cousins rather lower their status than become mere concubines? Enough! Xie Xun rose from the armchair and delivered a resounding slap to Zheng Yuwan's face. The sound of the strike echoed throughout the flower hall. Zheng Yuwan, dazed, supported herself on the ground, her vision swirling with darkness. The fiery pain seared her right cheek. If in your eyes, the gratitude of raising me amounts to nothing more than a tool for coercion, then in my eyes, that same gratitude is only worthy of being measured in silver. Zheng Yuwan, though dejected, felt a sense of liberation as she stood up, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, stark and crimson. 12 years, 3,000 taels. I shall gift you an additional 1,000 taels, and from this day forth, I sever all ties with the Xie family. With that, she hurled the prepared banknotes at Yu Baoxing's face. Granny Su, receiving a glance, promptly picked up the notes one by one, neatly folding them and tucking them into Yu Baoxing's sleeve. Xie Xun caught a glimpse of this and found it profoundly ironic. Take heed of your actions. Zheng Yuwan turned to leave, not lingering any longer. In a fit of rage, Xie Xun bellowed, "Zheng Yuwan, if you dare step out of my door today, I shall no longer be your uncle." Zheng Yuwan did not pause, her steps quickening. Xie Xun collapsed back into the armchair, staring absently at his stinging palm, closing his eyes with a deep sigh. Chapter 023, Return to One's Roots. That night, Zheng Yuwan hastily gathered her belongings, and by the first light of dawn, she was already dressed and ready. Granny Lu and Lien Rual were both servants purchased by Xie Lanqing for the Xie household, and their contracts naturally remained in Xie Lanqing's possession. Before departing, Zheng Yuwan cast one last glance at Wentong residence. After all, she had lived here for 12 years. There was a tinge of reluctance. Moreover, the air still seemed to carry the essence of Xie Lanqing, reverberating with her laughter and scolding. Suddenly, Zheng Yuwan caught sight of her younger self standing beneath the eaves. She was scarcely 3 feet tall, her face round and cherubic, with wide eyes filled with trepidation. "Do not be afraid." Zheng Yuwan smiled, her beauty radiant as spring blossoms. Granny Lu urged, "Miss, we must hurry. Delays may lead to unforeseen circumstances." They hastened toward the back door of the Xie residence. However, 5 matrons had already been stationed there overnight, now yawning widely. The dullness in their eyes brightened as they spotted Zheng Yuwan approaching. "Madam was right. You truly intend to flee." Zheng Yuwan seized Granny Lu and Lien Ruo by the wrists and turned her on, only to hear the taunting voice of the matron behind her. "Every street entrance is guarded. You shall not escape." Without looking back, Zheng Yuwan quickened her pace, returning once again to Wentong residence. "Miss, why we come back?" Lien Ruo asked in confusion. Zheng Yuwan tapped Lien Ruo's head. "Did you not hear what that matron said? The doors are all blocked." Granny Lu, feeling disheartened, remarked, "The banknotes were clearly accepted with such eagerness. She must be insatiable, intent on dragging you off to become a concubine in a noble family." Lien Ruo's face contorted with anger. "She seeks to extract every last drop of value from you. She is truly venomous." Zheng Yuwan had anticipated this turn of events and had already devised a plan. "Lien Ruo, climb the wall and find Ling Zhou. Have her help you open the back door of the Duke of Ding's residence." Wentong residence still possesses one last advantage, being adjacent to the Duke's estate. Lien Ruo shook her head vigorously. "Why not leave together?" Lu Mama gently patted Ling Ruo's hand, reminding her that if they discovered the young lady had fled, they would immediately seek her from the Duke of Dingwa's residence, making escape impossible. However, if it was only you who went missing, they would hardly take notice. Zheng Yuwan advised, "As soon as you step outside, report to the authorities. Once the government is involved, it will surely create a commotion. My second uncle values his reputation above all else and will not allow you sure to act recklessly any longer." Ling Ruo diligently noted every word and climbed over Zheng Yuwan and Lu Mama's shoulders to breach the Duke of Dingwa's estate. Yet, who could have predicted that she would not even manage to take that first step? Xie Xun refused to let her leave the estate and even bound her. At the break of dawn, as the first light of day emerged, the painter arrived at the Xie residence, heading straight for Wentong Hall. Zheng Yuwan was restrained by several maids, bound to an armchair, with her mouth gagged by thick cloth. Yu Baoxing leisurely fanned herself, smiling at the painter, "Mr. Li. Your artistic skills are commendable, and you shall be handsomely rewarded for your efforts." Upon witnessing the scene, Painter Li felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, assuring her, "Rest assured, madam, I will exert myself fully." Only then did Yu Baoxing signal to a maid to loosen Zheng Yuwan's gag. "How dare you force me into marrying an old man as a concubine? You have taken 4,000 taels from me and still dare to sell me. Are you not afraid I will report you to the authorities, leading to your imprisonment and punishment?" Zheng Yuwan incessantly cursed, while Painter Li, unable to maintain his composure, abandoned his tools and fled in haste. Seeing that she could not be stopped, Yu Baoxing turned and shot Zheng Yuwan a furious glare. In the past, Zheng Yuwan would have quaked in fear at such a glare, but now she only found it laughable. "Pray tell, which esteemed families do you intend to give my portrait to?" Yu Baoxing, infuriated by Zheng Yuwan's audacity and mockery, struck her with a slap. Zheng Yuwan clenched her fists in pain, but maintained her composure. "Let me make myself clear. You sure, if you dare to sell me as a concubine, I shall not hesitate to take the life of that noble on the night of our wedding. I will show you how I will drag the entire Yu and Xie clan down to hell with me." Yu Baoxing trembled with fear, her fingers gripping the fan so tightly they turned pale. This wretched girl had a fierceness that surpassed even her mother. It was utterly unjust. After enduring the shrewishness of Xie Lanqing for 12 long years, she had hoped to unleash her pent-up rage upon her most cherished daughter, only to find Zheng Yuwan equally uncontrollable and unmanageable. "Do you know how your mother met her demise?" At these words, Zheng Yuwan's eyes flared with disbelief. "What do you know?" Yu Baoxing scoffed. "Of course I know. Why would your mother, in her right mind, hire an assassin to kill Fu Yinxue? Was it not for you? She risked everything because you foolishly aspired to marry Xie Xun. If this were to escalate to the Dali Temple, would you not be considered an accomplice? Perhaps you would be deemed the mastermind behind it all." Zheng Yuwan turned her gaze away in disgust. She had expected something more profound, yet it was merely the same old grievances. Yu Baoxing, fueled by rage, pinched Zheng Yuan's face. What are you? A bastard child? A mongrel? How dare you glare at me? Have you looked in a mirror? What makes you think you deserve Xie Xun? Had it not been for Xie Lanqing's shameless flattery towards the Grand Princess, you would have never possessed the qualifications to even meet Xie Xun, let alone have a chance for him to impart to you the art of calligraphy. A wretched creature like you, born to be a beguiling and seductive little vixen, ought to be wed into a noble household as a concubine. This is the only purpose left for you, yet you remain oblivious to its value. Your foolishness is truly appalling. If you persist in your refusal to be of service to me, I shall end your life this very moment, sending you to the underworld to reunite with your mother, where you can conspire against the powerful together. She laughed heartily, amused that she had allowed herself to be intimidated by this little girl, and found it utterly ridiculous that a sickly cat would attempt to roar like a fierce tiger. Madam, Su Momo tremulously interrupted Yu Baoxing's sinister laughter. Yu Baoxing shot a dagger-like glance. What is it? Madam, the matriarch of the Dingin Marquisate has arrived to take Miss Zheng back to her home, to acknowledge her ancestry. What? Su Momo lowered her gaze, murmuring, "It is absolutely true." Zheng Yuwan, who had been tense for over an hour, finally felt a sense of relief. She smiled with tears in her eyes, defiantly yet hurtfully glaring at Yu Baoxing. "You vile creature, seductive harlot, I will remember every insult and injury you have inflicted upon me. One day, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. Yu Baoxing, in a fit of rage, seized Zheng Yuwan by the throat, her eyes bulging with fury. "Madam, please no." Su Momo and several other women exerted all their strength to separate Yu Baoxing from Zheng Yuwan. Yu Baoxing, though unwilling, found herself powerless. In the end, it was a futile endeavor. Chapter 024. Unable to let go of young Master Xie, the matriarch of the Dingin Marquisate, Jiang Mingxing, is descended from ancestors who aided the founding emperor in securing the realm and later undertook 3 campaigns against the northern Qian kingdom, earning the title of duke, which has been passed down through generations. Both her father and brother held high-ranking positions as the 3 dukes, and the younger members of her clan have flourished in court. As for the Zheng family of the Dingin Marquisate, they are the rising stars of the court. The old marquis was bestowed his title through military merit, gaining great renown, although his eldest son defied the emperor's marriage decree, incurring the previous emperor's wrath. The second son succeeded to the title and earned praise from the Empress Dowager for his valor in pacifying the southwest. Therefore, it is imperative to tread carefully around them. Yet, Yu Baoxing's heart brimmed with deep-seated resentment. No matter how powerful the Zheng and Jiang families may be, reason must prevail. I wonder why the magpies were chirping so merrily today. It turns out a noble guest has arrived. Yu Baoxing wore a smile that concealed daggers. "Forgive me, old matriarch, but when Lanqing brought little Yuan back to the Xie family, we had discussed it with my mother-in-law. After all, Yuan bears the surname Zheng and should not be raised in the Xie household. However, I argued that the old marquis has removed Zheng Rong from the family genealogy, and he would no longer recognize Yuan as an illegitimate child of no proper standing. The Xie family does not mind an extra mouth to feed. They simply wish to raise her without reproach. If she had any sense, it would be natural for her to honor her uncles and aunts when she grows up. For 12 years, only one person from the Jiang family has supported 5 children and 2 adults, along with an elderly lady. Could the old matriarch not fathom the hardships involved? Yet, I have yet to see the Dingin Marquisate offer even a single coin. Now, as Yuan reaches the age of marriage, she is eligible to be betrothed in exchange for a dowry. At this moment, the old matriarch recalls the idea of bringing her back to reclaim her heritage. Is it not a bit presumptuous of them to treat our Xie family as if we were mere soft persimmons? Upon hearing this, Madame Jiang, uninterested in further discussion, beckoned a servant from the Duke Dingin's residence to carry in a chest of gold. 500 taels. Is this enough to buy my granddaughter's return to her roots? Yu Baoxing's eyes sparkled at the sight of money, and his anger dissipated significantly. Madame Jiang smirked inwardly, confirming that they indeed value wealth above all else. "Where's my granddaughter? Bring her forth to meet me." Yu Baoxing felt a pang of guilt. Zheng Yuan's face was still swollen, and if Jiang Mingxing were to see her, he would undoubtedly seize upon it. Lanqing had only recently passed, and Yuan had vowed to honor her mother's spirit for an entire month. Let the old matriarch return in a few days. Madame Jiang was not easily deceived. If I am not permitted to see her, I shall remain here until my granddaughter is willing to meet me. You need not speak further, old matriarch. Yu Baoxing fell silent, his eyes darting about. The old matriarch should wait. I will persuade Yuan. To prevent Zheng Yuwan from speaking freely, Yu Baoxing threatened her with the life of Lu Mama. Forced into compliance, Zheng Yuwan approached Madame Jiang, hesitant at first. With a gentle nudge from the elderly nurse beside her, she finally knelt before the old matriarch, awkwardly uttering, "Grandmother." Sighing, Madame Jiang assisted Zheng Yuwan to her feet, her expression beaming with delight akin to that of a playful child, though her gaze soon darkened. Zheng Yuwan bore visible signs of swelling on her face, neck, and wrists, as if she had just endured a harrowing ordeal. "How have they mistreated you? Speak to your grandmother." Zheng Yuwan bit her lip, and seeing her reluctance to respond, Yu Baoxing felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, Zheng Yuwan burst into tears, recounting her grievances with exaggerated emotion. "Grandmother, I am so pitiful. Ever since my mother passed away, my second aunt has seized my money for 1,000 taels that I toiled tirelessly to earn for my cosmetics, all taken from me. She even wants to force me to marry an old man in his 70s or 80s to elevate my second uncle status. When I merely expressed my unwillingness, they struck me, one on the left cheek, another on the right. This morning, my second aunt could hardly wait for the painter to come and capture my likeness. When I moved slightly while he was painting, she pinched and struck me, ultimately binding me to pose for the portrait, threatening to kill me and the nurse who has cared for me for 12 years. Grandmother, you have finally come. I am so scared." Yu Baoxing's face turned an unsettling shade of green with fury, nearly rushing to silence Zheng Yuwan. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Madame Jiang tenderly wiped away Zheng Yuwan's tears, turning to confront Yu Baoxing, exuding an aura of terrifying authority. With a resounding slap, she struck Yu Baoxing twice, the sound echoing sharply. Yu Baoxing stood in shock. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, yet she dared not retaliate, only glaring at Madame Jiang. The old matriarch scoffed. "From the moment you mentioned Yuan's age, allowing for a dowry, I discerned the petty schemes you were concocting. Let me remind you, when Xie Lanqing eloped with my son Zheng Rong, your family remained unscathed, while the Zheng family bore the brunt of the imperial wrath. To remove Zheng Rong from the family tree was a decision made out of necessity. In my heart, Zheng Rong will forever be my son, and Zheng Yuwan is naturally my granddaughter. When Xie Lanqing took Yuan back to Chengdu, I was indeed aware of it. I even met with Xie Lanqing in private, hoping to reclaim my granddaughter, but she refused. I offered her nothing, merely wishing to see how long she could endure in the Xie family. Little did I know, she persisted for a lifetime. Previously, I harbored immense hatred for Xie Lanqing, the woman who took my son away and deprived me of the chance to see him one last time. However, I have since come to terms with it. She is a mother, and a child will always find greater happiness growing up with their mother. Now that she is gone, I must bring Yuan back to the Zheng family to reclaim her heritage. It is unreasonable to allow her to remain with the Xie family, enduring disdain and hardship. Over the past 12 years, the Xie family has expended considerable wealth on Yuan's upbringing, and I shall settle that debt in full. As for the meager earnings she toiled for, how dare you shamelessly keep it? Return it to me." Upon hearing this, Yu Baoxing boldly demanded 800 taels of gold in exchange for 4,000 taels of silver notes and Lu Momo. Although old Madame Jiang was not in need of such funds, she did not forget to have Yu Baoxing sign a promissory note, confirming that upon receiving the 800 taels of gold on behalf of the Xie family, Zheng Yuwan would have no further ties with them. The carriage moved slowly, with Zheng Yuwan seated beside old Madame Jiang, feeling as though she had forgotten something important. "My dear, what is on your mind?" Old Madame Jiang inquired. Zheng Yuwan, startled, replied, "Oh no, grandmother, I forgot about Lian Ruo. She is likely still at the magistrate's office reporting the matter." The carriage halted, and with a gentle smile, old Madame Jiang lifted the curtain. Following her gaze, by the Mingyue Bridge, willows flourished and banners fluttered. a man in a moon-white, wide-sleeved, deep robe, with ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders, sat elegantly in a tea house on the second floor. Though he faced away from the railings overlooking the bridge, Zheng Yuwan recognized his silhouette instantly. Lien Ruo was standing in front of the railings. I have quarreled with your mother for half a lifetime. I scolded her for seducing my son, and she dared to call me an old hag. Neither of us held the other in high regard. This is also why, before her death, your mother preferred to send you back to Yishui rather than humble herself to ask me for your care. Old Madame Jiang rolled her eyes playfully, but her expression softened as she gazed at Xie Xun's back. Thanks to this young master Xie, who is astute and perceptive, I was able to arrive in time after he informed me of your plight at the Xie residence. Realizing this, Zheng Yuwan felt a surge of complex emotions as she lowered the curtain, unsure of what to say. Old Madame Jiang continued, although young Master Xie and his father, Duke Dinghua, share the surname Xie, they are a world apart from those rascals in the Xie family. That old hag and Xie heir conspired to monopolize the family assets, driving Duke Dinghua out of the Xie household. Yet, Duke Dinghua, ever resilient, rose through the ranks due to his merit, earning a prominent position in the court. Now, that old hag has shamelessly acknowledged Duke Dinghua as her stepson once more. Still, Duke Dinghua harbors no resentment. He honors his stepmother and supports his stepbrother, raising a son of noble character, reminiscent of his ancestors. Old Madame Jiang spoke freely, while Zheng Yuwan absorbed her words with little more than passive attention. Listen closely. I share this with you to convey that aside from Xie Xun and Duke Dinghua, you must not engage with any other members of the Xie family. Zheng Yuwan, in a fit of temper, declared if we are to cease all interactions, then severing ties entirely would be preferable, to avoid others accusing me of elevating myself above my station. Is that not so? Madame Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Yuwan, pondering whether it was truly the fear of gossip that troubled her or if she still harbored feelings for young Master Xie. Zheng Yuwan, feeling flustered, insisted I do not. Madame Jiang erupted into hearty laughter, remarking, you are simply overthinking matters. Your pursuit of Xie Xun was nothing to be ashamed of. Be more carefree. If you continue to sulk and avoid him, it merely indicates that you have not truly let go of your feelings for Xie Xun. Zheng Yuwan replied, then I have no need to rush to see him. Madame Jiang chided gently, this is not a matter of rushing to meet. He has taken the initiative to write to me on your behalf. You must express your gratitude in person. It is a matter of basic courtesy, and you should not allow your stubbornness to render you impolite. Your grandmother disapproves of such behavior. Chapter 25. Waiting for Yuan to marry another. Despite Madame Jiang's persistent attempts to persuade her, Zheng Yuwan ultimately entered the tea house. Miss, you managed to escape? Lien Ruo remarked, feeling helpless as she had been unable to report the matter to the authorities. It is of no consequence, Zheng Yuwan replied, wiping away Lien Ruo's tears of fright and shielding her behind herself. Yet, when she gazed at Xie Xun, a sense of awkwardness welled within her heart. My grandmother told me it was you who wrote to summon her on my behalf. Thank you. With that, she grasped Lien Ruo's hand and made a leave. Wait. The guard, having caught Xie Xun's gaze, led Lien Ruo behind a screen. In the enclosure, only Zheng Yuwan and Xie Xun remained. Zheng Yuwan peered down from the railing, noticing Madame Jiang lifting the carriage curtain, closely observing her every move. Does the young master have something to discuss with me? Xie Xun tapped the table, indicating for her to sit. Zheng Yuwan's rebellious spirit flared. If there was nothing to say, she would return home with her grandmother. What sincerity? Zheng Yuwan halted her steps. What sincerity? Xie Xun's eyes shimmered with a glimmer reminiscent of sunlight dancing upon the surface of a river. I am grateful for your sincerity. Zheng Yuwan furrowed her brows slightly, her mind flooded with images of Xie Xun kissing her. To harbor affection for another, yet to kiss her. Such is the capriciousness of men. A truth she could not deny. What does the young master desire? Pray, speak plainly. Copy the 4 books 10 times and every 6 or 7 days. Send them to the Duke's residence. I shall review them. Zheng Yuwan was momentarily taken aback, her embarrassment deepening into an inexplicable anger. On what grounds must I copy? On the grounds that I have summoned the elder lady. Xie Xun's demeanor exuded a cold, authoritative pressure, compelling Zheng Yuwan to endure for a brief moment before her gaze fell, muttering, "I did not ask for your interference." She dare not speak loudly, recognizing that her words were merely a means of feigning innocence. Could not be approached differently? I do not wish to copy books. Xie Xun's tone left no room for debate. It cannot be. Zheng Yuwan clenched her teeth, the sound echoing in the silence. Once a brother, forever a father. The constraints of authority seemed an eternal affair, not something she could escape with a few sulks. If I must, then I shall. After Zheng Yuwan departed, the guard moved the screen to the side, obscuring Madame Jiang's view and revealing Lu Wansheng, who was seated beside Xie Xun, sipping tea. I invite you for tea, and yet you choose this desolate alley, merely to meddle? His jest was familiar to Xie Xun, who chose to ignore it. Lu Wansheng approached Xie Xun's side, gently stroking his stubbled chin while scrutinizing him with a pair of inquisitive, gleaming eyes. Xie Xun, something seems amiss. You had Zheng Yuwan send you letters every 6 or 7 days. Are you afraid that she might be mistreated at the Zheng family and have nowhere to escape? After all, it was I who facilitated her return to the Zheng household. If they do not accept her, we can always send her back to Yishui. The Zheng family is not like the Xie family. It is not easy for me to ascertain her circumstances, thus resorting to this clumsy method. Surprisingly, Xie Xun did not deny it. Lu Wansheng widened his eyes and interrupted, "You of all people, aren't you tired of her? Why are you so concerned about her affairs? No wonder she has pursued you for 2 years. It seems you are secretly keeping her on a string, aren't you?" Xie Xun, with utmost seriousness, inquired. "What do you mean by keeping her on a string?" Lu Wansheng felt embarrassed, realizing it meant showing signs of care despite not harboring any affection. Xie Xun adamantly refuted. "I do not." "You do not what? Do you like her, or have you not done anything that might mislead her?" Xie Xun ceased to argue, and Lu Wansheng, not delving deeper, earnestly advised him, refrain from exuding charm in front of Zheng Yuwan and stay out her matters, lest she entangles you like an octopus. On the first day of October, Xie Xun received Zheng Yuwan's letter for the 10th time. It contained nothing but a reprimand, her handwriting elegant yet perfunctory. There were no cries for help, nor any inquiries about his well-being. At the beginning of each month, Xie Xun would dine at his mother's residence, a routine he had followed for many years. His parents lived separately. He resided with his father in the Duke of Dinghui's mansion, while his mother dwelled alone in the Grand Princess's estate. The relationship between his parents had long been so distant, it only awaited a formal divorce decree. "How do you get along with that girl from the Yu family?" During their shared meals, his mother would invariably press him about his prolonged bachelorhood after reaching adulthood. In the past, Xie Xun would brush it off, but he too felt weary. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yongyi frowned, her tone grave. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. The serving maid dared not breathe. Xie Xun gently placed his jade tablet down and replied, "Our temperaments do not align." Suppressing her anger, Xiao Yongyi calmly remarked, "No matter. It merely means I shall host more banquets to introduce you to noble young ladies." "Mother, I am not in a hurry to marry. This matter requires fate." Xiao Yongyi, incensed, retorted, "Fate? What do you mean by fate?" Xie Xun, do not feign ignorance before me. Do you think I am unaware that you have been pining for Fu Yinxue? I do not mind warning you once more. There is no possibility between you and her. Xie Xun's spirits plummeted, his voice hoarse. "I do not like her, nor have I ever claimed I wanted to marry her. Much less have I been waiting for her." "Mother, how many times must I explain my lack of feelings for her before you will believe me?" Xiao Yongyi gazed into her son's eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears, her heart aching. What was wrong with him? Was she falling back into old habits? Her tone softened slightly. "Then what is the reason for your reluctance to marry? You were once so eager for marriage before you reached adulthood." Xie Xun lowered his gaze. At that time, he had indeed expressed a wish for Zheng Yuwan to mature quickly and had spoken of his anticipation for marriage. His mindset had not yet matured. Xiao Yongyi would not allow him to evade. "I am your mother. Can I not discern your true thoughts? In your heart, there must be someone hidden. If it were not for Fu Yinxue, why would you hesitate to confide in me?" Xie Xun spoke weakly, stating that in his youth he had mistaken his responsibility towards Zheng Yuwan for love. But now, everything had changed. and he was unwilling to dwell on matters of the heart. Zheng Yuwan, is she the one you have always kept in your heart? Xiao Yongyi sighed in relief, thankful that she was the daughter of Xie Xun, someone she knew well. How could everything have changed? The Duke of Dingen's residence has acknowledged her again. The child's lineage is now clear, and she is of suitable age. If you continue to hesitate, by the time Yuan marries another, it will be too late for regret. Marrying another is something Xie Xun had never considered. If that day were to come, it would merely indicate that their fate had run its course. If she marries another, I am indifferent. However, Xiao Yongyi did not share this sentiment. She cared deeply. It is rare for you to reveal your affections to your mother. How could I allow you to miss out due to youthful folly? Your marriage is to be decided by me. Mother, Xie Xun did not wish to repeat the tragic fate of others. I shall never marry her again. Please do not interfere. Xiao Yongyi feigned a yawn, declaring her fatigue, and instructed him to leave. Mother, do not act on your own accord. If you insist on proposing to the Zheng family, I will have no choice but to end my life. Xiao Yongyi could hardly believe her ears. Do you dare threaten me with your life? Xie Xun, you increasingly disregard me as your mother. Xie Xun refused to budge, questioning, why is my mother so eager to arrange a marriage between me and Zheng Yuwan? Is it out of guilt towards Xie Xun that she would sacrifice her son's future for her daughter? What are you saying? Xiao Yongyi was taken aback, her shoulders trembling slightly. Do you realize what you are implying? Xie Xun produced a phoenix hairpin concealed within his sleeve, asking why Xie Xun had clutched this pin before her death. It was you who drove her to her demise. Xiao Yongyi could not bear to look at the pin. Her lips moved, yet she found no words to refute him, visibly shaken. Xie Xun smiled bitterly, placing the pin down and turning to leave. He remained convinced that Xie Xun had repeatedly hired assassins to attack Fu Yinxue at Zheng Yuan's instigation. Even entertaining the thought that Xie Xun's poisoning with Xiao Yongyi's pin was merely a ploy to frame someone else. But Xiao Yongyi's reaction caused Xie Xun to waver. The misdeeds of Xie Xun could not be disentangled from Xiao Yongyi. And what of Zheng Yuwan? Could she truly be innocent? Chapter 26. You fear him. In the golden autumn of October, the fragrance of osmanthus filled the air. The resplendent sun bathed the surroundings of the horse racing grounds, blending the lush greenery and pavilions into a tapestry of gold. The race was fierce, the sound of hooves resounding. Zhili, why do you seem so disheartened? The speaker, clad in dark attire, was strikingly handsome, his eyes sparkling with a gentle smile, exuding an air of refined elegance. He was Shun Ci, the emperor's brother. The Zhili he referred to was none other than Xie Xun, with Zhili being his courtesy name. Lu Wensheng also rode over, having finally found a moment of respite. I have specially invited Lin Zhou to accompany you for a leisurely escape, so do not wear such a sorrowful expression. As he spoke, he nudged his horse closer to Xie Xun and whispered, Fu Yinxue is here too, so try to smile a little. She owes you nothing. Xie Xun, already troubled, felt that Lu Wensheng was only adding to his distress. I have never harbored affections for Fu Yinxue. Why are you so concerned? As the carriage turned towards the stables, Xie Xun exhibited an expression of helplessness, confidently stating to Shen Ci, he is merely a stubborn duck. Shen Ci offered a faint smile, but remained silent, unconvinced. Suddenly, he inquired, who are those individuals? Following Shen Ci's gaze, Lu Wensheng observed 2 men and 2 women within the stables, selecting horses, all donned in equestrian attire. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary scions of respectable families. However, the fact that Xie Xun paused to watch piqued Lu Wensheng's curiosity, prompting him to approach. As they drew closer, it became evident that one of the women was indeed Zheng Yuwan. The 3 men lingered atop their horses for a considerable time, making it nearly impossible for Zheng Yuwan and her companions not to notice them. Zheng Yuqing, Zheng Yuwan's cousin and the sole daughter of the Duke of Dingen, had been cherished and pampered since childhood. She felt that the 3 men observing them were quite rude. Brother, you should teach them a lesson. It must be that my second sister's beauty has captivated their hearts, she remarked playfully. Zheng Yuwan blushed at the comment, while Zheng Yuqing chuckled. Very well. When our grandmother inquires, I shall tell her it was the 4th sister who urged me to reprimand the heir of the Duke of Dingwa. Zheng Yuqing's eyes widened as she scrutinized the three men outside the stables under the bright sun. Upon closer inspection, she indeed recognized Xie Xun. Their grandmother had instructed them that the Xie family, aside from the Duke of Dinghua and his son, was not to be engaged with. Thus, should they happen to encounter him here, it would be appropriate to extend greetings. Zheng Yuwan, the second son of the Duke of Dingyan, looked at Zheng Yuwan with concern. "Second sister, do you wish to see him? If not, we can pretend we didn't notice." Before he could finish speaking, Xie Xun had dismounted and approached, with Lu Wensheng and Shen Xi following suit. Whether Zheng Yuwan wanted to or not, she was destined to meet him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zheng Yuwan hid behind Zheng Yuqing, lowering her gaze in an effort to avoid Xie Xun's stare. Lu Wensheng, sensing the tension, feigned enthusiasm. "How about a game of polo?" Zheng Yuqing promptly declined. "No need for that. My sister and I are not skilled riders. Today is solely for our brothers to teach us, so we cannot join your merriment." In truth, only Zheng Yuwan lacked riding skills, and Zheng Yuqing deliberately stated this to spare her sister's feelings. "Very well. Then we shall not intrude," Xie Xun remarked as he mounted his horse and departed. Lu Wensheng followed, squinting as he scrutinized him. "In my opinion, Zheng Yuwan clearly came here intentionally to see you. Why did you not avoid her, but rather approached? Is it a strategy of retreating to advance?" Xie Xun dismissed his sarcasm, responding calmly, "I merely wished to ascertain whether she had been wronged." This straightforward sentiment left Lu Wensheng at a loss for words, and he muttered something about being bewitched before turning to play polo. Compared to Zheng Yuwan and Zheng Yuqing, the trio appeared surprisingly delicate and frail. This was hardly surprising, as Xie Lanqing had always treated Zheng Yuwan like a porcelain doll, while the Zheng family were all warriors. Even Zheng Yuqing, who had just come of age, could wield a sword with remarkable skill. If Zheng Yuwan wished to avoid being entirely out of place, she would need to gradually learn horseback riding and archery. Yet, she was afraid. The moment she approached a horse, an inexplicable fear would seize her. In her past life, half a year after their marriage, Xie Xun would often take Zheng Yuwan to race horses through the fields when he was inebriated. The swift pace and the jarring bumps would invariably frighten Zheng Yuwan, causing her to grasp Xie Xun's arm, crying and wailing. Yet, Xie Xun never ceased his relentless pursuit. He would merely seek out a secluded, intriguing spot to embrace her with one arm, kissing away her tears while engaging in such acts. The thought alone was a nightmare. This was merely one of the more inconspicuous methods he employed to torment her. He possessed countless ways to consume her entirely. He appeared to be a paragon of virtue. Yet in truth, he was utterly despicable. "Yuan, has anything transpired between you and young Master Xie?" Zheng Yuqing casually inquired. Startled, Zheng Yuwan tightly gripped the reins, stammering no. Zheng Yuqing, leading the horse beneath Zheng Yuwan, walked at a leisurely pace. "You need not rush to deny it. I can see it in your eyes. You fear him." Zheng Yuwan retorted defensively. "He has always been stern and strict, serving as a tutor to my siblings and me from a young age. It is only natural for us to be afraid." Zheng Yuqing listened without pressing further. As a married man and a fellow male, he understood all too well what Xie Xun's gaze upon Zheng Yuwan signified. If that were all, it would be for the best. There are words you cannot voice now, and I shall not force you. However, should he ever bully you in the future, remember to inform me. I will certainly seek justice for you. Regardless of his status as a nobleman or royal kin, if he dares to mistreat a daughter of the Zheng family, my brother will ensure he pays dearly." Zheng Yuwan felt a surge of emotion, replying gratefully, "I will remember your words. Thank you, brother. Let's move on," Zheng Yuqing said with a bright smile, urging the horse forward. Before long, it was midday, and the group gradually returned their horses to the stable, gathering in the tea house to cool off and satisfy their hunger. Yu Jieyue had nearly fallen off her horse at the riding grounds, saved only by Fu Yinxue. Hence, during the meal, she invited Fu Yinxue and her companions to express her gratitude. Lu Wensheng gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes, jesting, snowflake pastry, jade dew dumplings, and creamy fish. "These are all our favorites. Miss you have truly gone to great lengths." Yu Jieyue's cheeks flushed. "Young Master Lu, you jest. These are merely my favorite snacks. If they please everyone, that would be splendid." Lu Wensheng shot a sidelong glance at Xie Xun, wondering why this wooden block remained silent. Ever since their duet of white snow in the wisteria garden, rumors had circulated about their impending union. Yet, nearly 4 months had passed with no progress. Yu Jiayue, clearly unable to wait any longer, had even taken a page out of Zheng Yuwan's book, disregarding her modesty. The table fell momentarily silent, yet the glances exchanged among Lu Wensheng and the others sparked like flint. Oblivious, Yu Jiayue gazed dreamily at Xie Xun, her eyes filled with shyness. Meanwhile, Xie Xun remained indifferent, focused solely on devouring a piece of snowflake pastry. This pastry mountain was made by my own hands. I invite you all to taste it, she announced. Before she could finish her sentence, a maid presented 5 bowls of pastry mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Wensheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. The pastry mountain required hours of freezing in the icy cellar, indicating that Yu Jiayue's near fall was no mere coincidence. To draw closer to Xie Xun, she was willing to risk her very life. What a devoted woman she was. Alas, Xie Xun was a heartless stone, utterly unmoved. What is this? I shall taste it as well. Zheng Yuqing cast a glance at the table nearby, and upon seeing that the pastry was still being served, she immediately rose to join the fray. Zheng Yuwan grasped her wrist, whispering, "Yuqing, mind your own business." However, Zheng Yuqing, with the strength of a bull, easily twisted her wrist free from Zheng Yuwan's grip. Xie Xun cast a fleeting gaze in their direction. Chapter 27. The young girl following behind brother Ji Li. Yu Jiayue remarked with displeasure, "Aren't you all eating? I've only made 5 bowls." Zheng Yuqing, unceremoniously, squeezed between Xie Xun and Lu Wensheng, glancing at the pastries before them, which appeared indistinguishable. "You dare make them for me, yet I wouldn't dare eat them. Who knows what you've added inside?" At this remark, Yu Jiayue's expression changed instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her reaction, observed by Xun Ci, a seasoned detective, revealed numerous flaws. Yet he merely smiled faintly, choosing not to expose her. "Nonsense?" Zheng Yuqing rolled up her sleeves, adding, "If I hadn't accidentally stumbled upon you administering poison while I returned from the restroom, I wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all." With that, she executed a swift maneuver, changing the positions of the 5 bowls with such speed that only fleeting shadows could be seen. All done. Zheng Yuqing, exhausted, elegantly wiped non-existent sweat from her brow, her every movement imbued with grace and liveliness. Yu Jiayue and her maid exchanged glances, perplexed by her actions. "What are you doing?" Zheng Yuqing rolled her eyes in response. "With that brain of yours, you still dare to poison someone? I merely swapped your bowls. You claimed you didn't poison them. So go ahead and eat this bowl in front of you. Don't say I didn't warn you. There is a chance this bowl is the one you intended for young Master Xie." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiayue tightened her fingers in secret. After all, it was an aphrodisiac. If she were to consume it, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and she could not afford such a gamble. Her close maid, witnessing Xie Xun and the others unwilling to assist, lamented, "Our young lady hurt her hands making these pastries. Her good intentions have been met with such slander. She's furious and can't even eat now." Zheng Yuqing snapped coldly, "Does my master's speech require your interruption?" Turning to Yu Jiayue, she added, "If you are innocent, you can eat it and still be angry later." Yu Jiayue, feeling cornered, gazed at Xie Xun with a sorrowful blush, silently pleading for him to defend her. Ultimately, it was a vain hope. In her despair, she clutched a porcelain spoon, wishing to prove her innocence, but Xun Ci pressed down on her wrist with the tip of his chopsticks. "No need to prove anything. If you didn't administer poison, why must you defend yourself? Your guilt speaks volumes." Yu Jiayue forced a bitter smile, tears cascading down her cheeks, and awkwardly left the table. Zheng Yuqing, feeling triumphant, made a face at Yu Jiayue's retreating figure, chasing after her with taunts, daring to do wrong yet unwilling to admit it, and still having the gall to cry. Xun Ci cautioned, "Fourth Miss Zheng, one should spare others when possible." Zheng Yuqing retorted, "I'm merely voicing my grievances. What concern is it of yours?" Seeing Zheng Yuqing dare to offend even Xun Ci, Zheng Yuxuan quickly stepped forward, clasping her hands in apology. "My sister is thoughtless and poorly guided. I hope Brother Lin Zhou will not take offense. Zheng Yuqing furrowed her brows in displeasure, about to voice her thoughts, when Zheng Yuwan suddenly covered her mouth from behind, smiling apologetically as he dragged away the unruly young girl. Xun Xi remarked leisurely, "Everything else is manageable, but your sister has driven away our host, leaving us with no prospects for this meal." Zheng Yuqing forced a smile. "I brought some homemade dishes. If you don't mind, we can share." Xun Xi raised an elegant eyebrow, intrigued by the suggestion. In an instant, the lavish feast set by Yu Jie was abandoned, while the modest dishes brought by the Zheng siblings became highly sought after. However, with 8 people and just 6 dishes, it was truly insufficient. When did Zheng Yuwan become so clever to devise such a scheme to drive away the young lady of the Yu family? All in an effort to sit with Xie Xun, she has certainly put in considerable thought. Yet the food is rather meager. Lu Wensheng subtly curled his lips, suddenly meeting Zheng Yuwan's icy gaze. A shiver ran down his spine, as though his innermost thoughts had been overheard. "Let the guests eat first. I'll prepare some more dishes. Yumming and Yuqing will assist me." The 2 Zheng siblings followed Zheng Yuwan away from the table. That second Zheng girl must be the one who used to be raised in the Xie household, always trailing behind Brother Zhili, right? In the 5 years I've been away from the capital, she has changed so significantly. Xun Xi's tone was reflective, causing both Xie Xun and Zheng Yuqing to pause. "My younger sister was young and naive in the past, and her words and actions inevitably led to misunderstandings. She shall not behave this way again in the future." Hearing this, Lu Wensheng shot Xun Xi a sideways glance. "Lin Zhou, you truly have a knack for bringing up sensitive topics." He leaned closer to Xun Xi's ear and divulged the relentless pursuit Zheng Yuwan had shown towards Xie Xun over the past 2 years. Xun Xi forced a smile. "Oh dear, I apologize for my loose tongue. Young Master Zheng, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I meant no subtle insinuations, merely expressing my sentiments." Zheng Yuqing, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, replied, "I understand. Let us dine." Lu Wensheng discreetly observed Xun Xi. "This is what happens when you speak carelessly. It's a wonder I haven't silenced you yet." When Zheng Yuwan and the Zheng siblings returned, the table was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of eating. How delightful! Lu Wensheng, having only eaten a modest amount, was suddenly overwhelmed by an enticing aroma that made his stomach growl with hunger. "What is that?" Zheng Yuqing arched her delicate brows, her tone laced with pride. "Sesame, oil, egg soup." Lu Wensheng's bright eyes dimmed slightly. Zheng Yuqing scoffed, "My second sister is right. Sesame oil egg soup is a common dish, unworthy of young Master Lu's refined palate. You need not feign distaste. It was not made for you." With that, she took a bite of the egg, causing its yolk to ooze out. Lu Wensheng unconsciously swallowed hard. Forget about refined tastes. All he wanted was something warm to eat. Zheng Yuqing inquired, "Where did the eggs come from?" Zheng Yuqing explained, "The tea house owner keeps chickens. My second sister gave him a bit of silver to borrow his kitchen." Zheng Yuqing had no further questions and was about to sip her hot soup when she suddenly heard a pronounced gulp. Lu Wensheng's audible swallow was so loud that it was impossible for Zheng Yuqing to pretend not to hear. "If young Master Lu doesn't mind," Zheng Yuwan interrupted, "he undoubtedly will mind. Brother, just eat. I'll go prepare a few more bowls." It was my oversight not to anticipate that the guests would leave unsatisfied. Saying this, I handed my untouched egg soup to Fu Yinxue and rose to head to the back room. Zheng Yuqing, having wolfed down her meal, followed suit. After a short while, the 2 sisters returned with 4 bowls of egg soup. "Please, eat," Zheng Yuwan urged, particularly directing her attention to Lu Wensheng's bowl. Lu Wensheng appeared quite taken aback. Yet, as the soup slid down his throat, he thought, heavens, it was so salty that it nearly brought him to tears. Spitting it out, he was about to protest when he noticed that both Xie Xun and Xun Xi were eating with great enjoyment. Zheng Yuwan spoke nonchalantly, "Dear young Master Lu, do not be angry. I do not often cook and may not have mastered the measurements. Sometimes my hand trembles, and perhaps I added an extra 2 spoonfuls of salt." 2 spoonfuls? Zheng Yuqing chuckled heartily, while Lu Wensheng grew increasingly embarrassed, his appetite clamoring louder within him. Xie was eating quickly, and he was unable to catch up, but seeing Xie Xun eat leisurely, with half a bowl still remaining. Lu Wensheng's thoughts turned mischievous as he scooped a spoonful of the soup into his mouth. Spitting it out once more, Lu Wensheng nearly doubted his senses. How could this bowl taste even worse than his? It was illogical. Zheng Yuwan laughed uncontrollably, exclaiming, a trembling hand. Who can say? Xie Xun, seemingly indifferent, continued to eat spoonful by spoonful, his face unchanging, declaring, not bad at all. Both Lu Wensheng and Zheng Yuwan involuntarily bared their teeth at him, their expressions becoming increasingly grotesque. Isn't it too salty? You can actually eat that? Truly a tough character. Chapter 28, a resounding slap to his face. Zheng Yuwan had learned to mount and stroll on horseback. Noticing that the three Zheng siblings intended to engage in a spirited game of polo, she expressed her desire to wander alone around the racetrack. Being in the outskirts, the area was adorned with countless trees, entwined with climbing vines, flourishing and proud. Interspersed among them were fragrant osmanthus flowers, their clusters of orange-yellow petals densely packed, exuding a sweet aroma that brought joy to the heart. Before she knew it, she had ventured deep into the woods. Suddenly, she heard a long and melodious sound, though she could not discern the instrument producing it. Upon hearing the music, the horse beneath her seemed to understand some sort of call, and it trudged back along the path they had come. Fearing she might get lost, Zheng Yuwan allowed the horse to lead her back. Once the racetrack reappeared in her sight, she finally spotted the source of the enchanting sound. At the edge of the forest path stood Xie Xun, dressed in white, riding a jet-black horse, holding the reins with one hand. The music emanated from leaves of osmanthus he had blown into. Rarely did he tie back his hair, and seeing him thus unexpectedly revealed a fierce and unyielding air that had been overlooked before, akin to a cold sword drawn from its sheath. The mottled sunlight, filtered through the gently swaying trees, cast a shimmering glow upon his upright and elegant figure, rendering his extraordinary beauty almost ethereal. His phoenix-like eyes were slightly narrowed, deep and profound. As the horse drew nearer, Zheng Yuwan had to exert some effort to halt it a yard away from Xie Xun. If left unchecked, it might have approached him directly. The haunting melody ceased as well, and the air grew heavy with silence, with no one daring to disrupt the stillness. Perhaps due to having just teased Xie Xun, Zheng Yuwan felt a twinge of guilt and lowered her gaze, avoiding his unwavering stare. Aren't you the one who fears riding the most? Xie Xun remarked suddenly. Upon comprehending the insinuation behind his words, Zheng Yuwan glared at him, her grape-like eyes wide with indignation. How dare he pose such a question? Did he not know the reason for her fear of horseback riding? With irritation, she retorted, "It is not the horse I fear, but rather the monstrous nature of a certain individual." Xie Xun recollected the underlying cause, his brow furrowing subtly, and discreetly shifted the topic. In the residence of the Dingen Marquis, have you faced any bullying? Zheng Yuwan lightly squeezed her horse's belly, attempting to maneuver past Xie Xun without involving him. Xie Xun grasped her reins, his patience wearing thin. How long must we endure this petty quarrel? The two horses nearly collided, sending a jolt of fear through Zheng Yuwan, who, once steadied, retorted with a sharp tongue. How could I dare to quarrel with young Master Xie? Xie Xun's tone turned displeased. Address me as cousin. Zheng Yuwan tightened her expression. She recalled her complaints to her grandmother about how Xie Xun always made her transcribe texts, yet her grandmother had urged her to reflect on her expectations of him. It dawned on her that, deep down, she still harbored hopes for Xie Xun to possess the insight of a deity, to always stand by her side, and never wrong her again. Yet, he bore no obligation, nor could he possess the patience to indulge her endless whims. Frankly, all her sulking and tantrums were blatant declarations of her lingering feelings for him, a yearning for his affection. Perhaps it was precisely because she had never received it that, after countless days and nights spent together, an unwavering obsession had taken root within her. Fortunately, Xie Xun's call to address me as cousin awakened her once more. What is it? Nothing. Zheng Yuwan forced a smile, cousin. A chill ran inexplicably down Xie Xun's back, and his throat felt strangely parched. Her sudden compliance made it difficult for him not to suspect she was concocting some scheme. Releasing the reins, he inquired, "Have the Zheng family treated you unjustly?" Zheng Yuwan shook her head. "With my grandmother's protection, I have not noticed anything amiss." Xie Xun replied nonchalantly, "If there is, I can escort you back to Yishui." Zheng Yuwan smiled wryly. "If there were, I could easily sneak back to Yishui myself." The Zheng family neither coveted her wealth nor needed to sell her as a concubine for rank. If they ever found her a burden, they would simply cast her aside. Yet, she did not fear such a day, for her grandmother, uncles, aunts, and siblings treated her with genuine care, continuously supporting and compensating for her. She could feel it deeply. Nevertheless, "Thank you, cousin." The sincerity in her words surprised Xie Xun. What had she come to realize in that brief moment of contemplation that so profoundly altered her demeanor towards him? Was she truly no longer angry? Zheng Yuwan shook her head earnestly. The dissolution of obsession can sometimes hinge upon a mere thought. As Xie Xun pondered, he turned his horse, and they rode side by side. "Previously, you mentioned that you could not prevent your mother from her actions. Is that truly the case?" The sudden mention of Xie Lanqing stirred a wave of hidden pain within Zheng Yuwan. Her gaze darkened, and she absent-mindedly nodded. "Believe it or not, she has her own grievances. Of course, the greatest of those grievances pertains to me." Xie Xun furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "But is someone threatening your mother with your life?" Considering Xie Lanqing's desperate actions to secretly send away Zheng Yuwan before her death, it is not difficult to deduce the truth. Zheng Yuwan's pupils contracted in shock. How'd her cousin know? A cold, bitter smile crept into Xie Xun's heart. No wonder Xiao Yongyi was so eager to arrange the marriage upon hearing Zheng Yuwan's name. It was indeed born out of guilt and obligation. As Xie Xun's expression suddenly turned icy and fierce, Zheng Yuwan felt as though she had been plunged into a frigid abyss, involuntarily gasping for breath as she hastened her horse's pace. His demeanor, was he contemplating murder to silence her? "Do you know who is threatening your mother?" Xie Xun's chilling voice came from behind, causing Zheng Yuwan's body to tense up, for she knew the answer. Xie Xun urged his horse and quickly caught up, asking, "Did your mother tell you?" As he spoke, he grasped Zheng Yuwan's delicate wrist, his calloused fingertips resting against a racing pulse. Zheng Yuwan gazed into Xie Xun's eyes in confusion and instinctively struggled a bit, conceding. Xie Xun leaned closer, his gaze possessive, his voice low and icy. "Who is it?" Zheng Yuwan's heart raced chaotically, a thunderous sound echoing in her ears. "It is a non-existent entity, utterly unchallengeable. It is rather sinister, and you cannot hear it directly. No matter how much I say, it is futile." Xie Xun raised an eyebrow. "Did your mother say it like that?" Zheng Yuwan replied honestly, "It is what I heard." "What is its name?" "The System." Xie Xun racked his brain, searching for a person named the System, but it was evidently in vain. "What is it called?" Zheng Yuwan stated plainly, "The System, that is how it refers to itself." Xie Xun could hardly contain his laughter, having thought that Zheng Yuwan might have some real knowledge. "What are you two doing?" Zheng Yujue appeared behind them, her voice cold. Zheng Yuwan quickly shrugged off Xie Xun's hand and obediently moved to Zheng Yujue's side, saying, "We weren't doing anything." Zheng Yujue expressed her concern. "Is he bullying you?" Zheng Yuwan shook her head. "No, he just asked me a few questions." Xie Xun observed the natural bond between the siblings, and the lingering softness of his fingers vanished, leaving only the endless autumn wind swirling around them. "Young Master Xie," Zheng Yujue's tone was unkind. "I appreciate your guidance toward my sister in the past, but I ask you to mind your boundaries in the future and refrain from assuming the role of an elder brother, meddling in matters that do not concern you." With that, she led Zheng Yuwan's horse back towards the stables. Once they were a distance away, Zheng Yujue spoke seriously, "If he ever lays a hand on you again, you should slap him soundly." Zheng Yuwan's mouth fell open in disbelief. "Can I? After all, he is the son of the Duke and the Emperor's cousin. If I slap him, I will be courting death." "Do not fear, I will protect you. Even if it escalates to the Emperor, he would be the one at fault." Zheng Yuwan began to take her brother's words to heart. "Then I will wait for an opportunity. I have never slapped anyone in my life." She felt compelled to give a try. So, perched on her horse, she playfully delivered 2 imaginary slaps to the air. Zheng Yuwan shot her a sideways glance and couldn't help but laugh. Brother, do not mock me. All right, all right. Xie Xun followed at a distance, a sense of unexpressed heaviness swelling in his heart. Chapter 29. The Blessing of Having an Elder Sister. On that fateful day at the horse racing grounds, Yu Jue returned home and, in a moment of despair, attempted to take her own life. Fortunately, a diligent matron in the courtyard discovered her in time, thus preserving her life. Yu Jiayue's father, Yu Zhong, held the esteemed position of deputy censor, endowed with the authority to supervise and impeach officials, and he promptly reported the transgressions of Duke Zheng Yu of Dingen. He accused Zheng Yu of gross misconduct, even daring to threaten the life of an imperial daughter, and subsequently enumerated over 10 charges against him, both grave and trivial. Should the emperor choose not to pursue the matter, it would merely be a private affair between two families. However, the situation was precarious, as the emperor had been gradually consolidating power from the empress dowager for years and was now prepared to take decisive action. Zheng Yu, once a favored courtier of the dowager, found himself in dire straits. The document Yu Zhong presented to the emperor was not merely a petition. It was akin to a glimmering silver blade. The fate that awaited Zheng Yu hung delicately upon the emperor's will. In his fury, Zheng Yu chastised his daughter, Zheng Yuqing, yet she remained obstinate, insisting that Yu Jiayue's shameless actions were to blame for her predicament. When exposed, Yu Jiayue's shame had driven her to contemplate ending her life, a matter that had nothing to do with Zheng Yuqing. Zheng Yu, filled with wrath, subjected Zheng Yuqing to familial discipline and resolved to send her to her maternal uncle's academy for a period of correction, ostensibly to shield her from the ensuing storm. That night, a chilling wind swept through the air. Zheng Yuqing knelt in the ancestral hall, her stomach growling, tears streaming down her cheeks, while her backside throbbed with pain. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Mistaking them for her father's, she mustered the strength to straighten her back. Yuqing, came the gentle voice of her elder sister, Zheng Yuwan. Instantly, Zheng Yuqing's composure faltered, and she whimpered, "Second sister, you must be hungry. Come, let us fill your stomach," Zheng Yuwan said soothingly, as she tenderly adjusted Zheng Yuqing's disheveled hair and placed a piece of freshly baked, golden pastry into her palm, followed by a bowl of sweet soup. Zheng Yuqing swallowed hard. "I cannot eat. Father will be angry with you." Zheng Yuwan gently wiped the tears from the corners of her sister's eyes, reassuring her. "Uncle will only scold me a little. Besides, he has already punished me by sending me to accompany you to your uncle's academy, so he won't punish me further for now." Zheng Yuqing lamented, "It's all my fault. I've brought trouble upon you." "Oh, silly girl. Uncle simply fears you will feel lonely. That is why he had me accompany you," Zheng Yuwan replied tenderly. Zheng Yuqing huffed in defiance, refusing to accept any justification for Zheng Yu's actions, insisting, "It wasn't my fault. I want nothing to do with that old fool anymore." As Zheng Yuwan fastened a pair of knee pads onto her sister, she remarked, "You are certainly not at fault, but Yu Jiayue did come perilously close to losing her life. Uncle S' actions are likely intended to teach you a lesson. Some matters are best left alone." Zheng Yuqing, feeling unappreciated, redirected her frustration. "It's all that Shun Linzhou's fault. If he hadn't intervened, Yu Jiayue would have consumed the very poison she prepared, and the evidence would have been undeniable. What face would the Yu family have to accuse me of coercion?" Zheng Yuwan gently patted her sister's cheek. "You are mistaken. It is fortunate that he intervened. Yu Jiayue's reputation remains intact, and there is still room for resolution. You would not want to bear the grave burden of a murder charge. Otherwise, merely sending you to the academy for reflection would not suffice to appease the Yu family or the emperor." Her voice flowed like a gentle breeze, soft and enchanting, akin to the caress of a hand gliding over the fur of a beloved pet. The gentle softness, so strikingly apparent, harbors an unspoken yet penetrating strength that resonates deeply within. Zheng Yuqing found herself unwittingly entranced. Zheng Yuwan, under her gaze, touched her own cheeks and asked, "What is the matter? Sister, you are so beautiful. I envy you dearly." Zheng Yuqing, in the depths of her heart, despised her own robust appearance, and, with a hint of regret, devoured a red pastry the size of her palm. Zheng Yuwan pinched her cheek playfully, chiding, Where are you wandering off to? I did not mean to divert the conversation. I merely choked on my food in my eagerness. Zheng Yuqing had just finished half a bowl of sweet soup, genuinely feeling that her sister was as enchanting as a celestial being. Especially in the dim candlelight of the deep night, she appeared even more radiant, like a precious pearl hidden within a dark box, blooming vividly in the most obscure corners, exuding an enviable brilliance and allure. If you insist on saying this, I too find myself envious of you. Not to mention the love and care of family, but just consider your remarkable skills. I've dreamt several times of possessing them myself. Zheng Yuwan pondered seriously. If I could truly possess your talents, I would gladly trade a bit of my fair complexion and sturdiness for it. Beauty lies in the essence, not merely the skin. Fu Yin Xue, tall and capable, is robust enough to rival a man, yet remains exquisitely beautiful. Such beauty is meant to be admired from afar and not trifled with. Those as delicate as her, even if divine, inevitably possess a fragility that cannot withstand the harshness of life. Once the protective walls of privilege collapse, who knows how many nightmares may ensue for such a fair visage. She yearned deeply to possess the capacity to command respect and authority, whether through power or martial prowess. Mastery can be attained through diligent practice. After all, Zheng Yuqing felt a wave of melancholy. Beauty, too, can be cultivated from within. Zheng Yuan's eyes shimmered with an enchanting spirit. Could you possibly teach me, dear sister? Of course. You are already a lovely girl. If you were to receive my true teachings and diligently practice for a couple of months, I assure you, you would transform into a stunning beauty. Zheng Yuqing finally burst into laughter, playfully wrapping her arms around Zheng Yuan's waist and snuggling into her soft embrace, exclaiming, "Having a sister is truly wonderful." Their great-uncle, Zheng Yuqing, had never married. After resigning from his official post, he established a private school at Whaley Mountain. Initially, he taught the local children, later welcoming those who had fallen short in the imperial examinations. As the school's reputation grew, even the sons of noble families from the capital began sending their wayward offspring to Whaley Academy, regardless of whether they were unruly young scions or rebellious rascals. A stint at Whaley would inevitably yield a transformation. Although some returned to the capital, soon revealing their true natures, the academy's reputation had already spread far and wide. Students arrived in droves, prompting the academy to expand continuously until it could expand no further, leaving them with no choice but to enforce strict admission standards while maintaining leniency in their exit. Thus, Whaley Academy narrowly avoided being overwhelmed. The opportunity for the two sisters to attend was courtesy of the matriarch Jiang, as otherwise, they might never have crossed the threshold of Whaley Academy. Once inside, they discovered that no matter whose offspring they were, all were prohibited from bringing along servants, gold, silver, or luxuries. Every aspect of their sustenance and living was to be self-sufficient. The guards within the academy were nearly as numerous as the volumes of the Hanhai Library, unperturbed by the antics of the young masters, while also preventing any potential escape. Females entering the academy were exceedingly rare, yet not entirely absent. The Zheng sisters, Zheng Yuwan and her sibling, were assigned to share a chamber with a woman of the Huang family, and the trio spent their days inseparable, alleviating the monotony of their lives and confiding their innermost thoughts to one another. On the occasion of the Lower Yuan Festival, Zheng Yuqing granted Zheng Yuwan permission to journey to the vicinity of Mount Whaley to pay homage to her deceased mother. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, but on the return journey, she unexpectedly encountered a man lying motionless and drenched along the path she must traverse back to the academy. The accompanying guards, wary of potential ambushes and traps, cautiously confirmed that the man had indeed suffered a fatal wound and was unconscious from excessive blood loss. They unceremoniously discarded him into a patch of withered grass beside the road. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications, especially since he was clad in dark garb, indicating he was either a rogue or a criminal. Rescuing him would be akin to saving a venomous serpent. However, upon closer inspection, Zheng Yuwan realized that the man was none other than Xun Xi. At that moment, it was too late to return Xun Xi to the capital, as the city gates had already been locked. Furthermore, his life hung by a thread and required immediate medical attention, prompting Zheng Yuwan to bring him back to Weili Academy. Within the academy, there was a physician available year-round to attend to the students' ailments. Initially, Jiang Yuxing was reluctant to involve himself in such murky affairs. Everyone was aware that Xun Ci held the position of vice commander of the Purple-Clad Guards, an entity notorious for its fearsome reputation among officials, and given his grievous injuries, it was likely a result of vengeance from enemies. It was even conceivable that the mastermind was from within the palace. Yet, Xun Ci was a noble relative of the emperor. To turn a blind eye and deny him aid would be tantamount to opposing the empress. A consequence Jiang's family could ill afford. Torn by indecision, he ultimately relented and, upon Xun Ci regaining consciousness, arranged for his immediate departure from the academy. To prevent any unnecessary trouble for the institution, Jiang Yuxing specifically designated a secluded area, the Wu Courtyard, for Xun Ci's recovery, instructing the guards and Zheng Yuwan to keep this matter strictly confidential. The following morning, the news of Xun Ci leading the Purple-Clad Guards in a surprise attack on the Zhang family, the Duke of Junping, sent shockwaves through the court. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Commander Zhang Tian, even the infant children of the Duke's household would have perished. Consequently, ministers in the court clamored for Xun Ci's execution and the Empress's deposition to placate public sentiment. Meanwhile, within the confines of Weili Academy, Xun Ci remained unconscious. Jiang Yuxing summoned Zheng Yuwan to the Wu Courtyard and firmly instructed her to remain there without venturing outside. The ministers were incensed. Yet the emperor hesitated to decree Xun Ci's death, indicating deeper intrigues at play. In such circumstances, Emperor Zhang would not permit Xun Ci to live to confront the emperor and would certainly investigate the academy, even if Xun Ci were to be handed over. Given Empress Zhang's ruthless disposition, he would undoubtedly be silenced to eliminate any future threats. Thus, the only viable course of action was to await Xun Ci's swift awakening. Jiang Yuxing's footsteps faded into the distance, leaving his thoughts beyond reach. Although Zheng Yuwan lacked understanding of the political landscape, she could discern that they were embroiled in a grave predicament. It was all her fault. Had she known, she would never have taken Xun Ci in. The guards would deliver meals and medicine punctually, while the physician would visit daily to check Xun Ci's pulse and change his bandages. Zheng Yuwan's sole purpose was to administer medicine and broth to Xun Ci, prolonging his life. Confined within this courtyard, Zheng Yuwan found herself languishing in monotony, keeping vigil by Xun Ci's side, her words incessantly flowing. Had I not gone horseback riding that day, I would never have met you, nor saved you. Perhaps, in some unseen manner, fate had already woven our paths together. You must awaken. You need to see His Majesty the Emperor and convey any grievances or hidden truths directly to him. Otherwise, the unjust death toll will not only claim your family, but also myself and my third uncle. We are all innocent. If you do not wish for us to accompany you to the underworld, feasting upon your flesh and drinking your blood, then please awaken swiftly. This marked the fourth day of Xun Ci's unconsciousness, and Zheng Yuwan still found herself listlessly tending to the charcoal fire by his bedside. A soft sigh echoed, reminiscent of distant realms, swirling and mingling with the mist, dissipating into the air. Zheng Yuwan gazed out the window, lost in the desolate winter landscape, contemplating whether to pour herself a drink. Shenlin Zhou, are you awake? She hurriedly dropped the copper poker and rushed to the bedside, pressing her ear against his lips, fearful of mishearing. All right, wait a moment. In a flurry, Zheng Yuwan poured a cup of warm water, blowing gently until it cooled, then used a small spoon to feed it to Xun Ci. As he swallowed, his throat convulsed, and he began to cough violently. Zheng Yuwan, terrified he might choke, exerted tremendous effort to prop him up, allowing him to cough more comfortably against her shoulder, gently patting his back. Sir Shun, are you feeling better? Xun Ci responded weakly with a faint sound of acknowledgement. Zheng Yuwan's heart soared with joy. It was enough that he could understand her words. You should rest. I will go fetch my third uncle. Xun Ci slowly reclined on the thickly padded bed, suddenly gripping Zheng Yuwan's delicate wrist tightly. Her heart raced with anxiety. What is it? What night is this? October 19th. Upon hearing this, Xun Xi exhaled a heavy sigh. Where am I? Mount Weili. Mount Weili? How did I end up here? That night, I fell into a trap set by Zhang Tian and jumped into the Ming River, and then Zheng Yuwan interjected. I found you near the Ming River on the outskirts. Thank goodness you awakened. The Xun family would be ruined because of you. Xun Xi looked at her with a hint of confusion. What do you know? Zheng Yuwan shook her head candidly. I know nothing. If you have any questions, ask my third uncle later. After a brief interval, Jiang Yuxing arrived at Wu Yuan with urgent footsteps. Has Xun Qianshi awakened? Xun Xi managed to prop himself up. Master Jiang. Zheng Yuwan, sensing the moment, said, I will wait outside. In succinct terms, Jiang Yuxing conveyed the current political landscape to Xun Xi. Currently, His Majesty believes you to be dead, yet the Empress Dowager's influence is not so easily dismissed. The purple-clad guards are scouring the city for you, while spies lurk beyond its walls. Given your severe injuries, you are unable to wield a sword, and it is likely you would not stand a chance against them. At such a critical juncture, not only is it improbable for you to meet His Majesty, but even entering the city is akin to climbing a mountain. Xun Xi coughed weakly twice and responded in a hoarse voice. There is no need for me to meet His Majesty. It suffices to present him with a certain item, and he will surely comprehend the underlying truths. Jiang Yuxing's eyelids flickered with curiosity. What item might that be? Xun Xi coughed for a long while, the fog of confusion in her eyes dissipating to reveal a sense of vigilance. If you assist me in delivering this item, it would mean standing against the common enemy of the Xun family, and the Empress Dowager would surely view it as an act of rebellion. Jiang Fuzhong, are you willing to take this risk for me? Jiang Yuxing stroked his long gray beard that hung to his chest and candidly replied, I cannot conceal from you, Miss Xun, that this matter is of great significance. I am too old to risk the entire Academy's involvement in my calamity. Xun Xi's gaze darkened slightly. She understood. I shall undertake the delivery. Just then, Zheng Yuwan entered, her youthful countenance radiating a sincere seriousness. This is reckless, Jiang Yuxing admonished her with a glare. Third uncle, you represent the Jiang family as well as the Academy. Should anything happen, the repercussions would be grave. But I am different. I am merely an orphan raised by the Zheng family. Remembering Zheng Yu's painstaking efforts to bring Zheng Yuqing to the Academy, Zheng Yuwan added, moreover, if I go, it will demonstrate to His Majesty that the Zheng family no longer intends to pledge loyalty to the Empress Dowager. For the Zheng family, this could be a chance to emerge from the shadows into the light. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxing's murky eyes brightened slightly. How do you comprehend the implications of this? Your second uncle has confided such matters to you? Zheng Yuwan playfully stuck out her tongue, neither confirming nor denying. Her shimmering eyes sincerely met Xun Xi's. Miss Xun, do you trust me? Xun Xi pressed a hand to her heart, her lips pale. Are you not afraid, Miss Xun? Of course I am afraid. But if we do not assist you, we only prolong the danger of your offense against the Empress Dowager. To turn you, it would antagonize both the Xun family and His Majesty. We must choose a path of risk, rather than cower in fear. It is better to boldly walk a clear road. Chapter 031. Thank you, cousin, for your selfless rescue. Since you possess such resolve, then go ahead. I shall send someone to escort you back to the Dingham Marquis's residence. To avoid suspicion from the purple-clad guards under Zhang Tian, it would be prudent to limit the number of guards to 4. Zheng Yuwan bowed gracefully, expressing gratitude to her third uncle for his support. The item that could prove Xun Xi's innocence was a secret edict, concealed within a copper pill the size of a thumbnail. The entire affair was a scheme orchestrated by the Empress Dowager, and Zhang Tian, being her brother, must be aware of the edict's existence. Thus, evading a search by the purple-clad guards would be a formidable challenge. Time was of the essence, and to expedite the delivery of the edict to the emperor, Zheng Yuwan set off in a carriage back to the capital that very day. Your travel permit clearly states you are to leave the capital for 3 months of seclusion, returning before the new year. Why have you come back more than 2 months early? At the east city gate of the capital, Zheng Yuwan's carriage was indeed halted by the city guards. A delicate hand lifted the carriage curtain, revealing a face as pale as withered branches dusted with snow. her voice soft and gentle, like the mist rising from a tranquil lake. Esteemed officer, I initially intended to seclude myself until the year's end, but alas, I have fallen gravely ill, and in the rural outskirts, there are no physicians available to treat me. Thus, I sought to return early to seek medical attention. Upon catching a glimpse of the exquisite beauty behind the curtain, the guard suppressed his astonishment, frowning slightly. Gravely ill? After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Please wait here." He turned and left momentarily, only to return accompanied by a towering figure in a purple-gold military robe, a commanding presence among the purple-clad guards. He was exceptionally tall, surpassing even Xie Xun, whom Zheng Yuwan had encountered over the years. The man before her not only exceeded Xie Xun in height, but also possessed a robust physique, his sharp eyes glinting with intensity, and his features were rugged yet imposing. A sense of inexplicable dread enveloped Zheng Yuwan, causing her to tremble slightly. The second daughter of the Dingen Marquis, the man forcefully struck the carriage window, his voice deep and rugged, akin to a thunderclap. Zheng Yuan's complexion drained of color as she stammered, "What could possibly be wrong with my travel permit that warrants the personal inspection by the ZE guards?" The man remained silent, seizing her wrist with a vice-like grip. Zheng Yuwan struggled violently, exclaiming, "What are you doing? It is broad daylight, and I am a lady of noble birth. How dare you act so boldly? I shall report this to His Majesty and have your official robes stripped from you." He Lanyang let out a cold snort, releasing the silky touch of her skin. "Your pulse reveals no signs of severe illness. Yet you fabricate a lie to infiltrate the capital. Are you truly the second daughter of Zheng, or merely a wicked impersonator donning a layer of human skin? Someone, take this unidentified woman to the ZU prison." The dread that surged within Zheng Yuan's eyes was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of fear cascading outward. "How dare you?" She was aware of the Z guard's reputation, knowing they answered directly to the emperor and could act with impunity. They lurked in the shadows of the capital, ever watchful. However, she never imagined they would be so brazen as to disregard the law, ensnaring individuals at whim. "Speak. What is your purpose for entering the city at this moment?" He Lanyang's riding whip glided slowly across Zheng Yuan's quivering cheek, eventually resting upon her neck. As he sought to delve deeper, "Do not touch me." Bound to the execution rack, tears streamed down her face. "My home is in the capital. I wish to return without justification." He Lanyang's iron grip ensnared her chin, his eyes sharp as a hawk. "Do you dare to deceive me?" He tightened his hold around her neck, his fingers resting on her pulse. "You conceal something, do you not?" Zheng Yuan's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth. "I have nothing hidden." "Nothing hidden?" He Lanyang raised an eyebrow, his palm wandering to her waist. "If Miss Zheng insists on withholding information, the local magistrate will be forced to conduct a thorough search. I shall not hesitate to inspect even the most private areas, should the need arise. Should you choose to end your own life in despair, do not blame me for failing to warn you." Zheng Yuan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "No, I have nothing concealed. What do you want me to give you?" Ilanyang's patience, however, was at an end. He suddenly tore open her outer garment. "It seems you truly have no intention of proving your innocence." Zheng Yuan felt utterly devastated. "No, if you dare to touch me, my brother will surely kill you." "Very well. Let us see whether your honor is more important than my life," He Lanyang declared, his hand grasping the crimson bodice of her attire. "Stop!" His actions were abruptly interrupted, his irritation palpable as he turned to face the newcomer with a dark glare. I wondered who it could be. It is none other than the Vice-Chancellor. Xie Xun, currently the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, deserved the title of Vice-Chancellor. Yet, there was not a trace of respect in He Lanyang's tone. The reigning emperor lived perpetually under the shadow of the Empress Dowager, and Xie Xun, having been supported by the emperor to ascend within the Secretariat, was understandably not favored by the Empress Dowager, which explained He Lanyang's disdain for him. Xie Xun disregarded his rudeness and walked straight towards Zheng Yuwan, intending to unbind her. He Laoyao pressed down on Xie Xun's wrist with a riding whip, his eyes revealing arrogance. "Xie Xun, the purple robe guards are beyond your reach. Return and serve your emperor well." Xie Xun twisted his wrist, yanking the whip away, and with a swift motion, struck He Laoyao sharply across the face. The sound resonated, leaving Zheng Yuwan stunned. Xie Xun. He Laoyao drew his blade, aiming to strike. But Xie Xun deftly deflected the whip, ensnaring He Laoyao's wrist, seizing his sword, and incapacitating him in one fluid motion. He then pressed a foot against He Laoyao's back, firmly securing his neck against the iron railing. Xie Xun, the purple robe guards handle matters. You have no place here. He Laoyao pounded against the railing in fury, his voice echoing. Xie Xun remained unfazed, ignoring the outburst. Once he had freed Zheng Yuwan, he draped his discarded cloak around her shoulders. Even if it means killing the two of you, I shall not allow your escape. He Laoyao barked orders at the purple robe guard stationed outside the cell, who hesitated to approach. You inept fools! How could you let Xie Xun enter so brazenly? With swift strides, Xie Xun took Zheng Yuwan by the hand and marched towards the exit. This imperial token is bestowed by the emperor. Do you wish to be labeled as rebels? The purple robe guards, already intimidated by Xie Xun's audacity, hesitated to stop him, especially given the imperial decree in his possession. They parted ways, allowing their passage. Incompetent! All of you are worthless! Release me! He Laoyao continued to roar. Once outside the cell, the cold wind struck Zheng Yuwan's face, tightening the tears upon her cheeks, and her wrist throbbed painfully where Xie Xun held her firmly. She sensed Xie Xun's anger and dared not provoke him. Enduring the silence, all the way. Upon reaching the carriage, Xie Xun coldly commanded, "Get in. I shall take you home." Zheng Yuwan complied and climbed inside. As the carriage began to move, she cast a sidelong glance at Xie Xun. His countenance, capable of bewitching hearts, was as frigid as winter's grasp, reminiscent of a mountain peak perpetually shrouded in snow, with no prospect of thawing. I am grateful to you, cousin, for risking yourself to rescue me today. Xie Xun turned his gaze towards her, his eyes filled with a suffocating ferocity. Who gave you the audacity to involve yourself in such matters? Zheng Yuwan hesitated, suppressing her tears and grievances. I had no one else. Without me, who would assist? Deputy Shun is gravely injured and cannot leave his bed. My third uncle would never risk the entire Whaley Academy for him. Only I. What? Xie Xun's voice was stern and unyielding. The lives of those at Whaley Academy matter, yet yours do not. Chapter 032. She is also my cousin. Zheng Yuwan, feeling the weight of Xie Xun's inexplicable anger, held her head high. One life lost is far less costly than endangering many within the academy. Xie Xun was enraged. Your mother sacrificed herself for you, and you would so easily devalue your own life. This is not devaluation. Zheng Yuwan met Xie Xun stormy gaze defiantly. I did not risk myself solely for Deputy Shun. My second uncle, ever fearful due to the Empress Dowager's past support, would want to demonstrate that the Zheng family intends to sever ties with her. I would die without regret. Xie Xun faltered for a moment. Do you truly believe this? Zheng Yuwan, indignant, retorted, what other thoughts could I have? Do you think this is a game? Otherwise, would she deliberately put herself in danger to draw Xie Xun's rescue? In his heart, she would always remain so naive. Observing Zheng Yuwan turn her head away from him, Xie Xun suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him and calmly inquired, were you frightened just now? Did he Lang Yu truly do anything to you? Zheng Yuwan bit her lip. Her outer garment had been torn open, and she was indeed quite alarmed. It's nothing, she replied, yet instinctively wrapped her cloak tighter around herself. Xie Xun, stroking his fingertips, quelled the excessive concern swelling in his heart and asked instead, is it true that Shenlin Zhou cannot even leave his bed? Zheng Yuwan retorted irritably, he has just awakened and is still very weak. Xie Xun fell silent, refraining from further questions. Suddenly, the coachman reined in the horse. My lord, young Master Zheng has ridden over. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuwan lifted the curtain and looked back, calling out to the figure clad in fine garments and mounted on a spirited steed, elder brother, I am here. Zheng Yujia turned his head, adjusting his horse's direction, and asked, has elder brother arrived late? Zheng Yuwan shook her head. I asked elder brother to wait for news from the guards before heading to the Ziyue office. It is not too late. Xie Xun had likely already surmised Zheng Yuwan's little scheme. He wondered how she dared to boldly venture to the east city gate. only to realize she had already communicated with the Zheng family ahead of time. Zheng Yuwan frowned and cast a glance at Xie Xun, gently saying to Zheng Yuwan, "Come down, return to the residence with your elder brother." "All right," Zheng Yuwan sweetly replied, preparing to disembark from the carriage, when her wrist was suddenly seized by Xie Xun. "You shall ride in my carriage back to Ding and Ho's residence. It is urgent, and I must enter the palace with young Master Zheng to meet the emperor." Zheng Yuwan tightened his brows in displeasure, sternly rebuking, "Does young Master Xie understand the propriety of male and female interactions? It is already improper for unmarried men and women to share a carriage, and yet you are pulling my sister around. What kind of decorum is that?" Xie Xun stubbornly refused to let go, asserting, "She is also my cousin." Zheng Yuwan looked displeased. "Dare you claim you have no improper thoughts in your heart? You are merely deceiving yourself." For once, Xie Xun found himself at a loss for words, silently tightening his grip on Zheng Yuwan's hand. Zheng Yuwan felt bewildered. Was her elder brother misunderstanding something? She struggled to free herself from Xie Xun's grasp, saying, "Please, cousin, disembark first. I need to retrieve the secret order for Officer Shun." It was not appropriate to conceal it. She needed to remove her clothing. "Very well," Xie Xun said, stepping out of the carriage gloomily. "Moments later." Zheng Yuwan's hand emerged from the carriage curtain, placing a small copper coin into Zheng Yuwan's palm. The guards who rode back to Chengdu with the message were faster than Zheng Yuwan's carriage. The letter had already informed Zheng Yu and Zheng Yuwan about the matter concerning Shenxi. "Elder brother, take care. I shall return to the residence first." After giving her instructions, she calmly waved goodbye to Zheng Yuwan. Xie Xun waited quietly, yet until the carriage had traveled far. Zheng Yuwan's gaze never once fell upon him. The next day, the emperor issued a summons. The imperial concubine, Zhang, forged a decree to unjustly accuse the loyal Shun family, leading to the wrongful death of the entire Junping marquis household. The concubine was demoted to commoner status and confined for life in the Lingqing palace. Duke Zhang Xiaoan was reprimanded for his daughter's misdeeds, stripped of his title and office to quell public outrage. Upon learning that Zheng Yuwan had disregarded the Xie Wei's blockade and risked herself to bring back the secret order to Chengdu, the emperor rewarded her with 100 taels of gold to demonstrate his favor. As Zheng Yuwan received the imperial decree, she felt as though she were floating in a cloud. The emperor's grace was immense. In her lifetime, she had never dared to dream of receiving such a reward. Zheng Yu discerned that the emperor was dispelling his long-standing unease. Thus, he calmly ordered someone to bring back Zheng Yuwan. "Elder sister, this is a letter from Shun Ci that I was instructed to deliver to you." Zheng Yuwan, after all, had saved his life. It was not surprising that he would express his gratitude through correspondence. "Elder sister," Zheng Yuwan crept closer to Zheng Yuwan, attempting to catch a glimpse of Shun Ci's words. "It's nothing," Zheng Yuwan responded nonchalantly, explaining that it was merely a letter conveying thanks for the life-saving deed, which he had not had the opportunity to express in person at the academy. Zheng Yuwan, with her whimsical nature, took the letter and discovered it was filled with earnest words, devoid of any impropriety or suggestive undertones. However, he inquired about whether you harbor affections for anyone. "I suspect you may have ulterior motives." Zheng Yuwan gently swatted her hand, admonishing her to refrain from making wild accusations. Before her words could fully dissipate, old Madame Jiang entered the courtyard. "My precious granddaughter has returned." The two sisters hurriedly greeted her, assisting the matriarch to rest upon the beautifully adorned couch with its rich autumn-hued brocade. One granddaughter arranged a pillow for her grandmother to lean against, while the other poured steaming tea into her hands. "What were you discussing? You both seem to have a touch of shyness in your eyes." Zheng Yuwan interjected. "We were just chatting about how Shun Qianshi is willing to pledge himself." Zheng Yuwan retorted, "Yuqing, I've already asked you not to speak so recklessly." Zheng Yuwan darted into her grandmother's embrace, exclaiming, "Grandmother, save me." All right, old Madame Jiang chuckled, grasping Zheng Yuwan's hand and gently pulling her closer. "Had it not been for your courageous act, not only would Shun Qianshi have faced peril, but the entire Shun family, and even the Empress, would have been in jeopardy. Shun Qianshi's willingness to pledge himself is not an exaggeration in the least." "Grandmother!" Zheng Yuwan's face flushed crimson, This is entirely out of context. The crux of the matter was that Xun Ci had never spoken of such a pledge. If word got out, he would surely deride her for leveraging gratitude. Old Madame Zheng laughed heartily. Enough of this jesting. You are far too easy to tease. As the conversation shifted towards marriage, she took a firm stance. I absolutely will not allow you to marry off. You may only bring a husband into our home. Do you understand? Both sisters were taken aback. Zheng Yuqing cautiously remarked, Grandmother, I understand you are concerned for elder sister, but which good young man would willingly come to our household? Old Madame Zheng playfully huffed, in this vast world. I refuse to believe there isn't a noble young man, orphaned yet of strong character. Not to mention, your third uncle's academy is filled with them. Zheng Yuqing suddenly comprehended. So, grandmother's intention in sending elder sister with me to the academy was not merely out of concern for my companionship, but rather to provide her an opportunity to seek a suitable husband? Exactly. Old Madame Zheng wiggled her feet in delight, cupping Zheng Yuqing's face affectionately. You are not entirely foolish. Zheng Yuwan leaned thoughtfully, unable to suppress a smile. Old Madame Zheng, ever perceptive, turned to Zheng Yuwan. Did you encounter anyone of interest during your visit? Zheng Yuwan patiently replied. I went there to reflect and find inner peace. How could I pay attention to any young man? Zheng Yuqing chimed in. Indeed, and besides, there is a distinct separation between the genders at the academy. We have been attending classes for days without even seeing their faces. Old Madame Zheng, unwilling to relent, declared, Then I shall compose another letter, beseeching your third uncle to subtly inquire on your behalf. Grandmother, Old Madame Zheng, refusing to entertain any further arguments, stood up and prepared to leave, despite their attempts to restrain her. Chapter 33. The woman who stirs my heart the most as we have entered the midst of winter. The cold wind howls through the city of Chun, where the walls and palaces lie blanketed in a serene layer of snow, creating a tranquil yet biting atmosphere. Brother Zhili, at the palace gates, Xun Ci has evidently been waiting for Xie Xun for quite some time. Xie Xun, upon unexpectedly catching sight of Xun Ci, adorned in a full purple-gold military robe, felt a flicker of surprise. Have you truly recovered from your injuries? Was it not said that your condition was grave, rendering you unable to leave your bed? Xun Ci chuckled lightly. Who has spread such rumors? After Ayist. He quickly realized that it must have been Miss Zheng Air who informed Brother Zhili. Xie Xun responded nonchalantly with an Xun Ci, smiled gently. Shall I escort Brother Zhili back to his residence? Xie Xun, sensing that Xun Ci had more to say, acquiesced. Inside the carriage, a fur-lined cushion adorned the seat, with a low table placed atop it, the fragrance of sandalwood wafting through the air. Next to an incense burner, 3 books lay waiting. Xie Xun absent-mindedly flipped through the pages, though his mind was restless, prompting him to draw back the curtain. Xun Ci rode alongside the carriage, his face radiant with a warm smile. Xie Xun stole glances through the curtain several times. Across from him was this very demeanor, quietly sulking yet smiling, refusing to address the matter at hand. Usually unflappable, he found himself inexplicably anxious this time. Brother Zhili, do you have something to inquire of me? He asked, taking the initiative. Xie Xun, displeased, merely murmured that it was nothing, choosing not to lift the curtain again. After enduring this silent torment, they finally arrived at the residence of the Duke of Dinghua. Xun Ci, with resolve, requested, Brother Zhili, may I step inside for a moment? Xie Xun, exasperated, replied with a curt In the study, Ling Zhou served tea and discreetly withdrew. Xun Ci savored the fragrant brew, admiring the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls. Appearing genuinely content, as if he had merely come to enjoy a visit, Xie Xun buried himself in correspondence, remaining silent. I recall that the younger generation of the Xie family used to study calligraphy and etiquette here under your guidance, Xun Ci remarked. Upon hearing this, Xie Xun couldn't help but smirk inwardly indeed. I also remember that Miss Zheng Air was quite timid in her youth. You were clearly scolding your younger brother. Yet she would always end up crying first, Xun Ci continued. Xie Xun's hand paused mid-right. Previously, he had not understood why Zheng Yuwan was so sensitive. However, After casually mentioning it to Ling Zhou, she had elucidated the matter. It seemed that due to his second aunt's veiled remarks, Zheng Yuwan had come to believe that any anger directed at others must, in part, be attributed to her, leaving her perpetually anxious and fearful of others' tempers. Xun Xi seized the moment. Despite her timidity, I cannot fathom how she dared to boldly pursue brother Zhi for 2 years. Xie Xun chose not to respond. Xun Sai, undeterred, pressed on, has brother Zhi truly guarded his heart so fiercely these past 2 years, with no feelings whatsoever for Miss Zheng Er? This inquiry halted Xie Xun in his tracks, leaving him uncertain of how to reply. In his previous life, he had attributed all the sins committed against Xie Lanqing to Zheng Yuwan's incitement, deeming her malicious and deceitful, skilled only in feigning ignorance and evasion of blame, never willing to acknowledge her faults, let alone amend her ways. She was irredeemable, consumed by hatred. He had committed unspeakable acts against her. Yet deep down, he understood better than anyone that the humiliation inflicted within the confines of a bedchamber was far more agonizing than any spoken word or deed. Upon realizing that Xie Lanqing was serving Xiao Yongyi, a flicker of regret surged within Xie Xun's heart. Yet, such feelings were insufficient to compel a man of his stature to lower his head in humble submission. He would forever uphold his pride, even if doing nothing would only deepen the chasm between him and Zheng Yuwan. He was acutely aware of this, yet he remained indifferent. After a prolonged contemplation, he chose to respond, "No, is that truly the case?" Xun Xi's voice trembled with barely contained emotion. "I have heard that brother Zhi does not harbor feelings for General Fu, as the rumors suggest, which inevitably leads me to suspect that the one he has awaited all these years is none other than Miss Zheng Er. If my words are presumptuous, brother Zhi is free to dismiss me." Xie Xun, taken aback by the accuracy of his thoughts, feigned surprise. "Why would Lin Zhou think so? Yuwan is merely my cousin. Between us, there shall always be nothing but sibling affection." Upon hearing this, Xun Xi released a long sigh of relief. "Then I shall be at ease." However, Xie Xun found himself increasingly uneasy. Just what kind of assurance had he offered? Xun Xi gazed into the somewhat perplexed eyes of his elder cousin, forcing a smile. "Miss Zheng Er saved my life previously, and I intended to pledge myself to her. Yet, I secretly worried that she and brother Zhi might be in love. I feared a farce and the loss of my beloved. Now that I have finally mustered the courage to clarify this matter, I can confidently seek out Miss Zheng Er." Xie Xun was taken aback. "Pledge yourself? When did Lin Zhou become so reckless?" Xun Xi, filled with melancholy, replied slowly from the first encounter at the horse racing grounds. "I could not forget Miss Zheng Er's beauty. Later, while I was oblivious to the orders to annihilate the Junping Marquis's residence, I was utterly exhausted and met my end at the hands of the commander of the Purple Guard. When I fell into the river, I did not even dare to hope for survival, wishing only for a death that would not implicate my sister. During the days, I lay unconscious in the academy. I felt as if crossing the Naiha Bridge was an arduous task, with a voice tugging at my feet, preventing me from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Upon awakening, I realized that the whispers of Lin Zhou were her prayers for me. Although we met by chance, she willingly saved me from a life of troubles and even risked herself to help me escape punishment. I have been profoundly moved. She is the most enchanting woman I have ever encountered." His words were sincere, revealing the depth of his emotions. Xie Xun listened silently, his heart aching subtly, a pain as delicate as a thread, difficult to notice. "Have you inquired about her feelings?" Xun Xi replied softly, "Not yet." He then broke into a radiant smile filled with anticipation. "I will gradually let her know. I shall not trouble brother Zhi any further." It was only after Xun Xi's departure that Xie Xun slowly regained his composure. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink, and the snow fell like shattered jade, threatening to engulf the world. The few banana trees and patches of green bamboo in the courtyard stood in silence, with only the scent of plum blossoms rising defiantly. Xiao Yongyi once claimed that if there ever came a day when Zheng Yuwan married another, he would regret it deeply. Yet, he had said it did not matter. Could he truly be indifferent? Why did he feel a twinge of panic? As the winter solstice approached, The festive atmosphere filled the streets and alleys with friends and family exchanging greetings and gifts, resurrecting the lively chaos that the heavy snow had buried. The Dingen Marquis received an unprecedented gift from the Xun family, which was particularly valuable and marked the first of its kind. The steward promptly reported the matter to the Marquis's wife for the purpose of discussing an appropriate return gift. Lady Yuan, the Marquis's wife, smiled knowingly, suspecting that the gesture was aimed at their daughter, Yuan. Zheng Yu found himself in a difficult position. His mother had long insisted that Yuan must marry in order to preserve the lineage of their elder brother. However, the Xun family's heir was not only lacking in children, but also had a daughter already in the imperial court, making it improbable for them to consent to a marriage into their family. Yuan cast a reproachful glance at Zheng Yu, incredulous at the thought of their family being the one to receive a son-in-law from the Xun family. She urged him to carefully consider a return gift that would both deter the Xun scion's intentions and avoid causing embarrassment between the families. Zheng Yu was indeed troubled by this dilemma and anxiously pressed his brow, imploring his wife for assistance in devising a solution. Amused, Yuan gently dabbed at the sweat on his brow with a silk handkerchief and suggested, "If it were up to me, I would have the return gift sent to the Xun residence together with a personal visit from Yu Xue to extend our congratulations. It is best to clarify intentions now to avoid prolonging any misunderstandings with the Xun heir." Zheng Yu expressed his concerns, noting that Xun Ci had never explicitly stated intentions to marry Yuan. If it were merely an act of gratitude for Yuan's life-saving assistance, would such a response not be deemed disrespectful? Yuan replied, "Would it not be better for us to consider that we may be overthinking this, risking being seen as fanciful, rather than allowing the return of this gift to place both your mother and Yuan in a precarious situation?" Zheng Yu fell silent for a moment, ultimately agreeing to his wife's counsel. Chapter 34. The Tipsy Xie Xun. Since the onset of deep winter, Zheng Yuwan had spent nearly every day in her sister-in-law Li Sun Mo's chamber, engaged in sewing winter garments and sharing casual conversation. Li Sun Mo and Zheng Yu Xue had a pair of children. Their daughter, Wan Jie, was 4 years old, and their son, Qinggu, had just turned 1. Both were at an age where they could hardly bear to be apart from their mother. Zheng Yuqing, however, was not inclined towards feminine crafts. Her days were filled with swordplay in the snow or playful banter with Zheng Yuming. After tiring herself, she would pester Zheng Yuwan and Li Sun Mo for a bit of mischief before enjoying a hearty meal. On this particular day, she implored Zheng Yuwan to accompany her outside to watch a mass performance. "Why not Yuming go with you? It's freezing outside, and I would prefer to sew a couple of jackets for Wan Jie instead," Zheng Yuwan suggested. Zheng Yuqing clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, insisting, "Sister, please accompany me. Yu Ming is as dense as an ox. He wouldn't appreciate the artistry of the performance." Li Sun Mo exchanged a knowing smile with Zheng Yuwan. The young girl was likely at odds with Zheng Yuming, unable to swallow her pride to ask him to accompany her, and had settled for her sister instead. Zheng Yuwan pondered for a moment and proposed to her sister-in-law, "Why not take this opportunity to step outside for some fresh air?" Li Sun Mo shook her head repeatedly. "I am now a married woman. It would not be fitting for me to indulge in such frivolities with you." Zheng Yuqing chimed in, "The streets are surely filled with vendors selling ghost masks today. If you cover your face, no one will recognize you. The household has caretakers to look after Wan Jie and Qinggu, so you needn't worry. Please join us." Before she could finish, Zheng Yuxue entered the room, her voice steady as she announced, "Are you all eager to see the performance? I shall take you." Li Sun Mo's lovely face flushed crimson in an instant, and she shyly replied, "You may take the sisters with you. Do return early." As Zheng Yuxue swayed slightly, she embraced Li Xuema's fragile waist, lifting her from the couch and cradling her tenderly, her voice dripping with sweetness. "They are right. You ought to step outside and breathe some fresh air." Li Xumu, her ears flushed crimson, resembled the delicate ruby droplets that adorned her ears. Nestled against Zheng Yuxue, her tone was a blend of softness and playful reproach. Enchanting to the core, the younger sisters are all watching. Although Zheng Yuqing and Zheng Yuwan were accustomed to such scenes, they still felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly slipped away. The Nuo opera was performed twice each year. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, and on New Year's Eve. The Fengxiang clan led those donned in 12 beast masks to perform the Nuo dance, driving away illness and warding off evil. The festive parade, accompanied by flower-laden floats and drumming, filled the streets, creating a spectacle akin to flowers blossoming amidst a blaze of fire. The crowd surged like a tide, following the procession in waves. I can hardly keep up. My legs ache and my feet throb, Xie Xun lamented. Zheng Yuwan, not wishing to dampen the mood, felt the burden of her pampered upbringing, which had shielded her from hardship. Zheng Yuxiu, ever considerate, remarked, "Your sister-in-law is tired as well. Let me take you to a dessert shop for a bite to eat." If Yuqing is not yet satiated, Yumming can accompany her for a bit longer. Do not return to the mansion too late. Zheng Yumming exchanged reluctant glances with his sister, understanding her intentions. The snow fell thickly, each step crunching like shattered jade, while the moon illuminated the gentle breeze, and the lights shone brightly, making the streets lively and bustling, contrasting the serene atmosphere within the dessert shop. When the lava porridge was served, Li Xuanma merely shrugged lightly, prompting Zheng Yuxiu to rise and close the vented window. "3 esteemed guests, the lava porridge is here," announced the attendant, who was accompanied by a pure white dog. The creature, about the height of a knee, appeared adorably round and symmetrical. Startled by the dog, Li Xuanma instinctively dove into Zheng Yuxiu's embrace, exclaiming, "Husband," her voice trembling. The attendant was taken aback, noting that the dog's fur was impeccably groomed, unlike that of a wild dog, leading him to question whether it belonged to the 3 esteemed guests. The dog, as if understanding human speech, sat obediently by Zheng Yuwan's skirt, exuding an air of ownership. Zheng Yuxiu replied coldly, "It is not ours. If it does not belong to your establishment, then it should be removed." "Wait," Zheng Yuwan interjected, her expression troubled. "I recognize it." Zheng Yuxiu gently caressed Li Xuanma's back. "You know it?" "Yes," Zheng Yuwan replied, her heart softening. "I know whose it is. Please do not chase it away. It's quite cold outside. I will sit at another table and promise not to frighten my sister-in-law." With that, she stood and led the snow bean to another table. Zheng Yuxiu followed, inquiring, "Whose dog is it? I will send someone to return it." Zheng Yuwan blinked, unable to articulate her thoughts. Zheng Yuxiu grew increasingly curious and, in a sudden flash of realization, blurted out, "Is it Xie Xun's?" In truth, he had aided her in caring for the dog. She had found the snow bean, but like her mother and sister-in-law, she was terrified of such sharp-toothed creatures. Thus, she had to ask her cousin for help. Naturally, Xie Xun did not care for it personally. It was his maid who attended to the snow bean. Despite the proximity of the Duke of Dingwa's residence to the Xie household, Zheng Yuwan could not frequently visit Xie Xun's courtyard to see the snow bean. Over time, the snow bean had become firmly associated with Xie Xun. Today, as she encountered it here, Zheng Yuwan felt a tumult of emotions. Perhaps Xie Xun was nearby, or perhaps he had suddenly recalled the troublesome snow bean by his side and decided to abandon it. Zheng Yuji patiently inquired, "What do you wish to do? Shall we return it to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, or take it back to the Marquis of Dingan's estate?" Noticing Zheng Yuwan's hesitation, he added, "Either option is fine. You can keep it in your courtyard. Just ensure it doesn't wander about. Your sister-in-law won't be frightened if she doesn't see it." After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yuwan resolved, "Let us take it back to the Marquis of Dingan's estate. After all, I was the one who saved it, and I insisted on raising it. Once a decision is made, all is well." Zheng Yuji responded, succinctly recounting the events to Li Xuanma upon returning to his side. As they exited, Zheng Yuwan shared a carriage with Li Xuanma, while the 3 siblings rode horses. With the addition of the snow bean, they had to separate to return home. "Stay here and wait patiently. Do not wander," Zheng Yuji admonished Zheng Yuwan several times, leaving Lian Ruo and 2 guards to watch over her before he felt at ease to escort Li Xuanma back. While waiting for the carriage, Zheng Yuwan consumed 3 bowls of lava porridge. The snow bean sat obediently by her side, its glass-like eyes fixed on her, as if questioning, "Where have you been all these days? Why have you not come to see me even once?" Zheng Yuwan offered no reply. Suddenly, the sound of a type of flute broke the air, distinct from the tunes emanating from the Sweetwater shop. The snow bean, upon hearing the sound, darted out of the shop like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the tavern across the street. Snowbean, Zheng Yuwan called, disregarding everything else, and lifted her skirts to pursue it. Lien Ruo and the guards followed closely behind. The Snowbean ran with remarkable speed, and as Zheng Yuwan burst out of the Sweetwater shop, she narrowly avoided being struck by a carriage. She paid no heed to offer an apology. Upon catching sight of the white figure of the Snowbean leaping up the tavern stairs, she hurried after it. "Miss, do slow your pace." Lien Ruo and the guards were momentarily obstructed by the carriage, and, when they finally entered the tavern, they found the place adorned with vibrant hues. Yet Zheng Yuwan was nowhere to be seen. The Snowbean dashed straight to a private room on the second floor, exuberantly leaping into the arms of a man clad in dark robes behind a screen depicting plum blossoms. Breathless, Zheng Yuwan cautiously peered into the room. Xie Xun sat sideways, his ink-black hair gleaming like satin, his robe resembling a moonlit lake. His garment was partially open, revealing the subtle contours of his firm chest, while the jade belt at his waist hung somewhat loosely. His brows were elegantly arched, typically exuding an air of cold detachment. Yet now, after indulging in drink, a charming blush adorned his cheeks, softening his demeanor. His already deep, onyx eyes sparkled like scattered stars, and when they met hers, her heart raced uncontrollably. Xie Xun rarely succumbed to intoxication. In his previous life, post-marriage, he would often act foolishly when inebriated. Today, she hoped her fears were unwarranted. Chapter 035. Are you insane? As the music from the ceased, the Snowbean wriggled free from Xie Xun's embrace and dashed to the doorway of the private room, wagging its tail excitedly at Zheng Yuwan. "You troublesome creature," Xie Xun muttered under his breath. Zheng Yuwan knelt down to caress the Snowbean's head. "What have I done to offend, cousin? If I have disturbed your revelry with beauty, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing her words, the two trembling wine-selling maidens lowered their gazes. Xie Xun seized the white jade pot from the hand of the wine-selling woman on the left and, slightly intoxicated, stepped behind Xue Duzi, casting a cold glance at it. Betraying kindness with malice, he thought, "I have nurtured you for so many years, yet you are swayed by a mere beckon from others. Truly, you are a wretched creature." Unaware of the malice behind him, Xue Duzi foolishly stuck out its tongue and laughed. Zheng Yuwan rose in anger, glaring at Xie Xun. "If you have something to say, cousin, do so directly. There is no need for veiled insults." Xie Xun's gaze, clouded by inebriation, half closed his eyes as he regarded Zheng Yuwan with an inscrutable expression. A short, almost mocking sound escaped his throat, followed by a languid wave of his hand. The guards promptly escorted the wine-selling woman out of the private room, taking Xue Duzi with them and closing the door behind them. "What are you doing?" Zheng Yuwan's jade hand, concealed within her sleeves, grasped the door latch and pulled forcefully, but it would not yield. The door had been locked from the outside. Xie Xun, feeling somewhat unsteady, pressed Zheng Yuwan against the door with an unreasonable insistence. "Do you wish for me to scold you openly? If so, do not weep." The warmth of his breath cascaded upon her ear, the cold yet intoxicating scent of alcohol enveloping Zheng Yuwan's senses, causing her delicate brows to furrow as she forcefully pushed the drunken man away. "On what grounds do you scold me? Let me out. On what grounds, you ask?" Xie Xun's palm gripped the back of Zheng Yuwan's neck with such force that she found it nearly impossible to break free. He suddenly yanked her closer, locking his gaze upon her startled yet vibrant eyes. "Do you still remember that I am your cousin? Over these past 6 months, aside from the 10 reprimanding letters I compelled you to send, have you ever written to inquire about my well-being? You have resided in the Xie family for 12 years. I have never treated you with disdain or cruelty, always showing you kindness. After you returned to your roots, you chose not to associate with Uncle Heir's family. But what reason do you have to sever ties with me? Can you truly distance yourself? Are you aware that you are being ungrateful?" Zheng Yuwan's breath caught in her throat. Her soft fists clenched and unclenched, betraying her inner turmoil and guilt. He spoke the truth. After all, they were cousins, bound by blood. Despite her frenzied pursuit of him over those 2 years, Xie Xun had treated her with the warmth of a brother. However, the events of their past lingered in their memories. "How can I possibly regard you solely as my cousin?" Xie Xun paused, softening his tone. "You cannot forget?" "I cannot forget. In the stillness of midnight, memories of pain would still dampen her pillow with tears. The humiliations she had endured beneath him were indelibly etched in her mind. The seething hatred in her eyes burned so intensely that it compelled Xie Xun to instinctively avert his gaze. Rest assured, the events of our past shall not repeat themselves. At the very least, we will not marry. That would be best. She continued, whether you call me ungrateful or say I repay kindness with malice. I can no longer deceive myself into thinking we can coexist peacefully as cousins. Consider it as if I were never your cousin at all. She often found herself unable to suppress her internal curses directed at him. Moments of calm were fleeting, and it would be wiser to sever ties sooner rather than later. Xie Xun's brows furrowed slightly, his tone enigmatic. What identity do you seek? Zheng Yuwan was left speechless. Indeed, he was thoroughly intoxicated, unable to comprehend her words. I desire no identity. I wish for us to remain as strangers. Xie Xun's heart was inexplicably gripped by an invisible hand, causing her immense pain. It felt as if they were strangers. To think she could utter such words. Zheng Yuwan distinctly sensed the tumultuous darkness and unrestrained emotions swirling in Xie Xun's obsidian eyes. Her heart trembling in fear. She hastily attempted to amend her statement. I cannot influence the Ding and Marquis. You may still interact with them. My grandmother and my second uncle hold you in high regard. While I cannot provide what you desire, they certainly can. A bitter smile flickered at the corners of Xie Xun's lips. Are you truly resolute in severing our ties? Zheng Yuwan clenched her skirt tightly, forcing herself to respond affirmatively. She was terrified. Had Xie Xun pressed her further with threats or temptations, she might have been swayed to retract her words. Outside, the howling wind and snow intensified, while the lively drums of the masked dance troupe gradually enveloped the air around them. Yet, in their eyes, there remained only each other. A fleeting softness brushed through Xie Xun's heart. Will you not regret this? Zheng Yuwan answered without hesitation, I will not. Xie Xun cautioned, are you so certain that the Zheng family will not betray you? In your haste to distance yourself from me, who will support you should you face hardship in the Zheng household? Zheng Yuwan refrained from explaining whether the care she received from the Zheng family stemmed from genuine affection. She simply asserted, if that day ever comes, I will manage everything myself. No one should be expected to accommodate me for a lifetime. My cousin's concerns are unwarranted. Xie Xun scoffed coldly. I merely remind you, in dealings with the world, the greatest folly is to sever one's own retreat. Kindness can often be mistaken for foolishness. Zheng Yuwan's chest rose and fell with indignation. Who needs your inexplicable benevolence? She wished to end this discussion. Let me go. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Zheng Yuxue, having returned from the sweet soup shop, heard Lien Ruan mention that Zheng Yuwan had vanished upon entering the tavern. Anxious, she insisted on leading her guards to search the establishment. The tavern keeper, however, fervently opposed her. The private rooms above were filled with the elite. He could not afford to offend the scion of the Ding and Marquis. Zheng Yuxue had no choice but to shout from the hallway. Hearing her voice, Zheng Yuwan's initially dull eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, responding eagerly, Elder brother, I am here. Xie Xun was stung by Zheng Yuwan's reaction, pressing her against the screen and covering her mouth to silence her. Upon noticing Xie Xun's guard clutching the snowball, Zheng Yuxue immediately deduced the situation. Her voice cold as she commanded, open the door. Zheng Yuwan, bewildered by Xie Xun's inexplicable madness, fought back with all her might, biting down fiercely on his wrist until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. She looked up at Xie Xun, who remained unfazed. Have you vented enough? His composure was chilling. As Xie Xun released her, Zheng Yuwan instinctively moved to escape from under his arm. Her attempt to flee ignited the suppressed fury within Xie Xun. The door was pounded upon by Zheng Yuxue with a thunderous sound, yet Xie Xun remained oblivious. His expression cold as he lifted Zheng Yuwan and pressed her onto the vast white fox fur carpet. Zheng Yuwan was taken aback, her peach blossom eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Zheng Yuxue was just outside the door. What was Xie Xun planning? Let me go. She struggled violently, her legs knocking over the low table beside her, wine jugs and delicacies scattering across the carpet. The pungent scent of alcohol enveloped Xie Xun's heated breath, overwhelming her senses. A chilling wind howled through the intricately carved window above her, accompanied by a few snowflakes that gently fell upon Zheng Yuwan's cheeks. The bone-chilling cold sent alarm bells ringing in her heart. With a sharp sound, she raised her hand and slapped Xie Xun fiercely. Both of them froze in shock. Zheng Yuwan's face was taut, engulfed by fear and indignation, causing her to tremble. In truth, her strength was minimal. The slap she delivered in her panic barely inflicted any pain. The thin thread of discomfort quickly dissipated, leaving only a lingering numbness. What infuriated Xie Xun was her blind obedience to Zheng Yuwan. Once more, he commanded calmly, gripping Zheng Yuwan's wrist, demanding that she strike him again. Reluctant to touch his face again, Zheng Yuwan's struggles turned her face crimson. "Let me go. Xie Xun, are you insane?" Outside the door, Zheng Yuwan heard the despair lacing Zheng Yuwan's voice and, disregarding everything, drew a guard sword to strike at the lock. Xie Xun forcefully pried open Zheng Yuwan's tightly clenched fist, entwining his fingers with hers, pressing her hands above her head, forbidding any further movement. "How long have you known him? Do you truly believe he can surpass me? You treat his words as gospel. Yet I have taught you the ways of the world for 12 years. How could you forget everything so completely?" Chapter 036. I have no intention of marrying him. The sound of the lock being struck echoed intermittently. Zheng Yuwan shrank in fear beneath Xie Xun's gaze, too terrified to struggle or speak. Even her breathing was stifled. "What are you praying for? Wishing for him to come and rescue you?" Zheng Yuwan ignored Xie Xun's mockery, her tense body gradually relinquishing its strength, her eyes closing in despair. She was all too familiar with Xie Xun's unpredictable nature. After many stubborn attempts, she learned that the more one struggles, the greater the pain. The more she resisted, the more he would revel in it. It was better to become a mere shell, numb and lifeless for a moment. Xie Xun's brow twitched. Lost in thought, his fingertip gently brushing away the tears that streamed from her eyes. The coarse touch made Zheng Yuwan flinch, unexpectedly causing her to open her eyes. Her clear gaze was like a misty autumn rain, persistent and ethereal. Xie Xun's heart raced uncontrollably, wild and uncontainable. She had always been charming, often bringing him joy without her knowledge. After coming of age, she blossomed like a peach flower, delicate and alluring, her beauty captivating. Especially her eyes, with an exquisite curve that was beyond compare. Every frown and smile was enchanting and striking. Zheng Yuwan cast a sidelong glance at Xie Xun, who was unable to restrain himself from caressing the corner of her eye, and coldly brushed his hand away. "You imprisoned me here for this. If General Fu knew, would he still marry you?" As her words fell, the door was suddenly kicked open by Zheng Yuwan. The room was filled with candlelight, snow plum screens, cloud pine potted plants, and intricately carved jade tables. What a beautiful scene it was. How could Xie Xun, that beast, so brazenly impose himself upon his sister? "Xie Xun, I will kill you," Zheng Yuwan gasped, once more summoning all her strength to push against Xie Xun's shoulders and chest. The guards of the Duke's residence desperately tried to intervene, but Xie Xun coldly commanded them to retreat. "Xie Xun," Zheng Yuwan stepped forward, brandishing his sword, and forcefully pulled Xie Xun away from Zheng Yuwan, landing 2 heavy blows to his face. "Close the door." Xie Xun crumpled to the ground, the world spinning around him. Zheng Yuwan mounted him, and before delivering another punch, he bellowed at the dazed guards of the Ho residence. Family matters must not be aired. With that principle in mind, the guards hurriedly secured the door. Zheng Yuwan was mercilessly beating Xie Xun, and the guards, unable to endure any longer, moved to intervene. Yet, the barely conscious Xie Xun raised a hand, signaling them to withdraw. Zheng Yuwan observed the scene coldly for a brief moment before finally interjecting, "Elder brother." Zheng Yuwan halted, his fists trembling, his eyes bloodshot. "That's enough." Zheng Yuwan's tone was devoid of emotion. She had no desire to linger there any longer and hurriedly departed, taking the snow bean with her. Seeing this, Zheng Yuwan finally released his grip on Xie Xun's collar. His fists were stained with blood, and Xie Xun's face was almost battered beyond recognition. Before leaving, he summoned the tavern keeper to deliver a stern warning. If even a whisper of today's events escapes, I will ensure this establishment closes its doors for a fortnight. The keeper hastily assured him of absolute discretion. The following day, Xie Xun appeared at court, sporting a face bruised and swollen from Zheng Yuan's assault. When the emperor inquired about the cause, Xie Xun unreservedly implicated Zheng Yuan. The emperor summoned Zheng Yuan, displeased, and questioned whether he harbored any personal animosity towards Xie Xun. Zheng Yuan, at a loss for words, found himself unable to articulate the truth, that Xie Xun had nearly sullied Zheng Yuan's honor. Thus, he chose silence, swallowing his grievances. The emperor, true to form, did not disappoint Xie Xun, and promptly dismissed Zheng Yuan from his position within the Northern Guard. Zheng Yuan was indifferent to the loss of his post. However, upon learning of this, Zheng Yu grew increasingly anxious, fearing it was a precursor to the emperor seeking to strip their family of titles and fortune. Xie Xun was the emperor's confidant. His words and actions were laden with imperial intent. Did one truly believe he would capriciously provoke Yuan? This was a test of the loyalty of the late empress's supporters. Disrespecting Xie Xun was tantamount to disrespecting the emperor. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when chastising a dog. This was a grave misstep. Zheng Yuan stood outside the ancestral hall, a faint smile of bitterness gracing her lips. Her second uncle's reprimands of her elder brother clarified her internal doubts. Xie Xun was a man of purpose. His actions were never without motive. His seemingly random invitation to the tavern, using the snow bean as bait, was merely a means to gauge the Zheng family's stance. That it had warranted her unwarranted speculation was absurd. Days later, during the empress's birthday celebration, the emperor hosted a banquet for officials in the Linda Hall. While the empress entertained noble ladies in the Fengyi Palace, Zheng Yuan was brought into the palace by Madame Yuan Wenqi, the wife of the Duke of Ding'an. This was a special request from the empress herself. As for the reason, Madame Yuan had already surmised much. Listening to her second aunt's thoughts, Zheng Yuan learned that the Shun family had sent lavish gifts to the Zheng family during the winter solstice, seemingly with intentions of courtship. She had not given much thought to the prospect of marriage. While the idea of a marriage proposal was her grandmother's obsession, Zheng Yuan was not opposed to it. Yet neither was she particularly fixated on it. The crux of the matter lay in her complete unfamiliarity with Xun Ci. Knowing only that he was a dear friend of Xie Xun, Zheng Yuan was determined not to marry him in a haze of confusion. During the banquet, the atmosphere was heavy with music and etiquette, lulling the guests into drowsiness. Seeking respite, she excused herself and wandered alone to the imperial garden to admire the plum blossoms. The plum blossom was the favorite of Xie Lanqing, who had once shared with Zheng Yuan a line of poetry, a few branches of plum by the wall, bravely blooming in the cold. After coming of age, Zheng Yuan had searched through countless poetry collections but could not ascertain the origin of this verse. Reflecting upon it now, perhaps it was simply a remnant of the system that had imparted it to her. She wondered if Xie Lanqing, having vanished from this world, would return to her original one. Lost in thought, a gentle voice unexpectedly greeted her. Turning, she discovered Princess Huayang had approached her without her notice. "I pay my respects to the Grand Princess." Zheng Yuan quickly curtsied, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. Xiao Yongyi lightly lifted Zheng Yuan's arm, asking, "Why such formality?" With her gaze lowered, Zheng Yuan shyly replied, "Aunt." Xiao Yongyi's heart swelled with joy. "That's more like it." She held Zheng Yuan's delicate hand, noticing its fair skin and rosy wrist, truly a sight to behold. "You saved the son of Master Shun, and he has developed feelings for you. Do you harbor any intentions towards him?" Zheng Yuan's lips parted, uncertain of how to respond. To declare her indifference to Xun Ci in front of Xiao Yongyi would be a slight to both Master Shun and the Empress. Sensing her hesitation, Xiao Yongyi encouraged, "Speak boldly. I am here to inquire because I already know the Empress intends to bestow a marriage decree upon you both. If you are unwilling, confide in me, and I shall assist you in navigating this matter." A marriage decree? If the imperial edict were issued, she would have no choice but to wed. How was Xun Ci any different from Xie Xun, both reveling in the art of coercion? "I have no desire to marry him. I implore you, Aunt, to assist me." With this satisfactory answer, Xiao Yongyi's heart bloomed with delight, feeling a sense of duty as the aunt. As she spoke, she picked up the cloak brought by a palace maid and personally draped it over Zheng Yuwan. Be cautious not to catch a chill. I am reluctant to meddle in matters of the Xie family. I learned from your cousin that you have been wronged by your second aunt. You do not hold it against me, do you? Zheng Yuwan shook her head vigorously. No, if it weren't for your intervention, my mother and I might not have been able to stay in the Xie family. You have shown me kindness, aunt, which I shall always remember. Xiao Yongyi smiled with satisfaction. Good child. After a moment, she casually accompanied Zheng Yuwan to admire the blossoms. Seemingly unintentional as she broached the topic of Zheng Yuwan's previous pursuit of Xie Xun. I was merely pondering if even the ethereal Shensi could not capture your heart. Could it be that your heart has no space to offer? Zheng Yuwan felt a flush of embarrassment. In her youth, she had mistakenly believed her reliance on her cousin was love, but she had long since awoken to the truth and would not make a fool of herself again. As for matters of the heart, I have not given them serious consideration. I wish to avoid hasty marriage. Xiao Yongyi couldn't help but laugh. Ah, you are indeed a soldier raised by Sun'er. Even your evasive responses mirror his. With that, she playfully tapped Zheng Yuwan's nose. Zheng Yuwan grew increasingly flustered, unsure of how to explain, mumbling, "Has my cousin said the same?" Xiao Yongyi responded with a teasing nod. Zheng Yuwan fidgeted with her fingers, certain it was merely a coincidence. Xiao Yongyi could discern the resentment harbored by Zheng Yuwan, her voice as light as a feather. Do you truly no longer hold any affection for him? Zheng Yuwan nodded firmly. Xiao Yongyi could not help but sigh. What a pity. In this world, lovers often find it difficult to become united. This lamentation extended not only to others but also to oneself. Chapter 037. Her fragrance. After Zheng Yujing's resignation, the newly appointed general of the Yulin Guards had scarcely settled into his position when he fell victim to an assassination attempt. The assassin was ruthless. Yet the general was no ordinary individual. Amidst the perilous circumstances where all his servants and guard had perished, he valiantly fought to preserve his own life. However, his legs were left crippled, rendering him incapable of continuing in his role as the general of the Yulin Guards. The emperor, incensed, ordered the Purple Robe Guards to conduct a thorough investigation into the incident, mandating that the culprits be apprehended within 10 days. Upon learning of this matter, Zheng Yuwan felt an unexpected relief. Had Zheng Yujing still held his position, it would have been he who faced death or disfigurement. Others might perceive this as mere coincidence. Yet Zheng Yuwan could not reconcile such a notion with her conscience. Xie Xun, having also been reborn, might be intentionally altering the course of fate. For instance, Zheng Yujing was fated to perish. Contemplating this, Zheng Yuwan's loathing diminished slightly. Hence, his drunken antics were likely a fade. His thoughts, though profound, were not so reckless as to lack all boundaries. Her father, Xie Xun, after retiring, became immersed in Buddhist practices, dedicating himself to the Wanzhou temple for asceticism, rarely returning to the duke's residence. Nevertheless, his correspondence with Xie Xun remained unbroken. Today, Xie Xun returned home unannounced, catching Xie Xun by surprise upon his return. Beyond the shock, there was a greater sense of joy and elation. Xie Xun was the person he revered most, and, throughout his life, he had endeavored to draw closer to him, entirely of his own volition, inspired by Xie Xun's influence since childhood. Come and sit, Xie Xun, now at the age of understanding, appeared to be a refined scholar in his 30s, with rosy lips and white teeth, exuding charm and grace. The Zhangxin courtyard, though a modest part of the estate, was Xie Xun's favored retreat. A pond, a bridge, a cold pavilion, a plum tree, several bamboos, and a few ginkgos encompassed nearly all the scenery of the courtyard. Curiously, Xie Xun could remain there for 4 to 5 hours at a time. Last night, a thick layer of snow had fallen, and today the plum branches were encrusted with ice. Despite the biting cold, Xie Xun still chose this place to prepare tea. Xie Xun had once been unable to restrain his curiosity, inquiring whether this was the spot where Xie Xun had pledged his love to his mother or if it held some other significance. However, Xie Xun merely stated that he found it difficult to change his habits. He was not a person of enduring affection, merely too lazy to alter his ways. Upon noticing the bruises on Xie Xun's lips and cheeks, Xie Zima chuckled. "You've certainly taken a beating." Xie Xun felt embarrassed and lowered his head to sip his tea. Xie Zimu then produced a porcelain vial from his sleeve, placing it in Xie Xun's palm, a bruise ointment to be applied twice daily, ensuring that by the time of the new year, he would be presentable when meeting his mother, sparing her any distress. Xie Xun could not conceal his disappointment. Did his father still refuse to spend the new year at home? Facing the snow-covered lake, Xie Zimu's brow and eyes radiated warmth and compassion. "Your mother only has you now." Xie Xun understood that Xie Zimu wished him to accompany Xiao Yongyi during the festival. Yet, why could he not have the companionship of both his parents? Why could they not, for his sake, simply meet, sit down peacefully, and engage in a conversation? Why must we remain estranged, avoiding each other for an eternity? Just as I was about to voice my inquiry, Simu preemptively expressed his concerns. "You dare defy fate. But have you considered whether a mortal body can withstand the backlash?" Initially taken aback, Xie Xun was soon captivated by Xie Zimu's prescience, leaving him momentarily speechless. Stunned, Xie Zimu flicked the boy on the forehead. Xie Xun covered his head, attempting to laugh it off. With a gentle sigh, Xie Zimu was about to deliver a few admonitions when Ling Zhou approached gracefully, standing outside the cold pavilion to announce, "Lord Duke, young master. Miss Zheng from the Zheng family requests an audience with the young master." As Xie Xun attempted to rise, he was restrained by Xie Zimu's hand on his shoulder. "Please, let her in." "Yes." Xie Xun was somewhat bewildered. "Father?" Xie Zimu willingly made space, and before departing, he meaningfully patted Xie Xun's shoulder, indicating that if one intends to scheme, one must do so thoroughly. It was Zheng Yuwan's first visit to her clear and bright eyes inevitably reflecting a hint of curiosity. The world was enveloped in a blanket of white, with the ginkgo and green bamboo lakes frozen over, cloaked in thick layers of snow. Inside the pavilion, a furnace radiated warmth, creating an indescribable tranquility. Xie Xun lowered his gaze, observing his reflection in the tea water, absent-mindedly applying the cooling ointment to his bruised face. Occasionally, he glanced at Zheng Yuwan. Zheng Yuwan retrieved a skin-regenerating ointment from her sleeve, presenting it as if it were a treasure upon the white marble table. "My elder brother was fortunate to escape calamity, all thanks to my cousin's careful planning. I have come to express my gratitude. This ointment is remarkably effective for reducing swelling and alleviating pain. My cousin may find it useful." After speaking, she stood quietly, awaiting Xie Xun's response. The atmosphere fell into silence, the only sound being the bubbling of the water in the furnace. Regardless of the circumstances, gratitude was owed to her cousin for his willingness to assist the Zheng family. Such kindness could not be repaid. Should there be a need in the future, my cousin need only command. Zheng Yuwan felt a wave of embarrassment at the thought of her previous naive assumptions about Xie Xun's intentions, wishing she could disappear. "Wait." Zheng Yuwan halted, gazing into Xie Xun's enigmatic, dark eyes. His long fingers casually grasped the sky-blue porcelain bottle, the exquisite craftsmanship complementing each other beautifully. "Remarkably effective." As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Zheng Yuwan. "Will it heal immediately?" Understanding his attempt to provoke her, Zheng Yuwan patiently replied, "It's not quite that miraculous, but with consistent use over 3 to 5 days, the injury will mend." 3 to 5 days. Xie Xun contemplated her words. Uncapping the bottle, he applied a thin layer of the chilling ointment to his face, though he struggled to apply it correctly in front of the reflective tea water. Zheng Yuwan observed quietly, and to her surprise, a thought struck her. Xie Xun was rather foolish. "If my cousin doesn't mind?" "I do mind." His tone was frigid, as if implying that Zheng Yuwan intended to take advantage of him. Zheng Yuwan felt momentarily stifled, politely smiling. What a facade of a chaste gentleman. Xie Xun chuckled inwardly. "I'll pour the tea myself. I'm quite occupied." Zheng Yuwan had no need for his tea. There was no need for her cousin to be so courteous. "I have said all I needed to, so I shall not linger for tea." "Then you intend to stand there, merely watching me fret? Is it that you do not wish for my injury to heal swiftly?" Zheng Yuwan clenched her teeth in silence. "Of course not. Let me assist you with the ointment instead. She circled around Xie Xun's side, gently taking a porcelain jar and applying a small amount of ointment with her fingertip, bending down to anoint his left side. Her movements were delicate, as if afraid to inflict pain upon him. The pads of her fingers circled on the wound, massaging gently. The warm, soft touch intertwined with the sharp pangs of pressure, repeatedly assaulting Xie Xun's senses. It made him unconsciously swallow hard. After treating his left cheek, when she moved to the right side, Zheng Yuwan, without much thought, cupped Xie Xun's right face and turned it slightly towards herself. From this angle, Xie Xun could see Zheng Yuwan's rosy lips with just a slight lift of his gaze. Their curvature was exquisite, resembling petals, glistening as if kissed by morning dew, embodying a freshness that was both alluring and enchanting. He had kissed, sucked, and nibbled on those lips before, and he remained profoundly captivated by that indescribable taste. Memories surged forth, overwhelming and igniting an unnameable desire within him. Does it hurt? Zheng Yuwan asked softly, belatedly realizing her question. A fleeting daze crossed Xie Xun's eyes as he forced himself to calm down. It's nothing. It wasn't tea that it was nothing. Rather, it wasn't tea pain-free. Zheng Yuwan, sensing the nuance, lightened her touch further. Xie Xun's brow twitched. While he had previously felt a dull ache, now only a tantalizing itch remained, making him fear he might lose his restraint. He grasped her wrist, his lips having brushed against her skin. I applied it, he said helplessly. Oh. Zheng Yuwan placed the ointment in his palm and remarked, that should suffice. Cousin, remember to apply the medicine for the next few days. As Xie Xun reached out to take it, a gust of cold wind swept in from the lake, carrying with it a biting chill mingled with the delicate scent of plum blossoms, filling the cold pavilion and lifting the hem of Zheng Yuwan's embroidered skirt adorned with orchids, as well as the bamboo-patterned robe worn by Xie Xun. In addition, a faint fragrance wafted from Zheng Yuwan's sleeve, curling into Xie Xun's nostrils. It was the scent he knew all too well, her natural fragrance. Chapter 038. He stole the woman he longed for. Zheng Yuwan, caught off guard, shivered slightly. Xie Xun tucked the ointment bottle into his sleeve, his gaze half lowered, and cleared his throat, saying, "Let us have some tea to warm up." With the cold breeze enveloping her, Zheng Yuwan felt it was necessary and comfortably settled across from Xie Xun. Sipping the tea he had brewed, its warmth soothed her lungs, and a gentle warmth spread throughout her body. Has the marriage been settled? Just as she was enjoying her drink, Xie Xun's question caught her off guard, nearly causing her to choke. What marriage? Xie Xun feigned nonchalance. Of course, I mean your marriage to Shenlinzhou. The Empress specifically arranged for the Madam of the Duke of Ding'an to bring you into the palace to ensure that your brother has a good look at you. Even the Zheng family, regardless of their slowness, ought to have grasped the underlying implications by now. There is nothing of the sort. Please don't speak carelessly, cousin. Zheng Yuwan was reluctant to discuss it. Xie Xun, unable to discern whether her resistance stemmed from rejection or shyness, continued to probe. Are you afraid he is indifferent towards you? Zheng Yuwan's elegant brows furrowed slightly as she patiently replied, I truly do not know him well. A deep-seated emotion enveloped Xie Xun. Was she acknowledging that she had feelings for Shen Xi? How would you like to know him? I can arrange it. Zheng Yuwan, displeased, responded, no need. Xie Xun seemed eager for her to marry Shen Xi, unaware of what ulterior motives he harbored. My marriage will be arranged by my grandmother. I am fated to be unrelated to Shen Qianshi, so there is no need for you to worry, cousin. Xie Xun quietly brewed tea, her voice devoid of warmth. Shenlinzhou possesses a golden disposition and a prestigious lineage. Your grandmother may not be able to secure a better match than the Shen family for you. Are you not afraid of missing out on him, only to be left with regret? Zheng Yuwan felt increasingly irritated. She was not a sparrow eager to transform into a phoenix. Alas, she had never been viewed as a desirable bird in Xie Xun's eyes, and her anger served no purpose. I am fortunate in many ways. Missing out on Secretary Shen means there will be a worthy partner for me. Zheng Yuwan rolled her eyes in youthful defiance. My mother once said that a destined union is never too late. I can afford to wait. No need to worry, cousin, she added, gulping down a large mouthful of tea before departing. Xie Xun observed her leave a trail of small footprints in the snow as she boldly passed through the moon gate. blowing on her hot tea. She couldn't help but chuckle at the irony and took a wrong turn. Zheng Yuwan paused, turning back with her head held high, her steps imbued with confidence. Such a sight was almost unbearable for Xie Xun. Foolishness. Before the festival, old Madame Jiang prepared ample winter clothing, bedding, stationery, and 400 volumes of books, specifically asking Zheng Yuwan to deliver them to Whaley Academy. Listening to her grandmother's heartfelt wishes, Zheng Yuwan learned that her third uncle had responded regarding her potential betrothal. The letter mentioned a promising lead. Upon arriving at Whaley Academy with the convoy, they were greeted by a scholar named Gao Kuang. Though separated by a lattice, Zheng Yuwan could vaguely discern his well-proportioned features. He was of considerable stature, and his demeanor was both refined and approachable, making one feel as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Due to the inconvenience of returning to the capital that day, Zheng Yuwan and her escort had to spend the night at the academy. After dinner, Jiang Yuxing sent her some of Gao Kuang's poetry and essays. Bored, Zheng Yuwan flipped through the pages to pass the time. The delicate strokes of the brush on the exquisite paper were indeed extraordinary. Yet, Zheng Yuwan, with her inherent penchant for the mundane, found the lofty verses increasingly difficult to appreciate. Before long, she dozed off, resting her head upon a stack of writings. Awakened abruptly, she inadvertently drooled onto the pages. The following day, when returning the book, Zheng Yuwan concocted an excuse, claiming that the volume she had sullied was too captivating to part with and wished to take it home for a deeper appreciation. Coincidentally, the most cherished pieces of Gao Kuang were contained within that very book, like hidden pearls suddenly unearthed, leaving him both surprised and delighted, extending a degree of admiration towards Zheng Yuwan. On the journey back, Zheng Yuwan rested her chin on her hand, contemplating her next move. After much deliberation, she resolved to copy the text to return it, determined to prevent Gao Kuang from discovering that she had drooled on his work, a most disgraceful act. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from outside the carriage, seemingly the voice of the driver. Startled, Zheng Yuwan lifted the curtain to peer outside, only to witness Uncle Ji sprawled in the snow, writhing in agony, his crimson blood staining the pristine white ground. Beside him stood an unbridled black horse. The carriage suddenly lurched forward, and in her line of sight, the guards rushed towards her, drawing their swords. Despite the overwhelming tide of fear, she managed to push the door open a crack. The silhouette of the driver was imposing, clad in a purple and gold military robe, though his face was obscured. Zheng Yuwan could already surmise his identity. "Miss Zheng, I trust you are well," He Langyao suddenly shouted, startling Zheng Yuwan into tightly shutting the carriage door. Her hands pressed firmly against it. The thought of jumping from the carriage flickered through her mind just as the vehicle took a perilous turn along a mountainside that dropped into a chasm. Zheng Yuwan strained to keep her voice steady. "What do you intend to do?" He Langyao drove the carriage recklessly, the speed so great that the pursuing guards were left far behind. The wheels skidded multiple times, jostling Zheng Yuwan violently, her heart racing to her throat. "Miss Zheng, did you ever consider that your noble act of saving a hero would lead to my disgrace? I have heard that Xie is intent on courting you. If I cannot kill him, I shall take the woman he desires most and exact my revenge." At these words, Zheng Yuwan felt a chill wash over her. Unashamed, He Langyao continued, "Do you not realize how alluring your figure is, Miss Zheng? Had it not been for that beast, Xie Xun, causing a ruckus that day, I would have had you in the prison. Why wait until now?" Hearing his vile words, Zheng Yuwan steeled herself and pushed open the carriage window, preparing to leap. "This cliff is not high, and with the snow all around, Miss Zheng would not perish. I could simply retrieve you and carry you into a cave." The cold wind, laden with Langyao foul words, jolted her back to reality, and she hastily shut the window. Surely, there must be a more prudent way. With that thought, she removed a gold hairpin, gripping it tightly in her palm, and cautiously opened the carriage door. Through the small gap, she glimpsed Xie approaching on horseback, resembling a green bamboo amidst the snow. His martial attire enhanced his otherwise elegant appearance, exuding a chilling aura, his phoenix eyes glinting like frost, shooting fierce glares at He Langyao. "Stop the carriage." In the distance behind Xie, A line of purple-clad guards raised their shields in preparation to intercept. Seeing this, He Yao became more frantic, whipping the horse in a desperate attempt to break through the guards' blockade. Zheng Yuwan had no intention of dying alongside this scoundrel. She thrust the gold hairpin into He Yao's shoulder with swift precision. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the forest. You wretched woman! He Yao relinquished the reins, enduring the agony as he attempted to drag Zheng Yuwan down from the carriage. Though she narrowly evaded his grasp on her wrist, her ankle was caught by him. Gripping the carriage curtain tightly, she struggled fiercely, but He Yao's strength was overwhelming. In the next moment, a blade hurled from Xun Xi's hand found its mark, piercing He Yao's abdomen. He could no longer drag Zheng Yuwan from the carriage and, in a moment of weakness, tumbled over the cliff. Zheng Yuwan had barely a moment to breathe a sigh of relief before realizing that the horse pulling the carriage had become unhinged, galloping faster and faster, hooves flying. Chapter 39. Perhaps she had misjudged Xie Xun. Miss Zheng, give me your hand. Xie Xun, holding the reins with one hand, dangerously urged his horse closer to the carriage. The intercepting guards in purple had already dispersed. If Zheng Yuwan did not leap from the carriage, she would surely plummet down the mountainside along with it. There was no time to hesitate. She took a deep breath and launched herself toward Xie Xun. He caught her around the waist, the force nearly causing him to lose grip, but in an instant, he deftly twisted her clothing and securely lifted her onto his horse. As Xie Xun reined in the horse, the out-of-control carriage, turning too sharply, toppled over, taking the horse down the steep slope with it. Zheng Yuwan stared in terror at the shattered carriage, unable to fathom the dire consequences had Xie Xun not arrived in time. It took her a while to regain her senses, and when she realized she was crying, her cheeks were already drenched with tears. Xie Xun dismounted his horse and instructed a portion of the purple-clad guards to escort the injured coachman and the carriage back to the capital, while the remaining guards and the Hofu attendants stayed behind to protect Zheng Yuwan. Zheng Yuwan wept, her eyes resembling ripe peaches, glistening with unshed tears. Once she had calmed down, she became aware that Xie Xun had led her horse to a nearby dilapidated temple. What purpose did this serve? Her voice was laced with a childlike tone. Xie Xun gently replied, "A new carriage from the Hofu will soon arrive for Miss Zheng. I must ask you to wait here for the time being." Zheng Yuwan, momentarily puzzled by Xie Xun's intentions, questioned, "Couldn't you simply take me back? Why complicate matters?" Xie Xun's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "There have been numerous rumors circulating in the city about us. If they were to see me escorting you home, it would only lead to further misunderstandings." He lowered his gaze, unable to meet the enchanting glimmer in Zheng Yuwan's eyes. After her tears, her eyes appeared misty, and her already stunning beauty was accentuated by a breathtaking flush, making it impossible to look away. "Oh!" Zheng Yuwan dismounted her horse, and though Xie Xun reached out to assist her, she did not notice. "Gather some dry branches. I need to start a fire," she instructed the Hofu attendants. Understood. The purple-clad guards returned to the Dingen Hofu for a carriage before heading back to the city, which would take some time. Zheng Yuwan squatted inside the temple, lost in thought as she stared at the fire. The purple-clad guards and Hofu attendants formed a protective circle around the temple, while Xie Xun paced back and forth at the entrance, occasionally glancing in with concern. Zheng Yuwan sensed something unsettling in her heart. If Xie Xun were the kind of person who would disregard her wishes to request a marriage decree, why then this charade? Would it not be more fitting for someone in power to simply return her to the Hofu, allowing rumors to spread and forcing her into marriage? Upon reflection, she recalled that the Grand Princess Huayang had mentioned the Empress intended to request a marriage decree for the two of them, which might not necessarily reflect Xun Xi's own desires. Perhaps she had misjudged him. As she raised her gaze, Xie Xun had approached her side, gracefully half-squatting down. "This will ease the pain," he said softly, placing a small porcelain vial into her palm. His attention fell upon her ankle, where 3 deep, jagged wounds marred her skin. Inflicted by He Yao. Zheng Yuwan's cotton stockings were torn to shreds, a testament to the brute strength and determination of her assailant. Would he die? Zheng Yuwan wished for his demise. Xie Xun spoke softly, I have dispatched someone to locate his body. Do not worry whether he lives or dies. I will ensure he faces justice." At his words, Zheng Yuwan felt a slight sense of relief. Had it not been for Xun Xi's timely intervention, she might not have lived to see another day. Such a great debt of gratitude. How could she possibly express it? "Why do you treat me with such distance, Miss Zheng?" Previously, the young lady not only saved my life, but also risked her own to deliver a secret decree to the emperor. Were it not for Ms. Zheng, I would be unaware of my fate in the underworld and would have no opportunity to repay her kindness. A twinge of guilt stirred within Zheng Yuwan. She had hastily grouped Xun Xi and Xie Xun as the same ilk, which had inexplicably annoyed him. Suddenly aware of the shy and timid gaze from Zheng Yuwan, Xun Xi's heart felt as if it were imbued with a fragrant brew. "What troubles you? Have my words offended you in any way?" Zheng Yuwan shook her head repeatedly. "No, Xun Xian sure, a paragon of virtue, yet I had foolishly believed the rumors, leaving me somewhat embarrassed in front of him." Xun Xi remained silent. The truth in the rumors varied. The intent to court was genuine, yet it could not be spoken aloud. The Zheng family wished to recruit Zheng Yuwan into their fold, but he, as the sole heir of the Xun family, could never be the one to marry into another's household. After Zheng Yujing laid bare the matter, he was overcome with sorrow, and his elder sister, concerned for him, sought to persuade the Zheng family to relent. He had no intention of forcing anyone and ultimately dissuaded his sister from her thoughts, leaving him in solitary lament. "You have not entirely misunderstood. There is indeed a truth to be told." After a moment of silence, Xun Xi abruptly spoke. His gaze was filled with profound emotion, and an indescribable sorrow flickered across his brow. The sudden confession left Zheng Yuwan utterly bewildered, instinctively wishing to flee. Just then, the purple-clad guards arrived to announce that the Marquis's carriage had arrived. Xun Xi chuckled at himself, steering the conversation away, noting that the day was waning and they needed to return to the capital before the city gates closed. "All right." Zheng Yuwan stumbled to her feet, her steps quickening. The early spring air still carried a crisp chill, yet the rivers and lakes were beginning to thaw, with the sound of water tinkling from eaves to ravines, as if nature were singing a melody. Both people and animals, having endured the long winter, were eager to embrace the warmth of spring. At this moment, an invitation from Princess Jining, Xiao Rui, arrived at the residence of Duke Dingen. A year prior, Xiao Rui had claimed the vast sacred pool for herself and spent a fortune to construct the moonlit mountain villa around it, which was now finally completed, prompting her to invite others to admire this grand masterpiece. The Duke's household could not decline, and Yuan Wenqi had no choice but to take his daughter and niece to the villa. On the way, they encountered numerous carriages belonging to noble ladies and powerful figures. Upon entering the villa, they realized the immense ambition of Princess Jining. At the center of the sacred pool, various bizarre and precarious stones had been arranged to form an artificial mountain forest, with each massive stone precariously stacked in an unimaginable manner, both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The tallest mountain nearly obscured the sky. Cascading waterfalls gushed from stone crevices, flowing beautifully and creating a breathtaking sight. Beside the sacred pool were various pavilions and corridors, resplendent and magnificent, akin to a celestial palace. Such extravagant construction must have consumed an unfathomable amount of gold and silver, enough to alleviate countless disasters and support numerous border soldiers. Zheng Yuqing suddenly let out a deep sigh. Yuan Wenqi was alarmed and quickly covered Zheng Yuqing's mouth, hastily pulling her out of the crowd. "Are you seeking death? If this reaches the princess's ears, I cannot protect you." Zheng Yuqing replied bluntly, "Extravagance is a fact. She dares to do it. Does she fear what others say?" This forced Yuan Wenqi to nearly kneel in reverence to their ancestors. This young girl had been spoiled by her grandmother to such an extent that she had become utterly unruly. Zheng Yuwan gently advised, "Yuqing, words can be daunting. Though you may speak without malice, if overheard by those with ill intent, they may embellish the truth." Yuan Wenqi nodded repeatedly, affirming her point. "It's nothing of great consequence, but do remember to refrain from such discussions in the future. Yuan, keep an eye on her and perhaps lead her elsewhere. Yuan Wenqi busied herself with other ladies, leaving Zheng Yuqing unattended. "All right," Zheng Yuwan replied, taking Zheng Yuqing to a secluded pavilion. In the water behind them, koi fish swam gracefully as the two sisters playfully teased them with tidbits, enjoying themselves immensely. Suddenly, Zheng Yuqing exclaimed, "Isn't that Xie Xun?" Zheng Yuwan paused, lifting her gaze. Beneath several elegantly blooming winter-sweet trees stood Xie Xun, clad in a porcelain-glazed robe adorned with bamboo patterns, tall and poised, exuding an air of refined elegance. He was gazing intently in their direction. Upon noticing Zheng Yuwan's gaze, he turned as if to leave, only to be stopped by Zheng Yuqing's call. Caught in a moment of indecision. "Xie Xun, what a coincidence!" Zheng Yuqing greeted him enthusiastically as Xun Xi reluctantly approached the pavilion with measured steps. Initially, Zheng Yuqing held a disdainful view of Xun Xi, particularly concerning the affair involving Yujia, believing he had meddled unnecessarily. However, upon realizing his affection for her elder sister, her attitude towards Xun Xi underwent a dramatic transformation. He may not be flawless, yet his taste was undeniably impeccable, garnering her newfound admiration. "Xun Qianshi, what enchanting scenery has captivated your attention to such an extent?" As soon as he was seated, Zheng Yuqing's teasing remark found its way to his ears, causing his cheeks to flush. He cleared his throat awkwardly, responding, "Everything here is quite beautiful. Is it?" Zheng Yuqing mischievously glanced at Zheng Yuwan, who had pinched her hand. "Where's the most beautiful?" Zheng Yuwan admonished, "Yuqing, this impish girl truly had no filter." Her eyes, Zheng Yuwan thought, her heart racing as she wished she could silence her own thoughts. "Why are you blushing, sister?" Zheng Yuqing's inquiry drew Xie Xi's attention towards Zheng Yuwan. Could it be that she harbors feelings for me, however slight? Zheng Yuwan, flustered, felt an urge to leap into the lake. "Please, refrain from such remarks," she implored, attempting to walk away, only to have Xie Xi block her path. Their eyes met, each feeling an undeniable quickening of their hearts. Just as Zheng Yuwan anticipated an inappropriate advance, Xie Xi instead apologized. "I shouldn't have interrupted you two ladies. I shall take my leave." With a courteous bow, he departed, his posture dignified. Zheng Yuwan pondered whether she had been too rude. Zheng Yuqing, like a curious serpent, peeked out. Even if you could gaze through him, he wouldn't see your heart. "Let me call him back." "Be quiet," Zheng Yuwan retorted, pinching Zheng Yuqing's cheek. After a playful bow, Zheng Yuqing, rubbing her cheek, pouted. Why does sister avoid Xie Xun as if she dislikes him? With a sigh, Zheng Yuwan replied, "Why give him hope for a fruitless endeavor?" Zheng Yuqing disagreed. "Isn't it just a matter of marital arrangements? Grandmother fears you might be mistreated if you marry out. But if it were the Xun family? Xin Taifu has lived in solitude for many years, with no brothers in the family. Should you marry him, you would be free from the torment of sisters-in-law and mothers-in-law, and there would be no rivalry with concubines. Moreover, Xun Qianshi is upright, dignified, and gentle, making him a reliable companion. Grandmother would not impose undue hardship on Xun Qianshi for marrying you." Zheng Yuwan recalled the gaze Xun Xi had cast upon her in the dilapidated temple last year. Once, she had looked at Xie Xun in the same manner, with sincere devotion, restrained yet fervent. According to Yuqing, since her heart was no longer set on anyone, marrying a man who truly loves her might not be the best choice. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that it might be unfair to Xie Xi. In any case, it was a convoluted situation. However, as Zheng Yuwan pondered this, a graceful and dignified maid of about 30 entered the pavilion, accompanied by 2 young attendants. Exuding an indescribable elegance, and speaking with neither deference nor arrogance. Zheng Yuwan sensed trouble. It was Ming Qiu. With a smile gracing her lips, she announced, "Zheng Yuwan, the Grand Princess requests your presence." "Me?" Zheng Yuwan thought it strange, as she had never crossed paths with Xiao Rui. Why would she be summoned without cause? Indeed, Zheng Yuqing, noticing her sister's hesitation and fear, offered, "I shall accompany my second sister." Ming Qiu gently shook her head, her eyes glinting coldly, her tone leaving no room for disagreement. The Grand Princess has decreed that only Zheng Yuwan is to be summoned. Seeing Zheng Yuqing about to protest, Zheng Yuwan grasped her hand firmly, signaling her to relent. Very well, I shall follow, she replied. Lien Ruo wished to accompany her, but Ming Qiu sharply retorted. I shall say this once more. The Grand Princess has requested only Zheng Yuwan. Lien Ruo, frightened, turned pale and stood frozen in place. Zheng Yuqing watched her sister's retreating figure, instructing Lien Ruo, go find our mother. I will seek Xin Qianshi. As Zheng Yuqing and Xun Ci encountered Ming Qiu again, Zheng Yuwan was no longer by their side. Where's my second sister? Ming Qiu replied nonchalantly. The Grand Princess was fatigued and did not meet Zheng Yuwan, so I allowed her to leave. What? She has vanished? Zheng Yuqing exclaimed. Who are you? Xun Ci restrained the agitated Zheng Yuqing, calmly questioning. When and where did you allow Zheng Yuwan to leave? Is there any witness? Ming Qiu raised her chin, looking at Xun Ci without courtesy. Indeed, she was not easily fooled, worthy of her position as the commander of the Z Guard. Outside Xie Tower, at the incense burner, they could both testify. Ming Qiu glanced at the two young attendants behind her. No matter how Xun Ci pressed, the attendants steadfastly insisted that Ming Qiu had released Zheng Yuwan. Have no fear. Xun Qianshi, this is Lanyuan Mountain Villa. What could possibly happen here? Seeing Ming Qiu still daring to provoke her, Zheng Yuqing erupted in fury, seizing her collar. Her countenance dark. If anything were to happen to my second sister, I would not be able to harm your master, but I would have no qualms about taking your life. With that, she forcefully threw Ming Qiu to the ground and hurried towards Xie Tower. The banquet at Lanyuan Mountain Villa tonight was set in Xie Xun Tower, which stood approximately 10 zhang high. Surrounding Xie Xun Tower were various pavilions of different heights, encircling it like stars around the moon. In her past life, Fu Yinxue had been defiled by Duke Jingyang, Yuan He, within the mechanisms of Xie Xun Tower on this very day, and was subsequently forced to marry Yuan He, who frequented brothels. Ultimately, she endured immense humiliation and succumbed to a disease associated with her former life. In his grief, Xie Xun meticulously unraveled the threads and discovered that it was Xie Lanqing who had orchestrated everything. In this lifetime, though Xie Lanqing has taken her own life, she was merely a puppet. The true architect behind the scheme to harm Fu Yinxue was none other than Xiao Yongyi. Xiao Yongyi would not act directly. Xie Xun, fearing that others might act under Xiao Yongyi's orders to persecute Fu Yinxue, had long since dispatched individuals to monitor the mechanisms within the star-picking tower. Young master, as per your instructions, the Duke of Jingyang has been bound as soon as he appeared near the mechanism cage. My subordinates have secured him tightly, reported a guard. The serene Xie Xun, who was playing the zither, responded with a soft acknowledgement. He did not intend for Fu Yinxue to discover his covert assistance. Previously, when he had thwarted an assassination attempt on her, he had barely escaped the clutches of Xiao Huaiji, and he had no desire to relive that experience. Moreover, the guard hesitated, mentioning that the woman in the mechanism cage seemed to be in distress. Xie Xun pressed his fingers to his temples, vowing that one day he would eradicate all aphrodisiacs from the world. He proceeded leisurely towards the mechanism room within the star-picking tower. This was the control center for the mechanism cage, which was designed to elevate large dishes, such as roasted whole beef, to the upper levels. If Xie Xun did not intervene, Fu Yinxue and Yu Wenhe would ascend tonight, much like a roasted whole beef, to the delight of all onlookers. The guards in the mechanism room had been subdued by Xie Xun's personal guards, allowing him to enter without hindrance. As he approached the cage, his brow furrowed in confusion upon recognizing the disheveled figure within. It was Zheng Yuwan. How could it be her? Chapter 041, Do Not Bite. Despite it being the brisk early spring, the disoriented Zheng Yuwan felt an unbearable heat. Her delicate arm emerged from her sleeve, caressing the iron cage in search of coolness. Soft murmurs of discontent escaped her lips, betraying her inability to contain herself. Xie Xun averted his gaze, swallowing hard. The mechanism cage was locked. His guard drew a knife and struck fiercely at the lock, but the blade shattered with a deafening clang. The cacophony jolted Zheng Yuwan awake. She instinctively curled her body, shielding her bosom and feet with her arms. Though her vision was blurred, her memories were strikingly vivid. She thought she saw two frenzied Xie Xuns approaching her, causing her to tremble and weep. Suddenly, Xie Xun recalled something and searched Yuwan for the key, which was indeed on him. The guard obeyed the command and left. Xie Xun paused for a moment, then slowly directed his gaze back towards the iron cage. Noticing the man's eyes upon her, Zheng Yuwan instinctively recoiled her exposed calf, appearing both innocent and frightened. Her disheveled hair was stained with tears, a strand resting beneath her eyelid and another hovering above her tender, reddened lips. Her eyes were remarkably clear, yet bewildered. Yet, the more innocent she appeared, the more alluring she became. Her cotton garment lay discarded at her feet, the white inner garment dangerously gaping, exposing her collarbone completely. It was evident that the effects of the aphrodisiac within her were beginning to manifest. "What are you doing here?" Zheng Yuwan tilted her head slowly, her voice soft and feeble. "Princess Xiao Rue? What could Zheng Yuwan possess that would entice Xiao Rue? Perhaps it was for Shenlinzhou." Xie Xun recalled having heard from the chatterbox Lu Wansheng that Shenlinzhou had, 5 years ago, requested a transfer to the northwest to escape Xiao Rue's advances. He had dismissed it as nonsense at the time. However, it now appeared that there was truth to the matter. As she contemplated, the guard fetched the key and unlocked the door. No. The moment the door swung open, Zheng Yuwan pressed her back tightly against the iron cage, her gaze towards Xie Xun akin to that of one beholding a fearsome beast. The guard couldn't help but wonder why this young lady felt the need to be wary of their family heir. Having accompanied the heir for 8 years, he had never witnessed any inclination towards women from him. His disinterest was as profound as that of a prince devoted to asceticism. Xie Xun, unfazed, casually unfastened his cloak, advanced a couple of steps, and without further ado, enveloped Zheng Yuwan in his embrace, swiftly lifting her off the ground and striding away from this tumultuous scene. Zheng Yuwan buried her face in the crook of Xie Xun's neck, battling the surging waves of heat within her, biting her lip in silence. Unbeknownst to her, her ragged breaths and warm sighs cascaded over Xie Xun's neck, igniting a sensation of tantalizing itchiness, a fervor burning within him, stirring his very core. She resolutely guarded her space, unwilling to permit anyone to approach. The guard halted before the elegantly marked door of the Duke's residence, securing it tightly behind them. As Zheng Yuan's back met the bed, an overwhelming sense of emptiness enveloped her as Xie Xun pried her arms apart. In her panic, she clung to his neck, her lovely long legs wrapping around his waist in a frenzy. Xie Xun hesitated for a moment, and Zheng Yuwan sensed it, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of innocence and mischief. Xie Xun cast a glance her way, his eyes betraying a dangerous allure, dark with desire, yet tantalizingly seductive. Let go. Wasn't she afraid of him? What was this behavior? Zheng Yuan's body, uncontrollably drawn towards Xie Xun, was shameless beyond measure. Yet it felt so good. Her mind was wholly consumed by the flames of passion, with propriety and virtue long vanished from her thoughts. Don't move. Xie Xun's knee pressed firmly against her thrashing legs, his tone as frigid as ice. Have you forgotten the taste of being bullied by me? She could no longer comprehend the sarcasm. All she felt was the pleasurable sensation of his fingers caressing her cheeks. Xie Xun's gaze suddenly locked onto her glistening lips, which he pried open with his fingers. Once, he could effortlessly invade her lips, claiming what he desired. Habit, indeed, could be terrifying. Zheng Yuwan instinctively let out a soft moan, expressing both her anguish and her yearning, the latter known solely to herself. Xie Xun was wavering, his eyes glimmering with unrestrained desire, his fingers leisurely tracing her quivering lips, his voice low and lingering. What is this? A favor? He is no fool. Shun Qianshi, you cannot enter. I have urgent matters to discuss with Brother Zhili. The voice from outside jolted Zheng Yuwan from a reverie, causing her to release her hold on Xie Xun and instead push against his shoulders. No matter how fervently she desired him, the fear of being caught prevailed. Xie Xun was not so easily dismissed. He held her firmly in place, a brief cold laugh escaping his throat, his gaze darkening ominously. What is this? A game of seduction? Zheng Yuwan shook her head, pale and whispering, her tone as soft as a gentle evening breeze, tinged with shyness. The guards outside strained to intervene. Xun Xianshi, please leave a message. You absolutely cannot enter at this moment. Xun Ci furrowed her brow, wondering what Xie Xun was doing inside. Xie Xun leaned in closely, meaningfully tucking Zheng Yuwan's hair behind her ear, revealing her earlobe as white as jade, before gently biting it with his lips. His hot, heavy breaths poured into her ear. The humid warmth mingled with a sharp, piercing pain that burrowed into her heart. Zheng Yuwan's pupils trembled, her body growing even more languid. Do you care for him? Xie Xun's lips caressed hers, his gaze laced with seduction, enchanting and almost demonic, a veritable male siren. Zheng Yuwan found herself utterly bewildered. Was it she who had succumbed to the aphrodisiac? The bodyguard, noticing Xun Ci's hesitance to speak, was struck with inspiration. Could it be that Xun Qian was seeking the air for the sake of Miss Zheng? How do you know? Not only was Xun Ci astonished, but Zheng Yuwan too was taken aback, straining to listen. How could this possibly involve her? Focus, Xie Xun demanded, his kiss insistent and domineering, forbidding Zheng Yuwan even a moment's distraction. The bodyguard had not anticipated that his clever guess would indeed be correct. Xun Qian felt reassured, knowing that Miss Zheng was unharmed. Xun Ci's brow twitched as she intuited, is she inside? Xie Xun's rough palm, once resting on Zheng Yuwan's delicate waist for mischief, suddenly rolled, drawing her to sit upon his lean waist. Do you want him to come in? Zheng Yuwan's heart raced, nearly driven to madness from the torment, as she pounded her fists against his chest in frustration. Was he even speaking coherently? Xie Xun smirked with delight, his intense gaze fixating on Zheng Yuwan's slightly swollen lips, which seemed as if coated in poppy juice, unforgettable and almost addictive. The corners of her enchanting eyes were slightly raised, tinted crimson, with an air of sulkiness and anger that stirred a peculiar itch in his heart. How could she appear in such a manner for other men to see? Contemplating this, he embraced her soft form firmly, as if to meld her into his very being. It was a relief that Miss Zheng was safe. As Xun Ci's footsteps receded, Zheng Yuwan could no longer bear the prickling pain in her shoulder, letting out a muffled groan. Don't bite. Xie Xun trailed kisses along her delicate neck to her lips, unhurried and unrestrained. Zheng Yuwan, like a fish trapped in a parched pond finally meeting rain, opened her lips in an unprecedented manner to savor the moment. My lord, General Fu has encountered trouble. A frantic voice from another bodyguard broke through the door. Both of them froze. The subordinate saw that when unbinding Duke Jingyang, the mechanism had risen to the top of the Star Tower, and upon ascending, found General Fu confined within, disheveled. Wouldn't all the guests have seen that? The two bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances, unable to decipher each other's expressions. Xie Xun maintained a stern demeanor for a brief moment, then set Zheng Yuwan down. With his robe still unkempt, he hastily lowered the curtain before striding out. Chapter 042, A Deadly Standoff. Xie Xun, stay and guard the door, prepare water. No one is to enter before my return. Xie Jun, come with me. Understood. Xie Xun and Xie Jun replied in unison. The room was suddenly enveloped in a suffocating silence. The kiss marks on Zheng Yuwan's body, once fervent and scorching, gradually turned cold to the bone. She removed her garments and stuffed them into her mouth, curling up tightly as waves of torment surged within her. It was merely a matter of endurance. This too would pass. After a stick of incense had burned, Xie Xun unlocked the door and filled the tub with warm water. The air truly possessed uncanny foresight, predicting that someone would exploit that mechanism for such vile purposes. Yet, alas, fate often outwits our plans. Saving one may lead to the loss of another. The door was locked once more, and Zheng Yuwan, feeling utterly drained, weakly lifted the curtain and stepped down from the bed, nearly losing her balance. The damp stains on her bandeau were faintly visible. She carelessly discarded it to the floor and submerged herself in the tub. She was merely basking in the glory of Fu Yinxue. Otherwise, it would have been her, forced into a marriage with Yuan he against her will. The one whom Xie Xun tirelessly endeavored to rescue was, from the very beginning, only Fu Yinxue. By the time Xie Xun arrived, Xiao Rui had already instructed her servants to disperse the guests from the banquet. In a fit of urgency, Xiao Huai severed 5 large blades outside the iron cage. Yet the lock remained unscathed. Then, helplessly, he watched as Xie Yuwan extracted the key and unlocked the door. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Huai understood everything. He swung a fist at Xie Xun's face with all his might. Xie Xun, taken by surprise, received the blow. As Xiao Huai attempted to strike him again, Xie Xun seized his wrist, redirecting his tremendous strength and pinning it against the iron cage. "Your Highness is mistaken. I am not the one who drugged her." Xiao Huai despised Xie Xun's nonchalant demeanor. While he was not the perpetrator, he was fully aware of who was, yet repeatedly enabled her to commit heinous acts. He was nothing but an accomplice. Xie Xun fell into a deep silence, his innermost thoughts laid bare. "This incident occurred in my Lanyue villa. I shall investigate it thoroughly. There is no need for my royal brother to hastily pass judgment." Even as their tempers flared, Xiao Rui had already commanded Ming Xiu to assist Fu Yinxue in leaving. She too was eager to uncover how Zheng Yuwan and Yuan He, who ought to have been locked in the cage, enjoying their intimate moments, had instead become solely Fu Yinxue. Xiao Huai broke free from Xie Xun's grasp, snatched the key, and flung it at Xie Xun's face. "Hasty judgment? If you were unaware, how could you possess this key? Do you think that by taking the key and locking the cage, you can prevent everything? Your cleverness has led to your own downfall." Xiao Rui had grasped the situation entirely. There were 2 keys to this mechanism cage. The chief of the mechanism room held one, while Ming Xiu had the other. The key Xie Xun used to unlock it had a gold thread tied to its handle, a habit of Ming Xiu's. This indicated that it was Xie Xun who had saved Zheng Yuwan. Being a man of integrity, Xie Xun would never have utilized Xiao Rui's hand to tarnish Fu Yinxue's reputation. Thus, there must be another party involved, having bribed the chief of the mechanism room, resulting in the current predicament. "You overthink, royal brother. This key was given him by me." Xiao Huai stared incredulously at Xiao Rui. "You would side with him?" Xiao Rui smiled lightly. "The princess only advocates for reason." Xiao Huai, enraged, scoffed 3 times before angrily departing. As Xiao Rui watched him walk away, she sauntered gracefully towards Xie Xun, extending her delicate hand. Xie Yuwan hesitated for a moment, then respectfully picked up the key from the ground and placed it in the princess's palm. "I have assisted my cousin in extricating himself from a predicament. Can my cousin refrain from holding a grudge against me for today's mischief against Miss Zheng?" Xie Xun's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, his tone severe. "Mischief?" Xiao Rui, born of noble lineage, could hardly tolerate the inquiries of others. Instantly, her expression tightened, her exquisite brows and eyes radiating disdain and haughtiness. "I had momentarily forgotten that she was my cousin, raised under the watchful eye of my elder. You would do well to warn her to cease coveting my possessions. This time it is mere mischief. Next time, I shall demand her life." With that, I turned away coldly. Xie Xun, with an air of indifference, flicked his eyelashes. The grandeur of the princess's moon-embracing villa was indeed remarkable. Yet, one could only wonder how much blood and sin lay hidden within its walls. What would the emperor think if he were to learn that, in the construction of this estate, the princess had forced the common folk near the sacred pond to sell their lands at pittance, ruthlessly suppressing any dissenters and costing the lives of over 100? Xiao Rui felt an invisible hand halt her steps, her voice as frigid as the winter wind. "Dare you threaten me?" Xie Xun chuckled lightly, feigning a demeanor of humble gentleness. "How could a mere subject presume such audacity? However, should your highness lay even a finger on a single strand of her hair, I would be willing to test the waters of mutual destruction." "You," Xiao Rui dared not gamble. Xie Xun was the sharpest and most radiant blade in the emperor's hand, capable of cleaving through any obstacle as the emperor sought to wrest absolute power from the empress dowager. "Your highness, I urge you to deliberate carefully. I shall not intrude further." Enraged, Xiao Rui struck her maid with a fierce slap. "What have you done?" The maid trembled on the ground, too afraid to weep or even breathe loudly. Numerous maidens had been dragged into the depths of the lake by the Long Princess, and she had no desire to become another lost soul. On that day, many had witnessed Fu Yinxue under the influence of an aphrodisiac, yet thankfully, they were all members of the nobility. The emperor had decreed that the matter be kept under wraps. Thus it did not reach the ears of the common folk. Fu Yinxue, being of royal blood and a general, was also regarded as a paragon of virtue by the Empress Dowager, prompting the emperor to order the purple-clad guards to investigate the matter discreetly. Xiao Rui was equally unwilling to remain idle. In a fleeting moment, the capital was engulfed in a web of intrigue, both overt and covert, all in pursuit of the bribed chief of the mechanism chamber, Pang Ping, whose whereabouts proved elusive. Meanwhile, within the grand estate of the eldest Princess Huayang, the corridors were cleared of idle servants as Xie Xun escorted a man cloaked in black from the flower hall. Inside, a mother and son faced each other. The atmosphere is frozen as ice. What do you intend? To punish your kin for the greater good? Since the last confrontation over the phoenix tail hairpin, the tension between mother and son had become exceedingly delicate. Their encounters resembled a battlefield, with each side initially biding their time. Those unable to endure would strike first, while the patient would observe before taking action. Clearly, it was Xiao Yongyi who could no longer contain her temper today. These 8 characters were sufficient to convey her determination to resist to the bitter end, utterly unrepentant. Xie Xun sighed with a bitter smile. How could I dare? Yet, mother, even if you and aunt harbor immense grievances, once a life is lost, the debts of hatred should dissipate. Why must you transfer your animosity onto Fu Yinxue? Because she died too easily. Xiao Yongyi's eyes brimmed with tears of rage. The depths of her hatred were unfathomable. She had not even begun to experience a fraction of my suffering before she succumbed so easily, thus granting her a favor. I could never allow their daughter to escape my wrath. Xie Xun gazed at Xiao Yongyi's irreparable state, his head throbbing as though it might split. Fu Yinxue's mother had been slain by Xiao Yongyi, and for this reason, Xie Xun felt a deep-seated guilt towards Fu Yinxue and had always extended her special care. To her astonishment, the more she attempted to mend the rift, the more Xiao Yongyi's hatred intensified, filling her days with suspicion and paranoia. Convinced that Fu Yinxue would usurp Xie Xun from her side. Upon his rebirth, Xie Xun's foremost desire was to alter Fu Yinxue's fate. He believed that everything lay within his grasp, yet ultimately fell victim to his own hubris. After all, he was merely a mortal, a fool, audaciously attempting to contend with destiny. Born of my mother, nurtured by her, I could never force her into submission. Xie Xun knelt, his robe sweeping the ground as he bowed deeply. This time, the son would bear the burden for his mother. In the latter half of Yinxue's life, it would be the son who would safeguard her until death. If my mother insisted on harming her, she would have to tread over her son's corpse to do so. Chapter 043. From now on, we are merely enemies. What did you just say? Xiao Yongyi clutched Xie Xun's collar tightly, her voice laced with disbelief. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? My parents have caused me suffering for half a lifetime. I shall forever be their adversary, as my flesh and blood. You should share my pain and loathe whom I despise. Why do you not see her as a thorn in your side? How dare you go to such lengths for her? Are you trying to drive me to madness? A wave of anguish washed over Xiao Yongyi, and as she perceived the numbness in Xie Xun's gaze, she realized there was little room left for negotiation. You cannot marry her. Despairing tears welled in her eyes. You cannot marry her. Xie Xun, suppressing an overwhelming sense of filial disloyalty, resolutely turned away, for it was his mother who had forced him into this predicament. Me? Xiao Yongyi pointed cautiously at her heart, her crimson eyes filled with confusion. Yet in an instant, malice eclipsed any remorse. It is not I, but they. They are the true culprits. Sooner, mother was coerced. She is the one who had no choice. Xie Xun, utterly disheartened, could not fathom why, even at this juncture. Xiao Yongyi continued to argue in her defense. Fighting back tears, he strode forward, desperate to escape this stifling cage. She is your biological sister. Xie Xun halted, forcing a bitter smile. All I ask is for you to ensure that she never harms Yinxue again. There is no need to mock me with such words. Mockery. No one in the world wished more fervently than Xiao Yongyi for that to be mere nonsense. Xie Xun's lineage had always been a festering wound in her heart, one that had never healed. For years, she had tread cautiously, fearful of the fragile scab being disturbed. Despite all her precautions, It was ultimately her own son who knew how to manipulate her best. I know you have no intention of marrying her. It is merely a means to threaten me. What you seek, I cannot guarantee. You need not waste your efforts further. Gazing at Xie Xun's shattered, yet composed expression, Xiao Yongyi felt as if a dagger had been thrust into her heart. She softened her tone, terrified of shattering Xie Xun's already fragile state. You never fully believe my words. If that is the case, then go and inquire about the past from your father. I shall write a letter, requesting him to reveal your lineage to you. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Xie Xun's eyes. Xiao Yongyi recognized that it was a hatred so profound it chilled him to the bone. Hatred for her, for making it impossible for him to face the father he revered most. In that moment, Xiao Yongyi felt as though she were a child burdened with injustice. Her lips moved for a time, but no words could form. She simply stated, "You may go." Regarding the matter of the star-picking tower, Xie Xun had already found a scapegoat before visiting Xiao Yongyi. After the purple-clothed guards apprehended Pang Ping, the chief steward of the star-picking tower's mechanism room, he quickly divulged the involvement of Duke Zheng Yuwan. Previously, Yuwan had caused the demise of many women in brothels, and Xie Xun had sent an anonymous warning. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, he chose to confess to the charge of attempting to defile Fu Yinxue rather than face execution. His notorious reputation had led many to seek his assistance in such vile plots, and indeed, he had complied, albeit unsuccessfully. Thus, it was not unjust for him to plead guilty. The emperor had long been troubled by his antics. Witnessing his audacity to tarnish the royal family with a hint of smugness infuriated him to the point of ordering his execution. It was only due to Fu Yinxue's intercession that he was spared. As for Pang Ping, unaware of Yuwan's intentions with the key, he was merely penalized for bribery and dereliction of duty, receiving 30 lashes. After his release, despite being gravely injured, he persisted in his journey out of the city, where his wife and daughter awaited him in the outskirts. Just when he had hoped for a new beginning, a fatal blade awaited them 10 miles away. The assailant appeared emaciated, with hollow cheeks accentuating sharp cheekbones. His eyes, clear as crystal yet chillingly cold, revealed a seasoned killer, unmistakably not of his kin. Ironically, a string of small leaf red sandalwood prayer beads dangled from the hilt of his sword, swaying in the breeze, the color reminiscent of blood weeping. "Let me go! Let me go!" Yuwan had gasped in terror as Fu Yinxue approached him, wielding a knife, as if he had descended into hell and encountered Yama. Bound to an armchair, the soles of his shoes sparked with friction. "Spare my life. I'm not the one who wronged you. Someone coerced me into confessing. I have evidence." "Evidence? Where?" A deadly glint of vengeance flickered in Fu Yinxue's eyes, and Yuwan felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. "It's with the renowned courtesan Haide. The general can retrieve it using my token." After receiving the anonymous letter, Yuwan, knowing that the worst consequence he faced was confiscation of property and titles, had gifted numerous valuable jewels and paintings to his paramour, Haidang, including the anonymous letter. An hour later, the sword slave Fu Yinxue purchased at the slave market retrieved the letter, but it bore no writing. "Stuned?" Yuwan exclaimed, "Impossible. It cannot be." Fu Yinxue's brows knitted tightly, her voice icy as steel. Silence. The sender used ink that can conceal its traces. Contemplating, she rummaged through her study to find a letter previously written to her by Xie Xun, her heart racing like a drum. "Can you recognize this handwriting?" Yuwan nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. This is exquisite script." Fu Yinxue bound Yuwan with the answer in hand. Xiao Huaiji had warned her long ago that Xie Xun had been shielding those who conspired to harm her, but she had been reluctant to believe it. Now, confronted with this bloody reality, the overwhelming disappointment and shock within her threatened to engulf her. In her heart, Xie Xun had been akin to a dear sibling. His betrayal felt no different from being informed on the battlefield that Fu Hui had colluded with the enemy to launch a surprise attack against her. Yet, this singular act was enough to sever familial ties in pursuit of justice. Observing the pain concealed in Fu Yinxue's expression, Yuwan's seldom used intellect stirred with rare clarity as he tentatively inquired, "Could the messenger be an acquaintance of General Fu?" Fu Yinxue coldly remarked, "From now on, We are merely adversaries. Yuan gasped in fear, realizing that since General Fu had uncovered the truth, he beseeched her mercy for his release. I have only received 2 letters instructing me to meet at the mechanism chamber. This entire affair was never of my design, and I am unaware of who the true schemer is. I was even oblivious to the fact that the cage contained General Fu. If anyone understands the intricacies, it must be Pang Ping. You should interrogate him instead. Fu Yinxue had already dispatched someone to escort Pang Ping out of the city. However, at this moment, they had yet to return, which could mean they were either lost or in danger. In any case, Xie Xun had once again successfully buried the truth. Truly, one must commend him. Wait, you say you received 2 letters summoning you to the mechanism chamber? Where are those letters? Yuan, taken aback, replied at that time. I merely thought it was a prank from some friends, so I didn't pay much attention. I had the keys tucked away and casually tossed the letters into the river. What a fool, Fu Yinxue thought, having never encountered someone so foolish, akin to a braggart who takes pride in their ignorance. A sudden spark of inspiration struck her as she inquired, if the same handwriting were to appear before you again, would you deny it? Yuan vigorously nodded. That was the extent of his usefulness. Should he dare to shake his head, Fu Yinxue would surely snap his neck. That is settled then, she said, patting Yuan on the shoulder. Until I locate that person, you shall remain comfortably in my residence, well fed and well cared for. Yuan gulped nervously, managing a forced smile. As long as it doesn't lead to my demise. Chapter 044. Rekindling old feelings. It was still early spring, even on the brightest days. The cold wind could cut through one's bones with its chill. Since returning from Lanyue Mountain Villa, Zheng Yuqing ventured outdoors each day to enjoy the blossoms. Zheng Yuwan had only missed accompanying her twice, and in doing so, had inadvertently stirred up a calamity by colliding with the carriage of Prince Xiao Huai, resulting in a lump on his forehead. Xiao Huai rarely exhibited the airs of royalty, yet this time he was relentless in holding Zheng Yuqing accountable, scolding her for galloping through the streets and disturbing the royal family, insisting on imprisoning her. Zheng Yuqing adamantly insisted that it was Xiao Huai's own people who had startled her horse with firecrackers, yet she could produce no evidence. Thus, another grave charge of defaming the royal family was added to her troubles. Upon hearing the news returned to the Duke of Dingen's residence, Zheng Yu felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, every step feeling like stepping on hot coals. For over half a year, he had been on high alert, fearing the emperor would strip him of his title at the slightest hint of trouble. Yuan Wenqi was maneuvering behind the scenes, while Xiao Huai fortified his defenses. When the gifts sent by the Duke of Dingen were returned, Zheng Yuwan received a letter from Xiao Huai, inviting her to a meeting at the capital's official offices. Every plan must have a purpose, she thought, and she calmly accepted the invitation, eager to see what he desired. To her surprise, Xiao Huai acted contrary to expectation, presenting her with a gift. A building, as I promised you, he stated. Zheng Yuwan cast a glance at the already stamped red contract. Xiao Huai was gifting her the Qinbei building, a tavern that had been operating in the city for many years. Given its long-standing establishment, there was no need for Zheng Yuwan to exhaust herself in managing the business or hiring staff. However, in doing so, she relinquished control over the operations of Qinbei building. Only the profits the manager was willing to record would belong to her, but should any trouble arise, she would undoubtedly bear the blame. She smiled. Initially, my mother spoke highly of Xiao Huaiji, suggesting he was a good man. Indeed, every individual embodies both virtue and vice. There exists no pure good or evil. I am grateful, Your Highness. The official seal has been affixed. She must accept it, regardless of her inclination. Since I have mustered the audacity to accept this Kingsabai tower, might Your Highness spare my younger sister? Early spring is inherently cold, and the dungeon is particularly eerie and terrifying. Zheng Yuwan involuntarily shuddered, her delicate shoulders quivering. Xiao Huaiji personally poured her tea, urging her not to rush, along with the sound of hot tea cascading into porcelain. The chilling cries of despair echoed from the depths of the dungeon, the whip's cruel lash resonating with the agony of flesh torn apart. Your Highness, please do not harm my sister. I shall comply with any of your commands. Xiao Huaiji raised an eyebrow, Any command? A solitary oil lamp flickered on the low table, its warm orange glow casting shadows on Xiao Huaiji's face, which stood as resolutely as a jade mountain. Within the profound shadows lay a burgeoning ambition. He appeared entirely different from the carefree and charming man basking in the sunlight. Zheng Yuwan was acutely aware that she had glimpsed a secret that could cost her life. Her heart thudded like a war drum. She was indeed gambling, yet her stakes were limited, and losing it all would not bring her sorrow. Thus, she remained indifferent to Xiao Huaiji's desires. Resolutely, she proclaimed, "Any command." Xiao Huaiji smirked. Since Xie Lanqing's demise, Zheng Yuwan had undergone a remarkable transformation. The current iteration of her was composed, introspective, and astutely perceptive. The night your mother consumed poison, Xie Xun visited the Dali temple and retrieved the evidence your mother left behind. Xiao Huaiji deliberately paused, scrutinizing Zheng Yuwan's expression. Upon witnessing the genuine surprise illuminating her eyes, he continued at a measured pace. "I require you to locate that evidence and ascertain the identity of its owner." Zheng Yuwan was utterly bewildered. How dared he suggest such a thing? Did he truly believe she could outsmart someone as shrewd as Xie Xun? Was it then that Xiao Huaiji had gone to great lengths to bring a pauper like her to the gambling table, all because his interests lay elsewhere? What audacity! Xiao Huaiji observed her cherry lips parting in disbelief, stifling a laugh. "You may." Zheng Yuwan was fully aware of her impending failure. Yet the urgency of saving Yujing compelled her to feign difficulty, pondering for a moment before promptly agreeing. "Truly? Indeed." Xiao Huaiji regarded her with a scoff. "Do you know what the evidence is?" Zheng Yuwan's eyes darted thoughtfully, her confidence shining through. "I shall inquire with my cousin. After all, it is my mother's legacy and rightfully belongs to me." Xiao Huaiji rolled his eyes internally. If one could obtain answers through direct inquiry, what need would there be for her, as he was not without his own means of communication? Zheng Yuwan's attempt to deceive Xiao Huaiji was mercilessly dismantled, leaving her embarrassed and fidgeting. "Am I not allowed to even ask? How else then? Steal?" Xiao Huaiji rubbed his forehead, silently retracting his earlier praise for her cleverness. When he looked back at Zheng Yuwan, his expression had shifted to one of solemnity. "I have no time for your roundabout ways. Remember this. Should you fail to locate the owner or act recklessly and alert them, next time, what I seek will be the lives of the Zheng family." As he spoke, he tossed a jade token from his sleeve to Zheng Yuwan, his tone frigid and tinged with disdain. "That item is a hairpin, a phoenix tail pin." Zheng Yuwan respectfully bowed to the back of Xiao Huaiji, then eagerly clutched the jade token and raced deeper into the dungeon. The true confrontation between Zheng Yuqing and Xiao Huaiji occurred only after her imprisonment. Zheng Yuwan was aware of her sharp tongue, but could hardly fathom that she dared to hurl such veiled insults, likening him to a scheming wretch, directly into Xiao Huaiji's ears. The punishment of being whipped was a mere light penalty. The fact that he spared her life reflected his magnanimity. This jade token belonged to His Highness, the Prince of Yin. To see the token was to see the prince himself, and thus she was released from her bonds. Upon sighting the token, the jailer hurriedly bowed in respect. Sister, Zheng Yuqing, though resilient, was not impervious to pain, bearing the 5 bloody lash wounds across her back. She pouted and shed small pearls of tears. The once spirited and whimsical girl, freed from her restraints, found herself unable to stand steadily. Zheng Yuwan rushed to embrace Zheng Yuqing, gently stroking her face as their mother had once comforted her, whispering, "It's all right, it's all right. Sister, did he force you to commit wrongdoings? Do not acquiesce to him." Zheng Yuqing felt both guilt and grievance. Zheng Yuwan shook her head repeatedly, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "It's not your fault. It is I who brought you suffering." 2 days later, Zheng Yuwan received another letter from Xiao Huaiji. The letter stated that Xie Xun was en route to Wanzhou Temple, urging her to accompany him to gain his trust, to extend courtesies, and to reignite old sentiments. How peculiar! Xiao Huaiji seemed to believe there was a past affection between them. Such unfounded delusions were destined to lead him to a dismal defeat in his contest against Xie Xun. Though she harbored her own misgivings, she understood the necessity of obedience. Changing into a plain garment, She hurried towards Wanzhou Temple. The Grand Princess had decreed that the temple would not receive any pilgrims that day. The visitors at the mountain gate, witnessing the brazen demeanor of the armed guards and the royal family's domineering conduct, furrowed their brows and muttered curses under their breath. Yet, in her heart, Zheng Yuwan reveled in the serendipitous excuse. Yuwan. Following the gentle voice, she met the affectionate gaze of Xiao Yongyi, her smile momentarily frozen. "Aunt." Before she could complete her greeting, Xiao Yongyi grasped her wrist and drew her close, then intimately linked arms with her. Zheng Yuwan was momentarily taken aback. In the etiquette of Dechun, particularly concerning seniority and status, the most distinguished expression of nobility was distance. To disregard propriety and directly link arms with her elder, aside from the Grand Princess present at that moment, could only be her mother. Xie Xun was one matter, but Xiao Yongyi's actions were utterly bewildering. The rumored Grand Princess Huayong was said to be fierce, ruthless, and envious, embodying all the world's harshest epithets. Yet why did she appear somewhat endearing to Zheng Yuwan? Chapter 045. Lovers ultimately become siblings. The mountain gate was firmly shut. Zheng Yuwan, trembling with trepidation, blurted out, "Aunt, why have you sealed off the temple?" Xiao Yongyi wore a faint, strained smile and remained silent. The sky darkened, the biting wind howled, and heavy clouds loomed, as though burdened with unspoken worries. The path from the mountain gate to the sutra repository featured over 1,000 steps, devoid of any monks. Xiao Yongyi clutched Zheng Yuan's arm, her anxiety palpable as she tightened her grip. The closer she drew to the illuminated sutra pavilion, the more trepidation enveloped her, her steps becoming increasingly sluggish until she ultimately faltered. Initially, she remained oblivious to the fact that Fu Hui had married her merely to provoke Jia Yang. Naively, she treated him with utmost respect and willingly offered everything she had. However, when her imperial brother instigated a coup, Fu Hui played a pivotal role in his ascension to power. Although her brother wished to bestow upon Fu Hui the title of a foreign prince, he declared that he would relinquish everything but Jia Yang. He instructed Xiao Yongyi to direct her hatred solely at him, insisting that everything was unrelated to Jia Yang. As for the child in Xiao Yongyi's womb, he claimed that its miscarriage was ultimately beneficial for all. He asserted that the child was an accident, a result of his drunkenness, mistaking Xiao Yongyi for Jia Yang. With Fu Hui commanding the imperial guards, her brother, wary of him, urged Xiao Yongyi to take the divorce decree and remarry. "I shall seek a commendable match for you, one far superior to Fu Hui," he vowed. Given Xiao Yongyi's nature, she would never easily permit Fu Hui and Jia Yang, that wretched pair, to have their way. She would drag them down with her, if necessary. Yet her own blood, the sovereign of the land, knowing the immense injustice she bore, coerced her into acquiescence. Fu Hui, having divorced her, proceeded to marry again, celebrating the occasion with great pomp and grandeur. The decree, laden with extravagant praise for their union, became the final straw that shattered Xiao Yongyi's spirit. The proclamation declared that Fu Hui and Jia Yang were a match made in heaven, which felt akin to branding her as a despicable woman deserving of abandonment. From that moment, a dark desire for retribution took root within her. She resolved to marry Xie Zimu, the very scribe who had penned a marriage decree for Fu Hui and Jia Yang. The emperor, however, would not permit it, unable to fathom Xie Zimu's true nature, and instead arranged a marriage between Xiao Yongyi and the innocent and gentle heir of the Duke of Dingyan, Zheng Rong. Coincidentally, Xie Lanqing appeared, leading Zheng Rong and her to elope. The emperor mistakenly believed their elopement was orchestrated by Xiao Yongyi, and, out of guilt towards her, he reluctantly acquiesced. At last, Xiao Yongyi married Xie Zimu. At that time, she was still carrying Fu Hui's child, and keeping Xie Xun was meant to humiliate Xie Zimu profoundly. After their marriage, she relentlessly trampled on Xie Zimu's dignity at every possible moment. Upon the birth of Xie Xun, Xiao Yongyi observed how much he resembled Fu Hui, yet she found no means of tormenting Xie Zimu in the least. Instead, her own suffering intensified. Xie Xun became a nightmare whenever he appeared before her. He dragged her back into the abyss of betrayal and abandonment from years past. After a bout of emotional turmoil, she impulsively shoved her 2-year-old son, Xie Xun, causing him to hit his head on the ground and fall into a 3-day coma. Unable to endure any longer, Xie Zimu took Xie Xun and left the princess's residence, leading them to live apart and rarely cross paths thereafter. For over 20 years, Xie Zimu never took a concubine, nor did he father any illegitimate children. He regarded Xie Xun as his own, raising him to be extraordinary, like a shining star. Even if her heart was steeped in darkness and cruelty, it was impossible for her not to be moved. Yet, she found herself unable to turn back. Her feelings for Xie Zimu had transformed from resentment and disdain into guilt and a sense of shame. Remaining at this distance was the most suitable state for her, and Xie Zimu, if you do not come, I had also intended to send someone to fetch you from the Duke of Dingen's residence. Xiao Yongyi delicately extracted an exquisitely crafted sachet from her sleeve, placing it in Zheng Yuwan's palm, indicating it was a gift for Sun Er. Zheng Yuwan felt a sense of perplexity. Why did she not present it to her cousin directly? Xiao Yongyi offered a bittersweet smile, foreseeing that from this moment onwards, Xie Xun would likely wish to avoid her at all costs. He seldom confided in her about his innermost desires, save for that singular wish. She thought that if she could assist him in silence, she would do so. Alas, his tongue must have inherited her traits, and he would, in the future, undoubtedly endure the pangs of unrequited love. Though Xiao Yongyi smiled, tears shimmered in her eyes. Zheng Yuwan, unable to fully comprehend the situation, yet reluctant to challenge Xiao Yongyi's dignity, clutched the sachet tightly and pushed open the door to the scripture pavilion. Inside, the wall lamps twinkled like a myriad of stars, illuminating the vast array of ancient texts and tomes that dazzled the eye. As the sounds echoed overhead, Zheng Yuwan lifted her skirts and tiptoed up the stairs. Upon reaching the 7th floor, she instinctively became stealthy, quietly approaching the towering bookshelf behind the intricately carved statue of Buddha. Just as she was about to peek around, a voice, sharp as lightning, pierced the air behind her. "How did you get in here?" Zheng Yuwan was startled, colliding painfully against the bookshelf, her shoulder blade throbbing. Xie Xun advanced 2 steps, emanating a chilling aura that seemed intent on stripping her of her very essence. "I came to deliver the sachet. My aunt instructed me to give it to you," she explained, her body tensing like a startled squirrel, cradling the azure sachet in her delicate hands as if presenting a treasure. She had heard everything. Who would have guessed that Xie Xun was not the biological son of Xie Zimu? Even more shocking was the revelation that he was, in fact, the flesh and blood of Fu Hui. Lovers turned siblings. How could that be? On one hand, she felt pity for Xie Xun, who had been deceived for over 20 years, only to discover such a cruel truth after inadvertently falling for Fu Yinxue. On the other hand, she felt a sense of vindication. He should experience the bitterness of unrequited love as well. Xie Xun took in the intricate yet understandable emotions reflected in Zheng Yuan's eyes, then turned his gaze to the sachet in her hand. "Did my mother send you this?" Zheng Yuwan nodded repeatedly. Xie Xun leaned in closer, his black boots nearly touching her embroidered shoes, his robe almost brushing against her skirt. "But it was embroidered by my mother?" Zheng Yuwan, uncertain, replied, "It seems so." Xie Xun scoffed coldly. "My mother can't sew at all." Zheng Yuwan frowned involuntarily. He was always like this. Either his words held deeper meanings, or he was attempting to ensnare her in a trap. In any case, it wasn't I who embroidered it. You can take it or leave it. Xie Xun's brow twitched slightly. "So you eavesdrop and lie, and yet you think you have the right to be indignant?" He showed her no kindness. She had never seen her act so confrontational with others, growing angry over mere words. "I never claimed it was you who embroidered it," Xie Xun retorted, unceremoniously snatching the sachet and stuffing it into his coat, his grip causing Zheng Yuwan discomfort. "You're annoying." She forcefully pushed him away, feeling her task was complete and had no desire to continue their verbal sparring. However, the voice of Xie Zimu resonated from behind the bookshelf, calm and sonorous. "Yuan, is it you?" Zheng Yuwan felt a rush of embarrassment. "Uncle, it's me." Xie Zimu wore a gentle smile. "It's snowing heavily outside. Come have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself before you leave." Xie Xun interjected coolly, Xie not thirsty, attempting to use his gaze to dismiss Zheng Yuwan. I'm not thirsty, but I am cold, she responded. Zheng Yuwan deftly maneuvered around Xie Xun, and as the hem of her dusky skirt peeked from behind the bookshelf, Xie Xun seized her waist from behind, unceremoniously lifting her towards the staircase. Let go of me, she protested, but Xie Xun's arm was as unyielding as iron, constricting her tightly to the point where her breakfast felt as if it might be forced out. Xie Xun stepped out leisurely, chiding gently, "Sinner." Only then did Xie Xun release the blushing Zheng Yuwan, swiftly grasping her hand as she attempted to strike him, deftly securing her wrist and guiding her downstairs. The door to the scripture pavilion creaked open. The snowfall was indeed considerable, drifting like cotton fluff. Xiao Yongyi stood almost obscured by the curtain of snow, motionless. The mother and son gazed through the flurry, in mere moments, but for Xiao Yongyi, it felt as if she had endured an eternity. When her gaze fell upon the intertwined fingers of Xie Xun and Zheng Yuwan, a smile of contentment graced her lips, and she turned to step into the umbrella that the maid had hurriedly fetched. Chapter 046. Are you so afraid of me? Xie Xun remarked that Xie Xun's safe arrival into this world was undoubtedly due to Xiao Yongyi's desire for him to be born. The grievances lie between your mother and Fu Hui, and do not concern you. You are indeed of Fu Hui's blood. Yet you were born and raised in the Xie family, calling me father for 23 years. Thus, I shall forever be your father. Should you choose not to acknowledge me, I shall not permit it. The Fu family, a persistent burden in your mother's heart, requires your understanding. Do not take it for granted to leave her ensnared in this burden. Xie Xun was not foolish. Over the years, the estrangement between Xiao Yongyi and Xie Xun had been palpable, with Xie Xun not daring to utter a word. The dormant memories of childhood stirred in the depths of his mind, and at a certain moment, they finally broke the ice. Why would Xiao Yongyi, filled with profound resentment, give birth to the child of her heart's adversary? When he caught sight of Xiao Yongyi outside the scripture pavilion, he halted. Realizing his thoughts, Xiao Yongyi, not wishing to complicate matters for him, turned to leave. However, she stumbled a few steps before fainting into the maid's arms. Mother, before completely succumbing to unconsciousness. Xiao Yongyi clutched a hand tightly. This is merely the result of excessive worry and fear, Your Highness. An old servant shall prepare a calming medicine. Taken daily for half a month will suffice, the physician assured. Xie Xun's anxious heart finally settled as he attentively saw the royal physician out of the Grand Princess's residence. Zheng Yuwan remained by Xiao Yongyi's bedside, propping her cheek with one hand. The hand she held was numb, as if pierced by needles. Nevertheless, she dared not move. Should she release even a single finger, Xiao Yongyi would furrow her brow deeply in her dreams. After Xie Xun departed, the maid took the prescription to prepare the medicine, leaving Zheng Yuwan alone in the inner chamber. What good opportunity! She resolutely withdrew her hand, and while Xiao Yongyi grasped in confusion, she slipped a handkerchief into her palm. Hearing a sound, the maid approached, but Zheng Yuwan quickly intervened. It's fine, no need to come in. With a hand pressed against her racing heart, Zheng Yuwan settled before the vanity. She understood what Xiao Hui intended. Xie Lanqing's act of self-destruction was merely a gesture, a means to convey that she was but a scapegoat, with the true mastermind lurking behind the scenes. However, Zheng Yuwan was acutely aware that the real orchestrator was none other than that wretched system. Thus her mother, clutching the hairpin and succumbing to poison, was likely a task dictated by the system itself, a common refrain of advancing the plot. As for the owner of the item Xiao Huaiji had instructed her to locate, it was rather easy to deduce. Who could Xie Xun recognize at a glance? Aside from Xiao Yongyi, there was no one else. She searched with utmost caution, yet the occasional clinking sound betrayed her efforts, causing her to glance around nervously. It was her first time stealing, and the tension was undeniably palpable. Regardless, she had to procure that phoenix tail hairpin to prevent Xiao Huaiji from inflicting harm upon the Zheng family. Yet, should she actually find it, whether or not to relinquish it to Xiao Huaiji remained another matter. She could not allow him to perceive her as someone reliable. If he found her particularly useful, would she not be enslaved for a lifetime? With her mind racing, she suddenly felt a chill as a figure drew near. What are you searching for? The rouge box slipped from Zheng Yuan's grasp, only for Xie Xun to deftly catch it and return it to her palm. What's the matter? Is your hair and makeup in disarray, requiring a redo? Zheng Yuwan stiffly nodded. How could this person move so silently? Was she inadvertently alerting the snake in the grass? Even if Xie Xun was astute, he could not possibly deduce that it was Xiao Huaiji who had sent her to steal the hairpin. Comforting herself with this thought, she gradually relaxed, reasoning that she was being unreasonable. Her aunt was unharmed, and it was best she return. With that, she attempted to withdraw from Xie Xun's embrace. However, he firmly held her at the waist, pinning her against the dressing table, rendering her immobile. What's wrong? Zheng Yuwan held her breath, feigning ignorance as she quietly observed Xie Xun's expression in the bronze mirror. His slender fingers rested on the rosewood surface, and he lowered his gaze, concealing both danger and scrutiny. From his vantage point behind her, the skin from her ear to collarbone was laid bare, snow-white as milk, tender as soft jade, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Was she not in disarray? Why the urgency to return instead of tidying up? Zheng Yuwan swallowed hard. Having followed Xie Xun for 12 years, she had gleaned some understanding of him. Whenever his tone was languid and indifferent, his thoughts were often unfathomable. Perhaps he was already sharpening his metaphorical knives in his mind. It is rather inappropriate for me to use my aunt's rouge. I had intended to leave, merely checking my appearance before departing. Upon closer inspection, it is not that disheveled. There is truly no need for a redo. Xie Xun chuckled softly, leaning down to grasp her hand. Zheng Yuwan instinctively tried to pull away, but it was in vain. Xie Xun turned her palm over and shamelessly caressed the glistening beads of sweat on her palm. The physical contact ignited an unbearable tension. Are you so afraid of me? The warmth enveloped her ears, and Zheng Yuwan sidestepped, responding nonchalantly. What is my cousin saying? It is merely warm in the room, which is why my palms are sweaty. Xie Xun's gaze remained locked onto hers, the young girl meeting his eyes boldly, even daring to glare back. In an instant, all flaws were deftly concealed by her calm demeanor. Well done. Having been away from home for too long, my uncle and aunt, along with my grandmother, would undoubtedly worry. So I shall take my leave. Zheng Yuwan showed no inclination to linger, withdrawing her hand and brushing aside Xie Xun's arm that encircled her, intent on departing. Her assertiveness was audacious. Xie Xun, with a swift motion, pulled her back to the dressing table, forcing them to stand facing each other, their bodies nearly touching. What exactly do you intend to do? Zheng Yuwan cast a furtive glance at the slumbering Xiao Yongyi. Xie Xun's gaze leisurely drifted over the curling wisps of smoke rising from the Basan furnace, settling on Zheng Yuwan's slightly parted tender crimson lips. He swallowed hard. What was the reason for her eavesdropping at the Sutra Pavilion today? Zheng Yuwan's bravado was immediately extinguished, and she stammered, I did not intend to eavesdrop. It was truly my aunt who asked me to deliver the sachet, prompting my entrance. If you doubt me, wait until my aunt awakens, and you may inquire with her directly. Xie Xun smirked knowingly. You indeed overheard. Zheng Yuwan, irritated, felt an impulse to collide her head against the wall, wishing to rid herself of this cunning man. Regardless, I did not do it on purpose. I heard what I heard. What are you planning to do? Silence me? He would dig a pit, and she too understood a bit of trickery. Xie Xun chuckled, discreetly biting his tongue to suppress a certain impulse. I truly cannot do anything to you. After all, your mouth is on your own face. During idle chatter, you may speak freely. Zheng Yuwan rolled her eyes childishly. I am not a gossip. Furthermore, I have no desire to converse about you during idle moments. So you need not worry in the slightest. How can I trust you? Zheng Yuwan's eyes sparkled with defiance as she forcefully pushed Xie Xun away. Why should I exhaust my mind to earn your trust? Whether you believe me or not is of no concern to me. The brooding tumult concealed within Xie Xun's cold gaze suddenly took control, invading her space without restraint. Zheng Yuwan, in sheer terror, found herself seated upon the dressing table. The sound of fallen hairpins struck the ground like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that lingered long after. Xie Xun, is it his intention to wake Xiao Yongyi, forcing her to witness their disorderly conduct? What reason could there be? Xie Xun drew too close. With Zheng Yuwan leaning against the copper mirror, her hands incessantly pushing against his shoulders. The pressure was neither painful nor irritating, but it aggravated him, leading him to seize her wrist and twist it behind her back. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Zheng Yuwan could not break free, her anger causing her to huff and glare at him. What reason? You fear me, loathe me, and despise me. Upon suddenly learning the secret of my lineage, you would undoubtedly keep it to yourself. Chapter 047. Do not resist me so fiercely. Zheng Yuan's chest heaved with indignation as she glared at Xie Xun. He was well aware of her mixed feelings of hatred and disdain toward him. What reason could there possibly be to guarantee silence? If you do not trust me, even if I were to lay my heart bare, you would only find it repulsive. There is no need for such bloodshed. You shall marry me from this day forth. You will be my wife, sharing in my glory and my shame. Thus you would never betray me. Zheng Yuwan, driven to the brink, laughed in anger. She realized that the revelation of her lineage had indeed struck Xie Xun profoundly, leading him to utter nonsensical declarations. What madness! She was utterly disinterested in further discussions with Xie Xun, and a plan formed in her mind. Aunt, how fortunate you are to awaken. Upon hearing this, Xie Xun immediately released Zheng Yuan's wrist and stepped back to gaze at the bed. In a state of panic, Zheng Yuwan leapt down from the dressing table. But as soon as her feet touched the ground, she realized she had been deceived, and Xie Xun promptly halted her. His deep, dark eyes were nearly dripping with ink. You do not wish to marry me? He inquired. Zheng Yuwan, filled with impatience, retorted, Of course not. Why should I marry you? Is it merely to keep a secret? If I were ever to divulge it, I would end my own life without your intervention. Would that suffice? Xie Xun's face tightened, anger intermingled with unvoiced grievances as he attempted to reason with her. It was you who eavesdropped first. I was merely discussing matters with you. And did you not once harbor feelings for me? Zheng Yuan's bright eyes sparkled like shattered stars. Her voice calm, yet resolute. My fondness for you is a relic of the past. To marry you would only mean allowing you to trample upon my affections. While you hastily blame me for General Fu's demise, my decision to refrain from retaliation is a testament to my magnanimity. How could I ever consider marrying you? Xie Xun replied, I thought your mother's actions were instigated by you. I have explained myself numerous times, yet you refuse to believe me. The notion that he could simply dissolve the deep-rooted resentment she harbored was laughable. Xie Xun fell silent, though he appeared calm and indifferent. The pain and sorrow lay heavy within him. Gifted with intelligence and a distinguished lineage, he had meticulously built his radiant persona, which shone resplendently. Yet, this very brilliance made him intolerant of his own faults, much like one who cannot accept a flaw in a precious gem. In moments of truth, he instinctively concealed, hid, and evaded, never learning to humble himself. This was particularly true in his interactions with Zheng Yuwan. Even when he realized he had misunderstood her, he found it impossible to invest the effort to explain, to make amends, to restore what had been shattered. Pride lay in ruins, likely rendering all efforts futile. Was there even a purpose in trying? No one is indispensable. It is merely a matter of distance and time. He began to force himself not to dwell upon the enchanting stirrings she evoked within him, striving to forget. After 6 arduous months, upon seeing Zheng Yuwan, he still could not resist the urge to draw near and possess her. Thus, he comprehended the essence of true futility. His father had taught him that in dealing with the world, the most vital principle was to keep one's emotions in check, to remain calm and composed in the face of all matters. Impulsiveness could lead one to perdition, to a point of no return. He held this tenet sacred, unwilling to cross any boundaries. Yet, the consequences of approaching Zheng Yuwan were starkly apparent, destined to lead to a fiery demise, an endless cycle. As it had in a previous life, he was acutely aware of the repercussions, yet he yearned to cast aside prudence and societal constraints for another chance. What must I do for you to forgive me? Zheng Yuwan, momentarily dazed, thought she had misheard. The proud and aloof Xie Xun, lowering himself to such a degree? Surely, he harbored ulterior motives. Just keep your distance from me, she demanded. Xie Xun, with unwavering conviction, responded, That is not possible. Propose an alternative. Zheng Yuwan, infuriated, exclaimed, "Who asked for your input? Are you out of your mind? Whatever you do, I cannot possibly forgive you. I intend to leave. Do not hinder me." The more she struggled, the tighter Xie Xun held her, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. She was stubborn, and he was even more so, until his warm hand, imbued with a soothing intent, grasped the nape of her neck, reminiscent of a kitten being carried by the scruff. Zheng Yuwan felt as if her very life's source had been struck, and she gradually fell silent. Her watery eyes glistened, akin to delicate peach petals adorned with dewdrops, shimmering beautifully yet perilously poised to fall. "Let go of me," she implored. Xie Xun's demeanor was akin to that of a hypocritical wolf, and instinctively, she felt fear and trepidation, her voice trembling. "Do not resist me so. Grant me a chance." His fingertips, rough and suggestive of possession, brushed against her tender neck. His voice low and laced with temptation. The sensation invoked a delicate itch within her heart. Zheng Yuwan, sensing imminent danger, instinctively recoiled, her gaze darting as Xiao Yongyi slowly lifted the embroidered quilt and propped herself up. "Aunt has awakened." Zheng Yuwan anxieusement penchait 11e xanes chest, casting urgence. Xie Xun hissed, truly feeling the pinch. "You are quite the little tease," he chuckled, finding delight in her startled expression, which was indeed captivating. Xiao Yongyi, still groggy, turned her attention to Xie Xun's silhouette, only to witness his son lean down and kiss Yuan's lips. She hastily averted her gaze from Yuan. The timing of her awakening was most unfortunate. Zheng Yuwan was compelled to tilt her slender neck back. Xie Xun's heavy breaths and his sudden, forceful intrusion into her mouth left her heart racing with anxiety. She clenched her teeth tightly, disregarding whether he resembled a wolf or a leopard, and unsheathed her claws, aiming for his vulnerable throat. The sharp pain brought Xie Xun to a halt. In the lingering warmth of their connection, Zheng Yuan's full, moist lips bore the marks of his relentless pursuit, slightly swollen and tinted with a suggestive hue. "Aunt has truly awakened." Xie Xun glanced over, unexpectedly meeting Xiao Yongyi's gaze, which bore a hint of awkwardness. "Mother!" Zheng Yuwan pushed Xie Xun away, her eyes cast down. "Aunt!" Xiao Yongyi appeared more flustered than the two of them, desperately managing to utter, "I am rather thirsty." A maid was quicker than Zheng Yuwan, promptly presenting a cup of tea. Zheng Yuan's ears burned with embarrassment as she silently cursed Xie Xun 1,000 times. "Aunt, it is wonderful that you are awake. I shall take my leave now." Xiao Yongyi suggested, "Let Suner escort you." "No need." Zheng Yuwan waved her hand. "Aunt has just awakened. I am sure you would prefer company by your side. I shall return on my own." With that, she bowed and took her leave. Xie Xun followed her out, instructing 4 guards to escort the carriage. "Yes." Xie Xun returned to the room, where Xiao Yongyi leaned against the pillow, sipping medicine, her brow furrowed. "Let me do it," he offered, taking the bowl from the wet nurse, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it, and bringing it to his mother's lips. Xiao Yongyi observed Xie Xun's calm demeanor, recalling the way he had looked at her before the scripture pavilion. He must know everything. Yet, did he still wish to acknowledge her as his mother? The medicine, fed by her son, surprisingly did not taste bitter. The brown liquid quickly emptied the bowl. Xie Xun casually placed the bowl into the tray held by a maid and took hold of Xiao Yongyi's hand. "What troubles you?" This was not what Xiao Yongyi had anticipated. She was momentarily taken aback. Xie Xun smiled gently, his voice imbued with gratitude. "Mother, thank you for being willing to give birth to me." Xiao Yongyi's eyes brimmed with tears, struggling to hold them back. "What did your father say to you?" she asked. "Father said that my mother gave birth to me because I am myself. More important than who my father is that I am my mother's son." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yongyi covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed lightly, tears cascading down her cheeks, impossible to restrain. Xie Xun gently wiped away the tears on his mother's face. "I promise, Mother, one day I will personally kill Fu Hui to avenge you." Chapter 048, Because He Cares for You. Xiao Yongyi, in disbelief, grasped Xie Xun's arm. "Are you truly willing to go this far for Mother?" Xie Xun nodded. "He is the demon in Mother's heart. Until he is vanquished, she will never see the light." While Xiao Yongyi felt a surge of gratitude and joy, a shadow of worry crept in. "Now that you know he is indeed your biological father, can you truly bring yourself to act? I have only one father from birth to death. Fu Hui is merely a beast that has harmed mother. Regardless of the veracity of Xie Xun's words, whether they stemmed from sincerity or were meant to comfort her, his willingness to speak moved Xiao Yongyi deeply. She embraced him tightly, gently patting his back. Xie Xun smiled wryly, realizing that it was the first time in his life that his mother had held him like this. Xiao Yongyi's heart trembled, then gradually calmed. In the past, it was always Mother-S fault. From now on, she would not vent her anger on him for sharing blood with that man. Xie Xun raised his arms around Xiao Yongyi's waist, having waited 23 years, finally fulfilling his wish to be the happy child in his mother's embrace. Even if that happiness was intertwined with darkness, hatred, and bloodshed, if only for a fleeting moment. Mother, I wish to marry Yuwan. Xiao Yongyi was not surprised. Mother is already helping you. Where did you place the phoenix tail hairpin? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yongyi instructed the maid to fetch an official leather box. What do you intend to do? Xie Xun retrieved the hairpin, holding it tightly in his palm. I will keep it from Mother. If anyone asks, do not admit to having seen this hairpin. Zheng Yuwan already knew of the hairpin's existence and would naturally suspect Xiao Yongyi. It is time to find a master. Xiao Yongyi gazed into the depths of Xie Xun's eyes, dark and profound. Xie Lanqing was not forced to her death by me. She would never betray me at the moment of her demise. When you questioned me that day with this hairpin, I was momentarily flustered, unable to believe that Xie Lanqing would turn against me. Now I finally understand. This hairpin must have been a deliberate test of you. Xie Xun pondered for a while. Mother and Fu Hui appear to be separated on the surface. But who else knows the hidden truths of that year? Knowing that Mother must eliminate the Fu family father and daughter? There's one person. As the carriage passed by the Qinbei building, it was suddenly intercepted. Boss, today you finally have the time to check the accounts. Zheng Yuwan was about to refuse, but caught a glimpse of the shopkeeper of Qinbei building deliberately revealing the jade token of Prince Yin through the window. This was a hint that Xiao Huaiji was inside. She had no choice but to disembark. In the elegant room on the third floor, the sound of silk and bamboo filled the air. Xiao Huaiji, dressed like a flamboyant peacock, sat with a flushed face, slumped in an armchair. Despite the numerous wine girls surrounding him, they were surprisingly restrained, not daring to lay hands on him. In the past, Zheng Yuwan had only thought that Xie Xun was deep-minded, yet Xiao Huaiji was no less so. With a casual glance, Yin Ting cast her eyes upon Zheng Yuwan, while Xiao Huaiji waved away the wine girl and musicians, leaving only the two of them in the elegant chamber. Sitting down, Xiao Huaiji smiled as he personally poured wine for her. Zheng Yuwan felt uneasy, sensing an underlying malice behind his smile. Xie Lanqing had trained her tolerance for alcohol, but she could only manage a bowl before succumbing to inebriation when out in the world. Thus, she resembled a fledgling, taking a sip and coughing for an eternity. Xiao Huaiji chuckled, his gaze on Zheng Yuwan growing increasingly dense and inscrutable, urging her to drink without uttering a word. After a prolonged struggle, Zheng Yuwan realized that Xiao Huaiji was waiting for her to willingly divulge information, conditioning her servitude. The most gratifying of servants seldom require prompting. They naturally disclose everything. Yet, Zheng Yuwan obstinately resisted his expectations. When he commanded her to drink, she complied without hesitation. After half a bowl, she felt lightheaded and hazy, feigning innocence without revealing any flaws. Xiao Huaiji suppressed his laughter, regarding the swaying Zheng Yuwan with an air of arrogance. What did you hear today at Wanqiao Temple? Zheng Yuwan smirked inwardly, understanding why Xie Xun was so perturbed by her eavesdropping. His suspicions were not unfounded. As for Xiao Huaiji, his pretense of rekindling old affections with Xie Xun was merely a facade. The truth lay in his intent to plant an ear close to Xie Xun. Such cunning schemes were utterly abhorrent. Nothing significant. My aunt asked me to wait outside the scripture pavilion for Xie Xun, Zheng Yuwan replied, massaging her temples. Indeed, my aunt was quite anxious. It must be something important. All frivolous chatter. Xiao Huaiji's gaze bore into Zheng Yuwan, revealing an unmasked profundity that pierced her very soul. Stop pretending. Zheng Yuwan stole a glance at Xiao Huaiji, pursing her lips in silence. This was disastrous. Xiao Huaiji's voice turned sharp, You possess a great deal of audacity to deceive me. Zheng Yuwan shuddered, asserting, I truly know nothing. If your highness does not believe me, you may well slaughter the Zheng family at this moment. Xiao Huaiji frowned. Are you threatening me? Meeting his stormy gaze, Zheng Yuwan steeled herself against her fear. Your highness has plotted to harm my sister, compelling me to act first. Today, for a mere broken phoenix tail hairpin, my sister received 5 lashes and is now bedridden. What a future! How many of my kin shall you harm in your quest to protect General Fu? Xiao Huaiji replied coldly. If you would obediently comply, I would not harm them in the slightest. Why should I comply? Your intentions towards Xie Xun are of no concern to me. Why must I tread upon the edge of a blade, subjected to your control? Xiao Huaiji retorted impulsively, because he cares for you. Zheng Yuan's mind flickered with Xie Xun's inexplicable words, her heart betraying her as she replied, Your highness is mistaken. He only cares for General Fu. Xiao Huaiji, disinterested in further debate, continued, I know you believe yourself innocent, but what of Fu Yinxue? Is she not innocent? After 8 years of guarding the border, abruptly drawn into this vast cesspool of the capital, facing threats to her life and honor repeatedly. Who has avenged her? Xie Xun appears to protect her, but harbors selfish motives, repeatedly indulging your mother and those behind the scenes. If I recall correctly, were it not for Fu Yinxue, you would have perished long ago. And now is your chance to repay her. Yet you refuse to even lie in wait by Xie Xun's side? When mentioning Fu Yinxue, Zheng Yuwan is still filled with guilt. Her situation is truly tragic. Reflecting on that night, she downed a bowl of wine and slammed it heavily on the table. It was indeed thanks to the assassin arranged by His Highness that I nearly lost my life. In gratitude for General Fu's life-saving grace, I am willing to assist with this task. However, after this matter, there shall be no more emotional ties between His Highness and me. With that, she perfunctorily performed a courtesy and exited through the door. Xiao Huaiji was infuriated, thinking this woman was simply outrageous. Who granted her such audacity? Chapter 49. The Beauty as a Source of Calamity. The last snowfall of early spring arrived abruptly and melted just as swiftly. The suppressed vitality of the flora, which had endured the harsh winter, began to surge forth exuberantly. The hoarse grounds were lush with grass, basking in the warm and delightful sunlight of spring, filled with eager young scions of noble families. Some practiced archery, while others engaged in polo. How bold of you to defy my authority. Why not come when darkness falls instead? Zheng Yuwan and Xiao Huaiji waited, their faces turning green, their eyes brimming with a fierce killing intent. Zheng Yuwan paid him no mind, resolutely turning back. Oh, she had never wanted to come in the first place. Xiao Huaiji would never notify her in advance, always sending messages to the Dingen Marquis' residence unexpectedly, compelling her to dress and hurry to the designated location regardless of what she was doing. It was utterly vexing, and he expected her to wear a pleasant expression. Dream on. Stop. Despite being enraged to the point of smoke emanating from his 7 orifices, Xiao Huaiji managed to force a disingenuous smile, pulling the stubborn Zheng Yuwan closer and whispering, Miss Liu of the Liu family is also present today. Find a way to get close to her. What does that have to do with the Liu family? Zheng Yuwan rolled her eyes dramatically. A mere pawn should not be burdened with such concerns. He walked away in annoyance, only to glance back 10 steps later, finding Zheng Yuwan stubbornly rooted in place, as if to say she would not enter unless prompted. Xiao Huaiji's teeth ground together in frustration. This woman, after a moment of stalemate, he relented, stating, The eldest son of a Liu family has served in the military since his youth and is now the Deputy General of the Northwest Army. If he harbors ambition, harming Fu Yinxue could very well serve as leverage to control General Fu. Fu Yinxue's recall to the capital was indeed a means to restrain Fu Hui, who was stationed in the northwest. Zheng Yuwan narrowed her eyes, striving to feign comprehension. Xiao Huaiji observed her naive and innocent gaze, unable to suppress a grin. Maintain this facade, and no one will suspect you. The Chiyue Pavilion beside the horse grounds was the prime location for watching polo, where the noble ladies gathered for leisure and conversation. Shenxiai was also present, dressed in a jade green long robe with fitted sleeves. Cinched at the waist with a jade belt, exuding an aura of purity and elegance. After catching a glimpse of him, Zheng Yuwan averted her gaze, quietly settling at a table next to Lu Wenju, preparing to seize an opportunity to engage him in casual conversation. Yet, the more she warned herself to refrain from focusing on him, the more her peripheral vision betrayed her, capturing Xun Xi's striking figure. When she realized he was approaching her, an uncontrollable surge of anxiety erupted from her heart, leaving her feeling utterly uneasy. As the two individuals drew within mere steps of each other, Xie Xun, beads of perspiration adorning his forehead, unobtrusively positioned himself before Xun Xi, leisurely sipping from a cup of tea to soothe his throat. "Play half a match for me. My arm has grown weary." Xun Xi, with a hint of resignation, tossed a handkerchief into Xie Xun's embrace, acknowledging that even Ji Li, the esteemed gentleman, could succumb to fatigue, which was rather peculiar. Though jesting with words, his strides were resolute as he made his way toward the staircase. Zheng Yuwan, catching a glimpse of Xun Xi descending the stairs, silently exhaled a sigh of relief. On that fateful day at Lanyue Villa, before she was forcefully subdued by the maid of Princess Jianing, she had overheard Ming Qiu's scathing thoughts, condemning her for daring to covet the princess's man, declaring that dying 1,000 deaths would be insufficient. She felt utterly wronged. Naturally, it was delightful to be adored by another. Yet if such affection came at the price of being relentlessly targeted by the imperial family, the trouble far outweighed the pleasure. She merely wished to encounter Xun Xi less frequently, to avoid becoming fodder for gossip that might reach the princess's ears, thus inviting unwarranted calamity. As her gaze returned, it briefly collided with the profound look exchange between Qian Qian and Xie Xun. Zheng Yuwan hastily brushed past, shooting him a glare, finding him insufferably peculiar. "Xie Zili, come down here. If you do not take this seriously, we shall surely lose." Lu Wensheng bellowed from beneath the Qiuyu pavilion, eliciting peals of laughter from the noble ladies. The second son of the Lu family was, as always, a figure of whimsicality. Setting down his teacup, Xie Xun ambled down the stairs with an air of leisure. Meanwhile, Lu Wenju, caught in a fit of laughter, suddenly succumbed to a violent cough that seemed to rend her very soul. Her devoted maid persistently offered a handkerchief soaked in medicinal infusion for her to cover her mouth, but to little avail. Observing this, the assembled ladies discreetly distanced themselves, for tuberculosis was contagious, and none wished to unwittingly court such an ailment. Zheng Yuwan maneuvered against the throng to gently pat Lu Wenju's back, inquiring, "Are you well?" Lu Wenju raised her gaze to meet the enchanting depths of her eyes, feebly shaking her head. "I am fine." Zheng Yuwan took the opportunity to settle beside Lu Wenju. "I often hear your elder brother speak of you. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance." Afflicted by this respiratory ailment, Lu Wenju had been steeped in a world of potions and remedies since childhood, never permitted by her parents or brothers to venture outdoors. "You are the second Miss Zheng?" Her voice was as delicate as the ethereal mist drifting between the mountains. Zheng Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "How do you know? It seems we have never met." Lu Wenju smiled faintly. Perhaps it is merely an educated guess. With fox-like eyes that dazzled, and lips as alluring as droplets of water, she epitomized the legendary beauty of the capital, her reputation indeed well-deserved. Zheng Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't she always been confined indoors? How could she seem so well-informed? Lu Wenju, perceptively noting the astonishment in her expression, inquired, "What troubles you?" "I was merely pondering why you ventured out today, given the lingering chill in the air." Zheng Yuan's smile was innocent and sincere. Lu Wenju replied with a hint of melancholy. "As one approaches death, one yearns to behold the beauty of the four seasons and to experience the myriad sensations of life. They would not wish for me to remain confined within that stifling cage from birth until death, fearing I would depart this world with unfulfilled desires." Zheng Yuan was nearly overwhelmed by the profound sorrow and despair reflected in her gaze, abruptly shaking her head and cheerfully patting Lu Wenju's shoulder. "Then should you wish to step outside for some fresh air and diversion in the future, do remember to write to me. My fourth sister is a fiery spirit. She can take us to explore the seasons and revel in the delights of the capital." Lu Wenju stared blankly at Zheng Yuan, who seemed oblivious to sorrow, her eyes reflecting a delicate clarity that stirred his heart. Zheng Yuwan, with a shy smile, gazed longingly at the snowflake pastry on the table. "May I have some?" "Of course," came the reply. "Thank you," she exclaimed, gracefully expressing her gratitude before unceremoniously grabbing a piece of the pastry and savoring it while watching the polo match. A faint, enchanting fragrance lingered around Lu Wenju, and he cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Yuan's fluttering, thick eyelashes, feeling an affectionate amusement within him. Indeed, such a pure and exquisite girl exists in this world. As Zheng Yuwan watched, her teeth occasionally flashed in a grin. The atmosphere of the polo match was so intense that even she could sense something amiss. Fu Yinxue and Xiao Huaiji were the mainstays of their team, a formidable duo that was quickly overpowering their opponents, Xie Xun, Xun Ci, and Lu Wenxing. Particularly, for Fu Yinxue, scoring seemed trivial. Her ultimate goal appeared to be to unleash her fury upon Xie Xun. Xie Xun was relentlessly targeted, unable to evade the onslaught, let alone score. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. Fu Yinxue's mallet swung through the air, and the polo ball darted towards Xie Xun like a lightning serpent. He barely bent down, inadvertently allowing it to strike Lu Wenxing squarely in the face. Zheng Yuwan gasped in shock. How painful that must be. Serve him right, she thought with a chuckle. Lu Wenxing, filled with resentment, was forced to leave the field and watch from Qiuyu Pavilion. Lu Wenju personally tended to his wounds, while he intermittently leaped up to cheer or curse Xie Xun, unable to sit still. Frustrated, Lu Wenju placed the medicine bottle down. "You can apply it yourself." Lu Wenxing quickly coaxed Lu Wenju into helping him. Zheng Yuwan, holding her face, quietly enjoyed the snowflake pastry, contentedly observing the sibling duo. "Why are you here again?" Lu Wenxing's tone was unkind. Zheng Yuwan nonchalantly averted her gaze, unperturbed. "Is this polo field owned by your family?" Lu Wenxing's face turned crimson from her retort, while Lu Wenju intentionally pressed down on his swollen nose. "If you can't speak properly, then stay silent." Lu Wenxing winced, tears brimming in his eyes, and for once, he fell silent. Xie Xun caught a glimpse of the scene in Qiuyu Pavilion and was momentarily stunned. As the polo ball approached, he straightened his back, standing like an unmoving target, allowing it to strike his left cheek. Chapter 050. Can you please not ignore me? Watching Xie Xun tumble from his horse, Fu Yinxue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Given Xie Xun's skills, evading that last shot would have been a trivial matter. Xun Ci anxiously dismounted to assess Xie Xun's injuries, glaring at Fu Yinxue, who was backlit by the sun. "General Fu, once could be an accident, but this is becoming excessive." Fu Yinxue maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. "It's nothing," Xie Xun brushed off. "I and Zichao have both sustained injuries. It's up to you to turn the tide now." Realizing this, Xun Ci reluctantly lowered her gaze. Xie Xun clearly did not wish to continue playing and had pretended to be injured. How foolish she had been to worry for him earlier. As Xie Xun entered Qiuyu Pavilion, Lu Wenxing's voice cascaded down from above. "Have you lost your mind today? Where's your former flair?" Xie Xun naturally sat beside Zheng Yuwan, glancing at Lu Wenxing. "Did you not see that I was injured?" Zheng Yuwan sat on a long bench, with ample space for two. Unbeknownst to whether Xie Xun acted with intent or by chance, he was nearly pressed against her. Zheng Yuwan was about to shift away when Lu Wenxing furrowed his brow and abruptly pulled Xie Xun to his side, fretting, "Why are you so close to her? Refrain from engaging in actions that may lead her to misunderstand." In that moment, Xie Xun felt an overwhelming urge to pry open Lu Wenxing's mind and release the thoughts trapped within. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "You should refrain from provoking me into striking you." Lu Wenju, perceptive and astute, grasped the situation instantly. She pried Lu Wenxing's hand away from Xie Xun, placing the ointment at the center of the square table. Zheng Yuwan averted her gaze, pretending not to see. She had already become somewhat familiar to Lu Wenju and had sufficiently completed her mission with Xiao Huaiji. With this in mind, she stood and addressed Lu Wenju. "I find this polo match rather uninteresting, so I shall take my leave. Do not forget to write to me." Lu Wenju cast a sidelong glance at the composed Xie Xun and smiled gently. "All right." Xie Xun remained immobile until Zheng Yuwan was nearly past him, when he suddenly grasped her wrist. His rough palm enveloped her delicate wrist, warm and consuming. Zheng Yuwan instinctively attempted to break free, but Xie Xun tightened his grip, raising his battered face, the lump in his throat rolling as he compelled himself to ask, "Could you assist me in applying the ointment?" This statement struck like thunder in a clear sky, causing Lu Wensheng to choke and spew the tea he had been holding, his voice piercing and nearly tearing. "What?" In response, Xie Xun swiftly shoved 4 pieces of snowflake pastry into Lu Wensheng's mouth, turning to Zheng Yuwan with a tender gaze tinged with a hint of shyness. "Is that acceptable?" Zheng Yuwan, feeling embarrassed, yearned to flee. The commotion caused by that foolish pig, Lu Wensheng, would certainly draw the attention of the ladies present. "Let go. You can apply it yourself, or at least ask him for help." Zheng Yuwan struggled like a determined little cat, her wrist turning red as she fought against his hold. Oblivious to the pain, the sight of her flushed skin tore at Xie Xun's heart, igniting a fire in his palm, compelling him to release her. Zheng Yuwan shot him an angry glare and fled swiftly. Xie Xun rose to pursue her, but Lu Wensheng anxiously grabbed him from behind. "Have you lost your mind? There is no need to go to such lengths, just to vex Fu Yin Xue." Xie Xun's expression darkened, and he delivered a sharp elbow to Lu Wensheng's abdomen. "Ugh!" Lu Wensheng doubled over, clutching his stomach. "Are you trying to kill me?" Xie Xun took a step back, pondering for a moment, then turned, gripping Lu Wensheng's collar. Their faces mere inches apart. "Do not presume to interpret my feelings. I am making it clear today that the only person I have ever loved is Zheng Yuwan." Lu Wensheng struggled to find his footing. "Am I the one gone mad, or are you? When she pursued you before, why did you act as if you were oblivious?" A pained expression crossed Xie Xun's eyes as he recalled the 2 years Zheng Yuwan had devoted entirely to him. "You speak the truth. I am indeed unwell." Lu Wensheng's brow twitched. "Hey, I never said that. Don't place such accusations upon me." Xie Xun released him and absent-mindedly descended the stairs. Lu Wensheng returned to the long bench, pounding his chest and swallowing the remnants of the snowflake pastry. "Sister, I wasn't dreaming, was I? Did he just confess his love for Zheng Yuwan?" His inability to articulate anything meaningful, akin to a dullard, astonished her as he uttered such syrupy words, especially in front of so many onlookers. Lu Wenju could only chuckle helplessly, pondering when her dear brother might exhibit a modicum of wisdom. Zheng Yuwan hastily strode towards the stables, muttering under her breath, "Madman. Fraud. Lunatic." Seeing her daughter in such a state of bewilderment, Lien Ruo grew anxious, asking, "My dear, are you all right?" Zheng Yuwan remained lost in her anguish, oblivious to the concern. Xie Xun approached with urgency, seizing Zheng Yuwan just as she was about to mount the carriage. She froze momentarily, turning her gaze towards him, her striking eyes shimmering with unshed tears that threatened to spill over. Xie Xun felt a ripple of emotion as her sorrow resonated within him. "Don't cry. Have I frightened you again?" he asked gently. Zheng Yuwan abruptly shook him off, wiping her eyes fiercely. "What do you intend to do?" Lien Ruo flinched at her daughter's stern tone, recalling the last time Zheng Yuwan had displayed such ire, during her entanglement with Yu Baoxing. Xie Xun swallowed her fury, striving to soften his tone. "Yuwan, can we sit down and have a proper conversation?" The letter he had dispatched to the Dingen Marquis's residence had seemingly vanished without a trace. He was uncertain if she had even opened it. Yet there were matters he wished to convey in person. Zheng Yuwan regarded him with her tear-streaked eyes, her expression vigilant and scrutinizing. "Speak." With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Xie Xun found himself at a loss for words. At 23, he had never felt such trepidation, more daunting than speaking politics before the emperor. "I know you despise me. You may strike or berate me, but could you at least not ignore me?" He covertly grasped the sleeve of her garment, only to be met with her fierce rejection. "Stop your pretense. What do you take me for? You and General Fu are finished, yet you expect me to forgive you? Why should I endure such treatment? My sincerity is not beneath anyone's, and if you choose not to cherish it, why must you trample upon it? You make me feel utterly repulsed." Xie Xun found himself speechless, gripping her wrist tightly, helplessly asserting, "I do not love her. I never have and never will." From the very beginning, the only person I have ever wished to marry and cherish is you." Zheng Yuwan, infuriated, lashed out at him. "Save those words for your own delusions." Xie Xun silently endured her assaults, refusing to relinquish his hold. Zheng Yuwan, consumed with rage, bit into his wrist, desperate to inflict pain as a release for her pent-up resentment. However, soon her jaws trembled, and she could no longer bite down. Collapsing in despair as she wept on the carriage's edge, blood seeping from her mouth. Xie Xun bore the pain with fortitude, waiting for her outburst to subside before suddenly enveloping her in his embrace, restraining her struggling head against his chest, his lips nearly grazing her delicate ear. "I witnessed my mother kill Fu Yinshua's mother." The revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving Zheng Yuwan stunned into silence, her lashes fluttering as a few tears teetered precariously, gradually calming her tumultuous spirit. Xie Xun tightened his arm, which lay across Zheng Yuan's soft waist, and continued to speak in a low, husky voice that resonated near her heart. "My care for her is born of guilt, a desire to repay the debts my mother incurred. Between us, there has never been another woman. I am indeed ill, striving to embody the flawless image that society demands, while harshly expecting the same perfection for my wife. I mistakenly believed you conspired with your mother to harm the innocent, and I was profoundly disappointed in you. Yet, my love for you remains, and I cannot bear to let go. No matter what you hate about me, I will accept it, but do not ever doubt that my heart belongs to you, for that brings me great sorrow." Zheng Yuwan leaned against Xie Xun, her tear-streaked cheek pressed tightly against his neck. She could feel the intensity of his pulse and heartbeat, clear, strong, and sincere. Chapter 051, Do Not Approach Me Again. Lien Ruo's heart pounded like a war drum, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, fearing that someone might unexpectedly witness her daughter in the embrace of the Duke of Dingwuiser. They were so close that it seemed they could meld into one another's bodies. Such intimacy was rarely seen, even in marriage. "Are you finished? Let me go," Zheng Yuwan said, straining on her toes as he nearly crushed her waist. Xie Xun complied, releasing her. "Are you still angry? Would you like to hit me a few more times to vent your frustration?" Zheng Yuwan, unwilling to hold back, raised her fist and struck at him wildly, her punches falling like rain, chaotic and loud. Xie Xun staggered back, struggling to ward off the blows, pleading, "Could you at least finish applying the medicine to my wound before hitting me? It hurts quite a bit." Zheng Yuwan glanced down at the bite marks on his arm. 2 rows of small punctures oozing blood and turning purple. Did he not understand? If she despised him with venomous hatred, she would never harm him, even if they were to part ways for eternity. In her past life, he had loathed her to the core, and she had been powerless and lacking in means to retaliate. Yet now, he had willingly laid bare his heart, shedding the heavy armor that had encased it, foolishly seeking her forgiveness. Zheng Yuwan genuinely wished to stab him deep in the heart, indifferent to the consequences of murder, oblivious to the potential repercussions for the Dingmarkiate. She shook her head, suppressing the impulsive temptation that stirred within her. "Whether you're merely coaxing me or truly sincere, do not approach me again, or I shall kill you." Her eyes, vibrant and fierce, now appeared frosted, harboring a profound and unyielding coldness akin to the ice that clings to the peaks of snow-capped mountains. The delicate, silken sleeves of her gown slipped inch by inch from his reluctant fingertips, carrying with them a chilling wind that lingered in the air. Zheng Yuwan resolutely stepped into the carriage. "Leave," she commanded, her tone as frigid as an unbridgeable winter. Xie Xun stood frozen, as though his heart had been pierced. The carriage slowly departed, and Lien Ruo cast a worried glance back at the air. The trees were budding with vibrant green, heralding the spring. Yet he appeared as a stagnant pool, lifeless and desolate, his pride shattered, steeped in sorrow and embarrassment. He almost seemed pitiful. From behind a nearby house, Shun Xi, partially concealed, had witnessed the entire scene and slowly turned away. After meeting at Wanzhou Temple, Xiao Yongyi frequently sent messages urging Zheng Yuwan to accompany her at the Grand Princess's residence. With the arrival of spring, they indulged in flower arranging, savoring tea, enjoying music, watching dance performances, playing chess, and engaging in games, reveling in the joy of life. Xiao Yongyi, in her playful spirit, resembled Xie Xun, delighting in mischief with a hearty and youthful laugh. Zheng Yuwan, while cherishing this experience akin to being in Xie Xun's favor, couldn't shake the feeling of madness. Rumors seldom arise without cause, and with Xie Xun's own words stating that Xiao Yongyi could be ruthless even to her sisters, how could she dare frolic before her? What if she provoked the princess's wrath and left no trace behind? On this day, as she exited the Dingen Marquis's residence and passed by the Qinbei building, she received the account book personally handed to her by Manager Qi. As usual, a secret letter was tucked within its pages. The words felt like a death sentence. Penned by Fu Yinxue. With a bitter smile, Zheng Yuwan burned the letter, accepting it as a form of atonement. "You wish to pay respects to your mother?" Xiao Yongyi asked, engrossed in pruning the branch of a longevity flower. The golden buds contrasted with Xiao Yongyi's delicate hands, soft as lily petals and fair as jade. "Yes, Yuan shall not accompany the grand aunt today. My mother appeared to me in a dream, saying she is restless in the underworld." Zheng Yuwan stood beneath a flowering branch of a begonia by the lake, its pink blossoms tightly clustered, resembling a soft cloud from a distance. As the wind stirred, the petals danced gracefully like a beautiful maiden, swirling around Zheng Yuwan's begonia-colored skirt with an ethereal charm. Xiao Yongyi recalled the phoenix tail hairpin, set down her scissors, and cleaned her hands. "Your aunt will accompany you." A tremor of apprehension coursed through Zheng Yuwan as words of rejection, caught in her throat, ultimately swallowed. "Thank you, Grand Aunt." On the road to Mingshan, Zheng Yuwan remained restless. Having already left the city, it was too late for regrets. She could only strive to convince herself that Xiao Yongyi was a wicked woman, attempting to soothe her uneasy conscience. Suddenly, her hand was seized by Xiao Yongyi, who patted it reassuringly. "The world believes your mother took your father from me. I should hate and despise her, yet I find myself grateful to her. She is unlike anyone I have met. Though she disregards social hierarchy, she does so in a most intriguing manner. Each time I witness her causing chaos, my heart is stirred, yearning to be as audacious as she is. I often feel as though she is a parasite within me, deceiving Zheng Rong, plotting against Jiayang, tearing apart Fu Hui's hypocritical facade, and even understanding my fear of losing Suner, repeatedly aiding me in attempts on Fu Yinxue's life. Since she was merely 18, she has comprehended my intentions, aiding me for a full 17 years, from birth to death, without a trace of regret." Zheng Yuwan was taken aback. Such matters were spoken so freely? Surely, she was not inviting her to a death sentence? Xiao Yongyi gently lifted Zheng Yuan's chin, chuckling. "Your aunt wishes to convey that I hold your mother in high regard. According to her, we are each other's closest confidants, never to betray or harm one another, not even in death." Zheng Yuan's eyes reflected a whirlwind of confusion. At that moment, believing she could step into the jaws of a monstrous toad and cross a river felt no different. Just as words eluded her, a sudden cacophony erupted outside the carriage, the anguished whinnies of horses mingling with the thunderous cries of battle. The carriage came to a halt with a gentle yet abrupt stop. Outside, the sounds of battle raged ceaselessly. Cold sweat erupted in Zheng Yuan's palms as she reached out to lift the curtain for a glimpse of the chaos. Her hand was grasped by Xiao Yongyi, whose demeanor was as tranquil as a still lake. "Do not fear. All shall be well," he reassured her. After a brief interval, the tumult outside subsided into an eerie silence. The Imperial Guards, trailing closely behind, swiftly surrounded and exterminated more than 30 mountain bandits. Seeing the guards finish their grim task, Captain Su bowed respectfully outside the carriage window. "Your Highness, the bandits have all been dealt with. May I request that you and Miss Zheng switch to another carriage to proceed to Mingshan?" "Very well," Xiao Yongyi replied coolly, taking Zheng Yuwan by the hand as they exited the carriage. Before them lay the gruesomely slain horses, their dark blood staining the ground amid the scattered stones. A glance around revealed a gruesome tableau of lifeless corpses, their faces contorted in terror, some even severed at the neck. With a sudden wave of nausea, Zheng Yuwan collapsed against the carriage shaft, her stomach churning violently as she expelled her breakfast. Witnessing this, Captain Su immediately apologized. I shall instruct the guards to clear the bodies at once. Xiao Yongyi waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, a horde of armed bandits surged forth from the dense forest, a grim estimate revealing at least 200 of them. Captain Su decisively ordered several trusted guards to escort Xiao Yongyi back to the city, while he and the remaining imperial guards prepared to confront the bandits. As the carriage traveled a mile away, a group of ambushers, lying in wait, once again obstructed the path back to the city. Despite the guards' rigorous training and prowess in combat, they were outnumbered by several folds, their efforts rendered futile against the premeditated ambush. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yongyi firmly grasped Zheng Yuwan's trembling shoulder. Stay hidden within the carriage. Do not venture out. Zheng Yuwan, however, clutched Xiao Yongyi's hand in return. And do not be afraid. I will not allow them to harm you. With that, she boldly pushed the carriage door open. Chapter 052. I truly will kill you. In the heart of the capital, more than 500 bandits roamed freely, and it was likely that this was not the entirety of their numbers. The audacity of those who harbored bandits was astounding. Do you understand who it is you are confronting? With all the imperial guards fallen, Xiao Yongyi stood alone atop the carriage, yet she exuded an aura that commanded the presence of thousands. The lesser bandits mocked this isolated woman, yet the masked leader, Fu Qing, dared not underestimate her. He bowed respectfully. Your Highness, we request that you accompany us. We are merely following orders and shall not trouble you. Following the death of the former emperor, the Wei prince sought to usurp the throne. It was the Empress Dowager and the illustrious Princess Huayong who, with decisive measures, stabilized the court, allowing the young emperor to ascend the throne smoothly. For over a decade, while the Empress Dowager governed from behind a curtain, Princess Huayong's influence appeared to wane. Nevertheless, her husband and son were both favored by the emperor. Any misstep on her part would lead to their collective demise. Following orders, Xiao Yongyi spat disdainfully, intending to verbally chastise the rebels. However, recalling that Zheng Yuwan was still concealed behind her, she reluctantly conceded. Since your master only commands you to capture me, could you spare the innocent? Fu Qing replied with utmost respect, as long as your highness agrees to accompany us. We shall not harm those within the carriage. The general has expressly instructed that no harm come to Miss Zheng. Xiao Yongyi pondered for a moment, realizing the malevolence of these individuals. How could she trust them to escort Yuan back to the city? Should they harbor ill intentions along the way? She would be unwittingly leading Yuan into a perilous situation. Thus, she commanded, prepare the carriage. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she entered the carriage and grasped Zheng Yuan's hand, assuring her, your safety lies solely in remaining with me. Sun Air possesses formidable connections, and with such turmoil in the capital, reinforcements from the Imperial Guard shall arrive swiftly. Zheng Yuan nodded, overwhelmed with guilt. The stronghold was modest, and they soon had to abandon the carriage under pressure from Fu Qing. The furnishings were cloaked in a thick layer of dust, and Fu Qing personally wiped the chair with his sleeve until it gleamed, but Xiao Yongyi refused to sit. Speak your mind. Such flattery is unnecessary. Fu Qing signaled to one of his men, who promptly fetched ink, paper, and brush. Your Highness may be unaware, but I have a younger brother wrongfully imprisoned in the Dali court, awaiting rescue. This minor task should not pose a challenge to the current Deputy Prime Minister. A mere word from him would suffice. Xiao Yongyi scoffed. If you dare to abduct me, how could you possibly fail to breach the Dali court? Fu Qing replied with unwavering composure. Intercepting your highness outside the city was a stroke of luck. Within the imperial city, even with divine assistance, no one would dare confront the imperial guard. Refusing to comply, Xiao Yongyi declared, you need not involve my son. Tell me the name of the person you wish to save, and my words will carry weight in the Dali court. Seeing Xiao Yongyi unyielding, Fu Qing's companion, growing impatient, drew a knife and pressed it against her neck, threatening, you will write, or I shall not hesitate to end you. Zheng Yuwan gasped in horror as she witnessed the blade cut a gash on Xiao Yongyi's neck, crying out in desperation, no. Fearing that Zheng Yuwan might inadvertently reveal too much, Fu Qing signaled for her to be removed. Xiao Yongyi intervened, insisting, she cannot leave my sight. Fu Qing threatened, if you refuse to cooperate, I shall take matters into my own hands. As the bandit prepared to forcibly take Zheng Yuwan, Xiao Yongyi calmly instructed, prepare the ink. It was merely to obtain her handwriting. She had practiced calligraphy since childhood, able to craft characters for both ordinary matters and summon spirits. Engaging her was a fool's errand. Take it, Fu Qing said, glancing at the paper before handing it to his companion. Zheng Yuwan rushed into Xiao Yongyi's embrace, visibly shaken. Observing their close bond, Fu Qing sensed something amiss. Zheng Yuwan appeared to be an innocent flower untouched by the world's harshness. How could she deceive the wily Xiao Yongyi even a little? With this thought, he commanded, take them away. The bandit obediently separated Xiao Yongyi from Zheng Yuwan once more. Xiao Yongyi admonished, I have acquiesced to your wishes. Why continue to torment a young girl? Fu Qing waved his hand, and Zheng Yuwan was dragged from the room. Your Highness has lost her value. Why should I still heed your commands? With that, the door slammed shut, locked tightly. Furious, Xiao Yongyi kicked over the table and stools, hoping fervently that the young girl would remain unharmed. The bandit, clutching the letter penned by Xiao Yongyi, unfurled it before Yuwenha's eyes. Yuwenha had been confined there for 4 or 5 days, existing in a daze, merely consuming and sleeping, his senses dulled. At this moment, he squinted at the writing for an extended period. He wished to betray his conscience and affirm it. Otherwise, he would have to continue sleeping in the woodshed. Unfortunately, his keen eyes caught sight of the fact that the person they had captured was none other than Princess Huayang. Are you certain? Could it be that you've forgotten the handwriting of that letter? Fu Qing questioned. Yuwen shook his head vigorously, insisting, it is impossible. I possess extensive knowledge of calligraphy and can remember it perfectly. The person who penned this script is certainly not the same individual who delivered those 2 letters to me. Fu Qing's gaze was intensely fixed on Yuwen's eyes, and indeed, there were no signs of deceit in his demeanor. Retreat. This place was not Fu Qing's stronghold, and after the 200 or so soldiers of the Fu family had tied up the Captain Su, they did not follow. Only the 100 or so soldiers he led remained to confuse Xiao Yongyi. The Fu family soldiers promptly withdrew deeper into the Ming Mountain, taking Yuwenha along with them. Xiao Yongyi stood steadfast, listening to the sounds of the retreating troops, her heart gradually calming. She had managed to deceive them. When Zheng Yuwan had confided in her about Fu Yinxue laying an ambush for them outside the city, she initially found it utterly absurd. However, upon reflection, it was not impossible to turn the tables. The false tale of the phoenix tail hairpin and the truth of the Zhaoxing Tower would be completely buried with the passage of this day. Xie Xun and Zheng Yuwan had already committed numerous acts against their conscience for her sake. Did she want to continue this delusion? It was no longer necessary. She feared that sooner would be taken from her by Fu Yinxue, just as Jiayang had once taken Fu Hui from her. Yet now she realized that such a fate was utterly impossible. She wished to free herself and also to liberate Fu Yinxue. From this point onward, she would seize each day as a gift. Let me go. As the Fu soldiers completely withdrew, only 2 who were tasked with her demise remained, intending to impose their malicious desires upon her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a voluptuous figure and skin as delicate as jade. She resembled an overripe peach, sweet and succulent, exuding a captivating allure that left her utterly defenseless. To take advantage of her required no consideration of consequences. One soldier restrained her struggling legs, while another mounted her, covering her mouth. As she gradually ceased her movements, the man leaned in to kiss her, only to be met with the sudden release of a hidden projectile from the ring she wore for protection, a gift from Xiao Yongyi. The man, who had been laughing madly while holding her legs down, was taken aback as his companion collapsed, convinced he had seen a ghost. Trembling, he pushed his comrade aside. Turning to the hollow-eyed Zheng Yuwan, just as he was about to pounce, she suddenly glared at him fiercely, launching the hidden weapon aimed at his eyes. The pain caused him to scream in agony. Zheng Yuwan, summoning her strength, attempted to flee, but the man seized her ankle and hurled her to the ground. In her panic, she drew the dagger from the lifeless body of a fallen Fu soldier, wildly slashing at the man's neck. The gruesome sight of death that had once made her wretch was now being replicated by her own hand. The sight of the bloodied corpse made her nauseous, and she wept uncontrollably. Footsteps echoed behind her, and instinctively, She thought it was the Fu soldiers coming to hurry her along. Forcing herself to stand, she swung the dagger fiercely at the person behind her. Xie Xun caught the blade barehanded, his heart aching as he gazed at the blood-soaked Zheng Yuwan. Her hair was disheveled, her attire disarrayed. The hem of her xiangxiang-colored skirt was stained with the filthy crimson of blood. Her entire right arm and cheek bore splatters of blood. Trembling to the point of nearly losing her grip on the knife, her gaze was nevertheless icy and lethal. "I'm sorry I'm late." Xie Xun, heedless of the blood trickling from his palm, stepped closer to Zheng Yuwan and embraced her trembling form. "I'm sorry I arrived too late." He repeatedly apologized, gently patting her back. "I'm sorry." Zheng Yuwan, numbly raising her ring-adorned hand, clenched her fist against Xie Xun's chest. "Let go of me, or I will truly kill you." Her tone was cold and ruthless. Chapter 053. You really want to try, don't you? Xie Xun slowly released Zheng Yuwan, his eyes falling in her sharp, cutting gaze. The tumultuous waves of detachment and hatred in her depths caused him to shudder involuntarily, his retreating thoughts crashing like a tidal wave. Yet, compared to the torment of a nightmare that paralyzed him, this momentary heartache felt like a mere punishment. He adjusted his cuffs and cautiously wiped the blood from her cheek. "If you kill me, do you truly believe it will bring you relief? If I die, will you cease to hate me?" Zheng Yuan's eyes turned frigid as she reversed the knife, pressing it against Xie Xun's neck, creating a stark divide between them. "Do you think I lack the courage?" Xie Xun firmly grasped her wrist, refusing to allow her to falter, inching closer. He had witnessed too many desperate souls driven into corners, their cries mostly empty bluster, much like Zheng Yuwan in this moment. "Not to mention that after my death, you and the Dingamarchiate could never bear the wrath of the heavens. Even if you truly killed me, would those painful memories simply vanish?" The blade was sharp. As it neared flesh, it broke the skin. Zheng Yuwan struggled, unable to break free, and, filled with rage, released the knife, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap across Xie Xun's face. "You lunatic!" The vivid imprint of her hand appeared on his fair complexion, the force so great it turned his head. Coldly, he scooped up Zheng Yuwan, who attempted to evade him, and set her atop a half-height crate, his large hands firmly pressing down on her wrists, their faces close enough to share breaths. "A swift death is a gift to an enemy. If you truly seek revenge, every grievance I have inflicted upon you must be repaid in full. Do you understand the agony of a dull blade slicing flesh, the slow burn of a heart being seared? To trample, bully, and humiliate. All must be experienced on my body for it to be true vengeance." His voice, though hoarse, was clear and chilling, yet it bore an irresistible allure. Zheng Yuwan gazed at him in disbelief. Rationality told her he was merely spouting nonsense. Yet beneath a thin veil of darkness, a wicked thought stirred, eager to break free, almost surfacing in mere moments. "You really want to try, don't you?" Xie Xun's deep, obsidian eyes seemed to conceal seductive emotions, fixated on Zheng Yuwan. Slowly, he knelt on one knee, capturing her shivering ankle in his palm, delicately wiping the blood and dirt from her shoe. "If you cannot find my weakness, allow me to assist you." As he spoke, he pressed her foot against his heart. "You." Zheng Yuwan, stunned into silence, struggled to extricate her ankle. Xie Xun, unabashedly unyielding, held fast, his upturned gaze brimming with an indescribable longing and desire. "Your Highness." A voice from the outer chamber, belonging to Xie Xun, pierced through the tension, causing Zheng Yuwan to flush with embarrassment. In a swift motion, she raised her foot and kicked Xie Xun beneath the chin. "Your Highness." Su Xiaowei had witnessed the scene of his lord kneeling on the ground, toppled by Zheng Yuan's kick. Xie Xun, his mouth agape, found himself swallowing the urgent report whole. With a sudden resolve, he pivoted on the spot and hurriedly made his exit. He had seen nothing. Zheng Yuwan, suppressing the turmoil within, hurriedly made her way outside. Xie Xun, hiding nearby, steeled himself and re-entered the chamber, only to catch sight of his lord casually wiping dust from his lips, a smile that could melt the snow gracing his face. Despite being kicked, Xie Xun seemed unperturbed, even smiling. Xie Xun, disbelieving, focused his gaze once more. "What is it?" Xie Xun had evidently regained his former sharp demeanor. This is the report from Su Xiaowei. There are two factions of bandits who have kidnapped the esteemed princess. The first group, unkempt and inept, was undoubtedly a ragtag band of mountain robbers. The second, however, remained composed against the Yuan guards. Had they not donned the guise of bandits, they would soon pose a significant threat. Xie Xun fell into contemplation, silent. According to recent intelligence, the bandits could only be the Fu family army, having secretly returned to the capital. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, the Fu family army only emerged after Fu Yinshue's demise. Certain matters had quietly slipped from his grasp. I have set an ambush outside the city. Today, shamelessly leveraging the favor of saving a life, I request Miss Zheng Heir to lure the princess out of the city. The young lady, possessing a pure nature, would not resort to deceit. She may honestly convey the matter of my coercion. I have my own strategies. This was the content of the secret letter Fu Yinxue had sent to Zheng Yuwan. Like Xie Xun, Huayang was prideful and aloof. Knowing that Fu Yinxue had troops outside the city, he would undoubtedly presume himself clever enough to ensnare her, wishing to capture her all at once. Fu Yinxue had placed her bet wisely. Though this course of action was reckless, if Huayang truly was the mastermind behind multiple attempts on her life, Fu Qing could easily end her existence right then and there, eradicating any future threat. Missing this opportunity would make it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Huayang later. After much deliberation, Fu Yinxue resolved to take this risk. At this moment, the guards of the Princess Huayang's residence had been dispatched from the city, leaving the estate vulnerable. Moreover, with Huayang absent, the maids relax, allowing Fu Yinxue to slip in with ease. After incapacitating two maidservants, she entered Huayang's study as if in a realm unchallenged. Among the numerous calligraphies and manuscripts, she rummaged through the depths of the bookshelf, discovering 2 volumes, which she quickly perused and tucked into her bosom. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, she reopened one of the volumes. The handwriting within was dissimilar, as if penned by 2 different hands. Realization struck her like a flash of insight. Fu Yinxue understood that she had indeed miscalculated. Fu Qing would undoubtedly be deceived by Huayang, and her recklessness would expose the entire Fu family army. As dusk settled, the pavilions and towers of the capital appeared as if immersed in a crimson tea brew, the air thick with an intoxicating fragrance. Zheng Yuwan was overwhelmed by the accounts, her head throbbing and her eyes weary as she leaned against her forehead, gazing out through the intricately carved window of the private room. The expansive lake shimmered with a delicate hue of rosy dawn, dotted with countless boats gliding over the rippling surface. The incessant, inappropriate pounding at the door persisted, prompting Lien Ruo to exclaim in frustration, "Surely, as the steward, you can manage this trivial matter?" Zheng Yuwan scoffed. It was not that Steward Qi was incapable of handling the drunken ruckus, but rather that he sought to leverage the influence of Prince Yin to subdue her. This inexperienced girl, he did not wish to offend the son of the Minister of State, hence he intended for her to bear the brunt. In the eyes of these old associates, Zheng Yuwan was merely the scapegoat summoned by Prince Yin, a misfortunate soul to be used without hesitation. Lien Ruo, open the door. Miss, open it. Following her instruction, Lien Ruo complied, and the moment the door swung ajar, the tumultuous sounds of smashing and the vitriolic shouts of Zhao Lu, the young master of the Minister of State, flooded in. "You dare serve us spoiled wine? Has the steward perished? If the proprietor does not make this foul wine mixed with my urine, this matter is far from over. Smash everything." Steward Qi cast a glance at Zheng Yuwan hidden behind the screen, knowing she must have overheard. The young Master Zhao was indeed the son of the Minister of State, and no amount of persuasion from the servants could hold him back. He implored the proprietor to intervene. Zheng Yuan's voice was calm and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. "What would you have me do, Steward Qi? Drink the young Master's urine or expel him?" Steward Qi was taken aback. Zhao Lu was merely speaking out of turn and would never truly demand such a thing. Zheng Yuwan replied firmly, "You know he is merely blustering? If so, what is there to fear? Is it a lack of ability or a lack of courage? Has he truly tasted the wine you serve? Is it genuinely spoiled? Or is he merely causing a scene?" A barrage of questions struck Steward Qi like a cold sweat. "Rest assured, proprietor, the wine in the establishment is beyond reproach. Then let him create a ruckus. Whatever he breaks, compile a list to be delivered to the minister's residence later. A son without shame. Can a father in a high position also be without shame? Before Steward Qi could fully process this, Lien Ruo had already pushed him out of the private room. This girl certainly possessed a wit far beyond the foolishness rumored about her. Who had spread such slander? Chapter 054. All that remains are old affections. The cacophony abruptly ceased. Lien Ruo opened a narrow crack in the door and peered out, witnessing the burly Zhao Lu being held at knife point by Xin Qian, a formidable figure clad in the regal purple and gold attire of the Imperial Guards, radiating an aura of lethal authority that concealed the refined elegance inherent in Shun Ci. No wonder he was dubbed the Yumian Yinluo in the streets. Lien Ruo, with a playful grin, scampered back to Zheng Yuwan's side and presented her with tea, deliberately counting on her fingers as she did so. "What are you doing?" Zheng Yuwan inquired. Lien Ruo, with a mischievous smile, replied, "Miss, I am counting how many times Shun Qian has come to our Kingsabai Tower for drinks. This is already the 4th time." Realizing the little girl was teasing her, Zheng Yuwan pretended to strike, but Lien Ruo nimbly dodged. "It's time to return." Lien Ruo sighed wistfully. "Miss, you need not flee every time Xin Qian appears." Zheng Yuwan pointed to the window, indicating the darkening sky. "What time is it? Shouldn't he be returning home?" Lien Ruo stuck out her tongue and fetched a veil to adorn Zheng Yuwan, and accompanied by the guards, they exited the tavern. The young lady, upon her return, was greeted by Lu Momo, who informed her that the old lady had sent for her during mealtime. Lu Momo, noticing Zheng Yuwan's arrival, approached her and remarked that the letter from the Duke's residence had been burned as per the young lady's instructions. Zheng Yuwan acknowledged her with a sound, indicating that such matters need not be mentioned again. Lu Momo exchanged a glance with Lien Ruo, both resigned. When Zheng Yuwan arrived at the residence of the old lady Jiang, she found Zheng Yuqing present, her gaze shimmering with palpable malice. "Grandmother," old lady Jiang embraced Zheng Yuwan, inquiring about the burdens of her daily toil. Zheng Yuwan casually replied that the accounts were numerous. "Isn't there an accountant at Qinfeng Tower?" Old lady Jiang pressed. Zheng Yuwan secretly smiled, well aware that the individuals there never spoke the truth to her. She had no intention of waiting for calamity to befall her, merely poring over the accounts to send a signal to Xiao Huaiji, if he wished to keep his secrets from her prying eyes. He ought to reclaim the troublesome Qinfeng Tower post-haste. "I am not at ease," old lady Jiang chuckled. "Isn't it better to simply gather the silver?" Sensing Zheng Yuan's reluctance to delve deeper into the topic, she shifted the conversation. "The reason I summoned you today was to discuss your thoughts on the matter of inviting a son-in-law into our family." Zheng Yuwan nearly recoiled at the fervent anticipation in Zheng Yuqing's eyes, which burned brightly. Inviting a son-in-law could be beneficial. If one can find a diligent and respectful gentleman who is willing to serve grandmother and the uncles and aunts, it would alleviate some of my burdens while managing the household. Old lady Jiang was taken aback. "Do you truly believe so?" Zheng Yuqing's eyes sparkled with intensity. Yet Zheng Yuwan chose to feign ignorance for a moment. "You ungrateful girl, colluding with that Shun fellow to deceive an old woman like me. What benefit do you gain from marrying off your sister?" Old lady Jiang exclaimed, brandishing a feather duster at Zheng Yuqing, who sought refuge behind Zheng Yuwan, pleading loudly. "It is no easy feat to invite a son-in-law. Any man with a modicum of pride would be reluctant to do so. Mr. Shun is quite infatuated," Zheng Yuqing continued. "I heard from second brother that ever since we broached the subject of inviting a son-in-law, he has scarcely smiled at the Ziyue office. Wherever second sister goes, he follows, merely to catch a glimpse of her from afar. My intention in persuading grandmother is not driven by selfish motives, but to ensure second sister does not miss out on this opportunity." Old lady Jiang angrily tossed aside the feather duster. "What good is infatuation? Can it withstand years of hardship? If he is truly as lovesick as you say, why would he not be willing? It is merely a matter of joining our family, not a matter of life and death." Zheng Yuqing pouted. "Grandmother, you are being unreasonable." The two exchanged glances, silently communicating before turning their attention back to Zheng Yuwan. She, lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality, smiling gently. "I will heed grandmother's wishes." Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yuqing added, "Grandmother, you see, second sister only agreed to the invitation due to your authoritarian nature, not wanting to upset you. In truth, marrying is not out of the question." Old Lady Jiang grasped Zheng Yuan's cold hand, tentatively asking, "Then shall we settle on the second son of the Shen family?" Zheng Yuan's gaze remained as indifferent as ever, her demeanor calm and without a ripple. "I shall abide by grandmother's wishes." Even Zheng Yuqing sensed something amiss. "Second sister, what troubles you? This is your marriage. Your feelings are what matter most." Zheng Yuan pondered earnestly. "Mr. Shun is indeed a fine gentleman. Yet before any arrangements are made, I wish to inquire about certain matters. Once clarified, I shall make my decision. Is that acceptable?" Old Lady Jiang suddenly grasped the implications of her words. The girl has never uttered the word like, which speaks volumes. Is there still a need to meet? Zheng Yuqing immediately became agitated. She and Zheng Yuwan had been earnest bridges between their grandmother and Xin Xi for over a month. "Of course there is a need. I shall make the arrangements." The following day, Zheng Yuqing accompanied Zheng Yuwan while Zheng Yuwan invited Xin Xi, each in a small canopy boat as they drifted onto the Xiang River. The cabin was modest yet adorned with calligraphy and paintings, and arranged with flowers and greenery, complete with an incense table. The curtains enveloped the entire cabin, making it difficult for those on shore to discern who was within. "Miss Zheng, if you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. If I utter a single lie, may I meet a dire fate," he stated with an unusual gravity, inadvertently offering Zheng Yuwan immense encouragement. "Shun Qianshi, did you share any past affections with Princess Jianing?" Upon the utterance of those words, Zheng Yuqing and Zheng Yuwan exchanged astonished glances, while Xin Xi fell into a moment of silence. "I once served beside the emperor as a guard, and in my youth I was fortunate to meet her highness, the Long Princess." However, as they sensed Shun Xi's discomfort, Zheng Yuwan directly inquired, "You need only tell me, have you ever wronged her in matters of the heart?" Xin Xi pondered briefly before resolutely stating, "I harbor no romantic feelings for her, only loyalty as her subject." "Are you aware of her feelings toward you?" "Yes." At this, Zheng Yuwan fell silent. Shun Xi's sincerity was so profound that it made her feel she should not shy away from him merely due to Jianing's existence. "Would it trouble you if I had past affections with another? Perhaps even a connection that predates your acquaintance with Her Highness? In any case, it would be prudent to clarify these tangled relationships. Otherwise, a hasty union could lead to incessant quarrels in the future." Xin Xi recalled witnessing Xie Xun's intimate touches and embraces with Zheng Yuwan at the horse grounds, an encounter that felt entirely natural. Zheng Yuwan's resistance warranted acknowledgement. Yet in numerous habitual moments, she had silently accepted those transgressions. These subtle details unveiled a truth to him. Perhaps the two were no longer merely cousins. Thus, how could he remain indifferent? The thought of Xie Xun's hypocritical demeanor drove Shun Xi nearly to madness with concern. "It matters not. It has become a thing of the past, has it not?" Zheng Yuwan clenched her fingers tightly. "It matters, not that it is irrelevant." Thankfully, they met this day. Otherwise, yielding to their grandmother and Yuqing could have led to hidden perils. "Xin Qianshi, I believe we bang." The collision of the two boats interrupted Zheng Yuwan's words. Zheng Yuqing nearly tumbled into the river, furiously puffing her cheeks and glaring back. "Who is it? No speeding on the water." The boatman, Xie Xun, lifted the curtain for Xie Xun, directing a cold gaze toward Zheng Yuqing, his voice icy. "Miss Zheng, what a coincidence." In the dark canopy boat, Xie Xun wore a black robe adorned with lotus patterns, resembling a night sky sprinkled with shooting stars. A red ribbon cinched his waist, complemented by white jade ornaments. His hair was partially styled with a phoenix-headed hairpin, cascading like satin. The lanterns flickered, casting a glow on his face, resembling a chilling jade mountain. With slightly upturned eyes and a small red mole beneath the eyelid, alluring and captivating. A visage capable of captivating all souls, adorned with elongated features and piercing, cold eyes. Zheng Yuqing's anger dissipated in an instant. "Cousin of the Xie family, what brings you here?" As Shun Xi lifted the curtain to exit the cabin, Xie Xun caught sight of her and exclaimed in surprise, What a coincidence. Brother Lin Zhou is also present. Shen Xi's gaze dimmed slightly. Coincidence? He discerned no trace of serendipity. The scenery is delightful, and the breeze is warm. I was just lamenting the monotony of a solitary boat ride. It is fortunate that Brother Lin Zhou and Miss Zheng can accompany me. Xie Xun spoke as if to himself, entirely disregarding the pale countenance of the Zheng siblings. Xie Xun and Xie Xun possessed brawn aplenty, effortlessly maneuvering the boat between two black canopied vessels, leisurely drifting along. Zheng Yuwan, incensed, swung the oar at Xie Xun. Cousin of the Xie family, can you not see we have pressing matters? Xie Xun raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. What pressing matters? My second sister, Yuqing. Zheng Yuwan covered her mouth, nearly revealing their clandestine rendezvous with a man. Zheng Yuwan's voice was as frosty as the tranquil waters beneath the boat. We shall dock soon. Very well. Zheng Yuwan cast a regretful glance at Shen Xi. As Xie Xun attempted to disembark, Shen Xi blocked his path. Brother Zhi Li, what is your intention in interjecting at this moment? If you truly harbor feelings for the second young lady, why did you not acknowledge them before? A gentleman does not usurp another's beloved. Why must you act contrary to this principle? Xie Xun replied nonchalantly. I am unaware of when Brother Lin Zhou became indifferent to the prospect of marrying into the family. Shen Xi averted his gaze. I will strive to persuade the Zheng family to grant me the hand of their second daughter. Xie Xun chuckled lightly. Striving to impose your will upon another? Shen Xi's brow furrowed with intensity. When it comes to imposing one's will, who can surpass you? Xie Li. Xie Xun pressed forward, exuding an intimidating aura that forced Shen Xi to retreat a step. What? Have I become a justification for Brother Lin Zhou to conspire with her family against her? Shen Xi frowned, his tone grave. The will of the parents and the matchmaker's decree. How is this coercion? As long as the second young lady's grandmother and uncles consent, I shall wed her. Do I need to remind you that she has moved out of the Xie family and is now a legitimate daughter of the Zheng family? She no longer needs to live by your approval, and you have no authority to interfere in her marriage. His words fell like a boulder, lodging in Xie Xun's heart, an indescribable bitterness and suffocating despair that threatened to engulf him. Can you truly protect her? If one day Xiao Rui were to vent her wrath upon her, my wife, I would naturally protect her with my life. It is true that Her Highness the Princess harbors affection for me, but should she learn of my impending marriage to the second young lady, she would surely relinquish her obsession and offer her sincere blessings. I hope, Brother Zhi Li, that you can do the same to spare us all from unnecessary embarrassment. Catching a glimpse of Zheng Yuwan's carriage rounding the corner, Shen Xi finally stepped aside, allowing Xie Xun to pass, before sweeping away in a flourish. The banners by the table fluttered, at times obscuring the flickering light that cast a dim glow upon Xie Xun's face. Xie Xun discreetly observed his lord several times, for the first time keenly understanding the somber emotions that enveloped him. The Duke of Dinghua's residence. My lord, the Duke has returned. Ling Zhou's voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to shatter Xie Xun's tranquility. Upon hearing this, a hint of warmth returned to Xie Xun's otherwise lifeless gaze. The dining hall was prepared, awaiting his arrival. Did father return as soon as he received the imperial edict? I was intending to send someone to fetch you tomorrow. Xie Zimu observed the forced smile on Xie Xun's face and spoke softly. My belongings are few, merely a handful of scriptures. In recent years, the Emperor and Empress Dowager have engaged in a covert struggle for power, orchestrating various assassinations to place their confidence in significant positions. The unexpected deaths of court officials in the past 2 years alone have surpassed the total of the previous decade. With the imperial examinations approaching, both factions require this opportunity to amass resources for the upcoming 3 years. As for why Xie Zimu was appointed as the chief examiner for the spring examinations, it was precisely because both sovereigns did not consider him a pawn they could manipulate. Rather than quarrel over whether he would favor the Empress Dowager's faction or the Emperor's, it was more prudent to choose someone who owed allegiance to neither side, allowing them to each vie for his support based on merit. His son, lacking in capability, was well aware of his father's reluctance to engage in political affairs, yet felt powerless to thwart the imperial decree. Xie Zimu shook his head, saying, "You cannot be blamed. You have been close to His Majesty. Do you know his plans for this spring examination?" Xie Xun hesitated, replying, "His Majesty wishes for my father to thoroughly eliminate candidates who are affiliated with the Empress Dowager and her faction." Xie Zimu sighed lightly, remarking that this might be an overcorrection. Xie Xun nervously fidgeted with his sleeve, recalling the anxiety he felt as a child when answering questions in his father's study. The influence of the Empress Dowager had yet to be eradicated, and with the Prince of Yan's power growing, the Emperor's actions were indeed a last resort. Xie Zimu replied with a non-committal sound, sensing his son's heavy heart. "What troubles you so?" he inquired. "Nothing," Xie Xun replied, already aware that everything might be in vain. It was merely the most dreadful of scenarios manifesting into reality. Noting Xie Xun's reluctance to speak, yet witnessing the sorrow in his eyes nearly spilling over, Xie Zimu pressed. "I have discerned the matter. It pertains to Yuwan." "Father, let us dine," Xie Xun replied helplessly. Xie Zimu remained undeterred, adopting an air of someone engrossed in unraveling the mysteries of fate. "Ah, I see. Sunner, do not abandon hope. You still possess a glimmer of it." Xie Xun cast a sideways glance at his father, whose expression was as serious as ever, and conceded, "Shun Linzhou is upright and of reputable lineage. He is indeed a trustworthy individual. Even the off-proud Madame Jiang has compromised for him regarding Yuwan's marriage. Yuwan harbors feelings for him, and her siblings also respect and admire him, fervently advocating for their union. I have no chance left, father," Xie Xun lamented. Xie Zimu firmly patted his son's shoulder. "Isn't all of this merely superficial?" Xie Xun hung his head, appearing as immobile as a stone statue. "I have wronged her, a transgression that may never be atoned for in this lifetime." "Then, you must dedicate your life to atoning for it," Xie Zimu urged. "Marriage is her freedom, while atonement is your choice. You cannot simply abandon your desire to make amends just because she marries another. If that were the case, it would suggest you merely wish to possess her rather than truly love her." Xie Xun wanted to vehemently deny it, but in that instant, it felt as though a thunderclap had shattered his thoughts. He halted abruptly, questioning, "Am I merely unwilling to accept this?" Xie Zimu nodded in affirmation. Understanding this is a good start. Xie Xun was engulfed in a profound confusion, his mind racing through memories of a past life. He had believed that his protection of Xie Lanqing stemmed from his love for Zheng Yuwan. Only now did he see clearly that his true love had always been for himself. He cherished the exalted status, admired the delicate feathers of Kunyu Qiushuang, yet had never genuinely loved that spirited and genuine girl. Each time she tearfully insisted that it was not her fault, had he truly valued her even once, he would not have hesitated to investigate further. Over the span of more than a decade, he had become accustomed to her unwavering devotion, her subservience, and the boundless affection she offered like an eternal spring. Suddenly losing it all was unbearable, not merely a matter of reluctance, but a deep-seated unwillingness. Xie Mu gazed intently at the desolate expression on Xie Xun's face, poised to inquire about his health, when a blinding flash of crimson caught his eye. Exquisite dishes were tainted by the blood Xie Xun had coughed up. "Xie Xun." Xie Zimu swiftly caught his son as he collapsed backward. "Where is the physician?" The young master had succumbed to a surge of emotions, leaving him gravely weakened. For the next few days, he must be nourished with medicinal soups and given ample time to recuperate, steering clear of any sorrowful reminiscences. Lingzhou prepared the medicine according to the physician's instructions, leaving only the father and son in the room. Xie Zimu sat at the edge of the bed, gently tucking the embroidered quilt around the slumbering Xie Xun. "Look at you. Is your discontent truly so profound?" Xie Xun replied hoarsely, "No. It is simply that I have never confronted the hypocrisy and selfishness within me so starkly as I do today, and it is overwhelming." Xie Zimu tenderly patted his son's gaunt face. "Everyone is inherently hypocritical and selfish. You are, and so too is Shun Linzhou. Father, there is no need to console me." Xie Zimu smiled gently. "You have been overly concerned with gain and loss, striving too hard. This experience may ultimately serve you well." Xie Xun remained silent for a long while, swallowing the metallic taste of blood lingering in his throat before cautiously murmuring, "She detests me to the core. She has never deigned to read my letters, and there is no opportunity for conversation. Whenever I have inquired, she has always insisted that I keep my distance, rejecting everything I offer. I truly do not know how to make amends." Xie Xun imparted his wisdom without reservation. Then wait patiently, remain steadfast, be perceptive, and act quietly. As for the outcome, do not question or expect. Live this way for a lifetime. Xie Xun pondered the difference between this and the life of an ascetic. Upon reflection, Xie Xun had indeed lived as a perpetual ascetic. He pulled the quilt tightly over his head, contemplating the notion of selfless devotion without concern for the outcome. A commitment of 1 or 2 months might be bearable, but 1 or 2 years would be an extreme test. A lifetime? Absolument impossible. Xie Xun, like a parasite within Xie Xun's very being, remarked, "The path lies before you. Choose any direction, for every few steps allows for a retreat. Do experiment. However, remember, if you choose the correct path, the gloom will dissipate, clarity will emerge, and the skies will be unclouded." Upon returning to the Duke of Dingen's residence, Zheng Yuwan penned a heartfelt letter to Xun Xi, extolling her virtues and ultimately urging her not to waver in her thoughts of having the elderly Lady Jiang secure marriage for her. Increasingly, Zheng Yuwan favored the idea of finding a compliant son-in-law over marrying off her daughter. Had she not expended immense effort in securing a union with Xie Xun, believing him to be a paragon of virtue? If she could foresee the tribulations that would arise post-marriage, she would never have foolishly flung herself into the flames. In this moment, Xun Xi was not Xie Xun, yet the future Xun Xi might well become the next Xie Xun. She and Xie Xun had been childhood companions. At 4 years old, she had trailed behind him, who was 11, and after 12 years, she still had not fully discerned his true nature. Having known Xun Xi for less than a year, she could not afford to gamble again. However, the arrangement of marrying into a family brings with it a unique set of advantages. It not only allows for the continuation of the paternal line, but also ensures that, after marriage, all matters revolve around her honor. Should the husband fail to uphold his duties, she is entirely within her rights to cast him aside in search of a more suitable partner. With this resolution, Zheng Yuwan commenced the process of acquiring shops, determined to establish a means of livelihood. Although the Duke's residence is grand and prosperous, devoid of any need for her few establishments, one must always consider the unpredictable nature of noble favor. Perhaps influenced by her uncle's frequent lamentations, Zheng Yuwan harbored a subtle anxiety regarding the potential loss of his title. It is always prudent to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. After several days of searching, she found either remote locations or exorbitant prices, none of which met her expectations. There exists a shop on Quan Street in the eastern part of the city, characterized by its bustling location and reasonable price. One wonders if Miss Zheng dares to acquire it. As dusk approached, having traversed 6 shops throughout the day with little satisfaction, Zheng Yuan's companion began to express discontent. It is said that the previous owners met with a tragic fate, which casts a pall over the place. Yet in these times, what bargains can be found without a catch? Without hesitation, Zheng Yuwan replied, "Let's take a look." Chapter 056, The further away, the better. This establishment was once a pharmacy run by a couple from the Chief family. On New Year's Eve, both were brutally murdered, their heads displayed ominously on the signboard. The case remains unsolved, but the brother of the deceased shopkeeper, eager to return to Fengzhou to care for their ailing mother, has lowered the price significantly, making it considerably cheaper than other shops in the vicinity. Zheng Yuwan contemplated the complications. The incident had occurred merely a month prior, and anyone would find it inauspicious. Furthermore, even if she alleviated the urgent plight of the bereaved, there would inevitably be whispers of her exploiting their misfortune. Yet the location of the shop is undeniably prime, bolstered by nearby brothels and taverns that would attract foot traffic. "I shall take this shop," she declared, offering an additional 30 taels on the purchase price and an extra 3 for the broker's fee. The broker's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Miss Zheng, you are truly a benefactor. I shall ensure the neighbors know of your generosity towards the Chief family, sparing you from their gossip." No sooner had he spoken than an unusual sound emanated from the cabinet behind them. The broker shivered. It is said that the spirits of the Qi couple linger here. It is no wonder the place is rumored to be haunted, even in broad daylight. Zheng Yuwan, skeptical of superstitions, instructed her bodyguard, Tianzhong, to investigate. The broker glanced at Tianzhong, who had been steadfastly at Zheng Yuwan's side, noting his tall, lanky frame that seemed as if a gust of wind could sweep him away. Is he really fit for protection? Tianzhong disdainfully kicked open the cabinet door and, with a swift stroke, cleaved a plump rat that had emerged from within. Blood splattered across the broker's face. Suddenly, the broker found himself ensnared by Tianzhong's cold, piercing gaze, eyes that seemed to possess the capacity to take lives without hesitation. Tianzhong, apologize, Zheng Yuwan instructed, as she intended to engage in commerce. It was essential for her to present herself publicly, to mitigate the risks of further encounters with bandits. She had enlisted Yu Ming to accompany her on several excursions to the slave market, ultimately investing a significant sum to purchase Tianzhong. Yu Ming remarked on his profound inner strength and his composed demeanor, suggesting he was more akin to a master assassin than a mere sword servant. Initially, Zheng Yuwan felt a twinge of fear at Yu Ming's description, yet she was surprised by how obedient Tianzhong was to her commands, never straying from her directives. I am sorry. Despite the lack of any hint of remorse in his tone, the man known as Yuan repeatedly gestured dismissively, uttering words of indifference. Just as Zheng Yuwan and Yuan were deliberating on the matter of contract, a tremendous noise erupted from the backyard, one that could hardly be attributed to mere rodents. Meeting Zheng Yuan's gaze, Tianzhong strode into the yard to investigate. Not long after he entered, a pair of tattered black boots appeared beneath the curtain of the door leading to the backyard. Hearing the footsteps, Zheng Yuwan turned her head to look, wondering if it was yet another disturbance caused by rats. As the curtain lifted, the familiar yet repulsive visage of He Langyao suddenly came into view, causing Zheng Yuan's pupils to dilate in shock. Was he not dead? Lien Ruo and Yuan, having never seen him before, were perplexed and questioned his presence. He Langyao forcefully locked the shop door and approached Zheng Yuwan with an ominous and menacing demeanor. The terrifying memories from years past surged forth like a violent storm, ensnaring her fragile vessel. The sound of the door being broken in the backyard echoed ominously, trapping Tianzhong. Stay back. Zheng Yuwan drew the dagger concealed in her sleeve, shielding Lien Ruo behind her. Yuan raised a stool in self-defense, recognizing the imposing figure before them, whose melancholic yet sinister gaze betrayed a malevolent nature. Meanwhile, in the tea house diagonally across from the Qi shop, Xie Xun had only momentarily diverted his gaze when he noticed that the shop door had been locked from the inside. Upon closer inspection, he could see glimmers of blades flashing through the tattered window paper. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the Qi shop, deftly leaping over a carriage that nearly collided with him and kicked the sturdy doors wide open. The words, Zheng Ergunyang, I have come to rescue you, lodged painfully in his throat, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. In his line of sight, Tianzhong was standing over He Langyao, whose body bore numerous gashes, while Zheng Yuwan sat comfortably in an armchair, exuding an air of authority as if presiding over a trial. His entrance drew the attention of 4 pairs of eyes inside the room, amplifying his discomfort. Quietly retreating from a shop, he wished to erase the event from memory. Halt! Zheng Yuwan commanded coldly. Xie Xun hastily replied, Zheng Ergunyang, I was merely passing through. It was not my master who sent me. I have no connection with him. Lien Ruo stifled a laugh at his navet. Zheng Yuwan did not concern herself with how he arrived, merely insisting he pay for the door repairs before departing. Xie Xun lamented, Today I have followed Zheng Yuwan across much of the capital, nearly exhausting myself in the process, expecting to gain some merit, only to find my efforts fruitless, and I even lost 2 taels of silver. When Xie Xun returned home and inquired about Zheng Yuan's activities that day, Xie Xun recounted every detail without omission. An exotic protector? Indeed, this man was no ordinary individual. You should have witnessed his method of exacting vengeance upon He Langyao. It was as though he were slicing meat. Each incision drew blood, but spared the man's life. Purely a torment. I wonder how Zheng Yuwan managed to acquire such a figure. Xie Xun's indifferent gaze remained fixed on the letter before him, unmoving. After a moment of contemplation, unable to untangle any threads of thought, he said irritably, "You may leave now. Have Xie Xun go tomorrow." Yes, for several days. The two brothers had been taking turns discreetly following to protect the second daughter of the Zheng family, as per their master's instructions. However, today he was scolded by Zheng Yuwan, leaving him feeling quite stifled. What happened? If there is something to say, then say it. Xie Xun hesitated, saying, "The heir's efforts seem in vain, as she does not appreciate them at all. She even sent word through her subordinates, instructing you to meddle less in her affairs and to keep your distance." He was reluctant to continue putting himself in a position to be rebuffed. Yet he could not voice this directly. He could only silently hope his master would show some resolve. Xie Xun gripped the letter tightly, his knuckles whitening, his heart trembling uncontrollably. He could only watch helplessly as an insurmountable chasm separated him from Zheng Yuwan, feeling lost, despairing, and utterly powerless. Questions about flowers and fruits remained unasked. It was truly difficult. Without hope, how could one continue to live? At times, he desperately wished to seize Xie Zimu's collar and demand, "For over 20 years, have you truly resigned yourself to this existence? Have you never once contemplated giving up?" The moment the thought of surrender crossed his mind, he already knew the answer. Surrender was even harder. She is merely still in a fit of anger. Upon hearing this, Xie Xun stared incredulously. What if she remains angry forever? Xie Xun pondered, if a similar situation arises again, I must endure the scolding to protect her. Xie Xun nodded listlessly in agreement. It's all right. We shall persevere. After all, my skin is thick and I can withstand the insults. I refuse to believe the heir can endure repeated humiliation. Chapter 57. Punishing the Monarch. Zheng Yuwan handed He Langyao over to the capital's authorities. Based on the testimonies of the slain Shi couple and witness identifications, it was sufficient to conclude that He Langyao was indeed the true perpetrator behind their demise. The haunting of the shop also found its explanation. According to the laws of Dachin, He Langyao must be temporarily imprisoned, awaiting execution come autumn. Initially, it seemed this matter would finally reach a conclusion. However, during the subsequent days of managing the shop, Zheng Yuwan felt inexplicably that she was being watched by unseen eyes from the streets. There were eerie, indistinct murmurs, too noisy and too distant for her to hear clearly. Trusting her instincts, she sent her brother Zheng Yuwan, a member of the Purple Robe Guard, to the capital's dungeons. As expected, He Langyao, who should have been confined there, had indeed been swapped out. This was not the first time. He should have been languishing in the Purple Robe Guard's prison since last year. How could he brazenly roam Wenguang Street to commit murder? Once again, who was protecting him? If it were not for someone in power intentionally intervening, how could He Langyao repeatedly escape? Do not fret, sister. I understand your fear, but he has committed a capital offense. During his escape, anyone could slay him. If he reappears, do not hesitate to call for a swift end. Seeing her brother avoid her gaze, Zheng Yuwan furrowed her brow and asked, "You've already uncovered who is shielding him, haven't you?" Zheng Yuwan hesitated, responding, "Such matters are often known among colleagues, and they tend to turn a blind eye. For without irrefutable evidence, to wrongfully accuse the royalty is a grave offense." Zheng Yuwan, unwilling to relent, pressed further. "Who is it? Even if it is the royal family, I cannot bring them down, but at the very least, I can guard against them. Is Princess Jianing," he revealed. He Langyao, being the son of a traitor, had no kin, and prior to his transfer to the Purple Robe Guard, he served in the princess's estate. His rise to the position of the Purple Robe Guard's deputy commander was undoubtedly tied to her machinations. Without evidence, all remains mere conjecture. Zheng Yuwan remained silent for a moment. In your investigation of He Langyao's escape, has it stirred any concern from Secretary Shin? Zheng Yuwan shook his head. I haven't delved deeply yet. Don't let him know. Zheng Yuwan, puzzled, replied, with the assistance of the commanding officer, perhaps it would be easier to uncover evidence. Zheng Yuwan responded calmly. The Grand Princess and Secretary Shun share an old acquaintance, and the Empress is related to the Grand Princess as sister-in-law. If we truly uncover something, can you guarantee he would side with me? Zheng Yuwan hesitated, for in the whirlpool of power, no one can consistently retain their true nature. No one. For now, there is no need to investigate further. With the celestial staff in hand, should he Lang Yao dare to reappear, it will mark his demise. Before he meets his end, I shall ensure the celestial staff pries open his lips. The following day marked the Empress Dowager's birthday, a grand banquet for officials and their wives. Yuan Wenqi was compelled to escort Zheng Yuwan into the palace, as it was a special request from the Empress Dowager. The seating arrangement for the aunt and niece was initially quite distant from the Empress Dowager and the Empress. However, once Xiao Yongyi summoned Zheng Yuwan to her side, she was suddenly but a mere 10 feet away from the Empress Dowager's seat. Upon the resplendent phoenix throne sat the Empress Dowager, who had held sway over the court for over a decade, radiating like a brilliant sun, dignified and majestic beyond compare. Zheng Yuwan was unaware of the countless acts of cruelty and bloodshed buried beneath the struggle for imperial power. She only knew that although the Empress Dowager bore no title of an empress, she wielded the authority of one. Her myriad edicts aimed to dismantle the shackles imposed on women throughout the realm, akin to venerating Fu Yinxue as a paragon for all women. As the banquet neared its conclusion, fireworks erupted outside the palace, illuminating the night sky with brilliance akin to daylight. The Empress Dowager graciously permitted the ladies to step outside to admire the spectacle. Noticing Xiao Yongyi remain seated, Zheng Yuwan felt reluctant to abandon her, but gazed longingly towards the outside, her neck almost stretching out of the hall. "Go ahead," Xiao Yongyi gently patted Zheng Yuwan's hand. "Thank you, aunt." As Zheng Yuwan lifted her skirt and squeezed her way outside, a lady-in-waiting approached Xiao Yongyi, bowing respectfully, "Your Highness. The Empress Dowager requests your presence in the side hall." Xiao Yongyi acknowledged with a nod, leisurely finishing the fine wine in her golden goblet before making her way to the side hall. Without waiting for the lady-in-waiting to announce her, she strode directly inside. The lady-in-waiting, startled, dropped to her knees, bowing her head. "Empress Dowager, spare me. I beg for mercy." The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. "Let her be." "Yes." The lady-in-waiting bowed and exited the side hall, and at the moment the door closed, the raucous sound of fireworks was abruptly silenced. Leaning languidly against the pillow, Xiao Yongyi inquired, "What instructions does the Empress have for me? At such a time, you ought to seek out Xie Xun. I cannot be of assistance to you." The Empress Dowager pushed a jade cup filled with clear tea towards Xiao Yongyi. "How will you know he is unwilling to heed your words if you do not give a try?" Xiao Yongyi scoffed coldly, "Yet I am unwilling. Does the Empress believe that with the passage of time, I will forget how you betrayed me to ingratiate yourself with Fu Hui? After Emperor Xian's demise, Fu Hui aided Prince Wei in a failed coup. According to the pact between Xiao Yongyi and Zhang Dai, Fu Hui's death was inevitable. However, to win over Fu Hui, Zhang Dai concealed this from Xiao Yongyi, secretly transferring him to the northwest while leaving Zhejiang and Fu Yinxue in the capital to restrain him. Indeed, Zhang Dai and Emperor Xian were a couple who shared the same bed, and Xiao Yongyi felt like a fool, betrayed time and again by both of them. The events of those years were all acts of helplessness. Helplessness? Xiao Yongyi's brief chuckle was as cold as a blade. "How do you know that my current actions are not also born of helplessness? In my view, the imperial throne rightfully belongs to Jin. You have usurped it for over a decade. It is time to return it to him." Emperor Zhang retorted sharply, "I have never stated that I am unwilling to return power to him. It is he who, in his haste for success, resorts to treachery and trusts in sycophants. To him, the state has become a mere cold chessboard, with the lives of ministers reduced to mere pawns. How can that be justified? I have earnestly advised him, yet he refuses to listen, believing that I am suppressing him. With such a disposition, the realm will inevitably be doomed in his hands. If that is the case, it would be better to depose him and establish a new emperor, just as you and I once joined forces to eliminate Emperor Xian." Both their gazes turned utterly frigid. To assassinate a sovereign. They not only dared to contemplate it, but also succeeded and concealed it for years. Xiao Yongyi's eyes faltered first. "Are you threatening me? If we were to unearth the events of those years, death would find you before it finds me. I have committed countless wrongs in this lifetime. I have long foreseen my fate. No need for your reminders." With that, she flicked her sleeve and departed. What if Jean has merely been using Xie Xun all along? Xiao Yongyi's steps halted abruptly at Empress Zheng's voice. A cold smile graced Zheng's lips. As parents, it is indeed easy to compromise for one's flesh and blood. The so-called imperial schemes are merely about control and balance. If the Zhang family were to collapse, how long could the Xie and Lu families, whom Jean supported to eliminate the Zhangs, withstand? Xiao Yongyi slowly turned to face the knowing smile of Empress Zhang. Yet compared to Jean, you're even less trustworthy. You need not concern yourself with Sun's future. The smile on Zhang's face froze, and in a fit of rage, she shattered a jade cup, tea splattering everywhere. Xiao Yongyi, do not force my hand. Xiao Yongyi turned on her heel and left, disinterested in lingering any longer. As the door to the side hall swung open, she beheld the empty hall, where Zheng Yuwan was being restrained by two female officials, and the maid Mingxiu was ruthlessly covering Zheng's mouth. Chapter 058, Strike First. Mingxiu's actions were extremely vicious, heavy and swift, showing no mercy. In the mere moments it took for Xiao Yongyi to reach them, Mingxiu had delivered 7 slaps to Zheng Yuwan. Who permits you, you dog servant, to cover her mouth? Xiao Yongyi seized Mingxiu by her collar and forcefully threw her to the ground. The chilling glare from her phoenix eyes directed at the officials holding Zheng instantly terrified them into loosening their grip. Yuan Wenqi, kneeling nearby and pleading for mercy, wept as she cradled the now swollen and bruised Zheng Yuwan, tears instantly soaking the latter's hairpin. Zheng Yuan's ears rang incessantly. Her mind clouded as she fainted from the pain, unable to feel her own face. Xiao Rui leaned back against the jade table, her posture relaxed. When her mocking gaze lifted, it transformed seamlessly into one of feigned innocence. Your Highness, it was Zheng Yuwan who first sullied my skirt with wine. She refuses to admit her mistake and apologize. I cannot simply abandon royal dignity. Thus, I allowed Mingxiu to administer a small punishment on my behalf, preserving the royal image. Is that wrong? A small punishment? To reduce a lady of a noble family to such a state is but a small punishment. Xiao Yongyi could scarcely believe that in the brief moment she had entered the side hall, Zheng Yuan's mouth had been left in tatters. As she struggled to breathe, her lips parted and the vivid crimson blood drew a painful gaze from Xiao Yongyi. Who could go to such lengths over a mere garment without harboring deep-seated animosity? The confrontation had already escalated. Xiao Rui's expression was one of profound impatience, as she rose to link her arm with Xiao Yongyi's. Her demeanor shifted to one of sweet softness. Aunt, I acknowledge my excesses. It will not happen again. Surely, you wouldn't allow a trivial outsider to jeopardize our aunt-niece bond? Should Shun Linzhou dare to question her again over Zheng Yuan's trivial affairs, she would unhesitatingly command He Langyao to eliminate Zheng Yuwan, now that Zheng Yuan's beauty lay in ruins. She was keen to observe how far Shun Linzhou would go for her. Xiao Yongyi felt a wave of revulsion and dread. She withdrew her arm and raised her hand to strike Xiao Rui. Stop! The Empress Dowager emerged from the side hall, her voice sharp. Instantly, the ladies gathered at the palace door knelt in submission. The Empress hastily moved forward to support the Dowager. Mother, in that fleeting moment, Xiao Rui genuinely believed she was about to receive a slap, but the Dowager's timely arrival saved her. As she attempted to throw herself into the Dowager's embrace, Xiao Yongyi seized her arm and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Rui's face, right before the Dowager's eyes. One slap after another. Huayong, the Empress Dowager, shouted furiously. Stop her! For court ladies trembled as they separated Xiao Yongyi from Xiao Rui, who, in her struggle, had disheveled her hair and sought refuge behind the Dowager. Let go! Xiao Yongyi commanded coldly, causing the ladies to hesitate, fearful of approaching the wrathful Grand Princess. The Dowager pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Yongyi, exclaiming, Huayong, are you rebelling? The esteemed Grand Princess Jianing has never been struck by either me or the Emperor. Xiao Yongyi stood with an air of unassailable authority. The deed was done. What more could the Dowager wish to do? I must remind you, my lady, that I am the Grand Princess, untouched by punishment even from the late Emperor. At that moment, Eunuch Luo rushed in, breathless, delivering the Emperor's decree. On the occasion of the dowager's birthday, harmony should prevail between ruler and subjects. Any disputes must be set aside today. Upon hearing this, the dowager cast an angry glare at Empress Shun. She had indeed been timely in her warning. Following eunuch Luo was physician Li, who promptly sought to examine Zheng Yuwan's injuries. Xiao Rui exclaimed, "You miserable physician, I too am injured. Can you not see?" Physician Li, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "My apologies. I shall now attend to the Grand Princess's royal condition." Xiao Yongyi obstructed him, glaring at Xiao Rui. "If you fail to learn your lesson, I shall not hesitate to administer more slaps." The dowager, weary of Xiao Rui, noted that her face merely bore a flush, while the second daughter of the Zheng family was on the brink of unconsciousness. Conduct must adhere to a measure, especially in front of so many noble women. Despite her numerous admonitions, Xiao Rui had never been willing to listen. Although Zheng Yuwan now bore such a countenance, the physician had continually reassured her that there was no grave harm. He even claimed that her beauty could be restored with relative ease, within 10 days to half a month, albeit with some suffering. Yuan Wenqi returned home and wept secretly for 3 days, burdened with guilt for failing to protect Zheng Yuwan. During Zheng Yuwan's recovery, any recollection of Xiao Rui's threats to end her life sent chills throughout her body. At this juncture, rather than cowering and evading, one should take the initiative. Chapter 059, United Against a Common Foe. The day after the incident involving Zheng Yuwan, the Duke of Dingan's residence received an array of bruise-healing ointments and supplements sent by Shun Xi. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wenqi's anger flared to great heights, and he promptly refused to accept them. Inform him that if he truly wishes for Yuan's recovery, he must sever all ties with the Duke of Dingan's household henceforth. The steward, bewildered by the outburst, cast a glance at the Duke. Zheng Yu subtly shook his head, signaling for the steward to withdraw. "Look at you. Yuan was not harmed by Shun Xi. Why do you unjustly direct your wrath at the innocent?" he said, tenderly wiping the tears from Yuan Wenqi's face. Yuan Wenqi brushed aside Zheng Yu's rough hand, exclaiming, "Innocent? How can he be innocent? I see it clearly. The Princess of Chong personally served the wine and deliberately obstructed Yuan's path, colliding with her. She brazenly intends to harm your niece, relying on her royal status. Previously, at Lanyue Villa, she failed in her malicious intent, yet now she resorts to violence within the palace. Yuan, ever gentle, always concedes to others. Even if given 100 opportunities, would she dare provoke the Princess of Chong? Do you believe that the princess harbors an inexplicable hatred towards Yuan for no reason?" Zheng Yu sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. Fortunately, Yuan is not gravely harmed. After all, she is the sister of Her Majesty, sharing the same mother. Seeing his weakness, Yuan Wenqi pounded her fist against his chest. "How can you, a martial general, lack any semblance of courage? Even if she is Her Majesty's sister, she has bullied your niece. You ought to stand up for her." Just as their quarrel intensified, Madame Jiang cleared her throat. "Mother." Yuan Wenqi blushed and hurried to support Madame Jiang's arm. Madame Jiang settled comfortably into the armchair, declaring, "I demand an explanation regarding Yuan's situation." Tears streamed down Yuan Wenqi's face as she implored, "Mother." Madame Jiang patted her hand gently. "Do not weep. I am not blaming you. I overheard the conversation between you and your husband. The fault does not lie with the second young master of the Shun family, nor does it rest with you. Since there are those intent on harming Yuan, whether they be princesses or princes, the Zheng and Jiang families cannot swallow this grievance. I shall write to Yuan's uncle and cousins, urging them to gather evidence against Jiani and submit a petition for her indictment. You are among these individuals. Your blood relationship with Yuan is the closest. If you remain timid and unyielding, what are others to think? Meddling? You must understand that the outcome is not as important as instilling fear in Jiani. Yuan is not so easily bullied. With the Jiang family as support, Zheng Yu will find his resolve strengthened, as sons heed their mother's counsel. The petition submitted would merely accuse Xiao Rui of extravagance and corruption, abusing her power to buy and sell positions. Such crimes do not warrant death. The emperor's punishment of stripping Xiao Rui of her fief and restricting her movements would suffice to maintain the dignity of the Zheng and Jiang families. My lady, someone has brought you a letter, though it lacks a signature. Shall I incinerate it? The weather today is splendid, with spring blooming in the courtyard, gentle breezes wafting warmth. Zheng Yuan's facial injuries have healed well, allowing her to bask in the sun and enjoy the breeze as she reclines quietly in a rattan chair, shaded by a pergola of grapes. Has young Master Xie ever failed to sign his letters? Quickly, let the young lady see it. Lu Mama chided a maid affectionately. Indeed, Zheng Yuwan reclined in utter comfort, dozing for a brief moment, still somewhat dazed when she received the letter. It was astonishing that even her grand uncle, the Duke of Ronghua, had been stirred by her grievances. She ought to count herself fortunate. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that the punishment of reduced salary and house arrest was rather lenient for Xiao Rui. One had to admit that the messenger of this letter seemed to possess an uncanny insight into her thoughts. Regrettably, the envelope bore no signature, and the handwriting was unfamiliar, rendering it impossible to discern the sender's identity. Lien Ruo, prepare the carriage, she instructed. My lady, your injury has yet to fully heal, Lien Ruo replied. I can recuperate in the carriage, Zheng Yuan insisted, leaving Lien Ruo and the matron Lu no choice but to comply. Concerned for Zheng Yuan's safety, the matron asked Zheng Yujing to accompany her with guards in tow. Meanwhile, Xie Xun, who had been lurking near the Duke of Dingan's residence for several days, stealthily followed, disguised among the guards. How peculiar that the second Miss Zheng would venture to Peach Village. Could it simply be a coincidence? Contemplating this, Xie Xun selected a perceptive guard to relay the information to Xie Xun. The carriage halted before an inconspicuous earthen-walled courtyard. Zheng Yuwan lifted the curtain, and her gaze fell upon two ancient peach trees in full bloom before the gate, their blossoms radiant as if floating clouds of crimson, precisely as described in the letter. Who are you? She inquired, observing a woman within the courtyard who was tying her hair with a peachwood hairpin, her beauty reminiscent of a lotus in clear water, unadorned and natural. However, her apricot-shaped eyes were filled with wariness and deeply buried fear. Miss Luo, Zheng Yuwan descended from the carriage, supporting herself on her elder brother's arm, her face partially veiled. She thought her voice was gentle and benevolent, yet it startled Luo Shan, who scurried into the grass hut and locked the door behind her. Almost immediately, a cacophony of gongs erupted from within. In the midst of the clamor, a sharp whistle pierced the air, abruptly silencing the gongs. The whistle had emanated from behind Zheng Yuwan, who turned to see no one holding a whistle. After a moment, Luo Shan cautiously opened the door, peeking out with half of her face visible through the crack. Who are you? I am Zheng, the second daughter of the Duke of Dingan, Zheng Yuwan replied, instructing the guards and Zheng Yujing to remain outside while she entered the courtyard alone. Upon nearing Luo Shan, who suddenly brandished a kitchen knife, she warned, Do not come any closer. Very well, I shall remain still. Zheng Yuwan halted, lowering her voice. Miss Luo, I know that your family has been wronged by Princess Jianing. I come with no ill intentions. I seek only to assist you in reclaiming justice. A flash of realization struck Luo Shan. You are the second Miss Zheng who nearly suffered disfigurement at the hands of Princess Jianing? She scoffed. Your presence is of no use. I have already stated that I will not assist you. I advise you to leave while you still can. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to escape when the time comes. Zheng Yuwan urged fervently, You possess grievances sufficient to topple Jianing. I have the support of the Zheng and Jiang families. Why not place your trust in me this once? Together, we can unite against a common foe and secure justice. Trust? What do you offer as assurance? My life. Tears, as large as beans, streamed down Luo Shan's cheeks. My mother and brother, who among them did not perish believing that you people could help us reclaim justice? Princess Jianing, in her relentless pursuit of victory, has forcibly seized lands, leaving countless tenants homeless. Her crimes are indeed heinous. Compared to her, those cowardly officials who prey on the weak and trample upon human lives deserve to be subjected to the most brutal of punishments. They feast upon the taxes collected from the people, yet they only know how to bully the vulnerable. And you, who speak of benevolence and morality, do you not merely view us as pawns in your game? If you truly had the ability to overthrow Jianing, why have you not acted sooner? Why must you wait until now? What do you perceive our shared enmity and suffering as? Zheng Yuwan was left speechless. Luo Shan's intense hatred and resentment enveloped her like a storm, leaving no room for the subtle machinations in her heart to hide. If she could not empathize with the anguish of Luo Shan's shattered family, then any words would appear laughable and childish. For Zheng Yuwan, bringing down Jianing was merely an act of vengeance, a precautionary measure for self-preservation. Success would be ideal, but even failure would leave her with an escape route. But could Luo Shan afford such a gamble? If she could not strike Jianing down in one blow, her only fate would be death. At that moment, the villagers of Peach Village, drawn by the earlier sound of the gong, began to gather with their hoes and shovels raised. Get out of Peach Village. Leave at once. Chapter 60. Is it worth it? I am the heir of the Dingen Marquis and come here with no ill intent. Do not force my hand, for if it comes to blows, you will only suffer. Zheng Yuwan unsheathed his sword for protection, and his guards followed suit. Brother, do not resort to violence. Zheng Yuwan urgently interjected. Most of the villagers were victims of the Lanyue Villa's machinations. Several prominent families had exploited these tenants, demanding exorbitant rents for 10 to 20 years, only to sell the land to Jianing at a pittance before fleeing. Jianing was fully aware of the tenants' innocence. Or perhaps it was all part of a scheme between Jianing and the wealthy households, as they used force to drive away all tenants without any intention of retrieving the fleeing landowners. Luo Shan's family had inherited hundreds of acres of land, all within the area Jianing intended to develop into Lanyue Villa. Because Luo's father refused to compromise and steadfastly declined to sell, he met a tragic end. Like an ant trying to shake a tree, the tenants were grateful that Luo's father had not deceived them regarding their rents, and they held great respect and care for Luo Shan, the lone daughter of the Luo family, fearing for Luo Shan's safety. The sound of the gong had become their agreed-upon signal. Miss Luo, I apologize for attempting to exploit your hatred to draw you out, Zheng Yuwan said earnestly, bowing deeply. You must survive, for one day, Lanyue Villa will return to its former verdant beauty. The justice you seek will surely come. With that, she lifted the curtain and offered a sincere smile to Luo Shan. Zheng Yuwan no longer lingered and turned to board the carriage. Suddenly, the staff beside her spoke softly. There are heavy hoofbeats and footsteps outside the village. It seems those who come to silence us are approaching. At that moment, the masked Sahayans struggled through layers of villagers and finally reached Zheng Yuwan. Young Master Zheng, the commander of the Purple Guard, has personally led them here. It appears they intend to take Miss Luo away today. We must hasten to ensure her escape. Zheng Yuwan furrowed his brow. The Purple Guard? This is troublesome. Upon hearing that the formidable Purple Guard was coming, the villagers' faces turned pale. Then let them take me away. I have long since grown weary of living in the shadows. As Roshan stepped out of the gate, her eyes glimmered with tears. Dear villagers, you have treated me generously. Now please return. No, we cannot allow the wicked to take Sister Roshan away, cried the little glutinous rice dumpling, brandishing a small shovel. Indeed, if Miss Roshan is captured, the grievances of the Luo family will never see redress, and our conscience will be troubled. Zheng Yuwan grasped Roshan's hand and said, If you are willing to trust us, my elder brother can hold off the commander of the Purple Robe Guard, and I will ensure you have cover to escape. Zheng Yuxia pondered. You should also leave. Soon there will be bloodshed, and your presence may lead to your injury. Fear not, ladies, said Xie Xun. Reinforcements will arrive swiftly. The Purple Robe Guard has blocked the road to the city. For now, we must flee into the mountains. If you two remain concealed and undetected, by sunset at the latest, you shall be rescued. Without a moment for hesitation, Zheng Yuwan took Roshan's hand and ran towards the foot of the mountain. Once they entered the mountain, Roshan skillfully led Zheng Yuwan and Tianzong into a hidden cave she had stumbled upon. Yet Tianzong remarked, This place is not truly concealed. Those living nearby may have discovered it. Roshan replied, They would not betray me. Tianzong shook his head, Not necessarily. If no one had betrayed you, how could the Purple Robe Guard have found you? After a moment of silence, Roshan, with her tear-filled apricot eyes, looked helplessly at Tianzong and asked, What shall we do? Zheng Yuwan glanced between Tianzhong and Roshan, sensing an illusion of their long acquaintance. Let's venture deeper. Just as the three emerged from the cave, they caught sight of the purple robe guard advancing towards the foot of the mountain. Tianzhong halted, recognizing the overwhelming numbers. Zheng Shixi had only a handful of guards and could hardly resist. Their only hope lay in the reinforcements the man had spoken of. I cannot accompany you any longer. I must remain here and use this cave to mislead them into thinking you both are hidden within, buying us some time. Every moment counts, he insisted. Roshan shook her head in distress. Is it truly worth it for my sake? Zheng Yuwan, acting decisively, replied, Tianzhong is highly skilled and not their target. He will be fine. The commander of the Purple Robe Guard has come personally for you. Tell me, is your life not worth something? As long as you live, Jianing will remain in fear and unrest. As she spoke, she pulled Roshan along, running swiftly. The mountain path was treacherous, filled with thorny flora, leaving both girls with bloodied hands and tattered skirts. Tianzhong's prediction proved correct. Guided by villagers from Taoxuan, the Purple Robe Guard soon located the cave. Tianzhong delayed them for a brief moment, during which Zheng Yuwan and Roshan had already scaled another mountain. Frantic, the Purple Robe Guard floundered, resembling headless flies as they pursued deeper into the woods. They soon encountered a fork in the path, with signs of crushed vegetation on both sides. Sir, look! A villager from Taoxuan pointed towards the slender figure disappearing down the left path. It must be Roshan. After her. Zheng Yuwan, utterly exhausted, had never imagined she could run so long in the mountains. She knew that with every step she took, Roshan's chances of survival increased. Just as she leaned against a tree, her face flushed and gasping for breath, the sound of an arrow pierced the air, followed swiftly by another. The second arrow narrowly grazed the first, altering its course by mere inches. Zheng Yuwan glanced back in distress, a sharp pain suddenly radiating from her shoulder blade, akin to a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake. The agony rippled throughout her body, and in mere moments, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The newly appointed town magistrate spoke curtly. Xie Xun? This individual hired an assassin to murder the princess. We are executing the emperor's orders to eliminate him. Why do you interfere? Are you also an accomplice? Xie Xun's profound gaze was as frigid as a glacial surface. Your eyes should see clearly. The purple garment guards stepped forward to turn Zheng Yuwan, clad in coarse garments, onto her back. The villagers of Taoxuan gasped upon seeing her face, exclaiming, She is not Luo Shan. Do you need him to tell you? The magistrate berated, striking a villager soundly. Fool! He had just been promoted, and now, having accidentally harmed Zheng Yuwan, he feared he would face demotion. Xie Xun, disregarding the argument, rushed to support Zheng Yuwan, cradling her in his arms, tearing his robe to staunch her bleeding. Xie Xun hesitated. Shixi, if we do not extract the arrow from Miss Zheng, I fear. Fortunately, it had not pierced her heart. Otherwise, Zheng Yuwan would have met her demise. Yet, the situation remained dire. The location was deep in the mountains, and the ascent had already proven arduous, let alone transporting Zheng Yuwan down. A misstep could result in further injury, jeopardizing her life. Moreover, moving her would cause the arrowhead to shift, inducing excruciating pain that even a robust man might struggle to endure, let alone a young girl. Xie Xun's palms were soaked in her blood as he gently wiped the cold sweat from her brow with the back of his hand. Trembling with urgency, he commanded, Bring a physician up the mountain, by any means necessary. I must see him within the incense's burning time. Xie Xun, sweating profusely, replied, Yes, I will fetch the doctor immediately. Chapter 061. As long as she is unharmed. After Xie Xun departed, the purple garment guards held their breath, paralyzed by fear. They could offer no assistance here, yet retreat was not an option. Xie Xun, the magistrate, Pei Shun, wrestled with his conscience for a moment before presenting a dark pill with a remorseful expression. Xie Xun's icy glare nearly caused him to falter. This is a revitalizing pill. Consuming it can sustain her heart for 2 hours. Upon hearing this, the purple garment guards were taken aback, engaging in perilous tasks. They had a habit of carrying life-saving ointments and pills. This revitalizing pill was exceedingly rare and valuable, typically reserved for those of high office, like the magistrate. After Pei Xun's promotion, he had only received one. Could he truly part with it? Pei Xun, of course, wished to keep it, but he was compelled by circumstance. Xie Xun was a formidable weapon in the emperor's arsenal, and in this moment he resembled a bloodthirsty sword poised for sacrifice. Should anything happen to Zheng Yuwan, he would undoubtedly become a victim himself. The value of life, compared to a single pill, was a matter of no debate. Xie Xun accepted the revitalizing pill, scrutinizing Pei Xun for a moment. Yet seeing his earnest demeanor devoid of ulterior motives, he finally placed the pill into Zheng Yuan's mouth. She seemed to plunge into a nightmare, her body occasionally trembling, her delicate brows furrowing, cold sweat streaming down incessantly. The moment her tongue touched the pill, she instinctively pushed it away. Xie Xun anxiously caught the pill that nearly fell into the earth, a bitter sensation welling up within him. Even in her unconscious state, was she aware that he was aiding her? Why was she so stubbornly refusing to accept even a modicum of his recompense? Water. Xie Xun promptly handed him the water flask. Xie Xun removed the wooden stopper and glanced at Pei Xun, who was nervously observing his every move. The foolish general, belatedly aware, commanded the troops to turn away. Xie Xun pressed the pill against Zheng Yuan's tightly clenched lips, forcefully tilting her chin upward as he leaned down to pour the water into her mouth. She was always like this, no matter how much one taught her. She could never learn to breathe properly, instantly sealing her nostrils upon a kiss, which ironically made administering the medicine rather seamless. The arrow wound had barely transpired a short tease time, yet Zheng Yuan's lips had already turned pale with a hint of pink. Xie Xun's heart constricted, an abyss of despair yawning wide in his mind, as he repeatedly reassured himself that there remained hope, akin to wielding a dull knife, to incessantly carve at his heart. Erecting a tent and igniting a fire, he suddenly heard Xie Xun's voice, hoarse and indistinct, nearly causing Xie Xun to lose his composure. Yes. He scoured the vicinity for 3 trees, securing the outer cloaks of several attendants around Xie Xun and Zheng Yuwan. He gathered dry twigs and ignited them beside the two. The mountain dusk settled heavily, ominously cold. If the physician did not arrive soon, once the darkness enveloped like black ink, descending the mountain today would become impossible. Time flowed inexorably, and so did Zheng Yuan's life. Xie Xun delicately wrapped her in his outer cloak, his warm hand clutching her icy one, his voice trembling. Yuan. He was at a loss for words. She never relished what he said. Thus he dared only to repeatedly call her by her given name. After what felt like an eternity, over half an hour had passed when Xie Xun finally appeared, struggling over the mountains with an elderly physician. Dr. Gu has treated various wounds. No matter how intricate the arrowheads, he has seen them all. He will surely succeed in extracting the arrow. Do not fret too much. Xie Xun, breathless and weary, had assisted the elderly Dr. Gu and several attendants in carrying him up the mountain, fearing even a moment's delay. Old sir, I implore you to save her. As long as she is safe, you may name your price. The firelight reflected in Xie Xun's tear-filled eyes. The old physician paused briefly. Rest assured, the conditions for treatment were far from ideal. The old physician knelt on the ground, using scissors to cut away the bloodied layers of Zheng Yuan's clothing, carefully observing the direction in which the arrowhead had pierced her flesh. The arrowhead was not deeply embedded, nor had it struck a vital spot. It was merely that the young girl was too frail, having lost some blood, rendering her lips pale, but she would not lose her life. Do not cry, he reassured. Taking this comforting pill, Xie Xun's tense expression finally softened as he awkwardly wiped away his tears. The old physician, while tending to Zheng Yuan's wounds, remarked, "Holding her like this, you shall suffer later." To facilitate the physician's extraction of the arrow, Xie Xun fully cradled Zheng Yuwan in his embrace. Her chin rested on his shoulder, her back aligned with the physician. Xie Xun, unperturbed, replied, "No matter, old sir, do not mind me, as long as she is well." The physician smiled slightly. At the moment the arrow was withdrawn, Zheng Yuwan suddenly jolted upright, as if resurrected from the brink of death, fiercely biting Xie Xun's neck. The pain was sharper than the instant an arrow pierces flesh, so intense that it roused her from slumber, only to plunge her back into unconsciousness moments later. The old physician, calm and composed, swiftly administered medicine and bandaged Zheng Yuan's wounds, assuring her that all would be well. He cast a furtive glance at Xie Xun's bleeding neck, inquiring if he required treatment. Xie Xun clenched his fists in agony. Yet his expression betrayed not a hint of discomfort. There would be time to attend to it after descending the mountain. As night fell and the firelight flickered, the small village of Peach Village became crowded with uninvited guests. First, there was a group of purple-clad guards intent on executing Luo Shan on the spot, followed by another faction carrying the imperial decree to escort Luo Shan safely into the capital. In contrast to the throngs of purple-clad guards, the guard from the Dingen Marquisate and the Dinghui Duke's residence appeared particularly inconspicuous. Zheng Yuan found himself confined in Luo Shan's courtyard under the command of Zhang Taiyan, the leader of the purple-clad guards. Upon witnessing the injured and unconscious Zheng Yuwan being carried into the courtyard by the guards from the Dinghui Duke's residence, he rushed forward without hesitation and struck Xie Xun with a punch. "Have you lost your mind? If it weren't for my family's heir, your sister would have perished on that mountain long ago." Xie Xun felt a sense of injustice on Xie Xun's behalf, nearly charging at Zheng Yuan in a fit of rage. Xie Xian restrained him, asking, "Do you dare claim that this letter was not delivered to Yuan by you?" Zheng Yuan hurled the letter Zheng Yuan had received that morning directly at Xie Xun's face. "If it were not for your machinations, how could you have appeared here like a divine warrior? In your desperation to win Yuan's forgiveness, you have truly lost all sense of morality. What lengths would you not go to?" Xie Xun picked up the letter, the familiar handwriting sending a jolt of dread through him. At that moment, Zheng Yuan, on her palanquin, murmured softly in her troubled dreams. "Yuan." Zheng Yuan quickly crouched down, grasping her hand gently. "Yuan, awaken. It is your elder brother." A tumult of confusion swirled within Xie Xun, panic spreading wildly in his heart like untamed weeds. If Zheng Yuan awakened, would she not question him just as Zheng Yuan had and demand he leave? Surely she would. The thought gnawed at him, piercing through his mind with excruciating clarity. To be wrongfully accused felt like this. He took a timid step back, retreating in disarray. Outside the courtyard, two factions of purple-clad guards faced each other, swords drawn, led by Commander Zhang Taiyan and Deputy Commander Xun Xi. "Zhang Taiyan, do you dare defy the imperial decree?" Xun Xi declared, having been ordered to escort Luo Shan into the city unharmed. Yet Zhang Taiyan stood in his way. Behind Xun Xi, Luo Shan and the gravely injured Tianzhong were shielded by layers of iron guards. Amidst the flickering flames, Zhang Taiyan, with his sharp brows and striking features, momentarily revealed a glint of cunning in his eyes. Softening his tone, he said, "Shunlin Zhou, do you understand what fate awaits this woman if she safely enters the city?" Rui's ambition to establish the Lanyue Mountain Villa stems from naivety. She was deceived by the wealthy landowners during her land purchases, and her subordinates acted recklessly, leading to many casualties. Truly, she is innocent. You must know this in your heart. She has cherished feelings for you since childhood and has supported you in numerous ways over the years. Can you bear to climb to greatness over her fallen body? In a direct confrontation, Xun Xi held the imperial decree, giving him an advantage that Zhang Taiyan lacked. Thus, Zhang Taiyan was compelled to pursue an alternative strategy. Once Luo Shan entered the city, the sins of the Lanyue Mountain Villa would inevitably be revealed, and there was little left to conceal at this point. One must test whether the remnants of affection between Xiao Rui and Shunlin Zhou are sufficient to soften his heart. Chapter 62. The Inevitable Deadlock. If Her Royal Highness the Princess is indeed innocent, why must the commander mobilize such forces? A prince is subject to the same laws as a commoner. Moreover, behind a Lanyue villa may lie countless innocent lives. I cannot convince myself to let her go. Observing Xun Xi's stubbornness, Zhang Taiyan's patience ran thin. Thus, "It seems you have forced my hand. All members of the purple-clad guards, heed my command. By the Emperor's decree, execute the Luo woman on spot. All accomplices will be regarded as conspirators." Xun Xi retorted defiantly. "The imperial edict is here. His Majesty has specifically instructed us to bring the Luo woman back alive to face justice in the capital. Commander, think carefully. Should you act, you will be defying the edict. Zhang Tian scoffed. Where is the edict? If Shun Ci perishes, will it be deemed as failure to convey the message or Zhang Tian's defiance? The young emperor has no evidence. Kill her. With Zhang Tian's command, chaos erupted among the purple-clad guards. Several guards escorted Luo Shan and Tian Zhang into the courtyard, forming a formidable barrier with their bodies. The physician Gu, unable to leave, stepped forward to tend to Tian Zhang's wounds, undeterred by the bloodshed outside. Halt! In the darkness, Shun Ci's fierce gaze resembled an ice sword capable of cleaving through all shadows. He successfully infiltrated the enemy ranks and seized control of Zhang Tian on horseback, declaring, "Whoever dares to strike again, I shall slay him." His voice was chillingly cold. Zhang Tian's subordinates, evidently unwilling to relent, plotted to ambush Shun Ci. With a mere shift of his gaze, Shun Ci's blade sliced a gash across Zhang Tian's throat. No one dared to act recklessly again. Release them. The courtyard gate swung open, and the purple-clad guards led by Shun Ci forged a path through the obstructing guards. Zheng Yuwan and others safely exited the village, hastening towards the capital. The purple-clad guards closely followed. As they retreated further, only Shun Ci remained ensnared within the enemy's grasp. A sense of isolation and helplessness clung to him like a chilling wind. Shenlin Zhou, after all these years, Rue has misjudged you. His unsteady breath betrayed him as Zhang Tian suddenly seized his wrist, the grip as tight as an eagle's talon, rendering his arm powerless. Shun Ci was caught off guard, tumbling from his horse to the ground. Countless blades surged toward his eyes in that instant. "Stop!" Zhang Tian commanded coldly, "Return to the city." He was eager to see just how much commotion that Zheng girl could stir up. Just a yellow-haired girl, after all. Duke Dinghu's residence. Xie Xun had finished his evening meal and was tending to flowers to alleviate his boredom. "You're back." His gaze briefly caught Xie Xun's disheveled figure before he returned to his gardening. The Zongxin courtyard, once monotonous, now appeared vibrant. Since Xie Xun returned to the residence, he had been planting flowers in the previously empty Zongxin courtyard. Nearly every spot was filled by today. Xie Xun had been elated. Planting flowers meant care was required, indicating that even after the spring examinations concluded, Xie Xun would continue residing in the estate. Yet Xie Xun replied, No, although it is I who planted it. The subsequent cultivation and care must rely on yourself." Xie Xun forced a bitter smile, realizing yet again it was all for naught. "What is it? Has your soul been drawn away?" Seeing Xie Xun nearly rooted to the spot, Xie Xun cast aside his hoe and approached him. The fragrant scent of the earth wafted into Xie Xun's nostrils, bringing him back to his senses. "Father, why would you harm her?" Upon hearing this, Xie Xun's gaze darkened. His tone as calm as still water. "I did not harm her." Xie Xun always felt that something lay hidden in the depths of Xie Xun's eyes, yet he could never decipher it. He took out the letter from his pocket, his eyes reddening. "Why did you let her take such a risk?" "Yes, I hoped that when she encountered danger, I could appear in time, and she might feel grateful to me, or at the very least, no longer despise me. However, I do not need you to painstakingly push her into the fray, nor do I require you to deliberately entice her into peril. Do you not realize she nearly died today? Is this truly your meticulous scheme?" Xie Xun calmly accepted the letter, earnestly gazing into Xie Xun's eyes, which sought an answer. "Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I am not harming her." Enough. Today Xie Xun finally understood who he had stubbornly followed. "Father, wrong is wrong. A life is not a mere pawn, and she is certainly not one. Do not engage in such actions again." Xie Xun firmly closed his lips, his expression betraying no hint of guilt, only grievance. This unwarranted grievance ignited Xie Xun's fury. The words were undeniably his. What did this demeanor signify? Was he to repeat his mistakes? He could not help but anxiously declare, "Father, I demand you swear that you will never again involve Zheng Yuwan in such matters." Upon hearing this, the usually gentle demeanor of Xie Xun tensed like a drawn bow. He swept his sleeve and turned away, his imposing figure blocking Xie Xun's view. His voice, now unyielding, declared, "It is too late." It struck like lightning between the father and son, leaving Xie Xun incredulous, his brow furrowed in disbelief, as an indescribable pain surged within him. But why? Xie Zimu clenched his sleeve, feeling as though Xie Xun's voice had pierced his heart with disappointment. His tone softened. "Sooner, you will understand in the future. I do not want the future, nor can I passively wait. Father, I demand that you tell me clearly why you are doing this at this very moment. If you do not speak, then we are no longer father and son." Xie Zimu interjected. Did he not know his own weight, having raised him for nearly 24 years? A wave of bitterness surged in Xie Xun's heart, yet his stubbornness surged forth, compelling him to insist. "I want an answer, right now." Zimu shook his head. "You should leave, Fu Sun." Xie Xun's eyes were filled with red. "Father, please have some dignity. We are no longer father and son." At this standoff, Xie Xun knew he had lost and could not extract an answer. What could he do? Return and ponder. Think until his mind broke. Think until the heavens cracked. Xie Zimu looked at Xie Xun's furious back with a heart full of sorrow. Silly son. He had no idea that from the moment he was born, he was destined for a deadlock. Until last year, it remained the same. However, during a recent divination using the celestial chart, Xie Zimu unexpectedly discovered a flicker of vitality, a singular, exceedingly faint glimmer of life. Since heaven has bestowed this upon him, Xie Zimu dared to contest with fate, transforming that tenuous spark of life into a path for Xie Xun, a path that must lead to survival. Chapter 063. I demand justice. My lady, you have awakened. The sound of Lien Ruo's weeping filled her ears, and her vision gradually cleared within the delicate confines of the hibiscus drapery. Zheng Yuwan's recent fainting spell felt akin to a journey to the gates of the underworld. Upon awakening, it was as if she had traversed through time. "What, Miss Luo? Is she well?" Ignoring the dull pain in her shoulder, Zheng Yuwan's first words were thus, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Lien Ruo poured a cup of warm water, assisting Zheng Yuwan in drinking. "Who is Miss Luo? I'm unaware." At that moment, Lu Momo lifted the curtain and entered the room. "My lady, you have finally awakened." With a concerned expression, Xiao Yongyi followed Lu Momo and seated herself at the bedside. Zheng Yuwan attempted to rise and pay her respects, but was gently restrained by Xiao Yongyi. "There is no need for such formalities between us. Does your wound still ache?" Zheng Yuwan nodded, feeling a sense of injustice. Had she known that the purple-clad guards would go so far as to execute Luo Shan on the spot, she would have certainly lacked the courage to exchange garments with her. Now, she feared that not only had she sustained injuries, but she had also failed to protect Luo Shan. "Do not worry, good child. Miss Luo is unharmed." Though reluctant, Xiao Yongyi could not suppress the truth. It was the second son of the Shun family who uncovered the flaws in the accusations against Miss Luo regarding hiring an assassin to kill Xiao Rui, thus sparing her from imprisonment. "She is currently residing in my household, and all is well." Zheng Yuwan endeavored to recall everything that transpired in Peach Village. "Aunt, how did you and Master Shun become involved?" Xiao Yongyi looked astonished. "You are unaware that it was Master Shun who hastily brought the imperial edict to save Luo Shan?" After a moment's reflection, she murmured to herself, "Of course, given your grave injuries, you must have been unconscious." At these words, a subtle, delicate emotion flickered in Zheng Yuan's heart. Shun Xi had saved her once more. "And my aunt? This matter does not concern you," Xiao Yongyi replied. Having endured so much, Zheng Yuwan, despite her navet, could discern that Xiao Yongyi was discreetly acting as an intermediary for someone. Xiao Yongyi stated plainly, "Consider it that your aunt has a penchant for meddling. Originally, my assistance was sufficient for Miss Luo's case against Xiao Rui. There was no need to wait for your awakening. Yet, Miss Luo insisted on seeing you, refusing to take any risks without your presence. Now that you are awake, I shall have someone escort her to meet you. You may convey to her that my word is equivalent to yours. Thereafter, you need not involve yourself in the ensuing matters." Zheng Yuwan gently shook her head. "I appreciate my aunt's goodwill. It was I who drew Miss Luo into this predicament. Initially, no one was aware of her whereabouts. She could have lived in peace. Since we have chosen to take this risk, I must accompany her to the very end, whether we win or lose." Xiao Yongyi's lips curled into a faint smile. You truly feel this way, without regret? Zheng Yuwan nodded resolutely. Xiao Yongyi chuckled softly. In their clash, the elder indeed possesses greater wit. Aunt? Xiao Yongyi promptly concealed her smile. In that case, I shall entrust you with the evidence and witnesses I hold. Zheng Yuwan fixed her gaze on Xiao Yongyi for a prolonged moment. The letter was shrouded in a haze of confusion within Xiao Yongyi's large eyes. What letter? It was evidently not sent by Xiao Yongyi. Zheng Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. It's nothing. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yongyi tenderly caressed Zheng Yuan's cheek. You understand, so I shall not elaborate further. After all, it concerns the two of you. While I wish for his happiness, I also do not wish for Lan Qing's treasure daughter to endure grievances. Whatever you choose to do, your aunt will support you. Thank you, aunt. Concerned for Luo Shan, Zheng Yuwan accompanied Xiao Yongyi to the residence of the Grand Princess. Deep down, Luo Shan harbored mistrust toward Xiao Yongyi. But upon seeing Zheng Yuwan at that moment, her anxious heart began to calm. Zheng Yuwan was unlike the high-ranking official who had once saved her. In Zheng Yuwan's eyes, she could perceive genuine compassion, sorrow, and respect for her family's tragic demise. She was a living being, no longer merely a pawn poised for deployment. It was precisely for this reason that she was willing to take one last gamble. The following day, under the protection of layers of guards, Luo Shan approached the Drum of Appeals. This marked the third occasion the Luo family had struck this great drum. Initially, she felt timid. The deafening sound of the drum made her heart tremble and her arms quiver. Gradually, she fully comprehended the grievances and despair her mother and elder brother had felt while beating the Drum of Appeals. Knowing full well that the outcome was death, aware that hope was scant, but this southern wall, even if it meant bloodying her head, had to be confronted for the sake of her dearly departed kin. Grand Princess Xiao Rui, you forcibly seized 171 acres of land from the Luo family, leading to my father's demise. You colluded with officials to wrongfully kill my mother and brother, hired assassins to annihilate my entire family of 17, including my 3-year-old sister and my infant brother, all turned into vengeful spirits. The founding emperor established the Drum of Appeals to address the myriad grievances of the realm. And you, who feast at the emperor's table, why do you not share in his burdens? Adored by the people, why do you bury innocent citizens in unjust prisons? I demand justice. I demand heavenly fairness. Luo Shan's voice grew hoarse as tears streamed down the faces of the onlookers drawn by her poignant accusations. If her words were true, it would indeed snow in June. At that moment, a flurry of hidden arrows rained down upon Luo Shan. Tianzhong wielded his blade to shield her, bringing her to the ground behind the Drum of Appeals. Zheng Yuwan, quick of eye, pointed towards the source of the arrows, leading their guards to root out the assailants. Yes, responded the guards of the Duke of Dingen. After a brief interval, the rain of arrows finally ceased. Luo Shan's eyes were red-rimmed, her entire being boiling with fervor as she picked up the drumsticks and struck the Drum of Appeals with all her might, her delicate arms seemingly oblivious to any pain. Zheng Yuwan furrowed her brow deeply. After striking for so long, even a deaf person should have heard the call for justice. Just as her thoughts lingered, a small official cracked open the gate of the Drum of Appeals and unceremoniously seized Luo Shan's arm, attempting to drag her inside. What are you doing? Luo Shan exclaimed in terror. How dare you slander Her Highness the Grand Princess with mere words? If you do not let her suffer a bit, I fear your malady shall never be cured. Luo Shan struggled with all her might, and in an instant, a flash of white appeared as Tianzhang's blade severed the hand gripping Luo Shan. Whoever dares to touch her will die. Tianzhang exuded an air of fierce defiance, his presence as chilling as the icicles in the corridor. The other officials were so frightened they could barely move, no longer daring to act rashly. The courtyard gate, barely ajar, was forcefully kicked open by Tianzhang, allowing Luo Shan to stride confidently into the Court of Appeals, flanked by her guards. Reluctantly, Judge Liu Du commenced the proceedings. He cast a cursory glance at the petition before him and, with a thunderous bang of his gavel, declared, "How audacious! A mere commoner dares to accuse a princess." At his words, Luo Shan raised her gaze and glared at Liu Du, her eyes brimming with an overwhelming hatred that threatened to consume him. The corrupt official, upon receiving the complaint, had not even dared to summon Xiao Ruwei for questioning, instead opting to punish her outright. Let be known, who dares? Xiao Yongyi and Zheng Yuwan entered the Court of Appeals, pressing Lu Du with an unwavering resolve. This humble official pays respects to the Grand Princess. Lu Du hastily returned the gesture. Xiao Yongyi regarded him with disdain, saying, "You wretched creature. If your cowardice had merely kept you from summoning Xiao Ruwei, it might have been forgivable. But to wrongfully punish innocent citizens, such treachery is unforgivable." Lu Du fell to the ground, attempting to defend himself. "Your Highness, you must see reason. The Luo family is relentless in their pursuit of the Grand Princess, and this mere commoner dares to accuse the royal family. Such audacity is indeed deserving of punishment." Chapter 064. You are no longer a Grand Princess. Cease your nonsense. Xiao Yongyi, incensed, kicked Lu Du. This is not an accusation. The petition explicitly states that Xiao Ruwei has caused the Luo family to suffer tragic ruin. How dare you dismiss it without even a hearing? Lu Du felt trapped. The Court of Appeals was subordinate to the Luan Tai, and he, a mere judge, could not defy orders from above. "I cannot judge the Grand Princess," he protested. Xiao Yongyi smirked. "We know you lack the courage. But fear not, for I have brought someone who will." Almost as if summoned by her words, a hurried clerk leaned in to whisper to Lu Du, "Sir, Minister Su of the Criminal Department and Lord Qin of the Supreme Court have arrived." At this revelation, Lu Du felt himself turn to jelly. His fate was sealed. Today, he must conduct the hearing, regardless of the consequences. Trembling, he drew lots. The Grand Princess may not appear, but this decision would undoubtedly offend her deeply. To his surprise, Xiao Ruwei did indeed arrive in person, her presence commanding and extensive, with guards outnumbering the clerks in the Court of Appeals. She surveyed the assembly, puzzled. Was it not said that Xie Xun would present this case to my brother, who would personally oversee the proceedings? Where is he? With his absence, she felt emboldened, raising her foot to strike the kneeling Luo Shan in the face. Tianzhong, witnessing this, aimed a blade directly at Xiao Ruwei's neck. Masked, he languidly stepped in front of Xiao Ruwei, exclaiming, "Stop!" Zheng Yuwan's heart raced. Should the blade strike before Xiao Ruwei's guilt was established, it would lead to her family's annihilation. Xiao Ruwei, utterly disdainful, pushed He Langye aside, her gaze momentarily lingering on his bleeding chest. "What is there to deliberate? This woman and her family have extorted me repeatedly and attempted to assassinate me. You dare question me instead of holding her accountable? What audacity!" Xiao Ruwei's words resonated with authority, leaving Lu Du trembling, speechless. Minister Su, seated beside Lu Du, perused the petition once more, his voice grave. "The Luo family claims that your Highness has forcibly seized over 100 acres of their land for a mere fraction of its worth, accompanied by a sale contract. How do you intend to explain this?" Impatiently, Xiao Ruwei beckoned to the guards to bring over a chair. Such trivial matters should be addressed by the Minister Su with the palace's steward. Perhaps the Luo family was orchestrating this to curry favor with me. Who can say? Minister Su furrowed his brow and asked, "Well then, Your Highness, now that you are aware of this situation, do you intend to compensate for the purchase price?" Xiao Ruwei cast a cold glance at Minister Su. "ISN to your younger son stationed in the Dingnan army? If I were to send a letter to the commander of the Dingnan army, would your son be positioned at the front lines the next time the southern barbarians invade?" Minister Su's face turned pale, his lips moved, yet he could not muster a single word. The immense pressure suddenly intensified upon Lord Qin as Luo Jian, the one who reported the incident, had been killed, clutching the steward's token from the palace. Could this merely be coincidence? Luo Jian was indeed the father of Luo Shan. Xiao Ruwei sneered, "If it is the steward's token, then you should seek out that steward. What concern is it of mine?" Despair flooded Luo Shan as she listened to Xiao Ruwei's evasions, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Slowly, her hand slipped in her sleeve, grasping a dagger. She had never expected Xiao Ruwei to be brought to justice. She merely wished to avenge her parents' grace of giving her life. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zheng Yuwan suddenly knelt, addressing the three officials. May I request that Miss Luo be permitted to summon witnesses? Without waiting for their nods, Zheng Yuwan directly brought Qi Dahu into the hall. Upon seeing Qi Dahu, who should have fled, appear before her, Xiao Rui felt a chill run down her spine. Esteemed officials, my surname is Qi, and my given name is Ji. I was fortunate enough to possess over 100 acres of land below Lanyue Mountain. 2 years ago, individuals claiming to be officials from the Long Princess's residence approached me, offering to buy my land at a price of only 10%. They even suggested that I collect the rents from my tenants in advance to offset the losses from selling my land. I refused, and they threatened the lives of everyone in my family. Left with no choice, I deceived some tenants into paying their rents as a means to escape. As he spoke, he presented the land sale contract. Minister Su looked displeased. It was ludicrous for a single person to sell land at such a meager price to curry favor. If 2 or 3 did so, it could be mere coincidence. Now, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, did the princess still wish to argue that there was no forced acquisition of land? 10%. How could that possibly sustain the larger landowners? The annual taxes alone exceeded this amount. To make matters worse, they even incited the wealthy to deceive the tenants for their rents. It was utterly outrageous. Zheng Yuwan continued, My lord, here is also the blood-written testimony from the deceived tenants. 2 clerks accepted the thick stack of blood letters, unfolding it to reveal a length of over 10 feet and a width of 4 to 5 feet. Tenants, in an effort to pay decades of rent, had drained their family savings or even resorted to borrowing from loan sharks. When the Long Princess came to seize the land with contracts signed with the wealthy, 3 out of 10 unyielding ones were brutally killed. The remnants were either broken or foolish. Families who reported the injustices received nothing but perfunctory responses day after day, and those who dared to beat the drum of complaint were imprisoned on charges of slandering the royal family, only to meet untimely deaths within days, until no one dared to cry out again. This blood letter bore the names and handprints of 544 individuals, each of whom could be summoned to testify here. I implore you to discern, my lord. As Zheng Yuwan spoke, she tightly gripped Luo Shan's hand, preventing her from moving. This is sheer nonsense, slander. It is clearly a false accusation. Xiao Rui, consumed by rage, abruptly rose from her chair and seized the blood letter, demanding it be burned. He Lang Yao promptly produced a fire starter. In the presence of so many officials, none dared to intervene as Xiao Rui snatched the letter to destroy it. Luo Shan, filled with despair, felt her eyes bulge with fury, nearly rushing out to confront Xiao Rui. Zheng Yuwan held her tightly, throwing the dagger far away. You cannot die. She is not worth your life. Luo Shan glared at the wound she had inadvertently inflicted upon Zheng Yuwan, tears cascading down her face as she cried out in anguish. Where's justice? Where is divine retribution? Xiao Yongyi felt a deep discomfort, casting a fierce glare at the masked Xiao Jinji beside her. Why did he not reveal himself? Xiao Rui coldly observed the blood letter reduced to a pile of black ash, glancing at Luo Shan, whose eyes were bloodshot with rage. With a provocative lift of her brow, she remarked, You are not far from suffering the same fate. Beast! Beast! Luo Shan seethed, wishing she could devour her alive. Xiao Rui raised her hand and struck Luo Shan's face. Zheng Yuwan, enveloping Luo Shan's head in her embrace, bore the brunt of the blow. An earring was torn from her ear by Xiao Rui's ring, blood dripping from her earlobe. The pain caused Zheng Yuwan to gasp, yet she gently patted Luo Shan's back, holding her trembling hands. Can the blood letter be burned, and will the sins dissipate along with it? Xiao Jinji removed his mask, his pale, shallow eyes regarding Xiao Rui with disappointment. At his words, Xiao Rui felt her blood freeze, stiffly turning to meet the depths of Xiao Jinji's disillusioned gaze. Brother? Long live the emperor! In the hall, apart from Xiao Yongyi and Xiao Rui, all others fell to their knees. Xiao Jinji approached Xiao Rui step by step, imprisoning her frantic gaze. I have read the blood letter. I wish to discern your true attitude towards this matter. Oh yeah, if you possessed even the slightest remorse before the victim, I would not be so disappointed in you. The air of nobility surrounding Xiao Rui dissipated entirely as tears filled her eyes. Grasping Xiao Jinji's robe, she slowly knelt. Brother, Please allow me to explain. I was coerced. They conspired against me. Their actions are despicable, which is why I harbor such hatred for them. You must believe me, brother. I am your dear sister. You know my true nature best. Xiao Jinji kicked Xiao Rui to the ground. I'm also deeply disappointed in myself. Only today did I see your true colors. From this day forth, you are no longer the crown princess of the Chun. You shall be confined within the confines of Wanzhou Temple, never to step outside its gates for the rest of your life. Chapter 065. Luo Shan enters the palace. Luo Shan knelt numbly in the carriage. The supreme ruler seated before her. The cold, fragrant dragon's saliva penetrated her nostrils, accompanied by an unfamiliar scent of blood. Above the intricately designed incense burner, wisps of green smoke lingered, a spectacle she had never witnessed before. The emperor had granted her justice, yet it felt hollow. A demon, intent on causing the demise of many innocents, could remain unscathed in a temple simply because she was the emperor's sister. Would her deceased parents and brother be able to rest in peace? Perhaps not. Are you cursing me in your heart? Upon hearing this, Luo Shan's gaze remained vacant and devoid of spirit as she numbly bowed her head. I dare not, she murmured. Rise, you have already bowed 4 times. The carriage came to a halt before the mountain gate of Wanzhou Temple. I grant you a singular opportunity. 2 cups of wine, one poisoned and the other harmless. Came the clear, cold voice of Xiao Jinji from within the carriage. Luo Shan fixated on the 2 cups of wine presented by the imperial guards as he continued. You may choose one for Xiao Rui to drink. A tremor coursed through Luo Shan's heart, and with utmost gravity, she selected the deeper-hued cup. She was determined to end her life. Only then would her vengeance be fulfilled. Xiao Jinji, his expression impassive, lifted the curtain of the carriage and uttered, "Go ahead." Inside the tower, Xiao Rui, stripped of her adornments and finery, oscillated between fury and madness. In just half a day, she had plummeted from the heights of power into the depths of despair, utterly shattered. Her gaze, catching sight of Luo Shan, was akin to encountering a specter, prompting her to flee in a frenzy. The guards seized her as if she were a mere bundle of firewood, holding her before Luo Shan with a blade pressed against her arm to restrain her movements. Don't touch me. Xiao Rui struggled violently, her eyes flaring with terror at the sight of the poisoned wine. Had she lost her sanity? At least she was not entirely deranged. She still comprehended the concept of death and the essence of fear. That was sufficient. Luo Shan raised her hand and struck her across the face twice. To grant you death would indeed be a mercy. You have exterminated my entire clan, forcing countless innocents to their demise. I wish I could subject you to 1,000 tortures. Stinging pain radiated from her cheek, but Xiao Rui suddenly erupted into raucous laughter, sharp and derisive. She laughed like a general whose city had fallen, knowing full well that death awaited her, yet retaining her integrity. Without the emperor's permission, how could I have erected the Lanhua villa? If I possessed the power to command the heavens, would I have been reduced to this fate by a mere word from him? If I lacked such power, do you think it was not he who silently enabled my rise? The implications in Xiao Rui's words plunged Luo Shan into an abyss of terror, her hand gripping the wine, cup trembling uncontrollably. You still dare to argue? Xiao Rui shot a glance at the guard restraining her and managed to free one hand to snatch the wine cup. Once again, she employed the cunning machinations of the imperial heart. In the eyes of the officials and the masses, he was the long-deceived, benevolent emperor who could not bear to execute his sister, while the truly malevolent one was I. It was you who sought my life. He remained so impeccably pristine. With that, she decisively downed the poisoned wine in one gulp. Suddenly, she lunged into Luo Shan's embrace, biting her earlobe and whispering a phrase only she could hear. Then, her insides ablaze, she began to cough up blood uncontrollably. The crimson liquid stained Luo Shan's garments, and in a matter of moments, Xiao Rui collapsed to the ground. Devoid of life, Luo Shan, in a state of utter bewilderment, took a step back, only to realize that her legs had gone completely numb. Xiao Jinji awaited Luo Shan outside the tower, and upon seeing her drenched in blood, remarked coolly, "Was it the poisoned wine?" Luo Shan met his gaze, suddenly collapsing to her knees, frail as a withered branch. Xiao Jinji reached out to support her, showing no concern as her blood marked his brocade robe. You are a good girl. It is natural to feel fear upon your first act of murder. Luo Shan struggled to suppress the nausea stirred by the scent of the dragon's saliva in her heart. Your Majesty has graciously granted me the opportunity for revenge. I am eternally grateful. Gently, Xiao Jinji patted her back. You have lost your family. The path ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Come with me to the palace. In a state of disbelief, Luo Shan bowed her head, exclaiming that the sovereign's grace was beyond her comprehension, and that she could offer no repayment but to serve the emperor devotedly henceforth. A single tear, resembling a pearl, fell crisply onto the bluestone slab with a soft thud. Following Xiao Rui's punishment, the vile sycophants who had once clung to her were systematically eradicated by the purple attire guards for her meritorious service in eliminating treachery. Xun Xi was promoted to the position of deputy commander of the purple attire guards, while Zheng Yuwan was bestowed the title of Princess Rongda, along with generous rewards. Upon learning that Luo Shan had been brought into the palace by Xiao Jinji, Zheng Yuan's heart was a tumult of emotions. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards were far more treacherous than the inner chambers. Luo Shan, devoid of kin or allies, could rely solely on Xiao Jinji's fleeting sense of novelty and guilt. How long could she remain secure? Moreover, Zheng Yuwan discerned a mutual affection between Luo Shan and Tianzhong. This echoed Xiao Yongyi's adage. In this world, lovers often find it difficult to unite. Unbeknownst to them, the 3-day spring examination had concluded in the Imperial Academy. During the wait for the results, the elderly matriarch Jiang received a letter from her brother, sent from the academy, informing her that Gao Kuang had no intention of becoming a son-in-law to the Zheng family and suggested they seek another suitor. The matriarch sighed, lamenting the abrupt change of heart, as it had been agreed that after the spring examination, they would proceed with the formal proposal. Zheng Yuan reassured her, stating that young Master Gao, with his exceptional talent and lofty ambitions, would never settle for a life confined to the inner quarters. He had likely come to realize that even as a son-in-law, he would remain the one in charge of external affairs while she managed the household. The matriarch expressed her concerns, wishing that her granddaughter would not overexert herself. There was nothing wrong with finding contentment in the inner chambers, where she would be shielded from physical harm. The pursuit of a son-in-law was inherently challenging, and she feared that Zheng Yuan's strong will might ultimately confine her, hindering her chance of finding a worthy partner. Zheng Yuan nestled against her grandmother, promising that it would not be the case, for in the vast capital, there would certainly be many young men who were orphaned and without kin. As long as they did not overly prioritize family background, finding someone suitable would not be difficult. The matriarch sighed, not clinging to family lineage but acknowledging that in marriage, the significance of social standing and family reputation stemmed from the rarity of ill-suited individuals among the good. She would not prevent Zheng Yuwan from pursuing her desires. As March arrived, the true season of growth and vitality began. The grass flourished vibrantly, lush and verdant beneath their feet, rather than merely appearing green from a distance. Tender leaves and emerald blades swayed in the gentle breeze like rippling waves, drawing numerous talented individuals to fly kites in the meadows. The kites were adorned with colorful ribbons bearing all sorts of wishes, some for love, others for success. Sister, what have you written? Zheng Yuqing inquired as she leaned in closer. Well, I have inscribed the words may wealth and prosperity endure, simple yet unadorned. This title of princess feels almost like a gift, and I fear I won't be able to maintain my position. It's wise to pray to the gods. Zheng Yuqing then turned to Lu Wenju, who had written, May the mountains and rivers endure. What a lofty aspiration. Zheng Yuqing thought Lu Wenju would wish for longevity and health, but she was pleasantly surprised by such grand ambitions. Thus, when Zheng Yuwan and Lu Wenju glanced at the colorful ribbon she had inscribed, she discreetly concealed it. They were all merely young girls in their teens, harboring youthful yearnings. Was it not entirely natural? It was only they who seemed peculiar. Little sister, they heard Lu Wenxing's voice echoing from afar, prompting the 3 to turn in unison. Upon noticing that Lu Wenxiang was accompanied by both Xun Xi and Xie Xun, Lu Wenju felt an immediate surge of frustration. Her foolish brother never failed to disappoint. Chapter 066. She wouldn't spare me a glance. Zheng Yuqing approached to converse with Xun Ci, while Lu Wenju pulled Lu Wensheng aside, leaving Zheng Yuwan and Xie Xun in silence. You could have brought Shun Linzhou or Xie Xun separately, but why did you summon both of them at once? Lu Wenju exclaimed. Lu Wensheng, perplexed, wondered aloud, "We three are good friends. It's not as if this is the first time we've been inseparable." Lu Wenju felt an urge to pry open Lu Wensheng's head. "Are you not aware of Xie Xun's interest in Yuan?" She pressed. "Indeed," he replied. "And Shun Linzhou nearly proposed to the Zheng family not long ago. Did you not know?" Lu Wensheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "When did this happen? Don't speak nonsense." Lu Wenju turned his head, and as expected, saw Xun Ci moving closer to Zheng Yuwan. Zheng Yuqing stood excitedly between them, urging the pair to release Zheng Yuan's butterfly kite together. A storm of thoughts clouded Lu Wensheng's mind. This was not his intention. He had specifically invited Xie Xun today to witness his distracted state, hoping to spark a connection with Zheng Yuwan and regain his senses. Instead, it backfired, leaving Xie Xun appearing even more forlorn. He felt a pang of guilt. "Allow me," Lu Wensheng exclaimed as he rushed forward, pushing Xun Ci aside and seizing the kite string from his hands. Zheng Yuwan and Zheng Yuqing stared at him in astonishment. He scratched his head. "Well, I adore butterfly kites. I shall assist the princess in flying it." Zheng Yuqing unceremoniously attempted to snatch it back. "If you like it, go buy your own. Why take my sister's? How shameless." Lu Wensheng refused to relent, his antics causing Lu Wenju to feel embarrassed. She even contemplated returning home immediately. Zheng Yuwan interjected, "It's fine. Let young Master Lu fly it. I can see he genuinely enjoys it. We can go fly yours." Zheng Yuqing reconsidered. "That works. Xun Ci and Zheng Yuwan can fly the kite, inscribed with finding a good match and deep affection together." How delightful. Absently, Lu Wensheng managed the kite string, his attention entirely on Xun Ci and Zheng Yuwan, watching as they drew closer together, glaring at Xie Xun in frustration. "You should be more proactive. Go fight for her." Yet, to his dismay, Xie Xun merely stood in silence for a moment before turning to leave. Infuriated, Lu Wensheng clenched his teeth, thrusting the kite string at Lu Wenju before pursuing Xie Xun. "They're sharing glances while flying kites, and you are sulking here in this pavilion?" Xie Xun glanced at him. "What do you expect me to do? Be happy for them?" Lu Wensheng gasped. "Must I teach you? Why can't you be the one flying kites with Zheng Yuwan? Stop wearing that long face. Leave Xun Linzhou to me, and you go join them." Xie Xun swiftly grasped Lu Wensheng's arm, calmly stating, "There is no point in exerting effort. Even without Xun Linzhou, she would not spare me a glance." Lu Wensheng was perplexed. What enmity exists between you that she would hold such disdain? Xie Xun's lips moved as he weakly replied, "Don't assist me any further. Compared to the anguish of not being able to see or hear Zheng Yuwan, he found himself even less able to endure the piercing coldness and disdain that flickered in her eyes whenever she glanced in his direction. It was an intensity that rendered him perpetually hesitant in her presence. How does one articulate such a sense of panic and helplessness? Perhaps it can be summed up as a feeling that everything he did was wrong. Even his mere existence was a mistake in her eyes. Lu Wensheng stared at Xie Xun for a long moment, incredulously coming to accept the reality that the figure before him, whose face bore the marks of disappointment and timidity, was indeed the same Xie Xun who had once exuded confidence and ambition in every endeavor. His pride was being shattered piece by piece, perhaps without him even realizing it. At some point, Zheng Yuqing had quietly gone to fly kites with Lu Wenju. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and Zheng Yuwan and Xun Ci instinctively reached for the reel handle together. The peculiar sensation of their palms and backs of their hands brushing against one another caused their hearts to race. Zheng Yuwan silently withdrew her hand. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She had yet to find an opportunity to thank Lord Shun for his timely intervention on that day in Peach Village, which had saved them. Xun Ci responded lightly, indicating that there was no need for such formality, and she could simply call him Linzhou. Zheng Yuwan parted her petal-soft lips, yet the words failed to emerge. Lord Shun had saved her numerous times, and yet she had not been able to express her gratitude. However, she reassured him, "Rest assured, I am someone who values gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly lend my support." Xie Xun responded affirmatively. "Very well." Zheng Yuwan, feeling shy, stole a glance at Xie Xun. His profile was as fair and unblemished as a handful of pure snow, adorned with a subtle smile that exuded elegance and grace. She had once struggled to comprehend Xie Xun's willingness to offer his body in exchange for saving grace. But now she found herself beginning to understand. In the depths of despair, it was the earnest and weighty reminders echoing in her ears that guided her wandering soul back home. That sensation was utterly unparalleled. While there was an impulse, after careful contemplation, Zheng Yuwan ultimately resolved to wait for her future husband. Missing out on Xie Xun might be her misfortune, but perhaps his missed opportunity with her was a stroke of luck. She harbored too many concerns, having long lost the fearless enthusiasm of first love, always measuring and calculating too much, which was rather unfair to the passionate Xie Xun. Upon returning to the Ding'an Marquis's residence, they passed through Xiangshui Street when Tianzhong suddenly halted, causing the guards and carriage to stop as well. "What is it?" Zheng Yuwan inquired, lifting the carriage curtain in confusion. Tianzhong's clear, shallow eyes resembled those of a hawk, and his ears twitched slightly. "Someone has cleared the street. There must be a trap ahead." Before Tianzhong could finish his warning, numerous black-clad assassins surged from the shops and narrow alleys on either side of the street. A dark mass of at least 100 individuals encircling the carriage and guards of the Ding'an Marquis's residence. "Your Highness, secure the carriage doors and windows," Tianzhong instructed while tossing a dagger into the carriage. "Be cautious." After the doors and windows were tightly shut, Zheng Yuqing patted Zheng Yuwan's shoulder, reassuring her. "Do not be afraid. I am here with you." Outside, the sounds of clashing blades and anguished cries echoed incessantly, the metallic scent of blood infiltrating the carriage, making Zheng Yuwan feel nauseous. Although she had anticipated that such a day would eventually arrive, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of fear. With a resounding crash, an unknown object struck the car door, followed by a pool of blood seeping through the crevice into the vehicle. At that moment, the glinting tip of a knife inserted itself through the door gap, attempting to pry open the latch. Zheng Yuqing's gaze sharpened, and with a swift kick, she shattered the blade, exhibiting both agility and precision. Simultaneously, a couple of long knives thrust recklessly into the compartment through the opening. Had it not been for Zheng Yuqing's quick reflexes in pulling Zheng Yuwan away, she would have been grievously injured. The interior of the carriage was no longer safe. With that, Zheng Yuqing unlatched the door, grasped Zheng Yuwan's hand, and leapt from the carriage, making a beeline for a nearby shop. He Langyao, catching a glimpse, ceased his struggle with Tianzhong and pursued them into the shop. Tianzhong attempted to follow, but found himself ensnared by the black-clad assassins. The commotion outside had already driven the shopkeeper into hiding. He Langyao surveyed the surroundings and, finding no refuge on the first floor, ascended to the second. Suddenly, he halted before a door to a private room. A faint light filtered through the window, casting the silhouette of a woman. He Langyao kicked the door open and swung his blade. To his astonishment, he struck nothing but a screen draped in women's garments. In a fleeting moment, he was struck violently from behind, pain searing through his skull. Zheng Yuqing, wielding a large vase, shattered it against him, and, seizing Zheng Yuwan, attempted to flee, only to be grasped tightly by He Langyao by the hem of her dress. He Langyao aimed to slice Zheng Yuqing's leg, but she deftly kicked his wrist, causing the knife to fall. The two then engaged in a fierce struggle. Despite Zheng Yuqing's immense strength, her opponent, He Langyao, was a significantly heavier adversary, and she began to falter. As he restrained her limbs and throat, her complexion darkened to a shade of purple. Zheng Yuwan, lifting the large knife dropped by He Langyao, feigned an attack. Realizing this, He Langyao positioned Zheng Yuqing in front of him as a shield. Zheng Yuwan tested various angles, aware that a strike would injure her sister. "Do not rush. Once she is dead, I shall torment you slowly to your end," He Langyao declared, tightening his grip on Zheng Yuqing's neck. Alarmed, Zheng Yuwan lunged at him, clawing and biting at his arm. He Lang Yao, furrowing his brow, released his hold on Zheng Yuqing's wrists and seized Zheng Yuwan by the throat. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Zheng Yuqing received the dagger concealed in Zheng Yuwan's sleeve and plunged it into He Long Yao's abdomen. He crumpled to the ground, and the sisters broke free from his grasp, gasping for air. Zheng Yuwan, her heart aching, glanced at Zheng Yuqing's neck and wrists, now bruised from struggle. She rushed forward to extract the dagger, blood splattering as He Lang Yao writhed in agony on the ground. Zheng Yuwan continued to stab him repeatedly until he ceased to breathe, tears streaming down her face, liberating herself from the nightmare that had haunted her for far too long. Observing her sister's emotional turmoil on the brink of collapse, Zheng Yuqing hurriedly embraced her, murmuring, "It is over, second sister, he is dead." The pure and gentle fragrance of her essence gradually soothed Zheng Yuwan's restless spirit. "It is over," Zheng Yuqing reassured, cautiously opening a window to observe the chaotic scene below. The shop entrance was fiercely defended by the assassins, preventing the guards from entering. Amidst a throng of guards engaged in a fierce battle with assassins, Xie Xun, adorned in a striking denim-hued brocade robe and wielding a 3-foot-long sword, stands out remarkably. He has always exuded an air of composure, seemingly unperturbed by the tumult around him, embodying the refined demeanor of a scholar. It is astonishing to witness such a figure transform into a relentless force amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Each strike from him is lethal, fierce, and merciless. It is no wonder that the elder brother harbors suspicions that he orchestrates these events himself. As the thought escapes her lips, Zheng Yuqing hurriedly shuts her mouth and casts a sidelong glance at Zheng Yuwan, attempting to feign ignorance. When did the elder brother ever suspect him of staging these acts? Zheng Yuqing hesitates, recalling the day the two of them ventured to Peach Village. Xie Xun appeared as if sent from the heavens, prompting the elder brother to suspect that everything was a ruse on his part, aiming to play the hero and win forgiveness. Consequently, he used that letter to deceive him. The moment the elder brother exposed the truth, Xie Xun fled, validating the elder brother's suspicions. However, their grandmother insists that Xie Xun could never be such a person and has strictly forbidden them from mentioning the matter in front of her. "Sister, please do not implicate me as the source of this gossip." Zheng Yuwan, distracted, replies, "Rest assured, I shall not reveal this to grandmother." So, Xie Xun also went to Peach Village that day. How lively was Peach Village after she lost consciousness? How could he still dare to entertain thoughts of forgiveness? Indeed, this individual is obstinate. Even when he misinterprets her intentions, he remains unyielding. "What about you, princess?" The assassins below have been completely eradicated. Covered in blood, Xie Xun approaches the carriage, only to find it empty, his expression turning stern. Tianzhong, bearing 6 or 7 sword wounds across his chest, approaches Xie Xun and respectfully informs him, "My lord, the princess and the 4th young lady are upstairs." Following Tianzhang's gesture, Xie Xun gazes towards the 2nd floor of the shop, catching sight of the two sisters unscathed, and exhales in relief. "Thank goodness they are unharmed. Be cautious, my lord." Just as Xie Xun relaxes, an assassin, still clinging to life and lurking mere feet away, suddenly raises a concealed weapon from his sleeve, intent on taking someone down with him. With a quick flick of his eyes, Tianzhong tackles Xie Xun to the ground. Witnessing this, the guards swiftly deliver fatal blows, fearing there may still be survivors. The impact is jarring for Xie Xun, causing his head to strike the ground and leaving him momentarily dizzy. When he manages to sit up, he discovers his palms smeared with blood, while the crimson from Tianzhong's shoulder wounds has stained his outer robe a deep ochre. Quickly, summon Dr. Gu. Thinking of the order, Xie Xun departs, while Xie Jun and 2 other guards carefully lift Tianzhong into the carriage, concerned for Tianzhang's injuries. Zheng Yuwan attempts to follow Xie Jun, but Xie Xun grips her wrist tightly. "Let go." Mistaking the blood on her clothes for a wound, Xie Xun, filled with concern, asks, "Where you hurt?" As he reaches out to examine her arm, Zheng Yuwan recoils, exclaiming, "Stop pretending. How many more times do you intend to stage this?" Xie Xun, bewildered, replies, "I did not. I merely happened to pass by." A short, harsh laugh escapes Zheng Yuwan's throat, sharp and cutting. Xie Xun feels as if his heart has been pierced by several cruel wounds. I truly fail to comprehend why Tianzhong would endeavor to rescue you. If you were to perish at the hands of an assassin, it would spare me the trouble of intervening. Her words were laced with a venomous chill, leaving Xie Xun in a state of disbelief, rooted to the spot. A frigid essence crept up his spine, and his heart sank into an abyss of despair, shrouded in darkness. Without further ado, Zheng Yuwan resolutely turned and ascended into the carriage, commanding the guards to depart. Xie Xun felt as though he had been abandoned, helpless and at a loss. Zheng Yuwan's words struck him again and again like a relentless assault, an unending ache enveloping him, tearing through him with an unbearable intensity, until he could no longer bear it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Young master," Xie Xun raised his hand to stop the guard who sought to assist him, his voice hoarse as he instructed, "Once the scene is cleared of bodies, report today's events to the capital's yamen to prevent any incriminating evidence falling into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals." Having faced such unjust accusations and curses, it was astonishing that the young master still contemplated aiding that Princess Rongda in mending the aftermath. The guards harbored grievances and resentment, yet ultimately lacked the courage to express them. Chapter 68. He treasures the princess. How is it that this young gentleman consistently sustains such grievous injuries? If this continues, his life may be in jeopardy. Dr. Gu skillfully extracted the hidden weapon embedded within Tianzhang's body, staunching the flow of blood with expertise. He also dressed the wounds on his arms and chest. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuwan inquired, "Old sir, have you treated Tianzhang before?" Dr. Gu raised his eyes to scrutinize Zheng Yuwan's face, remarking, "Not only have I treated him, but I have also saved you." Xie Xun was about to interject, but Xie Xun coldly urged, "Brother, we must take our leave." Xie Xun rolled his eyes in exasperation at Xie Xun, and with a respectful bow to Zheng Yuwan, he declared, "Princess, we shall take our leave now." Xie Xun tugged Xie Xun away, muttering, "Why bother with so many explanations when good intentions are met with ingratitude?" Zheng Yuwan, unfazed, continued her inquiry, "Was it you who rescued me on the mountain behind Peach Village?" Dr. Gu nodded while writing a prescription. "Indeed. How is the injury on your shoulder recovering?" Zheng Yuwan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, divine physician, for your timely intervention. It is nearly healed." Dr. Gu seemed to recall an amusing incident, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zheng Yuwan's brows furrowed in curiosity. "What is it?" Dr. Gu stroked his goat beard, chuckling heartily. "Oh, it's nothing. That day, the young gentleman beside the princess, during my ascent to rescue, thought you were on the brink of death, weeping inconsolably. Suddenly, it struck him as rather amusing." Zheng Yuwan was equally astonished, unable to fathom the sight of Shun Ci in tears. "I could tell he treasures the princess deeply," Dr. Gu continued. The princess, having lost considerable blood, had pale lips. Yet that young gentleman, fearing the princess might depart from this world, was so frightened that his own lips turned ashen. Zheng Yuwan listened silently, her heart stirred by the revelation. Dr. Gu brewed a concoction for Tianzhang at the clinic. As dusk approached, Tianzhang finally regained consciousness. Zheng Yuwan invited him to share the carriage with her and her sisters, but he initially resisted. It was only after a few stern words from Zheng Yuwan that he reluctantly squeezed into the carriage. As the carriage began to move slowly, Tianzhang astutely sensed the meaningful glances exchanged between the two young ladies and thus took the initiative to say, "If the princess and fourth miss have matters to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly." Zheng Yuwan pressed her lips together, insisting, "You must not lie. I ask you, were you not previously Xie Xun's secret guard?" Tianzhang sincerely shook his head, "No." Zheng Yuwan frowned in displeasure. "You're lying. If you were not his secret guard, how could you coincidentally know Luo Shan? And why would you risk your life to protect him today?" Tianzhang pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "Your Highness, you are partly correct. My acquaintance with Miss Luo is not our first meeting. On the day her family was annihilated, I was ordered to save her. However, I'm not Xie Xi's secret guard. The reason I chose to rescue him is because..." Zheng Yuwan crossed her arms and glared at him. "Because why?" Tianzhang steeled himself. "Because Xie Xi is the beloved son of my adoptive father, and thus I hold affection for him." Zheng Yuan's mind erupted like fireworks, leaving her in a flurry of confusion. "You are my maternal uncle's secret guard?" Tianzhong nodded, his heart heavy as ashes. He was not adept at deceit, and it was better to be honest. "That letter was sent to me by my maternal uncle?" Tianzhong confirmed, "Indeed. Luo Shan was also personally placed in Peach Village by him under my adoptive father's orders." Zheng Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If the letter was indeed from her uncle, Xie Xun's guilty retreat upon recognizing the handwriting would make sense. Yet how could he have fortuitously followed her to Peach Village? It was still perplexing. "Why did my uncle position you by my side?" Tianzhong replied truthfully, "My adoptive father predicted that your highness would encounter calamity. Thus he ordered me to pledge my life to protect you, ensuring your safety for the rest of your days." Zheng Yuqing and Zheng Yuwan exchanged glances, harboring doubt. Could the Duke truly foresee events yet to unfold? Tianzhong stated calmly, "I do not understand. I merely follow my adoptive father's instructions." With that, silence engulfed the carriage like a great beast consuming all. Zheng Yuan's heart was in turmoil, unsure whether she felt more shock or overwhelming disdain. Indeed, Tianzhong was an unparalleled guard, his capabilities extraordinary, his martial prowess unmatched, and his loyalty unwavering. Yet, that loyalty primarily belonged to the Duke, and Zheng Yuan merely basked in its glow. She was reluctant to lose Tianzhong, yet she was even less willing to passively and naively accept the lofty arrangements made by others. "You may leave. Return to serve your adoptive father. This princess lacks no guards." Upon hearing this, Tianzhong acquiesced readily, "As you wish." No sooner had the words left his lips than he swiftly drew a dagger, intending to take his own life. Zheng Yuqing rushed to stop him. "What are you doing?" Tianzhong lowered his gaze. "My adoptive father has said that in my later years, I shall have only one master, the princess. If I serve poorly and become despised and cast aside by my master, my only recourse is to die as an apology." Zheng Yuan snatched the dagger from Tianzhong's hand, exclaiming, "Your uncle is absurd. So, if I wish to dismiss you, it equates to seeking your death?" Tianzhong hung his head in silence, unable to respond. Observing his demeanor, Zheng Yuan pouted and unfolded a handkerchief, offering him a snowflake pastry. "Here, have this to fill your stomach. Do not be so quick to seek death. My anger is not directed at you, but at my uncle." Tianzhong cautiously took a piece of the pastry, stating earnestly, "My adoptive father only wishes well for the princess." "Hey you!" Zheng Yuan truly wished to knock some sense into Tianzhong's thick skull. He truly could not perceive that his new master was envious of his former one. "How about trying this instead?" Xiao Yongyi's eyes were filled with anticipation. Zheng Yuan felt as though her stomach was about to burst. Her taste buds assaulted by an array of peculiar flavors, making her quite uncomfortable. Unable to endure any longer, she blurted out, "Aunt, why must you force yourself to cook if you cannot?" A smile froze on Xiao Yongyi's face as she sighed. "I merely thought that preparing it myself would convey sincerity." Zheng Yuan leaned in teasingly. "Whom do you intend to sincerely poison?" Xiao Yongyi playfully swatted Zheng Yuan's behind, her embarrassment growing. Zheng Yuan, with a grimace, couldn't he help but glance at the fish soup Xiao Yongyi had prepared, feeling an ominous aura from the fish's unblinking eyes. "You insisted on making me taste this. I feel as if I might be poisoned," she complained, pulling a face as if to strangle Xiao Yongyi. "All right, let the cook handle it, and I shall take it over, claiming it as my own creation. It will suffice." A glimmer of springtime joy shone in Xiao Yongyi's smile, while Zheng Yuan, curious, inquired, "For whom is it intended?" "Who?" Xiao Yongyi was at a loss. Who else could it possibly be for? Zheng Yuan, skeptical, mused, "Surely it cannot be for uncle, right?" In the entire capital, who was unaware that Xiao Yongyi's marriage to Xie Zimu was merely fade. Bound by the late emperor's decree, they could not divorce, resulting in separate residences and a life of asceticism. Yet, to Zheng Yuan's surprise, Xiao Yongyi nodded resolutely. Who else but him? Suddenly witnessing such a sweet expression on Xiao Yongyi's face left Zheng Yuan feeling unsettled. They had been so stubborn for half a lifetime. She truly didn't know how to show vulnerability. "Yuan, you must assist me." Zheng Yuan scratched her head in perplexity, unsure how to help. It was common for elders to matchmake for their juniors, But for an elder to seek a junior's assistance in matchmaking for another elder was a first for Zheng Yuwan. Chapter 069, It Really Is Her. The spring examinations were of immense national importance, and Uncle had tirelessly exhausted himself to the point of losing weight. Concerned for him, Yuwan specially prepared some nourishing delicacies for him to sample. Zheng Yuwan spoke with a straight face, her heart untroubled by her fibs. Upon exiting Wanshao Temple, Xie Xun appeared noticeably more robust. He glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table, his voice deep. "Yuwan, you have put in great effort." Yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon the dignified and composed Xiao Yongyi, whose cheeks flushed a noticeable pink under the weight of a seemingly indifferent stare, her eyes flickering nervously, betraying her inner turmoil. Zheng Yuan's eyes darted playfully. "It was I who insisted and accompany me." Xie Xun lowered his gaze, acknowledging, "The prince has also put in effort." He then sampled a bite of the fish. Zheng Yuwan, with an innocent smile, asked, "How does it taste, uncle?" She almost revealed that it was prepared by aunt, but a swift kick under the table silenced her. Meeting Xie Xun's concerned gaze, Zheng Yuwan offered a wry smile. "These are all dishes aunt taught me to make." Xie Xun smiled gently, his refined appearance adding an irresistible charm. Xiao Yongyi, nervously clenching her hands, thought to herself, "Though it cannot compare to the culinary skills of your household chef, it is at least a token of Yuan's affection. Please do not dampen her spirits." "How could I?" Xie Xun leisurely took another sip and mused that Yuan's culinary skills were on par with those of Uncle Yang from the prince's residence. As he spoke, he gently tousled Zheng Yuan's hair, adding that if this was her first attempt, she had already grasped the essence of a seasoned imperial chef. Her innate talent was boundless. Zheng Yuwan squinted her eyes in silly delight, momentarily unsure whether Xie Xun was complimenting her or mocking her. Xiao Yongyi, with her strikingly beautiful eyes, seemed to harbor a faint glimmer of doubt. "You last tasted Uncle Yang's dishes 20 years ago. Can you truly remember that flavor?" "Of course. It is a taste one never forgets," he replied earnestly. Xiao Yongyi was not one to miss the subtle undertones of a conversation, and she clumsily probed, "Is it because it did not suit your palate that you remember it so vividly?" Xie Xun fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Xiao Yongyi. Unabashed, "It is because of a lingering affection." Overwhelmed, Xiao Yongyi raised her teacup to take a sip, her eyes darting shyly, revealing an unexpected depth of sentiment. Xie Xun, with no hint of modesty, suggested, "Your Highness is welcome to visit my residence to admire the flowers and plants I cultivate. In time, you shall come to understand this ordinary man." The delightful dishes intended to nourish Xie Xun had found their way into Zheng Yuwan's stomach instead. Despite her efforts to remain composed, being caught in the midst of their intimate exchange was exceedingly awkward. Thus, she made an excuse of an upset stomach and attempted to flee. Xiao Yongyi grasped her arm firmly, her eyes filled with a pleading desperation. "What will I do if you leave?" "Aunt, I truly need to use the restroom," Zheng Yuwan pleaded, anxiously wringing her legs. Xiao Yongyi's brow furrowed in concern. "To return quickly." Zheng Yuwan nodded vigorously, and only then did Xiao Yongyi release her grip. Once they were alone in the pavilion, an unprecedented sense of enchantment stirred within Xiao Yongyi, leaving her feeling giddy as though she had indulged in too much wine. "I am delighted that your Highness wishes to come," she said, shaking her head in denial. "It is Yuwan who insisted on bringing me along." Xie Xun chuckled softly. "I have already thanked Yuwan countless times in my heart. Your words are not necessary." Xiao Yongyi found herself exposed, her flaws laid bare, unable to utter a single sweet word in response. Frustrated, she felt an urge to pry open her own mouth with a stick. Xie Xun, too, wrestled with his impulses, but found himself saying, "Your Highness, there is no need to force yourself. Gratitude is not love." Xiao Yongyi replied earnestly, "It is not coercion, and it is not merely gratitude." In that fleeting moment of their gazes meeting, it was as if a gentle spring rain had descended, washing away the dust of the world, leaving everything renewed and the heavens clear. Xie Xun's condition had shown no signs of improvement. Since Xie Xun returned to the residence, the household physician had been incessantly changing prescriptions. Ling Zhou was particularly vigilant, ensuring that not a single dose of medicine was overlooked. Yet, each day, as she tidied up his study, she would still find bloodstained papers. Ling Zhou was more anxious than Xie Xun himself. At this rate, he might perish in his study one day. Ling Zhou did not wish to lose such a generous yet seldom seen master. One evening, she knocked on the study door for quite some time, but there was no response from Xie Xun. Pushing the door slightly ajar, she found the room empty. Realizing he had once again retreated to the book pavilion, Ling Zhou turned on her heel and made her way there, determined to confront him and administer his medicine, regardless of the reprimand she might receive. The book pavilion of the Duke of Dinghua's residence contained the traces of Xie Xun's journey from infancy to the present day. Even the hasty, childlike scribbles of Xie Xun during his tender years have been meticulously preserved by Xie Zimu, arranged by year upon shelves. With light footsteps, Xie Xun tread carefully, wary of disturbing the slumbering tomes, his hand grasping a jade-green candlestick as he glided past several time-worn cabinets. The flickering light was faint and weak. After turning 11, Xie Xun selfishly included the remnants left by Zheng Yuwan within these pages. Her crooked handwriting, her endless depictions of snowflakes on his discarded drafts, and the drool stains left behind from her secret naps, 12 years of gifts that had been more than sufficient. So abundant that it had once convinced him she would perpetually linger by his side, and so plentiful that even in her absence, countless fragments of memories would sustain him through the latter part of his life. To this day, he realized that only he remained unwilling to let go, still lost in his own obstinacy. If he truly wished to atone for Zheng Yuwan, he ought to heed her advice. The further he distanced himself, the better, extinguishing the desire to make amends. To do nothing, allowing his heart to wither until death. Indeed, there was no easier task in this world. He casually pulled out a yellowed tome and flipped through its pages aimlessly until he halted at one with a tucked-in sheet. Before he could discern the inscription left by Zheng Yuwan 5 years prior, a gust of evening wind swept in through the window, carrying the fragrance of spring blooms. Dislodging the tucked sheet, Xie Xun numbly set the candlestick upon the windowsill, intending to close the window. Outside stood an artificial cave constructed of piled stones, adorned with flowers and vines. The estate being sparsely populated, this place had long since transformed into a secluded path. Yet, Xie Xun found himself momentarily entranced, envisioning someone skipping through, their carefree gait unmistakably reminiscent of Zheng Yuwan. A surge of astonishment, akin to a wave that crashes without receding, left him disheveled and breathless. How could Zheng Yuwan appear at the Duke of Dinghua's residence? It must surely be an illusion. Your Highness, Ling Zhou suddenly emerged from behind, startling Xie Xun. He glanced down to find her holding a dark concoction of herbal medicine, her face impassive as she gulped it down. A plate beside her held sweetened fruits and delicacies. Xie Xun cast a quick glance, noting the absence of snowflake pastries, which was of little consequence. Your Highness, the Grand Princess has come to visit the Duke, and is currently in conversation. Xie Xun felt a flicker of curiosity. They appeared to have reconciled. How delightful. Let them converse, and perhaps a brother or sister might emerge from their discussions, alleviating the weight of his despondent heart. Noticing Xie Xun's lack of response, Ling Zhou quietly added, Princess Rongda has accompanied the Grand Princess. At this, Xie Xun once again pushed open the window, his gaze frantically searching among the jagged stones for a glimpse of Zheng Yuwan. It truly was her. The lifelessness that had enveloped him suddenly ignited with vitality, his flowing robes billowing as he stepped forward with haste. Zheng Yuwan, unwilling to return to the Cangshin courtyard and endure the sweet-nothings exchange between the two, found greater solace in tending to the weeds. The abundance of large stones provided ample concealment, and having squatted for quite some time, she resolved to linger just a while longer before summoning Xiao Yongyi back to the residence. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and breathing from beyond the stones. Like a startled rabbit, Zheng Yuwan sprang to her feet, hoping it wasn't Xie Xun. His study was quite far from here. Chapter 070. Better to let me perish. Zheng Yuwan strained to discern the footsteps, stealthily retreating in the opposite direction. As she turned, Xie Xun stood quietly behind her, gazing at her intently. Breathing lightly, his fair face was flushed with exhaustion. Zheng Yuwan appeared as a delicate summer lotus in full bloom, dressed in a moon-white long robe layered with a ginger-red skirt, her languid single coil bun adorned with an elegant hairpin. In her enchanting eyes, a ripple of surprise danced. A vibrancy that would be impossible to capture even with 1,000 portraits. Xie Xun had thought he would never see her again in this lifetime. Yet fortune smiled upon him. Zheng Yuwan paused for a moment before turning towards the Zhangxin courtyard. Xie Xun quickly caught up, positioning himself in front of her. His gaze fixed downward. Is it possible that you can sense how desperately I miss you, leading you to pity me? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuwan frowned and shot him a glare. I came with my aunt, who knew they would start discussing love the moment they arrived. Being stuck in between them is what truly drives me mad. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. My uncle is practically writing I love you on his forehead, and I can't fathom what my aunt is so shy about. Xie Xun found her anger to be as captivating as her beauty, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Zheng Yuwan felt a shiver run down her spine, wondering if he had lost his mind. She attempted to sidestep him. Yuwan. Xie Xun grabbed her wrist, nervously swallowing hard. Can you allow me to say a few words? Let go first. He complied, his eyes brimming with caution. With her hands behind her back, Zheng Yuwan replied, What you wish to say, I believe I already know. That letter was not delivered by you, was it? Xie Xun nodded vigorously. That day, on Xiangshui Street. I merely followed your carriage. The assassin was not orchestrated by me. I swear by the heavens. And what if I choose not to believe you? What if, in my heart, you are truly a despicable person? Her voice was calm, reminiscent of an autumn lake, yet it drenched Xie Xun in despair like a torrential downpour. Seeing him frozen in panic, Zheng Yuwan spread her hands. So, what is there left to cling to? From now on, should any disturbance arise, I will unhesitatingly suspect you. I truly do not understand what is worth salvaging in this relationship. Xie Xun felt a deep sorrow within him, yet words eluded him, and he remained silent. Like a withered tree, after a moment of silence, he spoke hoarsely. I have long ceased to hope for your forgiveness. I only wish for you to no longer regard me as an enemy. For the remainder of my life, I would be at your service, should you simply ask. Zheng Yuwan pondered seriously. She neither lacked shelter nor depended on others. With her loving grandmother and harmonious siblings, she realized that in times of trouble, her family would suffice. And there was no need for Xie Xun's servitude. After scrutinizing him, she shook her head and prepared to leave. No, do not entertain such thoughts. Please address me as Princess Xie Xun. Just as she took 2 steps away, the golden hairpin adorning her bun was suddenly yanked from her grasp. What are you doing? Before she could finish her question, Xie Xun approached with a serious demeanor, pressing the hairpin into her hand, its sharp end directed at his heart, forcing her back against the boulder, with no escape. Zheng Yuwan felt a wave of fear wash over her. This man was unpredictably erratic. To let me do nothing but watch you marry and have children with someone else, sharing deep bonds, is far worse than allowing me to die in peace. His eyes were a vivid crimson, swirling with an indescribable despair and sorrow, as though they sought to collide with the tip of the hairpin. Zheng Yuwan was compelled to grip the pin, her hand firmly held by Xie Xun, leaving her no choice but to push desperately against the shoulder with her free hand. What madness is this? If you desire death, do so from a distance. I refuse to accompany you to the grave. Was it not bone-deep hatred that you felt for me? Would killing me grant you absolution? Xie Xun's profound, inky eyes were filled with shattered pleas, entangled in an unrelenting obsession and madness. Delicate tears clung to the tips of his lashes. One of them, unable to bear its weight, slid down along the vibrant red mole beneath his eye, barely landing on the back of Zheng Yuwan's hand. The intense heat and coolness collided, momentarily causing her heart to leap in alarm. I wish for your demise, yet I do not wish to soil my hands. Zheng Yuwan pushed against his shoulder with all her might, her back pressed painfully against a hard surface. If you truly wish to die, why not do so by crashing, hanging, or consuming poison? Why must you create such a scene before me? Xie Xun remained indifferent, controlling Zheng Yuwan's hand, forcing the hairpin deeper into his chest. No. As she helplessly watched blood seep through Xie Xun's garments, Zheng Yuwan was overwhelmed with panic and tears. She had scarcely settled into her role as a princess, had not yet savored the adoration of the masses, and did not wish to be imprisoned so soon. The pain pierced deeply, causing Xie Xun to weaken, his legs giving way beneath him. He knelt before Zheng Yuwan, feebly grasping her skirts, declaring that he would write a letter of self-termination before his demise, ensuring she would not be implicated. Zheng Yuwan stared in disbelief at the blood flowing into her palm, her mind in a daze, breaking apart, unable to comprehend Xie Xun's murmurs. "Before I die, will you tell me that you have forgiven me?" His voice was faint, barely audible to Zheng Yuwan. She instinctively withdrew, distancing herself, insisting it was not her affair, that he was seeking his own death. Xie Xun struggled to support himself against the ground, his blurred vision capturing the sight of Zheng Yuwan running farther away without hesitation. He smiled bitterly, his fingertips stained with his own blood, slowly inscribing his farewell note upon the stone before him. As Zheng Yuwan ran, her heart grew heavier, and she abruptly locked eyes with Ling Zhou, who was staring in horror at the bloodstains on her attire. "Your family's heir has taken his own life. Summon the physician." At this, Ling Zhou, forcing her trembling legs, turned and fled. Zheng Yuwan cursed herself inwardly as she raced back to the cave. A substantial pool of blood had already formed beneath Xie Xun, and indeed, there lay his farewell note inscribed upon the stone. Upon opening it, she discovered the golden hairpin from his chest was missing, its whereabouts unknown after he had withdrawn it. Zheng Yuan's blood ran cold as she hastily removed her outer garment, pressing it against his wound. Yet the blood could not be staunched, gushing forth relentlessly, quickly soaking her pale robe, the embroidered pink begonia at her collar transforming into a flower reminiscent of the hellish Manjusaka. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she cried out in anguish, berating him. "What insanity! You truly ought to die. Is it truly necessary? What had she done? Was it merely a misunderstanding that warranted such self-destruction?" Accompanying the physician were Xie Zimu and Xiao Yongyi. Xie Zimu immediately knelt to assist the physician in staunching Xie Xun's bleeding and treating his wounds. When Xiao Yongyi embraced Zheng Yuwan, he realized just how violently she trembled. Do not fear. Everything will be all right." Xiao Yongyi cast a lingering glance at the blood-stained characters left on the stone, tightening her embrace around Zheng Yuwan, gently patting her back. It's all right. You are not to blame. It is he who acted foolishly." Zheng Yuwan buried her face in Xiao Yongyi's bosom, her sobs escaping uncontrollably. Chapter 071. You are keeping something from me. The heir had lost too much blood. It is possible. Xiao Yongyi leaned against the edge of the bed, grasping her son's icy hand, crying out, "Possible? What do you mean by possible?" The court physician, frightened, hastily knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, please calm your anger. The heir has lost too much blood. He may not awaken. You are utterly incompetent." Xiao Yongyi trembled violently, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, causing her excruciating pain, nearly suffocating her. "The imperial physician is on the way. Sun still has breath and a pulse. He will be fine." Xie Zimu dismissed the court physician and gently patted Xiao Yongyi's shoulder. A cascade of tears streamed down her flushed cheeks, and she could no longer hold back, collapsing into Xie Zimu's embrace, weeping bitterly. Xie Zimu, with an unusually calm and indifferent demeanor, stroked her back, his dark, cold eyes resembling a tranquil abyss, concealing any trace of sorrow. "I have something to discuss with you." At these words, Xiao Yongyi suddenly choked. "What is it?" Xie Zimu fixed his gaze upon her glistening eyes, his large hand enveloping hers, guiding her outside. As they passed Zheng Yuwan, he softly said, "Yuwan, please watch over Sun for a moment." Zheng Yuwan nodded obediently. "What do you want to say?" Xiao Yongyi was perplexed about where Xie Zimu intended to take her. Concerned for Xie Xun, she grew impatient with his cryptic demeanor, abruptly shaking off his hand. "There is no one here now. What do you truly wish to say?" Xie Zimu raised his hand to wipe away the tears clinging to the corners of Xiao Yongyi's eyes, speaking with difficulty, while Sun is unconscious. "I implore you to take him back to the Princess Dowager's residence." Xiao Yongyi was taken aback. "What do you mean by this?" Xie Zimu continued. "If he does not awaken, we should not meet again for the time being." Xiao Yongyi trembled with anger. "You despicable man, just a short while ago, you were so affectionate towards me, and now you turn your back? Are you hiding something from me?" Under the eaves of the corridor, several palace lamps cast a faint orange glow, flickering in and out. The light illuminated Xie Zimu's face intermittently. He had not previously considered how to handle his relationship with Xie Xun, always reluctant to part. Now, faced with this opportune moment, he could only proceed in this manner. Suppressing his bitterness, he coldly stated, "Your Highness, Sun is not my flesh and blood after all." These words struck Xiao Yongyi like a dagger to the heart. She struck him fiercely across the face and turned on her heel, her steps brisk. "I will come to take him away tomorrow morning." With half of his face burning in pain, Xie merely smiled with a lowered gaze, feeling both bitter and yet strangely content. Ling Zhou brought forth the prepared medicine, glancing at Zheng Yuwan for assistance. "Give it to me." Ling Zhou expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, princess." While speaking, he propped Xie Xun up against his shoulder, carefully adjusting his head, prying open his tightly shut mouth to allow Zheng Yuwan to administer the medicine. Despite their efforts, 3 spoonfuls in, Xie Xun's garments were still dampened. Ling Zhou quickly fetched a handkerchief, parting Xie Xun's clothing to wipe him down. Zheng Yuwan held the medicine bowl, her gaze wandering aimlessly, when she suddenly caught sight of 2 rows of bite marks on Xie Xun's left shoulder, with pus faintly visible. After Ling Zhou finished wiping, she noticed Zheng Yuwan's unblinking stare and softly remarked, "The air refuses to apply the medicine," carelessly allowing it to come into contact with water. Whenever there is a hint of healing, he intentionally picks at the scab, causing it to bleed and ooze continuously. I have advised him, but he has never listened, insisting he wants to keep this wound for a lifetime. The memories of that day in Peach Village flitted through her mind like an elusive eel, vanishing in an instant. She vaguely remembered something, but was constantly plagued by doubts, fearing those memories were mere figments of her imagination. Just as she was lost in thought, Xie Xun quietly approached, taking the place of Ling Zhou, intending to take the medicine bowl from Zheng Yuwan's hands. Zheng Yuwan instinctively exerted strength, suddenly coming to her senses. "Where is uncle and aunt?" Xie Xun nonchalantly replied, "She must be waiting for you in the carriage. You should leave with her. It is too late, and it is unsafe for you to return alone." "Oh." Zheng Yuwan respectfully placed the medicine bowl into Xie Xun's palm and, after a moment's contemplation, said with guilt, "Uncle, I apologize. Today's matters are not your fault. This child is too headstrong. Once he sets his mind on someone or something, he will stubbornly adhere to it without change. After this trial, he will likely give up." It was only at this moment that Zheng Yuwan discerned a hint of sorrow and reluctance in Xie Xun's gaze. "Uncle, cousin will be fine," she said, patting Xie Xun's shoulder, rising to leave. "Yuwan." Suddenly, she was called by Xie Xun. It seemed he had struggled for a long time before hoarsely speaking. "I beg you for a favor, can you?" Zheng Yuwan clearly saw the humility and pleading in Xie Xun's eyes, nearly spilling over with emotion. He was a highly respected duke of the state. What could possibly compel him to beseech a mere novice like her in such a manner? When returning Zheng Yuwan home, Xiao Yongyi's tears had not ceased, leaving Zheng Yuwan feeling uneasy. Despite Xiao Yongyi insisting multiple times that she bore no blame, Zheng Yuwan remained at a loss. "People like me do not deserve happiness." The weight of those words struck Zheng Yuwan like a heavy blow, causing her heart to plummet. "It is not Aunt's fault." Xiao Yongyi shook her head resolutely. "It is my fault. I have committed too many sins, and this retribution has fallen upon my poor Sun. If only time could reverse. How wonderful it would be to return to the time when I married your uncle. If that day comes, if I can prevent myself from being consumed and twisted by hatred, if I can stop myself from becoming a capricious and tyrannical madwoman, then my Sun would not be in such a state, and neither would you." Zheng Yuwan tenderly wiped away the tears on Xiao Yongyi's face, remaining silent. The next day, several luxurious carriages from the Princess of Huayang's residence appeared early in front of the Duke of the State's manor. The onlookers were captivated, watching as the guards systematically carried large chests onto the carriages. Eventually, even the Duke's son was carried out. "What happened? What's going on? You must be unaware. My second aunt's niece is a maid here, and she heard the Duke and his son arguing fiercely. Can you believe it? The heir of the Duke of Dinghua is not even his biological offspring. Upon discovering the truth of his lineage, the heir, fearful of losing his position, harbored intentions of regicide, only to be slain by the Duke in a turn of fate. Such a scandal is truly astounding. as rumors spread like wildfire. Reaching the ears of Zheng Yuwan, the half-truths left her in a daze for quite some time. It seemed as though the Duke deliberately leaked this information to obscure the true circumstances surrounding Xie Xun's demise. Yet, could it possibly be that Xie Xun's scandalous origins were laid bare for all in the capital to behold? Knowing Xie Xun's temperament, if he remained unaware, it might have been for the best. However, upon learning of this matter, it could very well lead to his untimely death from rage. Chapter 072. She Who Should Have Died. In the imperial palace, within the Qianda Hall, Xiao Jinji sat regally upon the dragon throne, his handsome and indifferent visage illuminated by the resplendent gold of the hall, exuding an air of noble elegance. His piercing phoenix eyes glanced coldly at Xie Zimu, who knelt in the center of the hall. Why, out of the blue, did my uncle seek to strip his nephew of his title? His deep voice reverberated with authority. Xie Zimu, with his gaze lowered, replied in a voice as soft as falling snow, "Your Majesty, his intent to commit patricide is indeed a grave act of filial impiety. By both reason and sentiment, he should be deprived of his title." Xiao Jinji smirked coldly. "Such reasoning from my uncle is rather far-fetched. The Xie family, I know, would never entertain thoughts of patricide. Is it possible that my uncle doubts my judgment?" In response, Xie Zimu bowed his head and said, "I would not dare to presume, Your Majesty. To be honest, the only thing I cannot bear to part with in this life is the Prince of Huayan. My feelings for Xie Xun are merely a reflection of my affection for the one I have raised. Should he remember the kindness I have shown him, the title would naturally belong to him. However, upon learning of his true heritage, not only does he forget his gratitude, but he also repays it with malice. At this point, my patience has worn thin. I beseech Your Majesty to fulfill my wishes." As his words hung in the air, the hall remained as frigid as a frost-laden night, with Xiao Jinji remaining silent for an extended period. Had it been anyone else under such suffocating silence, they would have been drenched in sweat and trembling with fear. Yet Xie Zimu remained unperturbed, maintaining an air of calm detachment while awaiting Xiao Jinji's response, even hinting at an underlying threat. What if I refuse? At this moment, Xiao Jinji was most intent on keeping everything firmly within his grasp. He sought to bind both Xie Xun and Xie Zimu together within his intricate game. In this perfectly orchestrated scheme, he would not allow anyone to rescue the air beneath his very gaze. Surprisingly, Xie Zimu acquiesced readily, "As Your Majesty commands. I shall allow the rebellious heir to retain his title, for after all, my own days are numbered." Xiao Jinji's heart jolted unexpectedly. Understanding the ebb and flow of power is a skill increasingly challenging to master as one ascends the ranks. Yet Xie Zimu demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for it, having served as chancellor twice, a feat not achieved by mere chance. It is indeed a pity. Even to utter such words in a curse suggests that my uncle is profoundly disappointed in Xie Ji. Thus, I shall refrain from compelling my uncle and Xie Ji to perform a charade of paternal affection. By taking a step back, Xie Zimu positioned Xiao Jinji's agreement as a favor rather than a sign of weakness. Moreover, at this critical juncture, Xiao Jinji was reluctant to engage in discord with Xie Zimu over a trivial title. Xie Zimu bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. Additionally, I seek another decree, a letter of divorce, permitting me to part ways with the Prince of Huayan." Xiao Jin feigned extreme anger, concealing the laughter that danced within her heart, questioning, "Do you not harbor any doubts about me? If not, why are you so eager to dissociate them from yourself?" Xie Mu maintained an expression as tranquil as a still pond, calmly responding, "I harbor no doubts regarding Your Majesty. I merely fear the unforeseen calamities that may arise. When the ministers are roused with indignation, how could I allow Your Majesty to suffer for my failings and jeopardize the nation's laws? To die for my sovereign would bring me no regret. My only concern is for the potential entanglement of His Highness Huayan, hence my desire for a foolproof imperial edict." His words were a mix of truth and falsehood, but Xiao Jin understood his intent. With gentle assurance, she replied, "Rest assured, uncle, I will never allow you to bear false charges, nor will I involve my mother or Zhili in this matter. Had it not been for my mother's protection in my youth, this land would have long since changed hands. Am I the sort who lacks gratitude? Let us set aside other matters. For these many years, how have I treated Ji Li and the Xie family? And how have I regarded my maternal family? The Liu family? The only ones with whom I share my sincere heart are my mother and Ji Li. If you still cannot place your complete trust in me, then we may as well put our plans on hold. Xie Xun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, moved by the sincerity of the emperor's heart, and he thought to himself, if I do not comprehend this, how could I dare to promise my participation? Yet, he wondered whether the emperor understood his earnest feelings or if he harbored suspicions against him. Xiao Jin pressed her fingers against her throbbing temples, feeling utterly at a loss for words. What more can I say after your words, uncle? Both imperial edicts shall be delivered to your residence. Xie Zhimu bowed deeply once more, expressing his gratitude for the emperor's benevolence, and then took his leave. As he exited the palace, he nearly collided with Luo Shan, who awaited him outside. She had recently been bestowed the title of Limarin, adorned in luxurious satin garments, her makeup and hair styled regally, her cheeks flushed with color, and pearls dotting her visage, almost unrecognizable from the girl who once resided in Taocuan. Xie Zhimu hastily greeted her and strode away. Luo Shan stood momentarily in a daze until she was roused by the call of eunuch Luo, regaining her composure. The warning in Xie Zhimu's gaze had been unmistakable, cautioning her against speaking to him, urging her to never acknowledge him. After firmly etching this in her mind, she quickly gathered her scattered thoughts and donned a flawless, sweet smile. I have come to deliver longevity porridge to His Majesty. I kindly ask you to inform him. Eunuch Luo responded with a smile. His Majesty has instructed that any Limarin need not be announced. On the day the exam results were announced, the area outside the examination hall was a sea of humanity. Some would finally see their names on the list after 10 years of relentless study, while others, with hair now gray, would find themselves overlooked, such as the myriad of human experiences. Yet, no one could have anticipated that this year's top scholar would be a well-known fool. The aspiring students gazed at the names of the privileged elite, their hearts sinking as if plunged into an icy abyss. That day, an unprecedented student demonstration erupted in the capital, with crowds so vast that they nearly trampled the home of the chief examiner, Duke Dinghua. It took the mobilization of over 1,000 imperial guards to quell the enraged students. On the same day, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Xie Xun, reported that his elder brother, Duke Dinghua, had accepted bribes. After Xie Zhimu was apprehended in the court of the three departments, he candidly confessed to bribery and manipulation of the imperial examination, with witnesses and evidence abundantly clear, leaving the bribers with no defense, all begrudgingly accepting their fates. When Xiao Yongyi learned that the individuals arrested for bribery were the uncle and nephew of the Empress Dowager, and that their entire clan had been ordered by the emperor never to participate in the imperial examinations again, she surmised the reasons behind Xie Zhimu's seemingly compelled actions. The calamity was of her own making. It was not Xie Zhimu who should bear the burden of repayment. She yearned to leave the residence, but Xie Huan and Xie Yuwan resolutely knelt before her, enduring any blows or kicks without relinquishing their hold. Your Highness, the matter concerning the Duke has already been settled. Even if you go now, it would be futile. You would only be sacrificing yourself. If the young master awakens, how will he manage? Tears streamed down Xiao Yongyi's face, torn between her imprisoned husband and her comatose child, unable to make a choice. The pain in her head was overwhelming. Xie Huan hurriedly helped her sit down to rest, saying, Your Highness, the Duke has instructed me to convey that if you do not wish for the young master to awaken to a world without father or mother, you must not interfere. If anything happens to you, the young master will lose all hope of survival, even if he wakes. As she spoke, her voice broke with sobs. Xiao Yongyi wiped the tears from the faces of her two brothers, despairingly conceding. Her legs trembled, and she was oblivious to how she returned to Xie Xun's bedside. Gazing at her son, who showed no signs of awakening, she suddenly collapsed into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Her cries were heart-wrenching and deafening. Had she known that Xie Zhimu would resort to such foolishness for her sake, she would have thrown herself before him 5 days prior at the Duke's residence. If only one of them could survive, it should have been her. It should have been her. Scalding tears gradually soaked Xie Xun's clothing, and her overwhelming remorse and love seeped through his thin chest, stirring him from within. Chapter 073. The Death of Xie Yuwan. The night was as dark as ink, heavy clouds enveloping the entire capital, obscuring any glimpse of moonlight or starlight. Lightning flashed across the sky like silver serpents, followed by the rolling of thunder, resembling the roar of tigers and the chant of dragons. The rain fell in torrents, pattering against the green tiles and blue bricks. The lamps beneath the eaves were extinguished by the deluge, flickering weakly as they struggled to survive. Yet, the relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, cascading from the heavens. In the courtyard, the delicate apricot blossoms were stripped bare, thousands of petals crushed into the mud, rendered filthy and devoid of their former splendor. What are we still doing here? The Han family has been caught bribing the Duke, and the evidence is irrefutable. Now, the entire Han household has been imprisoned by the Imperial Guards. I foresee that they will face severe penalties. At the very least, confiscation of their assets and exile. At worst, execution of the entire family. They cannot even ensure their own safety. How can they be concerned for those trapped within this dilapidated residence? As the weight of oppression lifted, someone finally voiced their thoughts aloud, prompting the guards to abandon the house in droves. Meanwhile, Xie Yuwan, confined in the main room, cautiously peered through a crack in the door, and upon seeing the coast was clear, she stealthily pushed open the door to make her escape. Just as she raised her oil paper umbrella, a shadow emerged from behind the creaking courtyard gate, propelled by the wind. A flash of white illuminated the figure's menacing mask, revealing a pair of pale, foreign eyes lurking behind it, suddenly locking onto her with a fierce and bloodthirsty gaze, sending chills down her spine. Xie Yuwan was enveloped in a shroud of fine hairs, goosebumps rising in waves, rivaling the ferocity of the torrential rain before her. After a fleeting moment of terror and disorientation, she swiftly retreated into the main hall. Zheng, brandishing a sword gleaming with a cold light, advanced step by step. His black boots inadvertently triggered a concealed mechanism, unleashing a torrential barrage of poisoned arrows and hidden darts upon him. A great net followed closely behind, ensnaring him. Zheng moved with the swiftness of the wind, evading the deadly projectiles with remarkable agility as the sword's energy cleaved through the encroaching net, allowing him to ascend walls and escape. Unfortunately, the Fu family soldiers lay in wait upon the rooftop, ready to ensnare him. The battle raged from rooftop to narrow alley, and back again, with Zheng holding his ground against 10 adversaries, showing no sign of faltering. It was no wonder he was deemed worthy of such a solo mission. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Fu Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, just as he was about to pursue, when Fu Yinxue pressed down on his shoulder. In her hand was a red-tasseled spear, which she hurled with precision, striking Zheng's calf. Unable to withstand the injury, Zheng tumbled from the rooftop, landing unbeknownst in a stable belonging to another. When Fu Yinxue and the others arrived, only the bloodied spear remained, with no trace of the black-clad assassin to be found. The rain continued relentlessly until the following day. At Taining Palace, the sudden downpour lashed against the green tiles and red eaves, resembling a melodic symphony that roused the slumbering Empress Dowager Zheng. "How long has it been?" she inquired softly. A female attendant replied, "Your Majesty, it is already the 3rd quarter of the Qin hour." Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Zheng rubbed her weary eyes, a testament to yet another sleepless night. Not even the most calming incense could alleviate her distress, as the dark circles beneath her eyes bore witness to her turmoil. For 3 years, her brothers had been granted titles, yet her nephews, who held sway over the Imperial Guards, faced emotion and loss of power. The prior scheme to frame Xinxi was intended to remove her from the Emperor's watchful eye, allowing her 4th brother, Zhang Tian, to act without her oversight. However, what was meant to be a cunning maneuver resulted in her brother's disgrace and loss of title. After Xiao Rui's death, all the enterprises behind Lanyu Mountain Villa were dismantled by Xinxi, causing the Empress Dowager to lose her treasury as well. Having suffered consecutive losses of territory, she was desperate to reclaim her fortunes through the upcoming imperial examination. When Xiao Yongyi refused to cooperate, she turned her brother-in-law, Han Ling, to manipulate Xie Zimu. If one approach failed, she would pursue a third visit to his residence. Eventually, Xie Zimu relented. After Xiao Yongyi's former maid, Mi Yuwan, departed from the Grand Princess's residence. She was located and controlled by the Han family. As a witness to Xiao Yongyi's poisoning of Jiayang, she could easily threaten to expose Xiao Yongyi's sins by leveraging the life of her daughter, Mi Yuwan, even if the emperor chose not to punish her. The Fu family would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Xiao Yongyi, in her concern that Xie Xun might feign compliance and to ensure his allegiance with the Han family. The Empress Dowager deliberately allowed the Han family to conduct the bribery in a conspicuous manner, enlisting her own people to witness the entire affair. Only then did she hand Mi went over to Xie Zimu for his disposal. Little did she anticipate that Xie Zimu had no intention of abandoning ship. When he capsized the vessel, he knew full well that he too would face dire consequences. The Empress Dowager's overconfidence in threatening Xie Zimu ultimately backfired, as she found herself ensnared by her own machinations. Long before the submission of Mi Yuwan, Empress Zhang had anticipated that Xie Zimu might have a change of heart. Thus, she left behind Mi Yuan's daughter, Mi Yuwan, and warned Xie Zimu that if he truly wished for Xiao Yongyi to remain untroubled, he would have to engage in deceit, regardless of his desires. She had believed this would ensure her plans were foolproof, yet she fell prey to Xie Zimu's treachery, suffering a complete and utter defeat. Ultimately, she found herself devoid of allies and influence, while her beloved son would undoubtedly rejoice at her misfortune. However, she had grown weary long ago, and this presented a perfect opportunity for her to rest. Others would soon take her place, stirring chaos around Xiao Jin, leaving him in a state of unrest. As the court ladies approached the empress, she personally assisted Fu Yinxue to her feet and cast a glance at the timid Mi Yuan cowering behind her. "Did you capture them?" Fu Yinxue shook her head in response, indicating that the assassin's skills surpassed those of the court ladies. Upon hearing this, a shadow of concern crossed Empress Zhang's brow. "So, you still refuse to believe my words?" The fact that Mi Yuan was favored by Xiao Yongyi for many years and returned home unscathed suggests her unwavering loyalty. The events of the past are buried deep within her, and she has never uttered a word to anyone, not even to her own daughter. To the outside world, Xie Zimu appeared benevolent, humble, and pious, yet in reality, he was ruthlessly cunning. He would never allow Mi Yuan to live. Mi Yuan had been intended as leverage to ensure Mi Yuan's compliance, and uncovering the assassin sent by Xie Zimu was an unexpected boon. Empress Zhang found herself at a loss for what more to blame her for. Yet, the failure to capture the assassin meant she could not substantiate the claim that Xiao Yongyi had poisoned Jiayang, leaving her words unproven. She was compelled to worry, fearing the loss of Fu Yinxue as a crucial pawn. Fu Yinxue was reluctant to accept the empress's assertions without evidence. Yet reason dictated that Huayang would not repeatedly seek her demise without justification. Contemplating this, she slowly inquired, "Why would she wish to kill my mother?" Empress Zhang sighed deeply. Those long-buried matters were once forbidden to mention by the late emperor, so it is no wonder you are unaware. In truth, before marrying the Duke of Dinghua, Huayang was your father's wife. This revelation struck Fu Yinxue like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily speechless. Recent rumors regarding Xie Xun's lineage had circulated fervently in the capital. Could it truly not be mere fabrication? Your father married Huayang against his will, and when he later sought to divorce her, she adamantly refused. Had it not been for the late emperor's decree, your parents would never have been united. Given Huayang's domineering nature, Fu Yinxue's eyes brimmed with tears. "So, she killed my mother?" The empress nodded. "She originally intended to kill your father. However, due to my protection, I exiled him to the northwest, and her hatred then turned towards your mother, a consequence of my intervention. When Jiayang passed away, Fu Yinxue was still quite young. In her memory, everyone claimed her mother had died of illness. But as Empress Zhang spoke, she suddenly recalled several inconsistencies. Her mother had been in good health until mere months before her death, never having taken medicine nor languished in sickness. How could she have suddenly succumbed to illness? In hindsight, Fu Yinxue realized she had foolishly mistaken Huayang's control over her mother for care. Was there anyone more laughable in the world than she? venerating her mother's killer as a beloved aunt, without a trace of suspicion for over a decade. I have said all I can. If you still do not believe, you may write to your father for confirmation. Chapter 074. Severing the father-son relationship upon awakening. Xie Xun remained in a daze for an extended period. His clear yet powerless gaze rendered him somewhat foolish. Mother, please do not weep. Your tears are causing me a headache. Have I not awakened? He pondered, vaguely questioning how he had ended up in his mother's residence. He initially speculated that perhaps the Grand Princess had summoned the imperial physician for a more economical solution. However, he soon noticed that Xiao Yongyi and Xie Xun were averted, avoiding his gaze, and they hesitated to provide a reasonable explanation. Has something occurred? Xie Xun inquired, frowning. Xiao Yongyi, with reddened eyes, choked on her words. No, do not think too much. Xie Xun discerned her deceit, and his voice turned stern. What has happened? When Xiao Yongyi refused to speak, his icy gaze fell upon Xie Xun, compelling him to reveal the truth. One single word from him caused Xie Xun to kneel. Your Highness, the Duke. Xiao Yongyi interjected sharply. Leave. It was merely a quarrel between me and him. Xie Xun remained skeptical, pressing Xiao Yongyi to continue. Xie Xun, witnessing his brother caught between the Grand Princess and the young master, mustered the courage to assist Xie Xun. The Duke has been arrested for bribery and corruption. The trial by the 3 departments has concluded, and we await the Emperor's verdict. Upon hearing this, Xie Xun coughed abruptly, clutching his chest in pain, his brow furrowed. No wonder his mother was in such despair. Xun. Xiao Yongyi feared for his well-being, her concern evident, though his heart traversed a labyrinth of thoughts. Xie Xun ultimately comprehended that his father could not possibly be such a person. If he had committed such an act, there must be hidden circumstances. Was it Han Ling involved in the bribery? Xie Xun confirmed. The Han family was the last towering tree planted by the Empress Dowager. Its fall would render the court's power no longer a source of fear for the emperor, assuming there were no unforeseen circumstances. His father's actions suggested he had willingly entered the fray. The emperor, being wise, would surely not pursue his father's crimes too rigorously. Mother, do not worry excessively. Tears brimmed in Xiao Yongyi's eyes, wavering precariously. He has indeed committed bribery and corruption. Do you realize the uproar it has incited among the populace? If Jinji were to show him leniency, how could he justify it to the common people? Xie Xun inquired further. How long has it been since the trial by the 3 departments? 2 days, replied Xie Xun. Xie Xun remarked, it has been 2 days without a verdict. The emperor must be devising a way to protect my father. Mother, trust me, do not be overly anxious. Xiao Yongyi wiped her tears. Do you have such unwavering faith in Jinji? Xie Xun responded with certainty. The emperor and I share an unshakable bond of trust. Let us not dwell on this for now. Mother, I'm hungry. After 2 days of worry, Xiao Yongyi's heart was somewhat soothed by Xie Xun's reassurances. I shall summon Uncle Yang to prepare you a nourishing soup. Once the meal was ready, Xie Xun personally served a bowl of soup to Xiao Yongyi, watching her consume it before she succumbed to slumber. Your Highness, what are you doing? Gently, Xie Xun carried Xiao Yongyi back to bed, tucking her in carefully as he caressed the dark circles beneath her eyes. Mother has taken care of me these past few days without much rest. Let her have a proper sleep. As he spoke, his tender gaze hardened to a chilling resolve. Prepare the horses. I must enter the palace to meet the emperor. Xie Xun and Xie Xun exchanged glances. Your Highness, did you not say, if I do not speak this way, Mother will be consumed by anxiety? The truth of the matter could only be ascertained by Xie Xun through a personal audience with Xiao Jinji. Their time together had been prolonged, long enough for Xiao Jinji to discern his thoughts and detect any lies with just a slight inquiry. Outside the Qin Hall, Xie Xun had knelt from the radiant dawn until the present dusk, yet Xiao Jinji remained resolutely unwilling to see him. The hall door creaked open, and Xie Xun gazed eagerly at the approaching eunuch Luo. Sir Xie, please rise, even if His Majesty bears you no ill will. Your recently healed body cannot withstand such punishment. Eunuch Luo, exerting considerable effort, managed to assist Xie Xun to his feet, nearly losing his balance in the process. Observing Xie Xun's tall and slender frame, One would not expect the strength concealed beneath his robes. I must see his majesty. I kindly request you to convey my message, Xie Xun insisted. With a sigh, Eunuch Luo replied, Sir Xie, have you lost your senses? Given your position and your ties with the Duke of Dinghua, should you insist on meddling in this matter, the Duke will be exonerated, while you will be the one facing charges. Consider how the court officials will portray you. The censors are ever watchful. His Majesty's intentions are sincere. I implore you to comprehend this. Xie Xun's gaze drifted past Eunuch Luo towards the grand entrance of the Qin Hall. The interior had grown dim, suggesting that Xiao Jinji had quietly exited through the back door of the side hall. Thank you for your guidance, Eunuch Luo, he muttered, clasping his hands in gratitude before descending the marble steps in a daze. On his way home, Xie Xun led his horse at a languid pace, oblivious to the bustling pedestrians with whom he collided. He appeared as if carved from wood. Hey, you there! A passerby cast a fleeting glare at Xie Xun, and upon recognizing his face, proclaimed loudly, Look, everyone! This is Xie Xun, the only son of Xie Zimu. Just like his father, he shows no remorse even after colliding with someone. How arrogant! A wretched creature, feasting on the grain of the common folk, yet willingly becomes a parasite of the court. Do you know how many impoverished scholars have drowned themselves after failing their exams because of you? Only when stones and buckets of filthy water came crashing down upon him, leaving him bloodied and drenched in rancid remnants, did he regain his senses. The crowd, perceiving his isolation and emboldened by their numbers, began to unleash their fists and feed upon him under the leadership of a boisterous child who knew not the reasons behind the turmoil. Stop this at once. The urgency of Xie Xun and Xie Jun, who had come to fetch him upon realizing he had not returned home for too long, was palpable. Yet, even as they squeezed into the fray, they could only join him in suffering. Go summon the Imperial Guards, quickly, Xie Xun urged, pushing Xie Jun away. As he desperately forced his way into the throng, shielding the bloodied Xie Xun with his own body. Enough. Zheng Yuwan arrived with the Imperial Guards, successfully restraining the furious townsfolk and ushering them aside. If the Duke of Dinghua is guilty, the court will make its determination. Sir Xie had previously sought to uphold justice against his kin, yet he has already been stripped of his title as heir. You are not seeking justice, but rather inflicting harm. Should this occur again, each of you will be taken into custody at the capital's magistrate office. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Recalling previous rumors, guilt overshadowed their anger, with some offering handkerchiefs and others lending outer garments to Xie Xun. Xie Xun, however, remained oblivious to their gestures, stumbling toward Zheng Yuwan, grasping his armor tightly. What did you say? Have I ever sought to uphold righteousness against my kin? Was I ever stripped of my title as heir? Before he could continue, Zheng Yuwan silenced him with a hand over his mouth, pushing him onto a carriage. Xie Xun clung desperately to Xie Xun's clothing. His eyes reddened as he whispered, Is what he said true? Xie Xun, in profound pain, nodded slightly. The notion of upholding righteousness by sacrificing kin was a scheme deliberately disseminated by the Duke, who sought and obtained the imperial edict to strip you of your title as heir and sever the father-son bond. Why did you not inform me sooner? Why? Xie Yuwan's eyes brimmed with fury, an overwhelming despair engulfing him like a tempest, igniting a searing agony that pierced through him, as if every pore in his body were embedded with needles. Xie Zimu must have realized that he had no escape left. Tears cascaded from Xie Yuwan's fingers like an unending river. Xie Xun wept, his eyes glistening with tears, calling out for the last time, Heir, the Duke has instructed me to convey to you that he has forged a path for you to survive, and he would leave this world without regrets. If you choose to walk the path of death, he shall depart with his eyes unclosed. He implores you to live well. Chapter 075. Xie Zimu's Self-Destruction. How to adjudicate the cases of Xie Zimu and Han Ling became a matter of contention among the court officials, each holding differing opinions. The majority, led by Grand Tutor Shun, argued that both bribers and bribed should be punished equally, advocating for execution as a deterrent. Others contended that the crime of bribery should be weighed against the crime of receiving bribes, while some believed the penalty should not be death. emphasizing the need for severe punishment during the imperial examinations to ensure a clear path for the populace. The debates raged on, leaving the verdict unresolved for another day. As long as the judgment remained undecided, Xie Xun refused to abandon his efforts to save his father. Thus he began fervently reaching out to Xie Zimu's former students. However, his attempts were met with rejection, leaving him disheartened, save for Du Guohai, the Vice Minister of Justice, who was willing to meet him. To be candid, on the day of the Tri-Department's joint trial, we, the younger generation once sheltered by the Duke, spontaneously knelt before the Qin Hall, pleading for leniency on behalf of the Duke. Upon hearing this, Xie Xun felt a moment of bewilderment. Why did they not persist? Du Guohai, after a contemplative pause, laid down his scroll and said, "Elder brother, follow me to a place." The two mounted their horses and rode to Ziyu Tower, where Du Guohai led him to a somewhat secluded spot in the bustling hall. The ambience was filled with the melodies of string instruments, yet Xie Xun felt an irritable restlessness. Urging Du Guohai to reveal his intentions. "If you are merely stalling me, I appreciate your kindness," he exclaimed, preparing to leave. Du Guohai grasped his sleeve, gesturing towards the second floor where the private room, named Guju, was marked. To Xie Xun's surprise, a young official in plain attire emerged from within. This young official was also a former student of Xie Zimu. "The answer lies within. You shall see for yourself," Du Guohai remarked, releasing Xie Xun. With heavy steps, he approached the door of the Guju room, paused for a moment, and then pushed the door open. Inside, Zheng Yuwan was lamenting a sore throat with Lianruo, and suddenly their gazes locked with Xie Xun's. He appeared significantly thinner, his cheeks sunken, and his lips tinged with pallor. The once fierce gaze now appeared vacant and hollow. Zheng Yuwan mentioned that Xie Xun had been assaulted on the street the previous day. Zheng Yuwan had assumed he merely endured a few punches, but the reality was far graver, with bruises marring his brows, eyes, cheeks, and even the back of his hands, which were exposed beyond the sleeves. It was uncertain if there was a single uninjured spot on his body. If his uncle were to see this, would he regret his actions? "What are you doing here?" Even her voice was hoarse, as if she had swallowed sand. Zheng Yuwan cast a glance at Lianruo, who guarded the door. "Yes." Xie Xun took a couple of steps closer, lowering his voice. "Tell me, what are you doing?" Zheng Yuan's tone was indifferent as she instructed her uncle's disciples not to plead for him any further, suggesting it would be best to remain uninvolved. Xie Xun was taken aback. "Why? Who prompted you to do this?" Zheng Yuwan lifted her chin, meeting Xie Xun's incredulous gaze. "Who do you think? My father?" Seeing her tacit agreement, Xie Xun stepped back in despair, the flowing light blue robe swaying as if it were a bamboo about to be felled. Unable to bear his agonized expression, Zheng Yuwan softly remarked, "Since you managed to find your way here, it indicates that my uncle's intuition was correct. You still wish to save him. My uncle asked me to convey to you that your efforts are futile." Xie Xun, seemingly ignoring her words, extended his hand. "Return my father's token." Without the token, Xie Zimu's former disciples would never heed her words. At the mention of the token, Zheng Yuwan instinctively withdrew her right hand into her sleeve. "There is no token. I've said all I can. You are now informed. Please leave. This is my designated chamber. I ask you to conduct yourself with propriety." Before her words could fully settle, Xie Xun suddenly bent down, drawing close, and forcefully seized her right wrist, attempting to snatch the jade from her grasp. "Xie Xun," Zheng Yuwan slapped him sharply. "I am the princess appointed by His Majesty. Should you dare disrespect me again, I—" Xie Xun slowly turned his head, locking his gaze onto Zheng Yuwan's eyes, his expression harboring a ferocity that seemed capable of tearing everything asunder, akin to an endless abyss. In contrast, Zheng Yuwan appeared particularly fierce yet internally timid. "What do you intend to do?" Zheng Yuwan lowered her gaze, pushing against his shoulder with force. "Release me." Xie Xun replied coolly. "My father instructed you to do this for my protection. What about you? Why heed the words of a dying man? Even if you do nothing, my father cannot harm you." Zheng Yuwan shot him a reproachful glance. "Spare me your vague remarks. He is, after all, my uncle. I pity his heartfelt concern for his son. Hence, I am willing to assist, which is none of your business." Seizing the opportunity as she relaxed, Xie Xun abruptly twisted her hand with strength, You have done enough. If you persist, I cannot help but suspect that you do not wish to see me harmed. Zheng Yuwan was revolted by his unscrupulousness. To seize the jade, he truly had the audacity to utter such words. If you genuinely wish to save my uncle, go and confront the pillars in a futile attempt. Do not expect me to feel the slightest guilt. Let go. The confrontation escalated, their faces flushed with intensity. As defeat loomed, Zheng Yuwan raised her leg and unhesitatingly kicked towards Xie Xun's groin. He dodged just in time, narrowly escaping. Zheng Yuwan shot him a provocative glare. Lian Ruo, see her guest out. Lian Ruo, steeling herself, stepped forward to shield her princess. Young Master Xie, please leave. Xie Xun's gaze swept past Lian Ruo, landing on Zheng Yuan's porcelain-like visage. His tone tinged with desperation. What else did my father say to you? Zheng Yuwan, being one who responds better to softness than harshness, relented a bit. My uncle mentioned that His Majesty might delay his decree intentionally to see how many would persistently plead for him. As the days passed, under the pretext of public indignation, these individuals were deemed allies of the elder uncle, facing either demotion or dismissal. Meanwhile, you, who conspire for personal gain, would undoubtedly attract a multitude of censors to condemn you. Thus, only then would the grand tree of Duke Dingwood truly fall. Upon hearing this, Xie Xun felt as if a heavy stone had lodged itself in his heart. Xie Zimu had effectively severed every thread of hope he could conceive. How could he be so merciless, allowing Xie Xun to witness his own demise? And what of you? Do you not fear the repercussions of covertly assisting my father in undermining the meticulously laid plans of His Majesty? Zheng Yuan murmured. Uncle has assured me that among those he can think of, only I and his students are so distant from suspicion that I will not be implicated, nor will they guard against me. A wave of excruciating anguish surged through Xie Xun's heart. Reluctantly, he implored, Yuan, if you were in my position, could you bear to watch your father face execution? I understand that a collective plea would play into the Emperor's hands, but if we do not attempt it, how can we know that my father has no chance of survival? I would gladly sacrifice my future career to ensure he remains alive in this world. Zheng Yuan replied coldly, how can you not comprehend? The elder uncle is undoubtedly doomed. The protracted delay in judgment is both bait and a trap. Should you insist on taking such risks, you not only endanger yourself, but also squander the elder uncle's painstaking efforts. Yuan, cease your words, leave, and take the time to reflect. Lian Ruo pressed her lips together and added, Young Master Xie, I kindly ask you to depart. With no other recourse, Xie Xun turned and walked towards the door, his heart sinking into despair. Just then, a guard knocked softly on the door, lowering his voice to say, Princess, Master Shun has sent you a letter. Lian Ruo stepped forward to open the door, extending her hand and signaling for Xie Xun to leave. Zheng Yuwan took the letter handed to her by Lian Ruo, and as she peeled away the wax seal, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted from the envelope. To her astonishment, upon extracting the letter, she discovered it was filled with 3 pages of blood-written script. The heading boldly proclaimed to my dear child. This was a letter from Xie Zimu, who was imprisoned in the Z Guard's office, sent via Shinci to avoid arousing suspicion, which is why it had been delivered to her. Reluctantly, she instructed Lian Ruo to summon Xie Xun back. The moment he received the blood letter, Xie Xun discerned the ominous meaning in Zheng Yuan's eyes. His heart lurched painfully. On the first page, Xie Zimu lamented about the poor quality of the meals he had received during his 2 days of imprisonment, devoid of the lavishness expected of a death row meal. As he turned to the second page, the tone shifted abruptly. After 2 days of anxious waiting with no verdict, I fear I have anticipated the Emperor's intentions. Yet, I remain filled with trepidation. I know your character, Yuan, and you cannot bend her resolve. At this juncture, the situation has become such that for every day I survive, you will inevitably take a risk. As your father, I cannot wait for you to bring about my demise. On the 28th day of the 3rd month in the 14th year of Longsheng, at the hour of Shun, I shall take my own life in prison. Do not act foolishly on my behalf. The 28th, yesterday, Xie Xun felt as if a part of his heart had been gouged out, blood streaming profusely. Thus, when Xie Xun knelt before the Qianda Hall, seeking mercy for Xie Zimu, The latter had already perished in his cell. At the moment he awakened, it was precisely when Xie Zimu drew his last breath. An overwhelming and relentless pain constricted Xie Xun's heart, and he abruptly turned his head, spewing blood all over the peach blossom screen. The vivid crimson was strikingly eye-catching. Zheng Yuwan sprang to her feet, accidentally knocking over her teacup. Xie Xun, with his back turned to her, seemed as if his spine had been shattered by an invisible force. Slowly, he raised a hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, meticulously folding the blood-stained letter and tucking it into his bosom. "I am fine," he uttered, staggering towards the exit while supporting himself against the screen. The last words he exchanged with Xie Zimu were in defiance, declaring that he would no longer acknowledge him as his father. He was nothing but a scoundrel, a beast. Xie Zimu's death was destined to haunt him for a lifetime. Zheng Yuwan felt her heart rise into her throat as she watched him, like a fragile sheet of paper, collapse. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. The following morning, during the court assembly, Xie Xun, resembling a withered tree, observed Xiao Jin's face, which was shrouded in profound secrecy, as the ministers quarreled over the execution of Xie Zimu and Han Ling. And he found it laughable. Did Xiao Jin truly remain unaware that Xie Zimu had perished in prison? He was merely waiting for Xie Xun to recklessly defend Xie Zimu. Yet, until yesterday's court session, Xie Xun had naively believed that Xiao Jin's reluctance to pass judgment might indicate he was seeking an opportunity to spare Xie Zimu. After the assembly, Xiao Jin retained Xie Xun alone in the Qinda Hall, expressing concern. "Zhili, I know you're troubled by your uncle's affairs, but you must also take care of your health. Your complexion seems to deteriorate each day. Why not take a long leave to rest properly?" Xie Xun, his voice hoarse, replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." It took him a moment to realize that Xiao Jin intended to dismiss him from his position. When a cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. Xie Xun understood this principle, yet he was unwilling to accept it. While the political power remained firmly in the hands of the Empress Dowager, he had served alongside Xiao Jin. He was a silent monarch, a minister marginalized upon entering the court, and a brother of similar age and aspirations. He watched as Xiao Jin's lofty ambitions went unfulfilled, and as he was suppressed without the strength to retaliate. Thus, the two held tightly to each other as hands. He bestowed upon Xiao Jin supreme power and unwavering trust, aiding him in gathering ministers to eliminate dissenters and reclaim the rightful imperial authority. Xie Xun had once contemplated that once the Empress Dowager was completely disempowered, he would voluntarily resign to enjoy a carefree life, sparing Xiao Jin from difficulty. How naive that notion proved to be. When did Xiao Jin begin to regard him with suspicion? He had become so complacent that he failed to notice. Truly laughable. "Your Majesty, is there still room for negotiation regarding my father?" Xiao Jin sighed, affirming, "Zhili, throughout my life, I have been most grateful to my uncle and aunt. You must understand that your uncle's actions are meant to remove a significant threat by involving himself in the situation. How could I truly allow your uncle to bear the blame? However, a reason must be found to appease the public's anger. For instance, Xie Xun's resignation. Had it not been for Xie Zimu's insistence on stripping Xie Xun of his title, I would have already apprehended the entire Xie family, including you. Why would I go to such lengths to delay the verdict, waiting for you and Xie Zimu's disciples to present incriminating evidence? It has now been 4 days since the 3 departments convened, and Xie Zimu has long since perished in prison. If a decision is not rendered soon, public outrage will surely become uncontainable." Xie Xun fixed his gaze upon the emperor, observing with indifference as he unabashedly wove his deceit, as if the bonds of their former friendship had never existed in his heart. Thus, from the day he entered officialdom, had he merely been a pawn, a mere formality? Xiao Jinji frowned in displeasure under Xie Xun's scrutiny. Xie Xun hastily lowered his eyes, declaring, "Your Majesty, I wish to resign from my post and retreat from the world, in exchange for my father's chance at survival. A ruler who spews nothing but lies and regards his ministers as mere chess pieces is not worthy of his loyalty." This was undoubtedly the intention behind Xie Zimu's self-destruction, to reveal to him the true nature of Xiao Jinji's governance. Xiao Jinji breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Very well, Take care of your health, and do not worry excessively about the affairs of the court. There will always be a place for you by my side. Thank you. Your Majesty, Xie Xun replied. After his resignation, the scandal of cheating in the spring examination reached a verdict. Except for Xie Zimu, who had taken his own life in prison, all others involved faced severe punishment, and those who accepted bribes were barred from the imperial examinations for generations. Xie Zimu's title was stripped, and the Duke of Dingwa's estate was confiscated. The spring examination would be held again in May of this year. Regardless, Xiao Jinji ensured that Xie Zimu was left with a complete body. The Xie family refused to accept him. Thus, Xie Yongyi and Xie Xun, who had publicly severed ties with Xie Zimu, arranged for his burial. His memorial tablet was placed in the residence of the Princess of Huayong. After resigning, Xie Xun secluded himself in the residence of the Princess of Huayong, refusing to venture outside, living in a daze, lost in his own despair. When Lu Wenshang came to visit, he could scarcely believe that the disheveled figure before him, with unkempt hair and tattered clothes, was once the distinguished and graceful Xie Xun, renowned throughout the capital. He almost thought the princess had taken in a wild man. Chapter 76. Do you still know how to return? It was early summer, the mountains cloaked in verdant hues, clouds swirling around the peaks, and the scenery in the countryside was particularly expansive and serene. At the foot of the mountains, a gentle stream babbled, wildflowers and grasses thrived abundantly, creating a breathtakingly refreshing atmosphere. Xie Zimu's grave was situated here. Today marked the 7th day since his passing, and Zheng Yuwan had risen early to accompany Xiao Yongyi for the burning of offerings. After the lavish offerings had been consumed, Xiao Yongyi, reluctant to leave, meticulously wiped down Xie Zimu's tombstone and grave with a handkerchief, her demeanor akin to caressing a beloved's face. Zheng Yuwan silently observed Xiao Yongyi, who oscillated between laughter and tears, murmuring softly to herself, feeling a pang in her heart. She stepped forward to take Xiao Yongyi's arm. "Aunt, the sun is rising. Let's return." With reddened eyes, Xiao Yongyi pleaded, "I wish to stay a little longer, just a moment more." Zheng Yuwan, unable to bear her sorrow, instructed a maid to bring an oiled paper umbrella to shield Xiao Yongyi from the sun. "Aunt, you must take care of your health. Your uncle would not wish to see you grow more haggard each day out of grief for him." Xiao Yongyi managed a bitter smile, saying, "I eat well each day, no less than before. Yet, it feels as though a part of my heart is hollow. I have no strength for anything." Zheng Yuwan empathized deeply. Recalling her own sorrow when Xie Lanqing had just passed, she had felt similarly. In short, it was as if she could hardly live. However, things would eventually improve. Although sorrow would not vanish, it would be submerged beneath the myriad sensations of life, becoming blurred and distant. It was only close to the hour of C that Xiao Yongyi finally agreed to return home. "Apologies, I should have had Sun'er accompany me, but I haven't seen him these past few days. Thank you for your efforts." In the carriage, Xiao Yongyi noticed that Zheng Yuwan appeared unwell and cautiously offered her apologies. Zheng Yuwan shook her head. "Aunt, why are you being so polite? I would never be angry with you. My frustration lies with his irresponsibility. You are aware of Sun'er's situation, aren't you?" Zheng Yuwan scoffed, who in the entire city of Chengdu is unaware. Once the esteemed and virtuous heir of the Duke of Dingwa, a close confidant of the emperor and the youngest prime minister of Dachun, he has now devolved into a debauched wastrel, idling away his days in brothels and revelries. Others may laugh at his downfall, but for Xiao Yongyi, it is a different matter. With her husband recently deceased and her son now a disgrace, neglecting all responsibilities while entangled in frivolous antics with Lu Wenshang, it is no wonder she appears so gaunt and haggard. "Aunt, you must no longer indulge him. If he refuses to heed your words, cut off his finances and confine him. Should Lu Wenshang dare to visit again, you must send him away." Xiao Yongyi hesitated. "It is not that I am unwilling. I simply understand his feelings. As a mother, I have failed him. Since his father's passing, Sun'er has clung to him for support, and now that he is gone, his pain must be even greater than mine. Indulging in drunken revelry is merely a means to numb himself. Moreover, regarding his resignation, aside from his father's death, Sun'er spends more time by Jin's side than by mine. He regards Jin as an elder brother, yet remains unaware of Jin's wariness towards him. His resignation is merely a reflection of the fact that he has no place left in the court. Zimu's careful machinations were aimed at preventing Sun from becoming further ensnared in high positions, ultimately leading to his downfall at the hands of Jin. Sun's carefree existence may well be a part of Zimu's final wish. I believe he retains a sense of propriety and would not engage in excessively outrageous behavior. Let him be. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuwan pursed her lips, inwardly lamenting. While Xie Xun may be carefree, Zheng Yuwan was tirelessly shuttling between the Duke of Dingan's residence and the Princess of Huayang's palace, nearly wearing herself thin. After returning home, Xiao Yongyi insisted that Zheng Yuwan stay for lunch. Xie Xun, who had gone out for a night of drinking, stumbled back in the afternoon. Supported by Xie Xun and Xie Xun, Zheng Yuwan caught sight of him and gritted her teeth in irritation. You actually know how to come back? As she spoke, Xiao Yongyi, who was about to serve soup to Xie Xun, suddenly halted and quietly set down the spoon and jade bowl. Xie Xun's hair was in disarray, and beneath his moon-white outer garment, he wore an ostentatious purple robe. As he approached, the rich scent of cosmetics mingled with the heavy aroma of alcohol assaulted Zheng Yuan's senses, causing her to frown deeply. Do you know what date is today? Xie Xun, in a state of drunkenness, could hardly respond, his head lolling as he rested against Xie Xun and fell into a deep slumber. He is misbehaving, and you all simply allow it? Today should have been a day to honor your uncle. How could he drink to such excess? Xie Xun and Xie Xun bowed their heads, silently enduring Zheng Yuan's reprimands. Realizing they were incapable of stopping Xie Xun, Zheng Yuwan pressed her fingers against her throbbing temples and decided to take him back to his room. Very well. Upon witnessing Xie Xun being taken away, Xiao Yongyi cautiously placed her hand on Zheng Yuan's shoulder, advising her to disregard the situation and focus on their meal. Zheng Yuwan, consumed by growing anger, abruptly rose and followed Xie Xun and Xie Xun into Xie Xun's chamber. Your Highness? Xie Xun gazed in shock as Zheng Yuwan doused Xie Xun with a basin of cold water, her mouth agape in astonishment. After splashing the water, Zheng Yuwan carelessly tossed the gilded basin into Xie Xun's arms, coldly commanding, You may leave. Xie Xun and Xie Xun exchanged glances and complied. Yes. The icy water seeped into Xie Xun's collar, cascading against his chest and causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Disoriented, he propped himself up on the bed, his innocent gaze colliding with Zheng Yuan's fiery eyes. What is the matter? What is the matter? Zheng Yuwan, infuriated, exclaimed, Are you not aware of what day it is? Why must you indulge in drunkenness today, of all days? Xie Xun, with a knee bent, rubbed his weary eyes, replying in a voice as tranquil as water. I am grateful for your company with my mother today. Zheng Yuwan paused, taken aback. You haven't forgotten, have you? Then why do you hide away? Xie Xun stared intently at the embroidered orchids on the brocade quilt, remaining silent. Why? Because he feared for his life. For he understood better than anyone how the officials conspired to eliminate their rivals through whispers and deceit. Xie Zimu exploited Xie Xun's potential suicide to fabricate an illusion of Xie Xun sacrificing familial bonds for the greater good, making it widely known. In such circumstances, openly mourning Xie Zimu would only place incriminating evidence into the hands of those with ill intent. He had abandoned the hope of returning to the bureaucratic arena to fulfill his aspirations. Survival was his priority. Having you accompany my mother is enough. Zheng Yuwan, feeling overwhelmed, retorted, Ultimately, she is your mother. Why push the responsibility onto me? It is precisely because you seldom keep her company that she constantly writes to me. Xie Xun chuckled softly. I have asked my mother. She would prefer your companionship. Zheng Yuwan shot him a glare. Stop with the playful demeanor. Your mother understands your plight. She believes that only through drunken revelry can you temporarily forget the sorrow of losing your father. But what about you? Have you ever considered her feelings? Have you noticed how much weight she has lost? Though she may not admit it, she is undoubtedly worried about you. Even if you have reasons to succumb to despair, at the very least, confide in her. Do not let her suffer in solitude, weeping alone. Xie Xun lowered his head, a gentle warmth blossoming within the softest corners of his heart, nourished silently by the gentle rain of understanding. I understand. Zheng Yuwan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his swift agreement. She had merely intended to enter and vent her frustrations. Then remember to truly accompany your mother, Zheng Yuwan said, feeling a wave of relief as she gracefully lifted her skirt to leave. Yuwan suddenly called back. She turned, sensing an ominous premonition, furrowing her brow in inquiry. What is it? Are you having second thoughts? Xie Xun chuckled, reclining against the bedpost. How could I? I merely overheard them say that the lady of the Romewood Duke personally acted as matchmaker for you and the second son of the Su family at the recent flower viewing banquet. Are you to be wed? That is completely unfounded. There is no such affair. Zheng Yuwan recalled the second son of the Su family, who appeared charming and naive, perhaps easily deceived. After much deliberation, she had penned several letters to him, subtly hinting at the myriad advantages of marrying into her family. For instance, he would be exempt from the rigors of the imperial examinations and the relentless struggle for success, merely required to reside comfortably at home and care for their children. Initially, this seemed acceptable to Xie Xun, who was willing to entertain her suggestions. However, when Zheng Yuwan inquired if he would be willing to marry into their family, his previous enthusiasm vanished without a trace. It appeared that he was not so easily deceived. Every man, upon realizing he would soon depart from the home he had inhabited for over a decade, along with the loved ones who had accompanied him throughout those years, would understandably feel a tremor of trepidation. Yet, when confronted with the knowledge that his wife had bravely overcome immense fears to stand by him, utterly isolated, he could only regard it as a matter of course. Indeed, the more she searched for a suitable match, the more resolute Zheng Yuwan became in her desire for a marriage of convenience. Well, it seems it's almost time, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Xie Xun felt a sudden constriction in his chest, his breath caught in his throat, and his heart seemed to halt for a fleeting moment. After days of anxious uncertainty, he finally had a definitive answer, freeing him from his spiraling thoughts. Congratulations, you have finally found a suitable partner, he remarked, leaning back slightly. A beam of soft light filtered through the intricately carved window, illuminating his lips, which were pressed into a bittersweet smile. Zheng Yuwan stood at the doorway, bathed in the brilliant sunlight, making it difficult to discern Xie Xun's expression. However, she could detect the sincerity in his words, devoid of mockery or sarcasm. You will as well. Once Zheng Yuwan departed, Xie Xun found himself unable to sleep. After enduring the fatigue of dark circles under his eyes, he refreshed himself with a wash and donned a crisp outfit. Xiao Yongyi was tending to the flowers and plants she had unearthed from the Duke of Dinghua's estate, which Xie Zimu had personally planted 2 months prior. Over the past month, more than half had withered away. Nevertheless, Xiao Yongyi dedicated most of her energy to nurturing these flora daily. Mother, Xiao Yongyi glanced up, perplexed. Aren't you going to take a nap? If you don't rest well, how will you have the energy to go out and indulge tonight? Xie Xun allowed her to tease him, slowly stepping into the pavilion and settling beside her. At that moment, Xiao Yongyi was cultivating the soil in a pot of orchids, her sleeves rolled up, her delicate hands and forearms smeared with dirt. Occasionally, she cast a sidelong glare at Xie Xun. Are you simply going to sit here with me? She asked, displeased. Zheng Yuwan is always by my side, sharing endless conversations and untold stories, each day uniquely different. The mere thought of Zheng Yuwan brought a smile of comfort to Xiao Yongyi's face. That child was truly a source of joy. Xie Xun's heart was already heavy with pain, and Xiao Yongyi's words pierced it further. He chose to rest his head on her lap and drift off to sleep. Mother, do you know that the Z guard has been keeping an eye on this residence? Xiao Yongyi paused, taken aback. How could I not know? Have you forgotten the misdeeds of your mother in the past? How could I possibly avoid or identify the disguised Z guards? Xie Xun offered a wry smile. It is good that you are aware, mother. It is not that I have succumbed to despair, but rather that someone wishes to see me in this state. Only by doing so can I eliminate any concerns they might harbor about me. Xiao Yongyi sighed deeply, gently pinching Xie Xun's cheek with her muddy hand. Your mother understands. However, one must perform the entire act. Since you portray a character devoid of heart and soul, reveling in indulgence day after day, you cannot allow your physique to wither away, for that would be the gravest flaw. Xie Xun feigned slumber, a single tear gliding down the corner of his eye. And I understood, mother. In the grand hall of the Zuyu Tower, the air was thick with the fragrance of orchids and musk, accompanied by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments. Suddenly, a battalion of Imperial Guards encircled the Zuyu Tower, creating an impenetrable barrier. Dressed in a resplendent golden silk robe, Xiao Huaiji strode into the establishment, flanked by his loyal attendants. His Highness, the Prince of Yin, has arrived. All non-essential personnel, withdraw, commanded one of the guards, his voice deep and commanding as they brandished their glinting blades. Instantly, the patrons within the tower scattered in panic, seeking refuge wherever they could. As the proprietor of Zuyu Tower, Lu Wensheng hurried forward. Your Highness, please, if you have any orders, do not hesitate to express them. Why must you make my business so arduous? With everyone gone, who shall pay for the food and drink? Xiao Huaiji waved his folding fan, prompting his guards to direct their blades menacingly towards Lu Wensheng's heart. Paralyzed with fear, Lu Wensheng stood frozen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Xiao Huaiji tapped Lu Wensheng's forehead lightly, then pushed him aside and gracefully approached Xie Xun, who hid behind screen. Xie Xun lay sprawled on the ground, clutching an open wine jar. Yet, Xiao Huaiji saw through the charade at a glance. He kicked Xie Xun's leg. Rise, my dear cousin. I have come for you. He then seated himself cross-legged and began to relish the unfinished delicacies Xie Xun had left behind. Feigning to be roused, Xie Xun propped himself up. Your Highness's presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Xiao Huaiji smirked. I hear you indulge in this Zuyu Tower daily. Hardly returning home at all? Xie Xun replied nonchalantly. I merely stay here occasionally. Xiao Huaiji's expression turned contemplative. Alas, it seems the rumors are indeed formidable. I have heard that you are not the true offspring of Xie Zimu, and that you once sought to enact justice upon your kin, only to be thwarted and slain by Xie Zimu. Surely that, too, is mere gossip? Xie Xun responded, that statement holds truth. Xiao Huaiji chuckled coldly. And this is also true. Even if it is, who could possibly have the intent to disseminate such words to the far-off northwest? Xie Xun, surprised, replied, Your Highness is inquiring of me? The Qinli Hall has long since changed hands. Such news? You ought to direct your inquiries to the current master of Qinli Hall. The Emperor's informants, aside from the well-known purple garb guards, also included the Qinli Hall, composed of the imperial bodyguards. The purple garb guards surveil the nobility within the city of Chengdu, while the Qinli Hall oversees the entire Dichun, primarily responsible for relaying news from the borders to the imperial palace and into the emperor's ears. Xie Xun had once been the master of that very hall, but upon his dismissal, the position had already been assumed by Xiao Huaiji. Xiao Huaiji's smile vanished, his gaze turning icy as he said, Do not feign ignorance before me. You have shared your lineage's secrets with the Northwest. What is your aim? Must I elucidate it for you? This man, seemingly indulging in frivolity, harbored ambitions more terrifying than those he had harbored prior to his resignation. Fortunately, the emperor had never been swayed by him and had always regarded him with caution. Where is your evidence? Does His Highness, the Prince of Yin, rely solely on his own presumptions to solve cases? Xie Xun taunted as he raised the wine jar and drank deeply. Xiao Huaiji smashed his wine cup with a swift motion, his smile chilling. Very well, Xie Xun, you have brought this upon yourself. Bring him forth. Chapter 078. Who sent you to aid him? The guards of the Yanwang mansion promptly escorted a man shrouded in black cloth into the Zuyu Tower, a former subordinate. Surely my cousin would not be unfamiliar? As the cloth was removed from the man's head, a pair of piercing, cold eyes was revealed. Xie Xun cast a fleeting glance, their eyes meeting for a brief moment before instinctively diverting. The Qinli Hall was filled with people. Forgive me for not being able to recall every face. Xiao Huaiji rolled his eyes and gestured for the guards to bring forth a bow and arrows. This man, known as Yi Yanqing, was responsible for intelligence in the northwest within Qinli Hall. Due to his crime of leaking classified information, the emperor had ordered his execution. Since my cousin claimed not to recognize him, it should not be difficult for him to kill him on my behalf, right? With the bow and arrows before him, Xie Xun raised his gaze to meet the confident eyes of Xiao Huaiji. The remnants of intoxication failing to conceal the coldness in his gaze, reminiscent of a solitary moon. What if I refuse to assist? Xiao Huaiji toyed with the long arrow, his slightly curved eyes suddenly flashing with a fierce intensity. I am not requesting your help. I am commanding you. As he spoke, he tossed the bow and arrows into Xie Xun's embrace, leaning down to grip his shoulder, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. If you refuse to kill him, you will be seen as an accomplice, and you too will not escape death. If you find it difficult to take action, then perhaps it would be better to confess. Do you not tire of pretending to be oblivious? Do you think the emperor will continue to be deceived by you? He merely finds you pitiable and laughable, and is reluctant to expose you. Each word struck Xie Xun like a silver needle, piercing his most vulnerable nerves. Gripping the bow, his veins bulged as he abruptly stood up, aiming the bow at the astonished Yi Yunqing. Wait. Xiao Huaiji picked up a wine jug and leisurely approached Yi Yunqing, standing beside him. Cousin, you must aim carefully. He placed a hand on Yi Yunqing's shoulder, leaning close to whisper in his ear. For the sake of survival, he would even kill you with his own hands. What is there in such a person that deserves your unwavering loyalty? A mere 10 paces away, Xie Xun's eyes were bloodshot, the bowstring drawn taut. The voice continued near Yi Yunqing's ear. As long as you are willing to confess, this king will spare your life. You should understand that what I desire has never been your life. Before the words had fully escaped, Xie Xun released the arrow, which flew forth. Yet Yi Yunqing calmly closed his eyes. However, the anticipated searing pain did not arrive. Instead, the guard restraining Yi Yunqing felt the sharp arrowhead slice through his arm, a stream of crimson blood trickling down. He grimaced in pain. Apologies, I haven't practiced in a while and lost my aim. Xie Xun expressed sincere regret as he drew the bow once more. 3 consecutive arrows struck the guard. Though they did not claim his life, they inflicted considerable torment, causing him to instinctively shy away from standing close to Yi Yunqing. That's enough. Xiao Huaiji was livid, drawing a sharp arrow and plunging it into Yi Yunqing's shoulder. Vivid crimson blood flowed down his forearm, and he felt a rush of exhilaration as he provocatively glared at Xie Xun. Do you intend to live your life as a coward? Xie Xun stood frozen, his blood seemingly flowing in reverse. Seeing Xie Xun's inaction, Xiao Huaiji suddenly withdrew the arrowhead and, without warning, lunged it toward Yi Yunqing's heart. Xie Xun, desperate, moved forward to intervene. Stop! The guards swiftly drew their swords to obstruct Xie Xun's approach. Xiao Huaiji halted, the arrowhead having barely grazed Yi Yunqing's heart, merely a fade of ferocity. In this psychological duel, he emerged victorious. Having witnessed Xie Xun's treatment of the late empress's loyalists, he ultimately exacted a similar retribution upon Xie Xun. He leisurely extracted a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his fingers, his face alight with triumph. Would he finally concede? Seeing that Yi Yunqing was unharmed, Xie Xun let out a sigh of relief. He could no longer maintain the charade. As Xiao Huaiji pointed out, did Xiao Jin not comprehend him? His ambition, his aspirations, his methods. Was there any aspect that Xiao Jin had not grasped? The illusions he crafted were nothing but self-deception. In the very moment when Xie Xun contemplated surrendering, Yi Yunqing suddenly broke free from the guards, driving his neck into the nearest sword. Blood gushed forth, and amidst violent convulsions, he drew his last breath. Xie Xun stood dazed, disbelief coursing through him as he mentally replayed the few moments before Yi Yunqing's demise, his lips forming the word survive. Incensed, Xiao Huaiji struck the guard who had restrained Yi Yunqing twice across the face. They were so close, just a hair's breadth away from exposing Xie Xun's hypocritical fade. He had already sacrificed himself for you. How many more like him do you desire? Xiao Huaiji, unwilling to relent, grasped Xie Xun by the collar, his eyes wide with fury. He never intended to kill Yi Yunqing. He merely wished for Xie Xun to acknowledge his transgressions. Emerging from the depths of despair, Xie Xun regarded the furious Xiao Huaiji with the indifference of stagnant waters. What is your highness saying? I beg your pardon, but I do not comprehend. You. In a fit of rage, Xiao Huaiji delivered a punch to Xie Xun. He could not fathom why such a selfish scoundrel was worthy of the unwavering loyalty from Yi Yunqing and his ilk. As a privileged noble, He had found the responsibilities of leading Qianli Hall to be a burdensome endeavor. Xie Xun clearly regarded Qianli Hall as his own eavesdropper, forgetting entirely that it served as the Emperor's eyes and ears. Still obstinate, I possess myriad methods to compel you to confess. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned away. Yi Yunqing's lifeless body was discarded at the entrance of Ziyu Tower by the guards of the Yin princess residence. Passers-by whispered and lamented, and those who attempted to approach were halted by the guards wielding their swords. Xie Xun remained rooted to the spot. Desecrate the corpse. Xiao Huaizhi clenched his fist, the words escaping his clenched teeth with great difficulty. Lu Wenshang sought to have the attendants close the doors of Ziyu Tower, preferring ignorance. However, Xie Xun would not allow it. I can endure it. He would not leave. He had resolved to hide in the shadows for eternity. Stop! Xiao Huaizhi, sweating profusely in the carriage, lifted the curtain at the sound of a voice. It was Zheng Yuwan. Your Highness, shall we continue to desecrate the corpse? The guards of Yin Prince's residence approached the carriage, trembling with trepidation. Zheng Yuwan covered Yi Yunqing's body with her cloak, seized a whip from the guard's hand, and navigated through the crowd to stand before Xiao Huaizhi. Your Highness, according to the laws of Daqin, only those guilty of crimes deserving of annihilation of their entire clan may be subjected to corpse desecration in public. May I inquire what crime the deceased at Ziyu Tower has committed? Xiao Huai's displeasure was palpable. Are you questioning me? He demanded. Zheng Yuwan, bowing in deference, felt the weight of honor and duty. If it were not for this grave matter, I would have advised His Highness to consider that should the events of today reach the ears of the officials, it would bring him nothing but harm. Rong interjected. Xiao Huai leaned forward, peering out of the carriage window, his gaze fixed inquisitively on Zheng Yuwan. Who sent you to aid him? I merely passed by, Rong replied. Ah, a mere passerby, Xiao Huai muttered as he inadvertently snapped a fan bone in his agitation. Do you not know that the deceased harbored secrets capable of bringing Xie Xun to his knees? Zheng Yuwan raised her shimmering, expressive eyes, her astonishment genuine. Yet, the man was dead. No amount of posthumous interrogation would yield answers. Xiao Huai, nearly choking with frustration, labeled him a fool. Then let it go, Your Highness. Rong said, turning to depart. Wait, Xiao Huai commanded, his gaze piercing into Zheng Yuwan's innocent eyes, detecting no flaw